The hot and the cold.
I'm the fattest guy in the show.
Watch me turn around. It might start to snow. He's a real fat guy with a real nice flow.
I wonder, does he know the Earth ain't a globe? I could never rap, ever. I can't think of rhyming words that quickly.
Hey, Cut, are you in here?
You don't have to rhyme. Not like that. Just pick one word that rhymes and then another word like way down the line and then another word down the line and then that works too. Like if you say the word clap, you could pick them up, put them down, turn around, boot, scoot, boogie, and then give them a slap. After a minute, they'll be hurting, wondering what happened, dead in a trap. See, because you don't have to have every word to rhyme, just as long as one does in procession with a couple, all down the line. Like, is it skip 4, rap 1, skip 1, rhyme it, skip 2, rhyme it, skip 5, rhyme it. It'll still work. It works really good. It don't have to be like.
By chance, any of y'all actually own a telescope?
Yes, I do.
I don't
Which
even
one
know.
does? It's white.
Oh, Jimmy's
what I know.
So, Jimmy, maybe you can help me out on this. So, I'm a photographer. I own several lenses and things like that. So, the discussion I'm trying to explain to Cut and Glat Flow, everything, is so if you look into the chat, you see that they're posting images of the stars being out of focus. I'm trying to explain to them that when you manually focus, you will see, a planet. You'll see the form of it. Now, I'm not saying that this planet that we see through a telescope is what NASA's telling you it is.
1 second. What's manual focus doing to the original image?
So, and when you're in autofocus mode, it's what your camera's set to. When you're in autofocus, it automatically puts focus for you. However, when you try to do it on a light, it can't pick up depth, so to say. So it is very hard for it to say that this is on focus. So, I mean, if I can do it right now for you to show, I can go and make a quick video for you. I can go.
Yeah, but how do you know it's a light?
Do what?
See, now are they planets, stars, or lights?
So, well, it is putting off light. We both agree on that.
Okay, is it a set light, like a flat base light, like you would shine on your wall, or is it a glimmering streak of, I don't know, like a star pattern or a pattern or a messed up pattern, like like you'd get on a drum if you beat a drum and the dust moves?
Well, I can say it's not
Like a
that because you
frequency.
can see that it has form once you focus it.
No. Listen, hold on a second. If you're looking at the original image and you're just looking at the original image, right? And you want to look out straight at the image, what is your focus? What did it look like before you focused it?
It depends. So I don't know how to explain this to you, but I'm trying. So if you're taking you know, if I'm zoomed in on a house that's across from my camera, can pick up on the focus sensor that's in, pick up on depth. It'll pick up on different types of colors, and it'll come out with, you know, being in autofocus. It'll put it in focus. Once it's a light, the sensor cannot focus on light because it has no idea of what that depth is. So therefore, it puts it out of focus.
It doesn't matter what the depth is. Okay, so if we had a basketball up in the air, far away, and you zoomed in, would you have to focus for it to be a basketball again, or would it ever not be a basketball? I mean, I'm kind of like not getting it real for a second.
Okay, so if you have a basketball up in the air, it would be able to focus on that because it's a surface. It's not emitting light. So autofocus would work on that. However, when you come into dark time and it's like really dark at night, your focus sense struggle, and it may possibly put that out of focus depending on how much light there is.
So a glow in the dark basketball.
Yes, it would definitely. It would. That's a good point. So if it's a glow in the dark basketball, what it'll do is the glow that's emitted typically on a glow in the dark basketball is the white line. So it's not
So
like
put
the
off,
entire object
right?
is
Put off a
is
shimmering.
so it'll shim off of, you know, that texture area. So more than likely the autofocus would still pick up on. But if it was, you know, like you had
Well,
a
see, the
ball.
thing is what is the star though? Like, is the star a frequency? Is it an actual? Because if you got to do different things and it looks different at different times. So if I look straight at the basketball and I see that it's like what an object, like a set object, like how come the star doesn't do that right away?
So again, you're explaining an object to a light. So like what I was trying to say earlier. So right now, it's hard because I got so much windows in my house. But if I sat there and I put a light bulb at the end of my hallway, and every single light was off at the house, okay, it was a bright freaking light bulb back there. If I try to zoom on it, it ain't gonna work unless that light picks up, you know, or the sensor picks up, oh, there's a wall behind. So let me improve it in a better way. If I put that light bulb outside in the middle of the night and I held it up, I would not be able to focus on it. Not, or the autofocus sensor would not be able to focus on it. Therefore, you swap into your other mode, which is manual focus, where you actually take control and you go from whatever your lens is capable of doing up to putting it into infinity focus if you want to. Would it help you if I showed you like my camera of what I'm talking about when you go to put it in manual focus?
No, not in the slightest, not one bit.
Okay, so you understand what manual focus means then.
Man, we've given you a lot of opportunities here. You just have to provide a picture of what you're talking about. We are laymen, okay? You know a lot
Why are
about
you
this.
getting so mad, man?
I'm not mad. Holy fuck. I have a good tone going. Nice, calm demeanor. I just want to see a picture. Listen, again, we're the laymen here, or at least I am, about this stuff. So manual focus to me is German or Japanese or something else. I
Okay,
don't know
so
what
you
that
don't
means.
understand manual focus, which is what I was asking.
I
If
know.
I
No,
showed
listen. You can say I can do this all day. Just go do it and come back. Pictures and video. That's all that we can
and
handle
that's what I
here.
was just asking you, buddy. I just asked the question, would it help you if I just did a
So why
video?
are you getting mad that I'm answering your question?
Because you told me no, that would not help you.
I've asked in the chat now. When did I listen? If I told you that,
Hold on, step back for a second, listen to me. I just now said, would it help you if I went and showed you what I mean about swapping from autofocus to manual focus? You jumped in out of nowhere and said, no, that ain't going to help me at all.
no, we need pictures or video. Are you going to do that?
So would you like a picture and a video showing what autofocus versus manual focus is?
Sure, that'd be fine. I guess. Yeah, that'd be something from you. Sure, something physical that we can look at.
So are we able to do like a video, or
Oh,
do
you
I
mean
need to
like a live
upload it
stream
on YouTube?
thing? I don't know about that.
You'll have to
You'd
take
have to ask
if you
somebody
want to do
else.
the video thing. You'll have to go either to, I think it's chill chat or whatever.
Or cinema? Would cinema do it too?
I don't know.
Okay,
I mean, I
that's
have
new
no
to
Sprinkle out
me,
problem
so
with
I can't help there.
uploading it to a YouTube video and then bringing it here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So give me, I'll let you know when I've made the video, and then I'll let you know when it's uploading.
That'd be great. Cause I'm genuinely interested, man. I really want to see what you're talking about, so I can continue talking about it with you. Okay?
Yeah.
No, I know what he's talking about.
I don't, but yeah, that's because all I've seen so far is the blurry. The things look like they're dancing around, changing colors constantly, and doing some cymatic shit. That's all I've seen, other than CGI. So I'd like to see what you're seeing. You know, it'd be interesting for me, and I'm sure the audience. There's a lot of laymen out there going, "Yeah, I'd like to fucking see it too." So anyway, as you were.
You can probably just find a video and link it from YouTube.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter what you do to what image, that you're only getting one image, the base image that hits the fucking lens or hits the mirror that the lens comes into, and you see from that. So, like, I don't know what he's manually focusing. I don't know what he's focusing automatically, auto. Uh, there's still one fucking image that hits the thing, and he has to determine which image that, I mean, is he going to declare like real one?
You're pretty low, Demok, my friend.
He sounds good to me. He might be volume down on you.
Not too much, but I'm turning him up.
Yeah.
No, I was saying, like, like we were talking the other day, the image that comes into anything that you look at, it hits the surface glass, the first surface glass, and then the mirror on the inside, if there is a mirror. And then either way, it hits the surface of something or the surface of the mirror. That's the fucking image you go by, no matter what.
Right,
So,
it's a distortion, no matter how you look at it. There's things in between your naked eye and the thing you're observing. No way around it. It's distortion.
right, but you're not actually zooming anywhere. Your lens is not fucking going to that planet.
Exactly.
Your
Right.
lens is not zooming shit. You're sitting right where you're at. Your camera's there. You're there. Your eyeball's there. You don't fucking move. It doesn't move. So to think you're zooming in like the way they think, no, it's not.
Yeah, like
That's
your vision
not
is
how it
actually
works.
going to that spot. Like your eyes are leaving your head and going all the way out there.
Right. Right, like what the fuck? No.
Right.
So you get one image, one base fucking image you work with forever, no matter what you're reflecting, what no matter what the image is. And then you work with that and you try to distort it the best you can with the fucking lens or the manual or whatever by bringing the lens closer it on the
Sure.
fucking object. It's not, I mean, it's not rocket science.
It's unbelievable.
So
I take pictures all the time of deep space.
Is that so?
yeah.
I do. Astrophotography, son.
How deep is space?
Deep.
And would I fit?
You gotta
No,
say
just
it like with. You gotta say it like deep.
How
How-
deep?
How
is
deep
space?
is deep space?
I'm just saying, I don't never look at a house and see a house look like a fucking distorted starship or like a frequency floating. I don't look at the stop sign and it looks like, or like a light or a red light down the road or anything like that. It doesn't look like a moving frequency, and then I focus and it looks like a red light. You understand? I mean, that's what they're trying to tell us. They're
Not
trying
like
to
a
tell us.
star in a jar.
Yeah, it's a frequency for 1 second, and then when we zoom in, oh, now it's a perfect planet. No.
No. I think it's
That guy came out with the star in a jar with the fluid, and there was other guy who made a star in a vacuum jar, right? And he took like ass ton of electricity just to make the shit glow in the vacuum. And then you got the guy who's putting the sound in the water, and it's like all you got to do is tune it to the right frequency, and boom, done. And then they're like saying, "Oh," because I told somebody to look up the star in the jar, and they gave me this vacuum, this metal ball in a glass vacuum sealed thing, and I'm like, "What the fuck? No, that's not what I'm talking about." So then I had to find what I was actually talking about, send it to them, just so I could make my point. So, star in a jar is very general, but there's 2 examples of it out now.
Right. And neither one of them are a solid based object.
Right.
So now where's the solid base
Well,
object in the jar?
the metal in the vacuum is a solid object, right? He had to take a bunch of metal, coil it, and then give it electricity. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, okay. No, the magnet. I know what you're talking about. Okay, I see. I see what he did there. I got you. I thought you meant he like focused the frequency inside the vacuum and got a ball plasma too.
No. This is like totally different.
Right. No, I got you. It's the argon and shit like that. Yeah, I got you.
It's not a magnet.
No, but it's the same type of thing when you get a copper and you put the magnet in the middle of it and you excite it. It'll levitate in the middle of that in that copper. It's the same type of thing. That's all.
Here, I posted the video if you want to check it out.
Yeah, I'm checking it out.
And let's see.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, you see how he had to use the thing?
Yeah, he put it inside the jar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was stuff inside the jar. Yeah. I didn't watch all of it, but I think I've seen a little bit about it before.
Yeah. But yeah, I was like, "Yo, dude, check out Star in a Jar," and he sent me that thing. And I was like, "That is not what I was talking about."
Well, I mean, I wonder how much liquid you need to get the sololuminescence. Like what percentage? Like, can you do it with steam vapor? Can it be a certain amount of fog? Like, when you look outside over the grass, sometimes there can be those little ball lights or whatever. So, like, you probably don't need like actually full of liquid, right?
Well, then we'd have to go down the rabbit trail of, is air a fluid, a liquid, or is it not?
Well, I
Is it
don't know. I don't trust.
particle theory of matter, or is it what they
I
said
don't trust
parts theory?
anything that they. I'm not trying to cut you off. I don't trust anything they told us on the periodical chart the way they explained it. I
Yeah,
don't know why. I just don't.
I'm on the same page.
Not H2O. Not any of it. I think helium exists a lot of places, and it's an offshoot of every like a byproduct of heat, kind of. I don't know. It's just my thought on shit. Like a radiant energy that's like inert. You know, the first thing that was like spent, like you can't light it. So any inert energy, like if your fucking Xbox puts off heat, there's a portion of that that's helium. They just don't tell you that.
Yeah. My mic's going off. I gotta cut things.
Bacon saved my life.
Bacon.
I thought I'd throw that out there. It's kind of quiet.
I like bacon.
Yeah,
Kevin Bacon.
Canadian bacon saved my life.
You sound like the black-haired actor on Wedding Crashers. I don't know his name.
Oh. The only reason I say bacon saved my life, I was a vegan for 9 years. Almost killed me.
Glad you're not dead.
Me too.
I've been a human all my life. I'm a male, and kind of digging it.
Right
TBH.
on. Right on. Wedding crashers, eh?
You know what I'm talking about, right? You looked up his face?
No. I'm just debating, should I walk down and get a fresh cup of coffee? It's only a block. It's only a block down the street. It's just like -20 out right now. I might not make it there and back.
Mike's going on.
Black Swan. Black Swan. Yo, Sonny.
Hey, is that Roger?
No, it's the black-haired guy from Wedding Crashers.
Oh, hey, Holy, from Wedding Crashers. Really, I have a really great strain right now called Wedding Crashers. What a coincidence.
Hey, I know. I got a really nice strain. It's triple chocolate chip, organic.
Ooh. And not a cookie.
No, not a cookie. No.
Not a cookie.
My neighbors get so upset, so now I smoke it outside so they don't cry.
Oh, better outside, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't smoke chocolate chip cookies. Not good for you.
Triple chocolate chip.
Especially triple chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah, I hear it just tastes like ash.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I just had a deja vu.
Yeah.
A deja vu about the conversation?
Yep.
Brain had a seizure. Or it's a glitch in the Matrix, and they're trying to get you.
It's like, are these goddamn space aliens?
Also, if you can avoid it, don't feed your dog triple chocolate chip cookies either.
No. It's a good thing I don't have a creech. I want to get a creech.
A creech. I like the creeches. The creeches. There's a new term.
Yeah. No, I
The
want to get a Welsh corgi.
Cool.
They're the black and white corgis.
Yeah, those are pretty cool dogs.
Okay, I'm back. So it is uploading.
Yay!
So, with all this zooming in, conversation, and camera autofocus, and all this, John, what is your actual? What is it you're trying to show?
So what I'm getting at is that these images that y'all are showing of these stars and of what's going on in those chats, I am saying that those are out of focus images.
And
What?
And so they're out of focus. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's it. They're just out of focus.
Okay.
That it's a user error of where a person needs to understand that during those times you need to be putting it into a manual focus.
Okay. Are you a heliocentric believer or a
No.
geocentric?
No. Not even in the slightest bit.
Okay. Oh well, I just wasn't sure, so I didn't hear the whole conversation, and I haven't spoken.
So like other things that I prove as well is to prove to globalist is I'll sit there. I live on a lake. You'll see it in the video once it's uploaded. I live on a lake, and I can get almost a 2-mile shot. And so in that means that, to globalists that, there's this curve, and the curve, their mass says that in 2 miles, it should be like 1.5 feet type deal. And so what I'll do is I'll go to a boat ramp, and I'll actually go and put a piece of tape that's 1 foot above water level. And then I'll go and I'll fly or zoom back on my jet ski, and I'll go to the 2-mile mark, and I'll show the person you can still see it. And I can zoom in on it to where you can still see it. You can still see the foot below it, The only time that it would get obstructed is if a wave was taking. So, like those I proved to globalists and this is how water level actually works. It's a flat water level. Therefore, there's no bending water to going around a globe.
I like it. I like the effort. Yeah, nice meeting you.
You as well. Yeah, that's just my biggest thing.
Welcome to the server. I don't know if you've been around long, or you might be an OG. It's possible.
I came here probably 6 months ago and hung out for a bit, and now I'm back.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've only been here, well, shoot, I'm losing track of time. I don't know if it's 2 years or 1 year. I think it's 1.5 years. It's coming up on 2 years. August was a year. Yeah, last August was a year.
Congratulations, man.
It's amazing. It's amazing how time, it seems like time flies, but sometimes when I'm in the moment, it seems like time is just almost standing still. Like it takes a really long time for an hour to go by. Sorry for the sound effects. I'm all about sound effects, so you have to forgive me. Or don't forgive me.
Yeah, I like actually putting my hands on of, doing, trial and error of figuring out things. Like I watched a video years ago they were making fun of a flat earth. And what it was is the flat earther's math wrong. And I was like, there's no reason that, y'all should be going after him just because his math was wrong and how he was doing. That shit just pissed me off.
Well, it's good for us to be able to correct each other and actually to accept that when it's, something. So I think that's what makes this this arena that we speak in here, these conversations, so important.
So I did just upload it. And you can see what I'm talking about, auto versus manual. As it gets darker, I can, I'm trying to think of a way I can put a light bulb outside and show, that autofocus will not work. But I have to use, like where it's just the light and there's nothing else, like a stand or a string that it's hanging on. Because if that autofocus picks up on a second thing there of depth, then bam, it'll pick it up.
Yeah.
Hello, Sonny. Hello, everyone. Hey, John.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, be good. Nice to hear you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Yeah, I've heard you.
I heard you. I heard you saying. Did you say like you're only like 2 years here in the server?
Yeah, here in the server. Yeah.
No way.
Less than 2 years.
I have the feeling. I know you at least like 5 years, like 2018, 17.
Well, not on here because I didn't even know about Discord until about a few years ago, and I think the first one I ever came to was Gem Panda server, and I didn't know it. And I have had a Flat Earth channel since 2017, March of 17, to be specific.
But I think I saw you in 2018 or 19, something like that.
But I didn't go by Sunny. I just went by Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness.
Oh, yeah.
Under my channel name, that's why. Well, I was always in the chats. I was in ODD, the live chats, for years, actually, and a lot of different channels. I had wrenches in a couple channels. I would go on it. I would like fight the fight in the live chats on YouTube for years.
Well, I don't know ODD's channels, but yeah.
Yeah, what's his name up in Minnesota? The young guy does a lot of activism. I haven't actually. I should go. I haven't watched this quite a while.
While you remember, have you heard? I asked today a question in Gem Panda, and this is another globe debunker. It is the self-leveling concrete floor. Have you heard of it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
With that thing, you achieve the flattest level floor.
Yeah.
And which doesn't require special machining and to achieve perfect flat floor. Yeah.
So what is the method they use for these floors? I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's a concrete which is has a lot of water. It's very liquid. When you pour it, it flows equally and
evenly.
Makes very flat surface. It spreads all equally, even. Yeah, and you achieve a very, very flat surface. Yeah.
So it uses the leveling effect of the liquid, and it has the concrete in an emulsified state, a homogeneous state within, so it's evenly. And if it's evenly in there, whatever method they use, or chemicals to get it emulsified, so the concrete is suspended in liquid. Yes, that liquid's going to level out perfectly even, like it always does.
Yes.
Bye, globe. Bye. Anyway, listen, I think they use this other technique. I think they use this other one because I was a little kid and they were building these buildings, big, huge, hotels, and I snuck in. I would go
Yeah.
in these construction sites where they had these machines that were gas motors, like Briggs and Stratton, like something that would be on a lawnmower, that you pull the cord. Vroom. So these things were
Yeah.
motors, and they were on these spinning things, and I think they were spraying concrete. They would set these
Oh
things
yeah,
up on
to
big stands
polish it
and
and
spin it.
level. Yeah.
It would
Yeah.
spin the concrete
Yeah.
with a motor on it, and I got caught.
Yeah.
And the police took me home. I was a little kid. I was probably I was 6 years old.
Oh, yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
And I was always
So
curious. Like if I didn't have any reins to like not go wander, I would go wander around everywhere.
yeah. Well, for a 6 years old playing with those machines, it's life threatening. It's
Yeah,
a
it could have been
danger.
hurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to
So
find I thought I videoed when I did a sub leveling floor compound in my own house. My floors were
yeah.
so off level it wasn't funny.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I actually went and got sub leveling compound. Did it in many
Yeah.
spot. I wish I would have made it higher so it would have ended up, reaching the top of some of these humps here.
Yeah.
That way it would have been flat.
Yeah, I live in a big old concrete building built in 1928. Concrete, reinforced concrete, the whole thing.
Yeah.
You can see the plank, you can see the grain of the wood of the planks that used for the forms all the way up. So the inside of my, like the floors are all concrete, ceilings and my sidewall. So in my apartment, 3 sides are full solid 1 foot concrete, the floor, ceiling, and wall. So it's not even.
And I want to say, sorry,
Mhm.
I want to say the answer they gave me in Gem Panda after asking them this question. And they said, one of the guys in there, he said, well, you see, the Earth's curvature will be like 0.2 millimeters in 100 meter. So when I'm pouring that self-leveling concrete in a, like, let's say 100 meter long building,
Yeah.
warehouse. We're talking about big constructions.
Yes. Hundreds of thousands
Where
of square meters, right?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
100,000 or
and
maybe not that much.
and and the problem is, he told me, like, in 100 meters there will be like only 0.2 millimeters, 2/10. And I told
2/10
him,
of a millimeter. Oh.
yeah, and I told him, dude, do you know what you're actually saying? And he was telling me, like, uh, that kind of dimension is so small that you cannot notice it. And I told him, dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. 2/10 in a 100 meter is like a humongous distance. And we can measure so much more precisely because we have, for example, the 3D printers at Airbus factory, which they have these giant carbon fiber printers, and they are printing large structures of carbon fiber, and they are using linear encoders for precision positioning of the printing machine head.
Yes.
And they have like 65 nanometers in 200 meters. So, I mean, measuring 0.2 of a millimeter in 100 meter, compare that with 65 nanometers in
Yeah,
200 meters.
exactly.
It's mind blowing. It's ultra
Listen,
high precision. And
listen. I
we
was
are,
around this
yeah,
machine shop. Like I worked in machine
yeah,
shops. So this one, there was a pair of machines. There were big CNC machines. The columns on
yeah,
these are big milling machines, right? So it has a column
yeah, yeah,
and it has a head. So
yeah,
the columns were 11,500 pounds, 15 feet tall.
yeah, yeah,
The beds are on angular precision guides for the shoot, the slides that the main part of the carriage that, like, I don't know, I guess if you think of it, it would be the ways,
Um,
like the ways on a
inside
lathe.
those, yeah,
So yeah, but
probably
these
inside
have
those you
levels.
have,
Like, listen, hold on,
yeah,
these two
yeah,
machines like were about, let me see, how far apart were they? At least 100 feet apart. They had tracks or ways that they could
yeah,
transfer the whole chuck, which is the table, a big
yeah,
round circular mounting table where you mounted your
yeah,
fixtures or your parts or whatever onto
yeah,
the thing. They could transfer the whole thing 100 feet over to the twin machine.
yes, yes,
Now listen, if those machines, if the ways in those machines when you're doing the machining itself, if it's not perfectly perpendicular when it's supposed to
yeah,
be perpendicular, or
center
perfectly
of mass, yeah,
horizontal, the
align, yeah,
machine is gonna have errors in its machining, like just a
it will
tiny
vibrate,
bit
yeah,
off,
yeah, yeah,
like a tiny bit off,
yeah,
like whatever amount of, there needs to be a certain amount of distance in between these ways and the sliding pieces of these linked up machinery, right? So when it goes across, it
yeah,
has to be perfectly smooth. There's only a couple of molecules of oil
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah,
between
yeah,
these things. Other than that, they're
yeah,
highly precise
yeah,
surfaces. Like
yeah,
the
I know what you're
flatness,
talking
like the
about. Yeah,
flatness, even in let's say 20 feet of travel. Let's say a small. Let's go with a smaller machine. Let's say you have a
yeah,
6 foot travel. Even that on the milling machine, if it's not level, that machine is going to produce parts with errors, with mistakes, out of
yes,
tolerance.
yes, yes,
So, like, machinists know, they
true.
have people that come in that move houses and make sure
Mm-hmm.
they're level. Like the people moving these machine tools are like that because they're moving things that are
Yeah,
as heavy as a house, and it has to be
yeah,
set so precisely. Like within,
yeah,
if you talk about tenths of a millimeter, I'm talking about within
yeah,
several 10 thousandths of an inch. If
yeah.
you're off, if you're off a thousandth of an inch, that incrementally, that error of a thousand an inch, if you take it in 15 feet of travel on a machine, sorry, you're way
True,
off.
yeah. A thousandth of an inch is not a tight tolerance. I mean, for me, it's very big dimension, you know.
Yeah.
It's a lot of material in there.
I mean, I
Yeah,
machined pump shafts with the diameters where bearings would fit on and stuff like that. Two ten
yeah,
thousandths, and
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
and that circularity had to be perpendicular to the rest of the shaft. So that means the other
Yeah,
end of the shaft, if it's out of perpendicularity or
yeah.
alignment.
I know, Sonny. I made also these ball screw bearings.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and these are very long screws, but they don't have a the trapeze or triangular thread.
Right.
they have a round thread,
Around for the
so
ball bearing,
a ball is running over there,
right?
exactly like in a ball bearing,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the surface is polished. I mean, it's nanometer precision. You
yes,
have 2 micron, uh, less than 2 micron precision on the whole length of this ball screw. So from one end to the other, you can have a maximum of 2 micron misalignment, or they are, and these will be like a C5 precision ball screw bearing, which are used for precision positioning in machine tools. This
yes,
is
yes.
the very heart of CNC machines. You know, the
Yeah,
precision of this ball screw bearing, it gives you all the properties of that machine, how
yep.
precise it will be. Yeah,
I worked on some of the largest machine tools
yeah,
in in the military industrial complex. I mean, there's some that
yeah,
are much larger, but on as
yeah,
far as the average size of machine shop tools, these were
yeah,
freaking giants. Like you go in there, you were like,
yeah, yeah,
anyway. So the reason, like, so how does that, like, how does this apply to Earth being flat? Exactly, it does, but because geometry is a real
yeah.
thing here. You couldn't do all
Yes,
the things
yes,
we do on a
yeah.
curved surface or one that's leaning in
Not a
any kind of
chance. Yeah,
distance that we're talking. It
yeah,
doesn't matter.
yeah,
Nothing is made to run on curvature. Bicycles are
yeah.
made to roll over a flat plane. Cars, all the
Correct.
engineering for your car when you make a
Yeah,
turn, it would have to be included everywhere in the technology. It would have to be in there.
yeah,
It would have to be specifications that state
yeah,
these angular differences over a distance traveled. If it's a curved surface, you have to change the tech. The braking would be different. The turning mechanisms, the fork,
yeah,
the springs, like everything would be different. All the
yeah,
angles would be different. Numpties, please
yeah,
get
yeah.
real. Sorry.
And the problem is that when we use these self-leveling concrete floor, uh, you achieve actually perfectly flat surfaces. Like, you will not have a zero point 0.2 millimeters in 100 meters. You will have zero tolerance. I mean, except the rugosity, the surface rugosity of that concrete. That's all you will have, uh, like margin of error. But from one end to another, um, it will be the same level, you know. And if it was a globe, yeah, we should observe this 0.2 of a millimeter, and it will be very, very easy for us to measure that kind of dimension. They want to say, oh, it's such a small dimension comparing to the size, like the length of 100 meters. But it is not, because we have these linear encoders which allow us precision motion with a margin of error of 65 nanometers in 200 meters. I mean, these are the biggest linear encoders today in the market. And the thing is that this company where I saw these encoders, um, they specify that on special order they can make even longer. Mic check.
Yeah, you're good. Actually, I'm listening.
Yeah,
I was
thank
just
you.
grabbing some coffee. Now, here's a really good point. Hold on, I had a point. This is a good thing to bring up for the Glovers
Yeah.
because everybody's talking about lights supposed to be bending. Well, they need to go get the technology from people doing laser leveling
Yeah.
over distance, and you show me where they're calculating for any curvature. Please
Mhm.
come and show us the technology where they're using the curvature for people that are doing laser leveling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Laser.
Yeah.
Yeah, why would they use laser to level things over
Yeah.
long distances?
If the laser is
For the
curved
same
by
reason the
gravity.
military uses it for
Mhm.
targeting with lasers.
Yes. Yes.
Precision,
Yeah.
straight line, it's a straight
Yeah.
edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't gravity of the Earth bend the laser?
Wouldn't that be
Yeah, right.
measurable? Yes, it would be. They told
it
us the
bent-
curve. They
Yeah,
told
but
us
if
the
the
Well, if
laser
it's
inches per mile with a mile square. Okay, then. All
Well,
right, you got it. We'll just go check
okay,
straight edges.
wait,
well,
Dimok, wait. If it's bending the laser, then it should be bending also the self-leveling concrete floor.
Mm-hmm.
yes.
And once we pour that self-leveling concrete, and once it hardens, it will be a perfect flat surface
Like
from one
glass
end to
almost.
another.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there was a like a bulge in it, like 2/10 of a millimeter, with the technology measuring instruments that we have today, we can measure like 65 nanometer tolerance precision in 200 meters. And from 65 nanometers to 2/10 of a millimeter, this is a difference of distance, like you would be comparing 1 foot with 93 million miles. Not 93 million miles, but okay, let's say 100 miles. you know.
Yeah.
So you are talking a difference of distance like 1 foot, compare it with 10 miles. It's
Right.
huge. Yeah.
What's the longest laser measurement that they used? Do you know?
Mm,
It would have to be when they build suspension bridges, I'm guessing.
yeah, I would go with that too, or something like railways constructions also.
Right. And if the
Yeah.
gravity of the Earth was true, and it would in long distance, it would bend the laser. Right. Oh, unless the laser's got stronger light particles that
Yeah.
prevents
Yeah.
it from being bent by the gravity. That's why we use it for a leveling tool.
Yeah. Okay, but this means that you see,
Right.
if I wait, if I have a perfect level flat floor, yeah, and at the end, right next to the surface, I put a laser beam, yeah, and I shoot it across this flat surface.
Right.
The funny thing, at the end of this, that laser beam should be curving and falling down on the floor,
That's right. It
shining the
won't.
floor.
That's right. It wouldn't
Yeah,
even cross the floor. It would bend halfway
exactly.
through.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And we don't see this happening.
Only black holes can bend light, bro.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not strong enough gravity, that's what they'll say.
yeah.
Black holes are real?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I wish that little boy Cut would come in voice chat because he's
Yeah.
that boy is just about to draw me off the edge because he doesn't understand what I say in voice chat, and then he goes and acts like an immature little brat. Other chat. I wish he'd man up and come in here and talk.
Weak
Actually,
and
listen
feeble.
to what I have to say.
Scared, man. Scared.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Like I don't get it. So here I am, a flat earther. He believes in the flat Earth. He just is so fucking stupid to actually not understand his own math of what he's believing in. He ain't no different than a dang globalist that's saying, "Oh, I believe the NASA." He's believing some images that he's posting, and he won't go out there and do his own homework.
We
People
all
drive
did
me.
at one point. We all did. I was the biggest ball hugger out there, man. I wanted to bang aliens. I loved Captain Kirk. All that.
Star Wars was.
Yeah. They're so indoctrinated, they just don't want to hear the truth. And what's coming out of your mouth is blasphemy.
Pretty much.
Yes, and it's so bizarre. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, bro. It's like, it's crazy. I know. It's crazy. I know.
So,
and it's not like we're making up shit. It's not like we're spewing nonsense. We're actually bringing solid evidence to the table. That's all we're saying. Is like, look at it. Look at it.
But so see, like my thing is like, here I am. So Cut is a flat earther, claims to be a flat earther, but he apparently doesn't do his own science. But he claims to be a flat earther, and I'm trying to prove to him that one of the things that he's saying is not one, it has nothing to prove that it's flat. Two, he's taking out of or he's showing out of focused pictures as like that's proof to him. And I'm like, buddy, photography is my profession.
Right.
Like I just wish that people gave when they sit here and say to a globalist, oh, y'all wish you would do your homework. I wish flat earthers would do their own homework. And for instance, this little kid that's hiding behind a keyboard, he can't even come out here and talk.
Yeah, we know. Hey, John, we know that about Cut, so it's okay. John. But so
yeah, buddy.
The whole thing is like, okay, that's fine. So the flat earthers are mostly, their photography of the luminaries are out of focus. Okay, great. Like looking at the lights in the skies, which are a paranormal event, a supernatural phenomenon happening that we have no independent control variable. We can't tell what they are. So by looking at the stars, photographing them, it's a fascinating thing. And I'm not saying for anybody to definitely keep doing it, because I think we do learn things, but we're never really going to know what these things are. They're going to remain beyond our grasp for as long as humans are alive. No one's ever going there. So it doesn't prove anything looking up at them. It's like talking about
looking at a tree.
A dream that you had.
Look, I don't want to denigrate what we do here, because it's really important work. All of it is at all. So all I'm trying to say is that it's not the most important thing we do here. On the surface, where boots are on the ground. I know you know this. I can tell by listening to you. Where work is here on the surface, and I think that's where we're best. Spending our time. I mean, photography is great. I am totally amazed at the people who do photography of these objects. I would like to do some of that myself with the proper equipment. So
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I just thought I'd bring in a mediating voice into what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Hey, by chance, were you here earlier? Because I got to thinking about something. So when I go outside and I have my 200 millimeter, and I'll take a picture of the moon. It's like a dot, you know.
Yes. I heard you
But
listen. I heard you say that before, and that's happened to
okay.
me. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, but no, sorry, but no, you got it. But yes,
No.
but when I do the solar eclipse, man, the thing was the size of the sun. It's a big
Yeah.
image on that I capture. I still want to know what that is.
So yes. So wait a minute. That brings up a really good question because I found this myself. Because I could show you some of
Nice.
my sun pictures just with my cell phone. And
Yep.
they're not great, of course. It's not the best. It's terrible actually, but it's pretty good. But when the same camera zoomed in all the way at the moon, it's a tiny little pinpoint. Now, how is it that it's the same size if I hold a quarter up at arm's length? I cover them both up. So what is it about? That's what I would like to know. What is it about the cameras? Apparently it's doing it with every camera until you can get a certain amount of power of zoom. Then you can overcome that limitation. But why is it with the same zoom and the same camera? They're way different sizes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, whatever steps across the sun on a solar eclipse, I mean, that thing is like 1,000 times the size of.
The moon is, yeah, it's bizarre. But like even with my eyesight, with my glasses, which are very good glasses, I can see, just when I look up at the moon, I can see features.
Yeah, but John, you're forgetting one thing.
Yeah.
When the moon casts the shadow of itself on the Earth due to the eclipse, it's only 80 miles around, bro. The moon's shadow on the Earth is only 80 miles. Yeah. How does that work? The moon's a lot larger than 80 miles.
Supposedly.
So if the light source is directly behind the moon, if supposedly that's the eclipse, then it's casting a shadow of whatever is in front of the moon, front of the sun.
It's more likely that those objects are like the ancient people said. Rahu and Ketu are the dark objects. They already knew about them. They knew it wasn't the moon. It's just people are stupid now. Modern people.
So wait a second. Are you saying that when the shadow is casted on the Earth, that it's still? Are you saying that it's still the moon that is there, but due to it being casted, it makes it look bigger?
No idea. I don't know what it is.
Oh, okay.
But if they're telling me that it is the moon in front of the sun, that's why it's what's causing the eclipse. Let's just agree to that. Then why is the shadow on the Earth only 80 miles around? It should be at least 2,400 miles, bro.
I did a video.
Good point.
I did a video. I did a video on my bed sheet with a light, and I'll show you. Hold on, let me. Picture is worth 1,000 words.
Because shadows don't appear smaller than the object when the light source is behind it. It doesn't work like that, man.
No.
Right?
No.
When you do shadow puppets on the wall, right? You got to have that light source just properly behind your hand properly, so you get nice crisp images in the shadows. But when you put your hand closer to the wall, the shadow will never be smaller than your hand. And when you bring your hand back from the wall, closer to the light source, your shadow will increase in size.
That's a good point, man. I haven't even thought about that.
So it's no way it's the moon. And if it is, then the moon is a lot closer and a lot smaller.
Here's one of my first videos I did was after the 2017 solar eclipse, because that's what the Globers were saying. All of us caught on to it back then. Like I started to. I'm like, so these people are saying that diameter of that shadow. So I did a thing outside, and I filmed this video that's in the live stream now, in the voice.
Well, people film the shadow from planes. The shadow of the eclipse on the Earth.
You could just watch that in your.
Yeah. Is the shadow round or straight
It's
line?
round. It's circular.
Well, that doesn't make sense because we clearly see that the moon is round, and the round object casting a shadow on a round object should, at some point, it should be a straight, the shadows should be a straight line
That's right.
on the spherical object, yeah.
Or a
And we
crescent.
don't, we never experience that.
So
Yeah,
Or
never.
That's
so
right.
any shadow that's being cast by anything cannot be smaller than the object creating it, because
No.
if you had the object and you went all the way up to the surface, that's as small as it could possibly get.
That's right.
So if you have
It can't
something
get any
that's out
smaller.
at 3,000 miles and it's casting a shadow that's 75, 80 miles in diameter,
Yeah, like you can do this experiment in your like at home, no problem.
I have my videos playing in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm watching right now. It's great. It doesn't
Yeah, I'm
work.
looking at what Sonny posted.
Yeah.
It's one of my first videos.
And people don't consider this. It's all the evidence is surrounding us in nature, man. It doesn't work like that. Light and shadows do not work like what they're telling us.
So I had Glovers in the comments going, "Well, you got to do it outside." So I went and did it outside, and it's
Well,
the same thing.
It's the same thing.
neither. I've seen those diagrams with how they explain the solar eclipse shadow being cast. So the moon shadow is much smaller on the Earth, and they are depicting. They are saying that the moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, or I'm not sure. I may be wrong here. It's not. It cannot be, because the sun is like 1,000 times bigger than the Earth.
I think it's
So,
400,000.
yeah, I'm off here. Yeah,
The sun's supposed to be like 900,000 miles in diameter.
Yeah.
yeah,
Maybe the moon is only like 2,000 miles away and like 80 miles around.
yeah. But
Exactly.
the moon is. There was a 400 times bigger or smaller relation, which I saw somewhere. But anyway, the problem is that from, let's make at the sun, the top of the sun, like the Earth's North Pole, we choose the point from above as north and the bottom south. So, and now they are drawing lines from the sun north to the moon's north, and this will be how the light beam ray will be shining, and it will cast a intersecting light ray somewhere. It will be like focusing on the Earth. But the problem is, when you take a light source and you shine the light on the wall, because we are using some sort of lens in the flashlight, or a concave mirrors, so they will be focusing the light. Yeah, and on the outside, the light will be very dim, and towards the inside, it will be concentrated, focused, and it will be much more intense. So we don't see the light from the outside of the flashlight disc being more intense than the light from coming from the center of the light source.
Nope.
Yeah, and this is what they are actually depicting in those lunar sunlight eclipses diagrams.
Hey, since you understand, you know, like you have a good grasp on the
Nice.
space look of it. I'm gonna
Yeah.
ask one that I cannot figure out, and I'll hear someone try to explain. Still go over my head. But why is
Okay.
it that so if it's at night, and let's say our moon at night is at a quarter of a phase. Well,
Yeah.
if the moon continues to stay during the daylight, why does that moon stay at a quarter of a phase?
Isn't that a good question?
That is an excellent question.
Because it's its own goddamn
You're
light
not
source.
you're not allowed to see that, neither to question, to ask how does that happen. It's forbidden. You are a heretic. You know. Yeah.
See, like when we're talking about space, like when it gets to
Yeah.
space, like that never proves
Yeah.
anything of flat or globe to me. Like these are legit things that I'm like, I don't understand space.
Yeah. Me neither. I mean, I can't believe that almost more than 30 years I believed in this damn globe and heliocentric model, and
Oh, yeah.
but it was fueled by sci-fi. I like sci-fi.
I love
And
sci-fi.
most of my life, when I watch TV, I always prefer to watch sci-fi movies, which are like nothing with everyday's life, you know. Star Trek, Star Wars, Matrix,
Mandalorian.
whatever. Mandalorian, you name it. Yeah.
Like
But
here,
the thing
here's
is,
another
in all
question,
these
maybe.
sci-fi movies, they include a lot of truth also
True.
along this religion of theirs. And they also include like things which they are about to happen in the world, but not exactly in the same manner. It will be a little different, but in overall, it's the same thing.
Hey,
Yeah.
John.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Here's something that will twist your noodle.
Okay.
There's 9 phases of the moon.
Okay.
And then the moon resets for its new moon for each month we get a new moon.
Yeah, it disappears.
Where does the moon go for 3 days? It's nowhere to be seen during the day or during the night for 3 days.
Yeah.
Where does the moon
Right.
go?
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. So
Like that's a big deal. That's big right there, right? Like
agreed, like something going on more so than we can comprehend. So like here's another thing. So you can watch like Saturn, Jupiter, whatever. If you got a good enough telescope, you can see that
I just
object.
posted a picture. I just posted a picture from my camera of Saturn. But yeah.
So okay, yeah, I've seen that. So you'll see that like Venus, I'll definitely I've seen it with my own eyes. Venus will actually has a phase. My question that I've always asked is why is Venus in a phase? Like what sunlight or what object is in front of Venus that's so big to make it go through 9 phases?
Right. But the thing that drives me nuts is that the moon phases should be opposite when we're on the opposite side of the sun.
Buddy, That is a excellent point right there.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, sir. You are thinking a little too independently. I'm going to need to ask you to please refrain from doing that.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
This is what I mean.
6 months later, we should have different moon phases. The crescent of the moon should be on the opposite side. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Something.
I'm fucking
Well, John,
Yes, sir.
you asked a question which is very interesting and fascinating, and I don't know if you have ever seen, but I would recommend you watch, search on YouTube, Faraday effect. Have
Hold
you
on.
heard of this? Do you
I
know
have
about
not at
it?
all. So let me get on there. What'd you say
Yeah,
it was called, sir?
Faraday effect. And this is a special setup um, where you have a light source, and then you have a jar with actually next is a polarizing screen, light polarization screen filter. And then you have a jar filled with olive oil. And yeah, when you turn on
I
the
know exactly what
flashlight,
you're talking about.
you are looking through all this and you see the light shining through
Mm-hmm.
the polarizing filter and through the jar filled with olive oil. You will see the light is on. But now, when you bring a magnet inside that olive oil and you bring it close to the light rays, it will dim the light, so it will stop the light propagating. But the flashlight is still turned on, and it's emitting the same intensity. So I think the moon phases is such kind of magnetic effect.
So I can definitely understand what you're saying because, like, another
Yeah,
thing that people do, they'll go and put a jar inside of a jar,
yeah,
and then they'll fill it up with olive oil, and
yeah,
and let it fill over the jar that's inside, and you no longer see it.
yeah, yeah.
So see, like that type of stuff, I sit
Mhm.
here now and say, hey, this is
Yeah,
something we can verify with our own eyes of doing a home
yeah,
test. Is
and
yeah,
that
manipulate.
possibly of what is out there in outer spaces, like
yeah,
olive oil texture in some places, or
yeah,
sliding off our atmosphere or
yeah,
whatever?
yeah. This is just an experiment, and like everybody can do this at home. It's not rocket science, but you demonstrate the effect, and you see that light. This is how
See,
light
like
works. You know, we can
another
use things to stop light propagating. But
another thing.
uh, if we have above in the sky, if we have things like uh, extreme cold, superfluid liquid helium, superconductivity, supermagnetism,
Mm-hmm.
all these things, then imagine what you can achieve with manipulating those kind of forces, because this Faraday effect with the olive oil is like our own nature empirical demonstration that these things do happen, but at such a large scale, like superconductivity and supermagnetism, mind-blowing things could be seen, which I think the moon phases, that's what it is. It's
So
very hard
don't
to explain phenomena, but it
don't
is magnetic related.
So don't shoot me too hard on this, but I'm going to throw out an idea, which
Sure.
goes against completely what I believe, because I believe, like the Bible, that's full blown. But the
Okay.
only way that I can think of the moon where it stays in a quarter phase at night and during the daytime, if you see it, it's in a quarter phase. The only way I can think of it is that the sun is fixated, Earth is fixated, and the moon is fixated. But the thing that's different would be that the moon is that the Earth spins. Other two stay perfectly still. And as we turn, we'll start to be in daylight, while that moon will start to look like it's moving when it's actually not. It's the Earth rotating. And I'm not talking about this heebie-jeebie that we're going 6,000 miles an hour or whatever type stuff. I'm just talking about a natural movement. That's the only way I can think of how to make the moon stay in a quarter phase during night, during daylight.
Well, it's interesting. The moon doesn't even have enough light exposure during the day for any phase to be full. Like we don't. The moon doesn't have enough light exposure during the day for the side that's facing us to ever be full. So how do we have full moon phases at all? Because only one face faces us the entire time. So that side facing us never changes course. It never turns towards the sun. So where the side that's in the direct middle would never get full exposure.
I agree. You guys are speaking way too independently, and some kind of sanctions are probably going to have to be rained down upon you for being so individualistic and thinking, using your own minds. Anyway, ladies' night is supposed to start in less than 60 seconds.
Oh, dang
Oh,
it.
yay.
All right. So, hey, I'm going to make a video.
I think
Since we got 60 seconds left, I'm going to make a video, and I'm actually going to post this thing to the other chat room. And then maybe tomorrow we can up this up or just talk about it in the chat. Because what I'm going to do, I actually have two balls with the sun behind, or with the light behind.
Sure.
And I'm going to show exactly what.
You guys could continue on either in the live stream too, as long as the live stream's not on in there, or chill chat or any of the other rooms that aren't being used.
Yeah, I'll do it in the chat for the where we do the in the chat room for the voice chat. I'll post it in there.
We also got speculation channel.
By the way,
Speculation.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
by the way, John, I hope you get the flat earth roll.
Is that what he's trying? Is he trying to get the role? Is that what's
I'm
happening?
sure he will.
Yeah, I've heard him in
and if
last
he's
couple of
faking.
days, and he sounds legit. He's very legit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if he's faking, we always find out anyway.
Yeah, what can be given can always be taken away.
I'm
Oh
just
yeah,
kidding.
John, if you want, we do have people interview for the Flat Earth role sometimes on Ladies' Night if you're interested in coming back after we introduce it and so on. There's somebody else that wanted. There's a couple of people I saw recently that asked to be interviewed for the Flat Earth role. So yeah, we can always do that later.
Sure.
Thank you.
So-
Y'all have a great night, ladies. I'll be staying to listen.
Great. Yeah, KJ's here. I'll see if I can rustle up some more ladies. I was going to put on a song and then introduce the show after the song, so I guess I will make an announcement while the song's playing. So we're going to start night, first one of 2022.
Nobody thinks the globe better, makes a false globe for NASA. Nobody does it half as good as Rob. What did it have to take for months? I wasn't looking, but somehow you found me. I tried to hide from your fake globe, but like heaven above me, the globe who loved me is keeping Flatter's secret safe tonight. And nobody thinks the globe better, wraps flat maps round a sphere, Rob's team of liars can't just snap a pic. 50 million bucks a day must go somewhere. Mr. Blue Marble, that's what they call him. Robert Simon is NASA's bitch. He pushed globe deception. He keeps the fibs coming. And you learn to lie the way you do. And nobody does it better.
Ladies' night.
It's photoshopped cause it has to be. Nobody does it half as good as you. Baby, baby, darling, you're the best. Think of it. Baby, you're the best. Deceiver. Darling, you're the best. Liar. Why not join us on the flat earth, honey? Baby, you're the best. Liar. Why not change over to the truth, honey? You know it's a lie, darling. Come on over to the Flat Earth Discord 24/7. Discord.gg/Flat Earth. Hey, all you builders, come and tell us all about your fantasy globe model. Woo! Darling, you're the best. Think off. The gig is up. The earth is flat, and you know it. Baby, you're the best. Liar.
Okay, welcome to the first edition of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 Ladies Night for 2022. It's January 7th. I am probably just going to play a best of Ladies Night unless KJ is going to talk to me. She's on deafen because I had some ideas of some questions, which I think some of the ladies might show up later, like Carmen. She might come around later, but I know that ladies are always late. Right? You've heard that before.
Was that your song?
Yeah, did you like that, Sonny?
Oh my gosh, I just had to say something. I know it's ladies' night, but yeah, awesome. Wow, you have such a great, unique voice.
Amazing. Amazing voice.
Thank you.
You can just end the show now. Like, end on a high note.
All right, India. Yep, that's the end. Bye, guys. Back to your regular scheduled programming.
Well, what are you going to do for a follow-up? I mean, geez, that was awesome.
Thank you, India. Yes, glory to God in the highest, who gives us our gifts and charisms that we must share with others, because I'm not always so good at sharing mine. but I'm going to try to do better. Maybe that should be one of my New Year's resolutions. I only have 2 so far. I've already broken one of them. So I'll make that the third one, to share the gifts that are meant to be shared more, to help other people, because that's what charisms, of course, help are given to you to help other people. You get into trouble if you try to just use them for yourself, but things go well if you try to use them to help other people. So yes, I recorded that song back in October 2020. That's what it says on the file. But I hardly ever shared it anywhere because I don't know. I don't know why. Just never got around to it. Hard to remember what was going on back then. But anyway, we are supposed to, as I think Shines mentioned one time, we talked about doing a female version of Why Would They Lie, which I'm supposed to write a verse for that. So that's something I could do. I should probably put that on my to-do list, actually. Do that, because I think it'd be cool to do a collaboration with the ladies. We have Shines, who sings, Kai, who sings, Karma. We have a lot of ladies who sing. Jen can sing, even though she hardly ever does. She shared something with us one time that she sang. It sounded really good. So, anywho, reality TV, I don't know why you can't hear. We are talking. Reality TV says if something's happening, I don't hear anything. Maybe he has me muted or something. But I do have a best of ladies' night, which I'm going to start playing, and then we can stop it if other ladies show up. Hopefully that's going to work. I don't know. Maybe it didn't work because I pressed it on my phone, but I'm on the computer. Can you guys hear it?
No, I don't hear anything.
Hold on.
Are you playing it with the bot or?
Hear the bot.
What?
I can't hear the bot.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Let's see. I'll try doing it again. I must have done something wrong.
Shouldn't we? I feel like we're, I don't know, 7 or 8, 7. If I had to get 6, maybe 6 or 7. How
bot
about
was
6?
muted.
I bet we're at 6.
Okay, so we can hear it now,
Yeah.
right?
I was just going to
Yes.
say also, we have appreciated that the men, the Flat Earth men have been helping out all these weeks with like the text chat and dealing with trolls and the check-ins and all that. So you guys can definitely help out that way. And sometimes if we need a piece of information, people have been very quick to provide it, which I totally appreciate.
100%.
Such as the whole Fresnel situation last week.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that can be our topic for hour 2. Let's just talk about Fresnel for an hour. Anyway.
So yeah, if you're listening in and you're male and Flat Earth and you're a bit peeved on not being able to talk, we do respect you and thank you very much for letting us have this. But feel free to bombard the text chat with things that we're talking about. If we're talking about a subject, maybe put a picture relating to it. You are our guards.
Absolutely. Okay, so who wants to ask the first question of the Flat Earth women?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Hi, so I come from a Christian background in the United Kingdom, and I was just wondering how you discovered the Flat Earth community and what else, because I've just finished my time at school, and they keep information very hidden. They're very anti-Flat Earth, but however they don't provide much evidence, or that they don't really give like two sides of an argument or anything. And in fact, the actual education they give is very limited in what we're told towards the globe. Like they try to ignore it and pass it on. I was wondering how they're educated in this, and because it all seems very hidden and fuzzy in the world today.
Yeah. Mary, I'll jump in on that first just to say my experience, because I'm 19, so I've not long finished school as well. And one thing that I noticed was it wasn't as if the heliocentric model, like most people hear the word heliocentric model and they don't even know what that is, which shocked me a little bit, because I never knew what that was. But that's really the model that a globe earther, quote unquote, believes they're living on. It's not as if it's taught to us in school. It's sort of just embedded. You went into your primary one class, or in England you guys are different, but we call it primary one. When you move into your class, you've got the big globe up on the wall. You've got it's just sort of embedded. It's just from a young age, it's just there, and you grew up knowing it's a ball without really getting taught it. Like you're taught like bits and bobs. You get taught about gravity a little bit, but there's not much. So the education is very strange in how it works. It's sort of just programmed into you to believe that we're living on a ball. You're not programmed to question everything, which I think should be the case. So like I came into it because I was that annoying kid in school that asked questions. Like my arm was always in the air and the teacher looked at me and she had a frown on her face like, oh God, she's got another question. Like I questioned everything, which is what I live by to this day, question everything. So, I was questioning things. We're talking about like gravity, and I'm like, okay, well, why does there need to be a thing pulling us down? And I mean, her answer was, oh, well, we're on a ball. That's why we need things to pull us to the ball, to keep us on it, which it was just very strange. But yeah, our education, they should be teaching us to question everything, to look into everything and, verify it for ourselves. But they're teaching us stuff that, with a little bit of looking into, you can prove it doesn't really make sense. So it's a bit iffy. If any ladies want to add on to that, go ahead.
Thank you for answering the question. I'd just like to say that everything these days becomes so liberalised, and there's always a mob attack of everyone just forcing ideas upon each other, and no one is allowed to speak up. We all have to go over one system, and there's this general idea that's been pushed upon everyone, not allowing us to have free speech. And I think it's quite awful, really, because no one can be a part and make anything new anymore, as you have to be part of the program. And I don't enjoy the way everything is going at the moment.
No, it's upsetting, because like I do swear by questioning stuff, and like that's the first thing that I say to anyone in here. Like, don't listen to what I have to say about flat Earth. Go and question it for yourself, and come back to me whether what your research makes sense or not. Like, don't say you're taking what I'm saying to be gospel truth, just like you're taking your teacher's word for it. Go and question it, but we're not taught to question it, which is the issue.
Yeah. Thank you as well. Yeah, I think it's very good that, especially like platforms like this exist at the moment, and it allows us to speak to other people that are trying to be uniquely minded and learn from each other. So, although yes, as you say, I'm almost taking what you're saying as gospel here. There's multiple people, I'm guessing, that might have altering views, like little bits here and there, and you'll always find trolls in situations like these and whatnot, and. Yeah. And you get to learn from multiple people in a community like this, and I appreciate that it exists. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what you're saying, I mean, I appreciate the question in general, because I would hope that more people in the world would, wake up to the agenda of the attempts to divide ordinary people against each other, such as the campaign against flat earthers. There's been a huge propaganda campaign against the flat earth idea, and I was fooled by it first and was deterred from looking into it. Like, I had no idea that there was actual observations and scientific questions about the globe model. That I just assumed that what was being told to me was the case, that flat earthers were just kind of stuck in an archaic worldview and so on, or were uneducated. And there's a reason why that campaign happened. And the fact that they even need to have such a campaign is telling in itself, because why do they have to work so hard to tear down flat earthers? Does Obama have to come out and make fun of them and other public figures, if it was just such a silly, archaic idea? If we were just stuck in the Stone Ages. I mean, you don't. If it weren't threatening, they wouldn't put the time into open censoring on YouTube, admitted in congressional hearings, censoring on social media. Outright attacks, as I mentioned, this whole thing about how they're, flat earthers are stupid and ignorant and all that kind of thing. If we were just, Bigfoot lovers or unicorn lovers or fairy garden creators, do you see any of those people getting campaigns against them? How dare you believe in fairies? There's no evidence for fairies. What a stupid person to make a fairy garden. What are you thinking? No, you do not see that.
Like, when you hear flat earth, it's a meme. People take the piss out of it, and it's like, well, we're taught to laugh at it because of things like, I don't know whether you've heard of the Flat Earth Society, like Mary was saying, Barack Obama mentioning them in a speech. He classed all flat earthers as the Flat Earth Society, which is a controlled opposition that say things like, we have members all around the globe. Now, that is the President of the United States telling his whole country to basically laugh at these people. And I'm like, well, that's not us. And folk hear the words flat earth and they don't even want to look into it. They don't want to question it because of things like that. Which is not fair, because when you do look into it, you realize that we don't believe we're on a pancake accelerating upwards through space and time. We don't say things like we have members all around the globe. That's just a controlled opposition put in place so people don't look into this sort of thing, and it's encouraging you to not look into stuff. It's encouraging you just to believe what the masses are telling you, what these people in lab coats are telling you. Like, you have to believe in the heliocentric model, don't question it, laugh at the people who do. And
I just paused Bambi there for a minute. Who knows these controls? I figured out how to pause, and then I want to just keep playing the same thing. Do I just put play again? Exclamation point play. How does that work?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I saw Mary is up there, and Nathan, I think, is checking Mary in, because I saw Mary was in the live stream. So a couple of people have arrived. Oh, now Mary's down here, but doesn't have a role, but Nathan may have talked to her, so find out about that.
If you type exclamation point help, the bot will send you a command list in a DM.
Oh, okay. Good. That's what I need. Yep, an exclamation point help. I would do that. Okay, yes, Nathan just said that Mary is ready for the VC Verified. Hi, Mary. I just gave you the role, so hopefully you can mute yourself now. That worked. I sent it to myself and somehow it worked. Good. If Mary needs. Okay, Mary, if you can't talk, that's fine. But if at any point tonight you feel like saying hello to us, we would love to hear from you. We also have Miss Electric. Are you there, Ms. Electric? Oh, and Karma's here. Hi, Karma.
Hey, just checking in, seeing how everything's going.
Oh, pretty good. We started, and then I was the only one here, so I started playing a best of ladies' night, but I paused it because some other ladies have arrived, so I was going to see if we could talk to any of these new ladies, but so far they haven't said anything. But we also have new people that don't have any roles, so this is a very good time if you are new to the topic of Flat Earth to ask questions. What we do here in Ladies' Night is anyone is welcome to ask questions or comment, regardless of your chromosome makeup. But the ladies of the Flat Earth will answer the questions. So, is there anyone, before I start unmuting some people who don't have roles, is there anyone who has the VC verified role, has a question or comment about the flat Earth? I should try to get Darfo Dead in here for a second showing. This would be a good time for him to come in. I'll message him. Okay, Filippo, I unmuted you if you feel like talking to us. Welcome to the server. If you aren't able to talk, I'll have to mute you again. Oh, he's gone away. He didn't have to actually run away. We weren't going to force him to talk. Oh yeah, Motaka, don't worry about having an accent. We have lots of people with accents around here, and so if you feel like just saying hello to us, we'd love to hear your voice, Motaka.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What country are you from?
Philippines.
What?
I'm from Philippines.
Oh, the Philippines. Great. I used to have a friend. I lost track of her, but I used to have a friend who was from the Philippines, and yeah, she went back there with her children every summer and showed me all the photographs. Looked like a beautiful country.
I also have a really good Philippine friend. She makes good food. I don't know what it was. She just said it was Filipino food, and it tasted great. That's all I know.
I am a moderator here.
Hey, ladies.
Hi there. Is that Kaya here?
Yes. Is it late night?
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. Do you have a report from the field for us?
Just another day on the flat stationary plane.
Good. Yeah, still flat, still stationary. That's my experience as well. How you been doing?
It's been good. Was just actually looking at a Mormon book because my mom is Mormon, and turns out that book says the earth is flat as well. So if anyone is Mormon and listening, you guys don't live on a globe and your book says so.
Oh, interesting. Is that called the Book of Mormon? Is that what the book's called?
Well, they have the Book of Mormon, and they have like another book called The Pearl of Great Price. And within that book, they have the Book of Moses and they have the Book of Abraham. And the Book of Moses pretty much is the same as Genesis, talking about the firmament, the two lights, all the stars are set in the firmament. And then the Book of Abraham is talking about, it uses the word planet, but I'm guessing they translate it from an Egyptian hieroglyphs. So I think that it's referring to Planea, so just wandering star, and it's essentially talking about the North Star. They call it Kolob, but it's obviously the North Star. It's like the star closest to God. It's in the center. It's the dictating star for all the other stars, and it's saying like one procession is only like one day for God. So, anyways, not saying that those books are like true or whatever, but I'm just saying that it's definitely describing what would only work on a flat stationary Earth.
Cool. Yeah. So we should have a whole bunch of flat Earth Mormons if they're actually believing in the books. Yeah.
Yeah. Now they have no excuses.
Oh, and I see some people are going up to see Nathan. He's in the check-in, like FOIB. Oh yeah, so FOIB. I see you're saying yes. I am woman. Hear me roar. So if I can move you to where Nathan is, so he can just tell you a couple things. I'll do that. about the server and then get you the role. Okay, I moved Floyd up there. If anybody else wants to get the VC verified role, so you can easily unmute yourself, Nathan and Quad are up there in the check-in, so you can go up there. Oh, that's a nice moon picture there, Andy. Level up. I like that. Are you in the snow, Kai? Or are you in the place where there's no snow?
We're in Florida, so there's no snow here.
Because there's a ton of snow here. I got my yardstick out there. I'm looking right now. I'm thinking there's got to be like 2 feet of snow. Yeah, if we have some downtime later, I'll go get my yardstick and check it out. It just keeps coming down. It's very beautiful. Did you ever live in a place where there was a lot of snow?
Yeah, I lived in Utah, and we definitely got a lot of snow there. Sometimes it's nice, like you can have a cozy weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, especially if you don't have to go anywhere. Yeah, absolutely.
But then after like 2 days, I'm over it, and then I'm like, okay, where's the heat?
Okay, the Communist Crusaders said they don't want to talk up there in the VC check-in. Luke is here, L-U-K, or Luck, Luke or Luck. Can you talk to us, L-U-K? Hello. How would you like us to say your name? I see that you unmuted, but I did not hear anything. Did anybody else hear anything? Jordy's here, VC verified. Hello, Jordy. Welcome to the server.
Hi guys, thanks so much.
How are you doing?
Oh, that's so nice. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, 2022 has been going pretty well for me so far.
Oh my god, that's so crazy. I think it's like 2021 here.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about? It's got to be. You've got to have gone into the new year already. Isn't it 2022 there, Jordy?
I don't know. I might have the wrong calendar. I don't know.
You might. Yeah, rip that one down. Rip that old one down.
Yeah,
But you're
sure.
over.
Are you stuck in a time capsule?
That's possible. Yeah.
I was thinking about making a time capsule. I think that would be a good thing to do right about now. I should do that for school for my children, make a time capsule. This would be a great time in the world to do such a thing. I think I will do that. What do you think we should put in the time capsule?
Hmm.
Can I say an option to put in the time capsule?
Yeah, what do you think we should put into a time capsule if we were going to make one?
I think we should put like a miniature globe to show, obviously, the future, how people would so not smart. I'm sorry, I can't piece my words together. Just to show people's ignorance and how they don't believe.
That they don't believe what?
That they don't believe it's flat. There is no curvature. It's like almost like to look back on as a memory.
Yeah, absolutely. I've thought of that many times, that there's people of the future are going to have a lot of trouble understanding this period of history and how it was possible for the globe deception to be pulled off. So it would be a good idea to explain it, and to put things in the time capsule. I think that's a good idea, like R.I.P. Globe. This is how they did it. Let's never do it again.
You could put blood samples from all the organic humans that are left, and then you can open it up in 10 years and be like, oh, remember when people were all getting jabbed and now we're like the last few remaining organic humans.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I figured there's got to be like pockets of people, especially in like South America, Central America, and so on, that are just kind of detached from the world and doing their own. There's got to be, I would hope, enough preserved pockets of humanity.
You could save it, and then like in 100 years sell it, because no one will be left that's organic, and they'll just be like, oh my goodness, look at the genes in these people. They didn't have 4 arms and constant heart attacks and seizures. Wow. The purebreds.
I like that idea. I actually like that idea, and it sounds kind of weird to put a blood sample in there, but I'm kind of into it. My daughter and I one time we got a mail order blood test kit, because she was born at home, so she had never gotten her blood tested at the time, and we didn't want to go to the doctor, and so we just got a home blood test kit, which you can easily get. And then and it also kind of shows the science, the coagulating and all that stuff, and how you actually do it. It used to be a common experiment done in science class. I think they stopped doing it because they started to get really paranoid about germs and, blood and AIDS and all that stuff. But it used to be like in science class, you would commonly test your blood. I remember doing it. But anyway, anybody can do it. It's very easy to get a blood type test. That's the only reason I actually did go to the doctor when I was pregnant with her, even though we were going to have a home birth, only to find out my blood type, just to make sure that it definitely was, positive. And the doctor, oh my gosh, was like, just yelled at me, berated me up and down. You should not have your baby at home. This is a very bad idea, very unsafe. All the things that could happen. Why would you not take advantage of medical technology? He yelled at me for like a half hour. I'm like, gosh, well, next time I won't even bother to come in. Like, I just come in to get a blood test. Like, I didn't come for a lecture. But I completely ignored him, of course, and just did what I was going to do anyway.
Dandelion.
Yes.
I have a minor problem.
What is it?
I just fell off the edge of the earth. What do I do?
Gosh, Mahi. What's going on with you? Let's start over. So, like, how long have you been here in our server?
Not long.
Yeah. Yeah. What brought you here?
I believe.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I'm sorry. I meant giggly.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we like giggles. We like laughter around here. Yeah, because saying you believe in flat Earth.
What the fuck?
Saying you believe in flat Earth is funny. She's gone now, but because, anyone here, of course, knows that flat Earth is not a belief, it's a fantasy that is a superstitious belief, and the counterpart to that, the flat Earth, is just accepting objective reality the way it presents itself. But if she decides to have a serious conversation, maybe she'll come back. I don't know what happened to her. I don't know if somebody banned her or what happened. So does anybody else have a question about flat Earth or the globe, or why flat Earth's not a belief?
Wait, the girl from 2021 is gone?
Yeah.
Wow, too bad.
And she was going to put the globe in the time capsule. I thought that was a great idea, but yeah.
Guys, don't worry, I'm still here.
Oh, you're still here. Okay, good. I thought somebody got rid of you. So, how, did you find the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
I'm so sorry, my kids just can't put down the cocoa melon.
Can you guys hear me when I ask the question to Mahi?
I'm back, bitch. Sorry.
What? Oh my god, I'm so sorry, guys.
Rats. Can't help it. I'm really sorry.
What is it that you're sorry for?
My swearing. I can't help it.
And put yourself on mute.
No,
Or
but the thing is, I can't
it will
tell
be
when I'm
done
gonna
for
tip.
you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. You said that you were trying to ask me a question?
Yes, the only question I've asked you, it's very simple.
I'm sorry.
How did you Oh, okay, here it comes again. How did you find the server?
How did I find it?
Yeah.
I googled it.
Oh, you Googled flat Earth, so you were interested in the topic of flat Earth?
Mm-hmm.
And what made you interested in it?
Because I like to study theories.
Okay, so I know you said you believe in the flat Earth, and so the first thing I should tell you is you do not have to be a flat earther to be here. So hopefully someone told you that when you went through the VC verification process.
No.
We accept people. Oh, okay. So yeah, we accept people who believe in the fantasy globe. We accept people who are on the fence. And so you don't have to believe in the flat Earth, as you put it. But when you say you believe in it, just so you know, I mean, I don't want to teach you how to be a better troll or anything, but that just automatically shows us that you don't really understand the argument, because there's no belief required to see that the Earth measures flat. We see too far. Long distance observations and laser tests have showed us that it is not possible for us to be on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles or any sphere whatsoever. And there's never been any scientific, verified, testable, repeatable evidence of any curvature or rotation on this Earth where we live. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Okay, well, now you do.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
Soviet Dom says that you're not a troll, but I'm going to have to say, I think you are, but that's fine. We accept trolls
Wait,
here.
who said that I'm not?
Trolls are people too. Oh, Soviet Dom, he is like a professional troll. He's been around the server for so long.
Wait,
He
that's
was
me?
here in the old server. He's grown up here practically, right,
Yeah,
Soviet Dom?
basically. Yeah, from 12 to 13, I
Soviet?
came
I
here
think
when I
that's
was
Soviet.
12, now I'm 13.
Yes, we're practically like his foster parents here at the
Yeah,
24/7 Family
basically,
Discord.
you gave me so much information that I wouldn't know what to do without you. I love you.
We love you too,
Like,
Soviet Dom. I'm glad you keep coming back.
How
thanks,
much are you
thanks.
being paid, Soviet Dom? I want it as
Uh,
well.
to what, to be here or to spy on them?
Oh,
Which one?
both of them.
Here is free, but to spy on them is like 1K a month. It's pretty
Mm.
good. Yeah.
I don't think you'd be able to get that job because they don't really need anyone spy on us since we're broadcasting for free on YouTube. But anywho, but
No,
speaking
no,
of
no.
which, I'm going to put up the link to the YouTube channel
I
just
have
in
the
case anybody
connection.
doesn't have that. Yeah, we're on YouTube there, Mahi. I also wanted to talk to Foib if you're available. I see you've got the role now. Foib, are you around?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You're the one who said you were woman. You said I am woman. So
It was just a joke.
okay, it was a joke. That's hilarious. So
I know,
what brought
right?
you to our what brought you to our server?
The flat Earth, bro.
Pardon?
The flat Earth.
Oh, you're interested in the flat Earth, and what is it that interests you about it?
The 90 degrees.
Tell us more about 90 degrees. Joshua's got his live stream going on. I was just going to put Helios up here too. What about 90 degrees, Foib?
I mean, how can we stand on the ball, you know?
Good one.
So, Forb, have you seen very much about the flat Earth previous to coming to this server?
I mean, I've seen a few books from medieval times, you know, and a few YouTube videos, stuff like that.
Books from medieval times. You got to
Yes.
share those with us. What are they called? What are the name of these books?
Let me see. One is called the Bible, I think.
The Scandinavian guy. Wow.
Okay. Well, yeah, there are ancient
I don't know any other
books and more,
off the
and
top of
there
my head.
are more modern books as well as books from the last century that explain
Yeah, I like
the
the medieval
arguments.
ones, you know. It gives you a little bit of history too.
Yeah, those are interesting. We have a lot of modern observations and laser tests that also document the fact that the Earth measures flat and that the globe has zero evidence anywhere. Have you
Exactly.
seen any of those?
Yeah. I've also seen a few. How do you call it? Like projects from like 1000 BC, from like Middle Eastern times, where they built two towers, and the other one was like, I don't know, 1,000 kilometers away, and it was just as high. Like, I don't know. That seems kind of flat to me, you know.
So what is your current position? Do you think you live on a globe or not, Foyb?
No.
And if you had to
I
explain
think
this to
I think we live in a snow globe.
Okay, so you do think you live on a globe.
No, snow globe, like a half one, you know. If you shake it, it starts snowing.
Are you saying that we live in a contained system, or are you actually thinking we live in a legit snow globe?
I don't know. I haven't been higher than in an airplane.
Okay, so are you thinking that we're in a contained system? And when you're saying snow globe, are you saying it because you think we have some kind of container over us, like a firmament? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, how do you call it? Like the ozone layer, you know? I think that's just the glass. And when it starts snowing, I think it's some kid in his room that's shaking the snow globe. And
You think that's why it snows? You think that's why it snows?
and the rain and hail and shit.
Okay, we should just mute this dumbass.
True based.
Yeah, is there anyone else here that wants to have a serious conversation about the Earth where you live?
Probably not. They're terrified of that.
Were me timbers.
Wait, I have a question.
Yes, Mai.
Sorry, one minute. My name is pronounced Mayo. Sorry.
Say it again, please. What? How do you say
It's
it?
pronounced Mayo, like mayonnaise. That's not a joke.
Mayo?
I'm
Okay.
sorry. It's actually pronounced Mayo.
Okay, I'll put that in the notes. Mayo. Got it.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm very confused. I live in England. Hold on. I live in England. So, Foy, can someone please shake the snow globe over my side, please? I really like the snow. Please. Also, if I jump off the edge, will I respawn?
Yeah, like in Minecraft, you know?
No, you'll splash down in the water.
There's water, but it's flat.
Okay, so Mayo, I'm going to
Jump
go
off
over
the
this.
shore, you get in the water.
This is the second time you've mentioned the edge, so I'm going to explain this to you. So, somebody changed your name to that's handy, so we won't have to remember that that's how you say
I think
it.
mayonnaise might even be better.
Yo, yeah, people call me ketchup, mustard. I can't say one name that I've been called, but I get called condiments.
But Miracle
That's
Whip.
fine.
Miracle Whip?
Okay, so this is the second time you've brought up the concept of falling or jumping off of the edge. So what we need to explain to you and the audience and anyone else who...
Can I make one more statement about the edge then real quick?
No.
No, you need to listen to what I have to say, and then I'll let you respond at the end of it, since you are the one who keeps making this claim, which you seem to find humorous. So the concept of the flat Earth being a disk flying through space, which is the cartoon, which is portrayed in the media and made fun of. It's a straw man model. It's not what any actual flat earthers claim. We don't think we're on a disk. We don't think we're flying through space. It's obvious we're on a flat and stationary Earth. We don't know what the outer realms of this realm are for several reasons. One reason is we are not allowed to go to the outer edges of this realm, aka what is called Antarctica, because of the Antarctic Treaty, which severely limits travel in that area, as well as the fact that travel in that area is hazardous and would be expensive in general, even if you were allowed to go there. And if you apply for permission or go on one of their special expeditions and spend a lot of money to get there, you will be kept in a limited area and will not be allowed to freely explore. We don't claim an edge. People like you who find this topic humorous push my patience. So if you're not interested in seriously discussing the topic, that's fine. We can move on to someone else.
Wait, no.
We have been ridiculed in society
Yeah.
because they don't want you to understand the truth about where you live. And if you don't take your life seriously enough to actually find out about it, that's perfectly fine. But you can take your jokes and your edge elsewhere. What's your response, Mayo? Oh, so, I'm sorry. Kai's got
I just
something
think
else
it's
to
very
say.
obvious. I feel like it's very obvious. She's just desperate for attention. That's why she's here to troll. So you know what? I'm about to do my taxes, so I can afford to do a little bit of charity, get a better tax return. So we can put you in the hot seat and give you that attention that you're craving and ask you some questions about the globe. If you can't answer them, then you should just be muted or booted.
I think what she means is.
Oh, you're going to get muted.
No,
we don't need an interpretation of what you mean.
It's a serious question, man. It's a serious question.
Well, it's not your turn. So put yourself on mute. If this is the snow globe dude, just put yourself on mute.
Yeah,
so
let's muted. I muted Snow Globe. If you,
let's put this troll on the hot seat. Give you the attention that you're desperately craving, and let's see if you can answer some questions about the globe. If you can't, then mute you. So, question number 1 is: when did they measure and establish measurement of the curvature of the Earth?
I'm suicidal.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's she
If I
calling
was you,
us?
I would be too.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and mute her. No, okay. The fact that you would joke. Okay, Ms. Lexer got something to say, but I just have to say one thing. The fact that you would make a joke like that is absolutely ridiculous and disgusting. You decide to be a real human being, join the human race, ping us, sandwich toppings. What are you going to say, Ms. Electric?
Yes, hi guys. Nice to be here on Ladies. I thought I'd come in and interject on it's going downhill. So let's try and bring it back to, a good par. So my question is, I just want to say I'm from the UK, and I concur in agreement, with the fact that the Earth is flat. But what I wanted you guys to elaborate on is what is the opposition's argument for the globe theory or the globe understanding of the Earth and it not being flat? Could you explain for us in the call what the opposition is? Thank you.
I apologize. I was trying to address sandwich topping still being difficult in the voice text. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, no problem. So basically, What I'm asking is if when you guys could just explain the opposition's rhetoric, thought process, ideology against the earth being flat, basically in a nutshell. I wanted you to elaborate so that I could have an angle they come and attack the believe that well, not believe the earth is flat, more so in it, so I just wanted to
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're. Yeah,
yeah, you with me.
yeah. So
Okay.
I would say, so most of the people who come in here are completely incapable of defending their fantasy glow. So I just say that, like, in terms of like frequency of arguments, the most frequent one is, "Nuh-uh, I don't know," or "Somebody smarter than me figured it out somewhere. I'm not smart enough to figure it out." That's number one, just kind of like random person who comes to realize that they have never been taught about where the curvature is, where it's been measured, and where the rotation is. So, but if you're moving into people who actually, debate this and make a hobby out of it, your second one, like Jim Panda's favorite one, at least used to be, I haven't heard from him in a while, is the body of science explains this, and we are just accepting that the world has decided that it's common knowledge that we live on a globe, and it's a consensus, and we just have to accept that and go from there. That's number two. And then number three is refraction. Refraction explains anything you don't want to deal with. You tell me you see Chicago cross Lake Michigan. You tell me you see this lighthouse that you shouldn't see at 25 miles. You tell me the lasers hit the target at 25 miles when the target should have been hidden behind over 300 feet of drop. Refraction, refraction, refraction. And then we say, okay, well, draw me a ray diagram of how that refraction would work, or explain to me how you know of a refraction that works differently than any of the other ways that we know of refraction to actually work, or actually explain to me or show me the mechanism. Crickets. So anyway, they don't have real arguments. I mean, how can they? They just have little nitpicky things or magic words that they say, or they try to distract you with some kind of esoteric point about some like the way some technical thing works. I don't know how to describe that. I'm trying to think of an example. They do this frequently. And then they try to get the flat earther to like argue with them about the technical points of whatever the thing is that they're obsessed with, when the thing that they're presenting uses the presupposition of a globe to start with. For example, they might say something about, the instruments of a plane or these kind of things, and then we come to find out all of these have anything that they claim is using curvature has it pre-programmed into it, so it does nothing for their argument. I don't know, that's a summary. Can anybody, the other ladies, think of anything else that I'm missing of what their arguments are?
So yeah, the Glover argument is pretty much just that we observe a flat surface, but it's actually curving, and you can't ever see this curvature. That's their first argument. Second argument is the sun and the stars are stationary. They're not moving. We're moving, but we don't feel any spin, and it looks like the stars and the sun are moving. And then the last one is that there's this magical place called the vacuum of space, and that we're living in it. Although the second law of thermodynamics says that there's no way you can have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum. And every demonstration on Earth shows that gas pressure, high pressure will go to low pressure, but they somehow, because of space and it's so magical, that we still have gas pressure. That's pretty much their argument.
Okay, brilliantly explained. I'm going to flip it now and ask you guys to demonstrate and put out there the argument for the earth being flat.
Okay, so we'll just get those 3 points again. So the earth is observably flat, and it's also measurably flat. So when you try to look for curvature, because they give you a drop rate of 8 inches per mile squared, So, for example, 10 miles across a body of water, there should be a 66-foot drop. You can never find this drop rate. It's nowhere to be found. We see too far. Secondly, is they've never been able to measure the spin of the Earth. They have absolutely nothing. Their best proof is that the sun is moving in the sky. But we can prove that we're stationary. And the stars are actually moving. You can see star trails. They're always above the horizon when you look over a body of water. That only happens if the stars are rotating above you and they're above you. We can also prove with the Selenilian eclipse that the celestial alignment is not how they say. So we can prove, the Earth is not moving. They've never detected it moving, and it's observably stationary. And then the last thing is, through the second law of thermodynamics, we can prove that high pressure goes to low pressure. So unless gravity doesn't affect gases, so this idea that we would still have gas here on Earth and that the gas wouldn't fill the vacuum of space is physically impossible. You can see this, you can test this all the time. If you pop a balloon, the helium in the balloon will disperse and fill the available space. Gravity doesn't keep the helium together. It disperses and fills the available space. So gravity would not keep the gases here. Gases go in all directions, and it's called entropy. So yeah, that's the best proofs that the Earth is flat.
That was a great
Well
summary.
done. Well done.
Oh,
That was really brilliant. Okay,
Ms.
you go.
Electric, there's people also in the live stream voice text giving you answers too. I don't know if you have you seen that channel, the text channel?
Yeah, I'm gonna go check that now.
Okay. Or you can just check it later if you don't have time now. Yeah, and also I think someone mentioned this in the voice channel there that fallacies. That's basically what they have are. Oh, there you are. Yep. And there I already thanked you after you already said hello. People they come up with ways to obfuscate the point, distract from the point, and use fallacious reasoning, or just basically attacking the character of flat earthers. That's another thing they really enjoy doing, which is highly unfortunate. But small minds think alike. So yeah. So are you, Ms. Electric? Have you been? Are you new to the topic, or have you been looking? Have you been a flat earther for a long time, or? Oh, and if you can't answer right now, Ms. Electric, Sumi also has something to say. But are you still there, Ms. Electric? Oh,
She
said
said
1
1 second, chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay. So I'm not saying this to be like a troll or anything, but so do you know those people who are like saying like the snow globe stuff? Do you know that there's like this one like Simpsons episode where do you know that like there's a snow globe and it goes over the city, you know?
I have not. I don't think I've ever watched a Simpson episode from beginning to the end, but I'm familiar with what the Simpsons are. So there was a snow
With the
globe episode.
baseball?
There's
Mhm.
Kai knows.
Is it
Okay,
with the
well,
baseball? Where they
yeah,
hit the baseball
yeah.
and then what happens? Remember?
I don't know.
Okay. You brought it up.
That's all I had to say. I'm sorry. Okay.
You
So
had no
guys,
point to that?
No.
Are you okay? I know it's
No.
kind of hard to like hold in laughing. I would like practice like clenching your abs and you can hold laughter better. It's okay. Troll 101.
Yeah, really, we should have a trolling. Yeah, we are from having fielded a lot of trolls, we're like really, aware of what makes a good one, a bad one, what's entertaining, what's not. We should have like, maybe that could be one of the off topic, days for Brad's show is how to be a better troll and trolls over the years.
Yeah, a nice compilation of all the troll and the question
Yeah.
that they ask. Yeah, that would be cool actually. Definitely something to but yeah, thank you guys for answering. I wanted to share it so that anyone listening in on the conversation who fully aware of the topic, especially like the full understanding of could get like an argument for against, and then also final question in that what would you guys theorize and put forward as your suggestions as to why we have always been the globe. Why do you feel over misrepresented? And what's the deceiving people one thing when reality is completely different? So that would be my final question to you guys to answer. Let's get people educated and brought in on the subject with more dynamic insight. Over to you guys. Thanks so much.
You were breaking in and out a little bit. Just a clarifying question. Were you asking, like, why would they lie or why would they perpetrate this deception?
Perfecto. That's the question.
Well, of course, like you said, it would be speculation on our part, but I also have great news for you because there are actually a bunch of great songs on this point as well, if you're interested in that.
In songs, sure. I think I heard Joshua playing brilliant. Yeah. So definitely interested in songs. Especially,
One of my
because
favorite
songs, it's poetry and, it's wordsmith and expression. Definitely.
Oh, there's a really good one called Why Would They Lie? That was a collab between a bunch of guys in the server, and it's a really good one. I'll post the link in here. I'll find it real quick. And while I'm finding the link, the other girls can give you some ideas of examples why they would lie.
Well, one reason is because if you don't know what the earth is, then you don't know how to really utilize it and use it. So technology control, they can keep technology in a standstill, like air travel, things like that. If you don't know how the earth works, if you don't know actually what it is, that's energy.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry to interrupt. Just one second. For me, you sound
like a
maybe
robot.
I need to reboot. Yeah, like a robot. Like like Omicron.
Yeah, it was roboting for me too. We've been having
So it's
some
not just me.
connection issues because you also came in and out, Mr. Strick, and now she's roboting, and I don't know what's happening anymore.
I don't know what's going on. I can't even elaborate. Be technical issues. The joys of tech.
Well, I can name at least, I think, some of the things you were saying. For instance, it can be used to hide the creator. You're an insignificant speck in space, or are you created? Then there's the whole money and power, because if you can control what people think, what they believe, you can control a lot of how they act. Because if you can't go anywhere, why would you try to leave? Why would you try to explore? And like, of course, there's a bunch of money in it as well. Like NASA's getting a ton of money every day. I think, what was it, 60 million a day or something? To go to what? An imaginary Narnia? But yeah, I'm not the most eloquent speaker on here, and it's pretty late night on the list when ladies' night is. So I'm gonna hope she stops roboting and comes in strong after me.
Can you hear me? Do you copy?
Yes.
Yes,
Now I can hear
copy.
you.
Over and out. Over to you.
Okay, cool. I was just saying, thank you, Karma. I was just saying, yeah, if you don't know what the earth is, then how do you know how to use it? So right now they're having us use like solar energy, wind energy. Well, that's assuming that the earth is a a globe and that's the best we got. But if the Earth is actually using electromagnetism and it's totally different than you've been taught, then you can get different types of energy. There's with the idea of a globe that seeps into technology and education. And if that's not what the Earth is, then you can't use it the best way. Like imagine if somebody gave you a car with all these cool features and you never were taught how to use it, then you can't use it to the best ability. So I think they like keeping us in the technological dark ages. And people don't know that we are in the technological dark ages. They think that like an iPhone is like the creme de la creme. But yeah, that's just one of the reasons.
It's also highly efficient for mind control because if you teach a child from a young age to not trust their senses, and even though it looks one way, it is another, they'll get more used to believing authority over themselves. And that makes for easier indoctrination of other things, whatever you want to push next.
Well, I could just gonna say, well done, my fellow flat earthers. I'm really happy with how you, and I think there's are not clued up on the subject and have questions, in-depth understanding in terms of different aspects of it. I think it's very brilliant. I had my 3 questions. Do is hold the line, draw back, and hopefully there's any that they would like to ask, then feel free to come up and ask your questions. So yeah, thanks again, guys. But I'm in the back. I'm listening in.
I freaking love your accent, and I love listening to you speak, but Discord is being a complete asshole and make you drop out every other second. And I'm like picking out keywords, and I'm like getting the gist of what you're saying, and I'm like, I wish I could hear every word she's saying. Why is Discord being a butt tonight?
Oh no, I'm so sorry for that. That's at all. Does this happen regularly? You okay? But we have ladies' night tonight, and things will start going haywire. So not good. But yeah, I do apologize. It's nothing I can do. The only thing I can think of to do is probably log out of the call and then click in to see whether that changes anything or might make things better. I really don't know. I'm not in control of the technology.
I have an
It's
idea.
one of those things. Pardon?
Hank just sent me a message, and he said could be your mic sensitivity.
Oh, let's look into them then. Settings. Just a moment.
Because it doesn't happen every time. It just happens. Sometimes it's like you're talking fine, and all of a sudden it goes like that. Silent for like a second. So it's like it's cutting out at some points.
Sumi has another question while Ms. Electric's checking her settings there. Sumi, what was your other question?
Okay, so you know how like you guys say like the Earth is flat? So is the moon flat too? Like genuinely?
Well, we are not able to go to the moon to confirm whether it's flat or not. It's not really, that's something we could speculate about. I mean, there's certain things we do know about the moon. We know there's no credible evidence that anyone went there or landed on it. There's absolutely zero reason to believe that people have gone to the moon. Do you think people went to the moon, Sumi?
I don't really know. I mean, that's what I was always told, but I don't really like,
Okay, yeah, well we've got some information that we can give you. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I think that's a pretty good documentary. I'll look for that for you, and you can look at that later on your own time. There's no relation to what's happening here on Earth in terms of the shape or size and so on. What the moon is does not affect that. So that's something that we see in the sky. It's a light up there. People have some different ideas. I know some people speculate about the craters. Look like they were possibly formed electrically. You know, there's a lot of speculation, but we don't know for sure what's there because we haven't been there and neither has anybody else.
Okay, thank you.
Is this the first time you've heard about the concept of the Earth being flat, Sumi?
Sorry. No, it's not the first time, but I haven't really ever talked to anyone who like actually believes it.
Were you here when I was talking earlier? Or Kai was talking about the long distance observations, the laser tests, the different evidence of why we reject the globe model?
No, I don't think I was.
Okay, well, do you see in the live stream voice text? Let's see if I can tag you, but there's your name. Anything happened on the way to the moon?
Oh, I'll watch it.
Yeah, maybe you can bookmark it for later because I think your generation, you sound like you're a fairly young person in particular. It's a good thing for you to start realizing, a lot of the stuff that is being called history is just, a science fiction production that was foisted upon the American people and the whole world, when actually there's zero evidence to suggest that that was a real event.
Okay.
So anyway, yeah, so the reason why we know the globe model is not a depiction of reality is because they give us a certain radius for this globe, which is 3,959 miles. You know what radius is?
Yeah,
Distance.
sorry.
Yeah, the distance from the center to the edge. So we can take that number and test it. And when we test that in reality, because if you were standing on a globe of this size, so if you imagine a model situation demonstration of this in your mind, a thought experiment would be like a Lego man standing on a beach ball. The Lego man can't see things around the side of the beach ball. If he's looking that direction off toward the edge of this globe, then these objects are disappearing in the distance, and we know the exact rate at which they, or I should say, the approximate rate, the accepted, the agreed upon rate at which these objects will fall away from your sight due to the curvature rate being increasing at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So we know that certain objects that we can see in the distance, we should not be able to see if we were on a globe of the size that they say. Like, for example, I can see Chicago across Lake Michigan. That should be hidden behind curvature if we lived on a globe.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense, but I'm not trying to start anything. But wouldn't it be since it would be kind of like
you should start something, Sumi. If you got something, then start it because your globe is dying. You got nobody to defend it. I know you think probably coming in here, if you're due to the topic, you think it's settled science. But let me tell you, we got almost nobody coming in here defending it because they know there's no science about it. There's no math about it. There's nothing. It's just a fairy tale. But what were you going to say?
I'm sorry, I'm struggling here. Turn. Oh, whatever. Wouldn't there kind of be a straight part where it go? I'm sorry. where it turns, and then you can see across the water since it's kind of really close. If that makes sense.
Explain a little more. So you're saying yeah, I mean, on this globe, yeah, you would be able to see things, yeah, at certain distances. We've given you charts here. Resolve just put it up there again. I mean, they say it's exact dimensions. We're testing their math. So do you see at 16 minutes after the hour where Resolve showed you the chart here? So that's showing you like at different mile points how much drop there should be. And then we just don't see that anywhere. We're seeing things way further than we should see them.
Okay.
So, for example, at 9 miles there, you've got 54 feet of drop. So, at 9 miles away from the city of Chicago, you know, we wouldn't have much of an argument about a 1,600 feet building. We'd see that on a globe or on the flat Earth where we actually live. But 51 miles away, we see that in reality because we live on a flat and stationary Earth. If we're living in the fantasy world you see on TV, where people have been convinced to go into a mass psychosis, where they listen to the voices in their head on CNN and think that trumps their actual reality that they're living in the physical world, in that world, they would say that that you can see that or whatever fairy tale reason they come up with. It's a magical world, doesn't actually exist, but if you want to believe you live there, you'll find many other people to back up the mass psychosis. That's how it works. If you would like to join the real world where you actually live, you could go out, you could do your own observation, you could look into this math. It's not really that difficult. Even the globalists, the hardcore globe believers, they don't deny this math. They just claim their little magic word of refraction, which they use in a completely non-scientific, inaccurate way as kind of an abracadabra word to try to say this is why this is magically happening in our magic world, because they don't want to leave the spell of these liars. They like it. It's convenient for them for whatever reason. They're entertained by it.
Sorry. I have another question. So, I'm sorry. Give me a second. I just lost. Okay. So, you know how from like the satellites, why do they see it as like a globe then?
Oh my gosh. That is a great question. Yes. Okay. So you're asking me, when they give us images of the Earth, why are we seeing those if they aren't real? Okay. So NASA.gov themselves will tell you. If you see, do you see where I put up there memes, Blue Marble, at 19 minutes after the hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's from the NASA.gov website. We can link you to the actual page, which I think is links Blue Marble. Let me see if it is. Yep, there he is. Mr. Blue Marble, Robert Simon. So you see that picture there right next to his face, central bankers put up there? That's the man. He's here's his job. Data visualizer and designer, right? Just his title should tell you a lot. Look up those words and what they mean. He's not a data collector. He's not even a data analyzer. He's a data visualizer and designer. He designs data. All right. So he says right there in the quote I gave you, they created the image with CGI of the Earth. It says right there, this is from NASA.gov. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. So anyone with eyes to see and ears to hear, they are, they're lying right in front of your face. It's right there. It's hidden in plain sight. It's just a matter of whether you would like to, as I said, if you would like to take hold of your logic, will, reason, reclaim your birthright of being on this earth, use your mind to actually, reason your way out of a paper bag, which is all this globe is. It's just like a big paper bag that somebody blew up, and then we're popping it because it's a complete fantasy. And they don't even claim that most of those images even are real. They say right on their website that they're not. And the few that they do claim, We can also tear those apart. If you would like me to tear apart the Apollo 17 image, I can do that for you. Whatever you want. But basically, you're taking someone's word for it that what you experience in reality is not what's actually happening. I mean, so for example, Sumi, have you ever experienced curvature or motion of any kind in regard to the Earth?
I don't really understand what you mean by that. I'm sorry.
Have you ever seen a curve anywhere when you're walking around outside?
Not really.
Yeah, it looks pretty flat. And so, if you look at that last image there that Drace put up, I don't know if you live anywhere. I think it helps if you live near a large body of water. Like when I go to Lake Michigan, which is huge, you usually can't see the other side, except for, like I told you, sometimes you can see Chicago, but usually you can't. It just is a flat horizon everywhere that you see. And when amateur weather balloons go up over 100,000 feet, that bottom part, weather balloon Earth at 100,000 feet that Drace put there, that's what they see. So people are putting out images, but these people are not credible. And a lot of times they're even coming right out and telling you they created the image on a computer.
Why would they want to create the image to like make people think it's a globe?
Well, that's a good question. Kai gave a really good answer there. I don't know if you were here before, and Karma did too. Gosh, I mean, I felt like just what they said, we should clip out and always play when people ask. It was such a great summary. I don't know. Jenny's here now. Did you have anything you would like to tell Sumi about why they would lie to her about the Earth? Do you have time?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry I missed the first part of Ladies' Night. I was at work.
Oh, you're here now.
Thank you. Good to hear your voice.
Me too.
So why would they lie? We really don't need to know the motive to know that they are, in fact, not telling us the truth. In fact, a lot of times they put, yeah, I was kind of thinking a little far in advance. Some of there's too many anomalies with the heliocentric model. And it's not even a scientific model because we can't verify it. We seem to be coming up with these anomalies with it. But so far as, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit off from answering your question. Why would they lie? I mean, they're not being truthful. For some reason, they don't want us to know where we are. And I suspect that for whatever, I think it's because if you don't know where you are, how can you possibly know who you are? And if we all figure out who we are, then the ones that are pulling the strings that don't have our best interest in mind, they're going to be in trouble.
So, sorry to interrupt. I mean, what do you think who we are?
Well, I think we have abilities given to us by the Creator that don't require any type of ritual. And that's a lot of, to a lot of people, it's a lot of woo-woo stuff, but, I don't mean anything. I just think like synchronicities, and when you think of someone you haven't thought about in a long time, and then by some coincidence they call you the next day. But anyway.
So it has to do something with biblical things.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Does it have to do something with biblical things? Or is it just your opinion?
I do think it's a spiritual component to why they're lying, yes. I mean...
And you don't think that those people that are lying, that it would affect them too, or...
Well, see, I'm glad you brought that up because I was talking about this earlier, and a lot of people in here are aware of this, so, and you may be as well. But, you have someone who puts out the lie, they're providing the disinformation. But people like regular people are even ones that go to, like college and whatnot, they have compartmentalized information and such. They're not intentionally lying. They're perpetuating the lie. They're putting out misinformation.
But there has to be someone that made up the lie, right?
Sure.
They have a history of lying to us, so.
Who does?
Yeah,
Who does?
just a
The
little
government?
bit.
Who has a history of lying? Does the government have, or?
Are you serious, bro? Are you being serious?
Yeah.
He was a troll earlier, Jenny, but he told me in the message that he was going to be serious now. So I guess maybe that is his version of serious. Yeah.
It is, right?
Oh, I don't know if I can do that. I can't.
I'm just a stupid foreigner.
No, you're not. You. So you're saying you believe? Oh, wait a minute. Let me make sure I understand what you said by asking you a clarifying question, if you don't mind. Are you trying to say that you believe what your government tells you?
No, of course not. I wanna know what you believe.
Well, I don't think our government represents the regular people.
I see. So they lie about the Earth being flat, or I mean,
No, that would be misinformation. They're passing along information that's not correct, but they did not create that information.
Don't they need a reason to lie about something like that?
Well, see, here you're trying to find out the motive to justify that the lie is in fact happening right now.
Exactly.
We don't need the motive to figure out that we are being lied to.
So just believe you're being lied to.
No, sir. If you're new here, you might want to, sit back and relax and listen and stuff like that.
I'm not trying to be offensive or something, you know?
No, you're not, but you just seem like you're a little bit extra right now or something. Like, I don't know. Like, what do you think of this place? I mean, how long have you been here?
Like, I don't know, 30 minutes I've been listening.
Oh, well, this group of people have been here for more than 5 years, just to let you know. So, yeah, this is new to you, but it's far from being new to everybody here.
So why
You
aren't
know what
40
I'm
people
saying?
talking right now then?
What's that?
So why aren't 40 people talking right now then?
Well, we've got several other people that are new. Let's see, Broken Phantom was just checked in by Nathan. CR has come out of Cogdis on the early release program in agreement to come in here. So CR, I kind of want to hear from, because he must be a
Nicely
glow believer
implied.
to have made it into Cogdis.
The early release program.
Yeah, do you like that one? On good behavior. On good behavior. He's got to check his FE probation officer, every week.
Oh, man.
Have you looked at any pictures of the globe this week? Did you let out your globe model that was under your pillow? Anyway, CR, what's up?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. Sorry if my English is bad. I'm like Arab. I don't really like speak English.
Oh, we have a lot of Arabs here. That's no problem. We can
Yeah. I
understand you
noticed
pretty
there's a Quran channel.
There is a Quran channel, absolutely. Yeah, have you gone down there to that one?
I'm a little confused about that. That's my question right now. Yeah. So in the Quran channel, they're like many Muslims. They're like they believe that the Earth is flat. Yeah, and like
yes,
they never mention anything from the Quran. They just mention it as something from tafsir and say, "Oh yeah, this was in the Quran," but it wasn't.
They mentioned stuff from the Quran.
Yeah, but anything they mention just doesn't make any sense. It's not like.
Okay, what about the story of? There's a story someone brought up last time. I can't really remember the context, but there's this girl, and I think that I could be wrong, but I think that she was talking to Abraham, and I can't remember if she was sick or something. But the question is where is God? Where is Allah? That was the question. And she responded, He is above us. And he said that she was right. Well, that ties in with what other religions believe and what the majority of flat earthers know to be true as well, which is that we're all on a level. We're all on a topographical plane, and up is the same for everyone. On a ball, up is relative because if you're in Australia, up is a different direction than in North America. It's different. So when she's answering that the creator is above us and the guy said, "Yeah, right. You are right." It makes so much more sense that it would be if he's above if up is the same for everyone. Because how could you actually know? Because up is different on a ball. That was one of the stories. I don't know if I said it exactly correct, but that's one of the stories they talk about.
Oh, well, I didn't really hear that story before. I heard it was a little different. But like translations and stuff can be like from Arabic to English is very different, to be honest. And people can like mislead or misunderstand. And I've got like evidence that from the Quran that says Earth isn't flat. It's like sphere.
Ooh.
So like any Muslim flat earthers out there, I don't know what you guys are doing, to be honest.
Does the Quran agree that the Torah is true?
So from the Quran, it says that the original Torah was true, but it has been corrupted in a way, you know.
But the original Torah, in Hebrew cosmology also 100% say that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Well, have you heard? Sorry.
Yeah, so the original Torah 100% says that the Earth is flat and stationary. The stars are moving around us, and that we're contained. There's a firmament or a rakia, which is
how have you read the original Torah though? From the Quran, it says it has been corrupted by people, and the original Torah isn't there anymore. No?
Ancient Hebrew scripts.
Ancient Hebrew.
Yeah,
you can still see the translations.
Yeah, but
you can also see though in ancient Egypt as well. It's the same. In ancient Egypt, they have the same concept. So they have the goddess Nut, and someone could post a picture of her in the live stream. That'd be great. She's depicted as the cover of the sky, depicted as this female, and she's bent backwards, and the stars are painted on her body. Again, it's the firmament, and the stars are contained within the firmament. And she's known as the cover of Ra, which is the sun god. And so she covers the sun. So again, it's all connected all throughout history. In the past and more recently than we've been taught, people knew that the Earth was flat and stationary.
How did they know though? Like ancient, I'm talking about Islam here, not ancient Egyptians or like Jewish people.
Doesn't it say revere the good book?
Sorry?
Doesn't it say revere the good book?
What do you mean?
Doesn't the Quran say revere the good book, which is the Torah?
I don't know what you mean by that, to be honest. But can I give you some evidence from the Quran that says the Earth is not flat?
Okay, what does it say?
Okay, it's I'm gonna say it in Arabic. I'm gonna try to translate it. Okay, I'm gonna try to explain it.
Okay.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يقول تعالى والأرض بعد ذلك دحاها. Okay, that means that afterwards the Earth he needed like into a sphere. Yeah, that's pretty much like a basic translation. It's not pretty much that. It's like basic translation. Basic translation.
You're saying it describes outer space?
No, I'm saying that he made the Earth a sphere. Yeah, he turned it to a sphere. That's what it says. And many things that are written in the Quran, like how do they say it? I'm sorry. My English is just bad. Okay. you're saying many things out in the Quran like match up with science. Yeah. Like for one of them says that mentions how the stars actually explode and get like new stars get born. Yeah. And like you go by that or not?
That's that's actually interesting, and I hope that's something that you can revisit at a later point in your journey in discovering that it is in fact flat. Come to find out, we see too far all over the earth. Things we should not be able to see according to the spherical geometry that we are given. So, and you can't think of, well, what if it's a bigger ball? Because then you have a big, huge problem. Because there's already a problem with orbital mechanics as it is. And then you add on a bigger ball. So either way, it doesn't, I hope you stick around and everything like that because, it sounds like you need to do a lot of investigation for yourself. So I'm kind of excited for you.
Oh, I think I know what he's talking about. I'm reading this. So actually, I'm trying to remember this conversation from the last time. I wish we could have some of our Arabic speaking / Muslim friends come join so they can clarify that. I believe so. What actually, it's not a sphere. It says that it's an egg shape, and it's not talking about the Earth. It's talking about the universe.
No, it's not. It's Ard. Ard is Earth, not universe. Al-Ard.
Some people believe in the. Somebody said something just now.
Yeah,
Sorry.
والأرض بعد ذلك دحاها. And Earth, why did he? No,
I
دحاها.
literally hear him giggling in the background.
Oh,
my friends.
I can hear you giggling, dude.
Uh-oh.
I can't stand liars, dude. You know you're lying.
Who are you talking to, man?
You!
Do you know who you're talking to?
Man, I'm laughing because
I can
this
hear
is like
you
stupid
laughing.
to me, man.
I can
This is
hear you
stupid to me,
laughing,
man.
and you know
Okay,
you're
you hear
laughing.
me laughing. This is stupid to me.
And you're
Okay?
a liar.
This guy is
Why'd
lying,
you
man.
come in here and tell
He's
lies?
fucking lying. He's literally lying, man. He's
No,
saying,
you're lying.
he spreads
You said that the Quran said the Earth was a sphere. Listen, that's the level of maturity.
Why am I lying? Okay.
You listen. I'll tell you because you said the Quran said the Earth was a sphere, and that was a lie. It said egg.
I think I'm
right?
kidding.
Is an egg a
Egg
sphere?
sphere, same thing, man.
No, it isn't, and you know it. You're a liar.
Hello.
Allah. Okay, so you're saying the Earth is an egg now.
You're caught.
It's not flat, yeah?
Okay,
hey,
bye.
كوتي خرب روحك كيفك انت
And do you think I'm supposed to believe you about the universe part and
غبي
not the
غبي
Earth?
غبي
You're a liar.
والله لو
Listen,
الشكر
we
نعمة
don't have
العقل
the Muslims we have here are from the Middle East. They're not American
Yeah, I'm
Arab.
from the Middle East too, man. I'm literally
United
from the
Arab
Middle East.
Emirates.
You have here aren't even Muslims,
Kurdistan?
man.
Turkey?
كيفك? I'm talking Arabic, man. Are you being racist right now? Are you saying I'm not from the Middle East?
Arab isn't a race, you dumb.
Hollis.
What a fucking numpty.
Where's
Look, listen, I'm going to get off.
Okay.
I'm muting this guy because I can't stand liars. I can't
Go
take
ahead.
it.
I just remember there's another story in the Quran. There's
Listen,
another story
you're
in the
getting
Quran
off.
where Muhammad splits the moon in half. Right? I don't know if that guy got banned.
He got muted.
Oh,
Drace put Quran at 39 minutes after the hour. Drace put Quran 71:19. And Allah has made the earth for you as a carpet spread out. Then Drace says, clearly explains it's flat and then is contained within an egg shape. But yeah, if you're, at all decide to be serious at any point, CR, there's lots of Muslims here that can explain it to you. I mean, we tried to explain to you your own religion in your own book, but if you'd rather hear it from other Muslims, they're around. So if you decide to take your life seriously at any point, hopefully you will do that. So we've got some new ladies that just joined us for Ladies' Night. Jane Doe has arrived. Flat Earth Goddess has arrived. Hello, ladies.
Woohoo!
Hey.
Ildeco's here. We've got a lot of ladies here. I don't know if there's anybody else I'm missing.
Can I say something real quick? I want to
India,
apologize
go
for
ahead.
interrupting. I didn't
No,
mean
it's
to
fine.
interrupt, dude, but that stuff I can't stand the lies. I can hear
I'm
him
glad you
laughing in the
did.
background because he knows you guys don't speak Arabic, and he's just lying, and it's shameful, quite honestly.
Show me
Wait,
show
I'm
us the
late.
verse.
I'm late to the party. Why are you mad that he was speaking Arabic? What's the issue with this?
No one has a.
Oh my
Listen,
God.
no, he was. Listen, he was trying to bamboozle people. Trying to bamboozle people that don't speak Arabic by saying said something in
How is
Arabic
that
that it did not.
bamboozling someone that if you don't speak Arabic, then you don't know what he's saying, correct? So how is he bamboozling you?
Are you just jumping in now to concern troll? No one's trying to be disrespectful
Do you
because
want
he
me? Do
speaks
you want me to
Arabic.
explain it to you? Do you want me to explain it to you?
I do not think that it's disrespectful.
Do you want me to explain it to you or not?
If there's other Arabic people and Muslim speaking people here, Arabic speaking people here in this room, then I think that it's natural for them to go to their native language. Like, this is just a natural thing.
Okay, so what's
To
your
be
listen,
able to
the
get
issue
across,
wasn't him
because
speaking
they're
Arabic.
listening to each other. You're not listening if you're talking. They
Yeah,
are
listen, I'm just
communicating
kicking
with
you off the
each other
server.
in a
I'm
different
just kicking you off
way.
the server. You can just talk.
Oh my God. You don't want to learn, man.
Do you hear
Listen,
the
because you
conversation? Do you have any idea what actually happened?
Listen, you are misunderstanding what I'm saying, and you're making an ass out of yourself. I didn't care that he spoke Arabic. My problem was that he told them it meant something that it didn't mean. He mistranslated it intentionally. You understand? I have no problem with Arabic. So if you're done making a
But we
fool
do
out of
have
yourself,
problems with people lying, regardless of the language. Yeah.
And by
Totally.
that,
It would be disrespectful for me to talk Russian here, because
but-
most of you
it's
people
not
are
about the language. It's irrelevant. That wasn't
exactly.
the point.
And by the way, that word has two meanings: is round shape or egg shape. One of the two.
It's an
Man,
English
that was a
server.
That was a little tentative.
The point isn't the language that he was speaking. The point is that he was intentionally misrepresenting what it meant. That is the problem. It could have been any language. It could have been frickin' Pig Latin. It doesn't matter what language it is. It matters that he was lying.
And I suspect if it wouldn't have been you, at some point soon after, somebody else would have jumped, another guy would have jumped in. And I don't think that's necessarily bad. I mean, if it's a moderator, but I don't know what Dandelion thinks or the other girls think, but I appreciate that you jumped in.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah, we appreciate you jumping in because, yeah, that was just kind of a train wreck of a situation. And we don't usually cater to people who, do these little victimhood mentality things. We try to.
It started getting more preposterous. Started like the Quran says there's supernovas. I mean, come on, dude. Like seriously. That's what he was saying. That the Quran says there's exploding stars. That's a supernova. That's ridiculous.
When we're ready, Broken Phantom has a question. Are we done with the Quran guy?
Yeah. I second that.
Thirded.
Okay, Broken Phantom, what's your question? You can't unmute. Okay, hold on. Oh, you are server muted. Okay, I don't know why. Okay, so anyway, Broken Phantom, hello. Welcome to the server.
Thank you. So my question is like for Google Maps, for example. I know this is probably a bad idea, but like any map in general, it shows it on a flat surface. But so from my knowledge, the countries are not to scale. So like, is there a specific map that you guys may see with the flat Earth that might be like more to scale, or how would that work if their idea of the Earth being flat on a map is not to scale? If that makes sense.
May I ask why you want to ask that question?
I'm more thinking like I more believe in what I may be able to see rather than
Thank
what
God
That's what
full
I
for
was
sure.
thinking.
Yeah.
I
So
like, why
I'm more
wouldn't you just go
thinking
out and make
like,
an observation?
yeah.
Sorry,
So
go.
I'm just more like realizing that they say that that's not to scale, but that's flat, and so I just kind of
Okay,
want to understand how
usually,
you guys may perceive it to be flat but to scale at the same time.
Well, we make observations and ones that can be as simple across a body of water with mirrors even. And then you just calculate the distance. I mean, I guess someone can measure the distance themselves, but if you use Google Maps and say, hey, I could see across this body of water and I shouldn't have been able to see anything because the bulge of the curve of the earth should have been in the way, but you see it all, we got a big problem, and that's happening all over the earth. We see too far. And we even have the Guinness Book of World Records as one of our number one, the longest landscape photography. Like, I can't remember the numbers right offhand, but it's very significant. And so, yeah, you really got to look at your source. And I don't think you can get better than the Guinness Book. But
Yes.
yeah, but with NASA, there's a lot of funny business going on, a lot of clowning around, and they're posing
sure.
calculations. They're posing calculations as measurements.
They contradict each other, essentially.
Yeah,
I
we have all
understand that. I
kinds.
was just more curious about the 2-scale idea of a map.
Wait, can
Well,
you show us a accurate globe map with the accurate sizes of the countries?
That's what I was more asking to you guys is.
Well, we're not globers, so
No, oh sorry, you
yeah.
said globe map. I thought you meant flat map.
No, I'm
I was more
saying so, like,
using.
does the globe itself have a map that it can present that's actually accurate with accurate sized countries?
Yeah, that's the thing is that, like, in terms of a globe map, I was more thinking Google Maps as like a simple one, where I've been told that nothing's to scale, and so.
No, it's
That's
not
just.
that. It's more like, traffic populated areas, those can be accurate, but, various places are shown to be not accurate, I think
Yeah.
is the idea behind it. Is that what you mean, kind of? Or
Like, in terms of the countries, I'm pretty sure there's websites out there where, like, you can
actually,
drag and kind of slide one country over the other to determine how to scale it is, because Google Maps doesn't give that. And so I was just more wondering about the map sort of thing.
Okay, I just wanted to check whether my mic sounds better than what it did.
oh my God,
Right.
India's okay. Sorry, girls. Welcome to the person who's just speaking. Hello. So
that's
on the
Miss
live
Electric.
stream,
It sounded a little better. It's still cutting out a little, almost like, I don't know, like push to talk where just
okay.
cutting
So
off like right at the end. But go ahead, Jenny.
Indio's clowning around in the live stream voice text. He said, "Tell her to look here." I'm sorry, everyone. I just got off work. I'm trying to have a good time talking with all the ladies and everything. But actually, I heard he's not joking. Okay, so on my lunch break around, I don't know, 4.5 hours ago or something, somebody was talking about the accuracy of Google Maps, I do believe. So, people are talking about it. I guess it would be, if you want the best way to go about it, I might have said something.
Sorry.
What? No,
I
go
was
ahead.
going to say the best map that we have, it's not perfect, but it's the AE map. That's the best one. So we do have one.
I agree.
Thank you. I'll look into
I
it.
agree. I was like wondering, is that what we're asking about because the Gleason's map? It's called the Gleason's map. You can Google it. It's the basically has all the, like, you can zoom in and see all the different places and stuff. But yeah, I have a story about this map thing. It's kind of funny. I was like 6 months pregnant, and me and my baby's dad, who's the one who actually introduced me to Flat Earth years ago, we were driving. We drove from Florida to Costa Rica. Okay, and we did not have phones, and we bought these maps online from National Geographic. Okay. So I guess they work with Google Maps to kind of like together. I don't know. But like, let me tell you, these maps took us down the craziest roads, and they would go down roads that literally did not exist. So we would drive a couple of hours to get to this one road, and then it would just turn into like a whole river, or like it would just turn into trees, and we're like, okay, I guess there was supposed to be a road here or whatever. But it was so annoying. This happened over and over, that we were going through by these brand new, they were like up to date National Geographic's maps, right? They were supposed to be legit. And it just so happened though, every time we got down one of these far roads and had to turn back around, there luckily happened to be gas station in the middle of nowhere, literally in the middle. So that was like my thing. I was like, they're doing it on purpose to make us get more gas, send us to nowhere, make us spend more fuel. So it's crazy.
Yeah, I want to just real quick say hello to Jane Doe in case she has a chance to say hi to us, because I know she was made a point to show up here for Ladies' Night. Are you there, Jane Doe?
Hi, ladies. Yes, I am.
Oh, good. Yeah, I don't think I've gotten a chance to talk to you yet, but we're glad that you're here.
Yeah, I just kind of popped up, I think like on Monday. It's like my first time on Discord, so I'm still new to the platform, but I found you guys through Instagram. There is this lady named Jen Murray, Flat Earth.
She's great. Oh,
I love her.
Great.
Oh my gosh, her content is phenomenal.
It is. In fact, I think somebody here has a Google Drive of all her memes if you don't have it already.
No, I don't, unfortunately, but I do follow her on Instagram.
That's great. Welcome. We're so glad to have you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Flat Earth Goddess does Flat Earth work on Instagram too, right? You can put your channel up there if you want, Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I would love to follow any.
Oh yeah, all my stuff is Flat Earth Goddess, TikTok, Instagram, all that, Facebook, all that good stuff. So, but mostly I like to stick with the Instagram side. Like I have a YouTube and stuff. I'm trying to stay out of that.
Yeah, same here.
But yeah, and so I just stick with the Instagram. But I kind of got in, like I've been having fun with the TikToks lately too. So I'm really excited because my page just went over 1,000 followers. So I'm like, yes, I can finally go live again. Because I had another TikTok that had like 10,000 followers and they banned me. I wasn't even talking about Flat Earth on that page. That's what's crazy about it. But yeah, man, I've just been shadow banned for so long. It's I've been making content for years, but like nobody ever sees it. It's like it goes into the abyss.
Yeah, it's refreshing when you actually have people interacting with you. But I really like Discord a lot. I mean, it's still kind of new to me, so I'm still learning the ropes. But I really like how this Discord has so much like content and resources available. So that I really appreciate.
Thanks.
Yeah,
we're glad you appreciate it. A lot of people have put a lot of work into, curating the information and all that, and something that has to be kept up on because they keep deleting stuff. But yeah, we're really glad everybody's here. This has so far been a great ladies' night for the first one of 2022. I might have to go.
I'm in agreement with that.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, that sounded good, Ms. Electric. Also, I wanted to tell you, Ms. Electric, that Karma said if you needed her to help you test the settings, she would go to the PC2 with you if you needed help. But what you just said sounded really good. Say something else.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. I wondered if you guys could talk some on Carl Cezanne. He said that the Earth is an arching rectangle, and then also Eratosthenes, if that's how you pronounce it. Excuse me, Eratosthenes. Can we have some dialogue on Carl Cezanne and then Eratosthenes, please? How did that sound? Is my mic good? Fingers crossed. Ah, marvelous. So, in conjunction with me adding headphones to my cell phone device and then changing my settings and taking off what was it now? It was, tell you what I did now. I actually disabled the audio or auto sensitivity and then slided the bar all the way down. It seems like now it's corrected my audio issue. So that's fantastic. All right, then. So I'm going to mute up and hopefully you guys will be able to school the listeners, in inverted commas, on the questions that I've just posed. And I just want to say welcome, Jane Doe, as well. Welcome in with us.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Well, the second person you're asking about is Eratosthenes. I'm not sure who the first person is that you were asking about. How do you spell it? What's the first person you were asking?
Its name is Carl Cesan. So Seasan. Carl Cesan. Carl.
Oh, does anybody know about that person?
His theory is that the Earth is an arching rectangle and it's not a globe. So, he's with us basically. Well, kind of. But then it's kind of different, isn't it? Because we see it as flat. He sees it as an arching rectangle. So here's another, spanner in the works, I suppose. I don't know. Or maybe it ain't a spanner. I don't know enough about him. This is why I'm asking you guys whether you could elaborate, and give some more background on Carl. But if not, then let's just look at Eratosthenes.
Yeah, does anybody know about this Carl person? Does any of the other ladies know about this person?
I'm not registering. Not getting it. I don't know any of those names.
Yeah, well, Eratosthenes, I don't know.
Okay,
Eratosthenes is the sticks and shadow guy, right?
Yep, that's who that is.
Stick and shadow guy.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs where the globe believers point to this alleged.
Dandelion.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, dear. I was trying to have you. I was going to wait for you, but so my problem with that quote unquote, do they call it an experiment? Please say no. But anyway,
no, I don't think so. They might, but it's at best it's a demonstration. Yeah, if it ever happened.
My biggest issue is that it wasn't a simultaneous observation. Don't you think that should be like the key thing with that?
Well, and he assumed a lot of stuff. So Eratosthenes, they say that his claim to fame is that he supposedly measured the radius of the circumference of the Earth, but he totally didn't, because when he did this with the sticks and shadows, or if it's a well and stick and shadows, can't really remember, he assumed a lot of things, which is the problem. So he assumed the distance to the sun, which he had no way of knowing, and he had actually thought it was a different distance. And then also he assumed that the sun's rays are parallel, when in observable reality, we actually see the sun's rays being crepuscular or divergent. So this guy, first of all, there's like barely any original documentation of him. They just started bringing him up like less than 100 years ago. And yeah, they say that he determined the circumference of the Earth, but he had to assume all of these things he had no way of knowing. So yeah.
Oh, is it Carl Sagan? Is that who we're talking about?
Oh,
yes.
Sagan.
I pronounced it wrong. I'm like Sagan. Yeah.
I don't know. You might be right. I don't know.
I don't know.
I always heard it as Carl Sagan. But yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I
One
know.
of those characters they put out as being a so-called expert. Yeah.
Yeah, super. He was like a super astronomer, but he said a lot of stuff too that will make you wonder if you really look deep into his quotes. Some of them were basic, but there are some that he's like kind of warning people.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to have to drop out of here soon. But I know there's people will be able to stick around longer. If there's anybody else that has questions about the flat Earth, feel free to speak up. I'm sorry our early release program person Sierra seems to have crashed and burned, but if there's anybody else here that has a question, now's a good time to ask.
I just wanted to follow
I
up with
just, I'll go.
Eratosthenes. So this is the problem again with the globe. So where is this curvature? When was it measured? They can't ever answer it. So, okay, so Eratosthenes doesn't actually measure the circumference. He doesn't do it because he assumes all of these things, and he was assuming a different distance to the sun. So we can just take him out. Then the next person they have is Al-Biruni, who calculated the angle to the horizon, but the Globers argue that the horizon is being refracted. So that falls away again. So they can't use that. And then no one's done any measurement at all. And then supposedly these astronauts are able to go to the moon, and they already know the distance to they already know the size of the Earth because they had to have the correct amount of fuel to get to the moon, right? That's totally based upon the size of the Earth. So they have no way of measuring the actual Earth, but then somehow magically they guess the right amount. It's just so funny. And now they'll try to say that satellites are right, and they're like, oh, satellites are right, and matches what Eratosthenes got, and so it's the correct amount. But Eratosthenes didn't even do it correctly. They even say he was wrong. So they've never measured curvature ever. End of story.
True that. It's a figment of our imagination. Where is Waldo? Where is the curve? Oh.
At least in Where's Waldo, there was a Waldo in there.
What?
But
Yeah, that was a great explanation. Thank you, Kai.
And it's just sad. People have no idea. A lot of people come in here and they're like, oh my gosh, science just has so much evidence. And then when you sift through it, you realize that they have nothing.
Gummy is here with us on this Ladies' Night. Gummy, do you have any questions or comments about the Earth, or would you just be willing to say hello to us? Yeah, too bad that a young lady who asked the question, she left the question about the maps because Indio thought she was trying to do some kind of Prof. Dave gotcha thing and just not doing it right. So I was going to ask her if she's been using fake Prof. Dave as a source of information because in general that's a bad idea. He's not a credible source. He's been debunked multiple times. And we can easily show you all the people who have completed his 10 challenges for flat earthers where he continues to lie and say they haven't been completed when they've been done by multiple people in multiple different ways. And he's, just nothing but a liar. So please, young people, even though Google and YouTube will tell you that fake Prof. Dave is going to give you the straight facts, he is not a credible source and he is not giving you right information. Just wanted to get that disclaimer out there in case that was where that young person was
I don't
getting these
understand
questions from.
still. I don't understand still really why she wanted to approach the topic like that. I mean,
I don't know. India thought she was trying to do a gotcha and just doing it badly. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like these people who do the gotchas aren't even good at it. And then you've got like, children trying to do a gotcha third hand. It's going to be even worse. So, yeah.
Both Carl Sagan and Eratosthenes are proponents of the globe Earth.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. I mean, it seems like that to me that I don't know what that thing is about the rectangle that Ms. Electric was talking about, but he's one of those just like persons that tried to get everyone obsessed with the fantasy Narnia outer space land that we all know doesn't exist and can't possibly exist.
I actually have a couple questions that I'm still a little confused about because I am still a little new to this flat Earth thing.
Yeah, ask us anything you want.
I have a hard time. I have a hard time understanding like the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. I'm not sure what you guys call it, but like the like how Australia has summertime, but we have wintertime. Like, I don't understand how like the sun and the moon can do that.
You have to rethink everything that you've been told.
Yeah, thank you.
Forget about it. Like honestly, like you don't know how fast then things are going up there. You don't know what even pattern they're going. We don't know how close or how far they are at any given time. I mean, it's just all a guessing game at this point, and we just have to go by our experience. So I feel like kind of at this point where we've kind of reached for the lack of a better explanation, like a plateau in this flat earth like there is like for the new flat earthers, they're like still seeking the info and stuff like that. But I feel like as people who've been in this movement for a while, that all the information is just kind of getting redundant, and we keep asking the same questions, we answer the same questions, and we're just like, okay, there has to be some solutions. Like, I feel like part of it is going to be changing our mentality of how we are going about these type of discussions. Like, I think it is good to ask questions and stuff, but these super specific things, we have no way to know. To scale model, there is no to scale.
To address your question, if anybody else has anything to add, they can add.
Well,
yeah, for sure. Like, I just want to make. Who is it that's talking? Kai?
Oh, sorry. Am I roboting?
No, please go ahead. No, you're sounding just fine. Please, by all means, we're addressing how seasons work. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to give her some clarity. So actually, we kind of do have an idea of what's going on. So the sun is obviously, so imagine like a dartboard, okay? That might help. So a dartboard laid on the ground. The sun in the northern hemisphere summertime is doing a circular circuit around the inner circle of the earth, okay? And that is when I believe during the solstice, it is making its path around the Tropic of Cancer. And you can see these lines on the globe, but they work much more on a flat Earth. So the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer, and that's when we're having our summer. Okay, so it's actually physically closer to us. That's why our days are longer, and you can get burned by the sun because it's closer to you. And then the sun's circuit actually then expands, okay? And then it goes to the Tropic of Capricorn, okay? And that's the outer ring to the Earth. And that's when the countries in the southern quote unquote hemisphere are having their summer. And that's why for us in the northern hemisphere, the days are much shorter because the sun is further away. And it actually has to go a lot faster because it's going around the outer ring. So that's why another thing that makes more sense on the flat earth and with how our sun works with the theory that we have is the sun is going faster when it's traversing around the Tropic of Capricorn. So again explains why we have shorter daylight days in the winter. And
Okay,
you can
that makes
see
a
this
lot
on
of
the
sense.
Flat Earth app. You can see this on the 24/7 Flat Earth app. It makes a lot more sense than what the globe model says, which is that the Earth is closest to the sun in the winter and furthest in the summer. Now they say it's because of the tilt of the Earth, and that's why you have more heat or whatever. But it doesn't make any sense if you think about common sense that we'd be farther from the sun and it would be our summer and vice versa. So yeah.
Right. And I mean, like, even on a globe map, like, how do I explain this? Looking at like South America, would South America be considered Southern Hemisphere?
Would think so. Anything on the outside, right?
I'm sorry, you guys like cut off for a second. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I was just saying that, I would say that you're asking is South America in the Southern Hemisphere?
Yeah. So like, so
more
on
like the outside,
the inner side of, so now we are experiencing winter time. Would South America be experiencing winter time as well? Or would they be experiencing summertime with Australia?
So, okay. Think of it this way. I'm driving, so I can't really look at the map. But you know where, like, okay, there's Ecuador, right? Where it's the equator, Ecuador.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when the sun gets there, it actually stays in that spot for 3 days. This is called Passover. This is actually what Passover is, where the sun passes over Ecuador and into the next season. So,
okay, that's right.
Happening. Yeah. So this happening of the sun coming from the center, and then it's at that area over Ecuador, and it goes for 3 days, and then it passes over, and then it goes to the outward area. So yeah, is the sun speeding up? Is it slowing down to account for the different times? You know, there are globe people draw the little thing and they're trying to ask these questions about this particular thing that you're talking about. And yeah, I mean, there are ways that people have taken the time and the energy and used the equipment to document where the sun is going and where the moon is going every single night for a year or 2 years or whatever they're doing. And we have to be able to find this information so that we can show you easily, like, okay, here it is, like the sun analemma thing, or I don't know if I'm saying it right, but you guys know what I'm talking about. It's like where it's kind of like the infinity shape up there, and then someone else is like, okay, yeah, like the moon and the sun are doing the yin yang up there, you know. And so yeah, it's going to affect just like exactly what we're experiencing. How exactly is it doing it? You know, that's the one thing that we're all still kind of trying to figure out. I mean, there's only so much that we can do, but I feel like, yeah, we have figured a lot of it out just from people getting their own cameras and documenting these things and looking at it from different areas of the world, wherever they're at, you know. And I don't know, yeah, like whoever was talking about the simultaneous thing, yeah, we need to be doing these things and seeing, you know, video chatting with people who are supposed to not be able to see the sun and the moon, but we're both looking at the sun, we're both looking at the moon at the same time.
Thank
we shouldn't
you.
be able to.
Yeah, simultaneous observations There have been where people have done them with the moon on opposite sides of the ball, and it's like, wait a minute, wait, how am I supposed to be seeing the moon? You
Oh
can't
yeah,
look
I've
through
done
the
it plenty of
ball.
times. I'm in
Yes.
Florida and I have friends in Hawaii, and it's amazing to me. I'm like, okay, so I'm looking at the moon and you're looking at it. How? And it's just those type of things. It's like harder for people to believe that than it is for them to believe what they've been programmed to believe all these years.
Right.
So it's like just, believing our own observation, recognizing what we're experiencing and knowing it and owning it. We're just, a lot of us are just so lost from our natural senses, those natural ways that tell us kind of what I think it's just like a subconscious, natural, collective, conscious, subconscious type of thing that brings the sun and the moon around and stuff.
I think once an individual realizes within themselves that there is a grand deception happening, and that changes your discernment and what you focus your attention on from that point forward. You look at things differently, like the scales have fallen off your eyes, and you see things you didn't see before. You see things you didn't see before. You don't realize it. It's like, wow, how did I not see that before? It's truth in plain sight. It's crazy.
It really is. It really is. I mean, we can keep digging and digging and digging, and we will keep finding. We will keep finding more and more the more we dig.
Yes.
But yeah, that's where I'm like at. I'm like trying to focus on solutions and where do we go from here? Okay, now we know it. Now what are we going to do with the information?
There's a lot of people. I could probably do better at this myself, but how to critically think about things, how to approach something that's being presented to us. Most people don't know what assumptions are when we're talking about science. You know what I'm saying? People don't. Yeah. So one day, hopefully when I'm still alive, it'll be critical mass.
Yeah, the mass awakening.
Well, I mean, you talk about
I
any
really hope
social.
This meta thing, that's my main thing. I'm like, people ain't gonna see nothing if they're stuck with this meta thing on their face all the time.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is very scary.
It's all to keep people from looking up, looking at, observing what's really going on. Distractions.
Oh yeah. They're bringing it up a whole nother level for sure on that.
Y'all need to get on the Flatties app. I'm gonna do a little plug real quick while I'm thinking about it. So I have an app, and it's called the Flatties app, and it's free on Android and Apple, and anyone can download it as long as you're a flat earther or flat curious. This is not a place for debating. It's not a place for trolls. It's a safe place for flat earthers where we can share our information and not have it censored, not have it removed. There's like a section on there for merch. So if you know any flat earthers that have merch, I'll put their link on it. We've got events, flat earth meetups. I'll put this ladies' night on there. We'll do the whole thing up there. I have all the events for Discord. I got to sit down and do that. I've been working nonstop, but I'm kind of new to. I was on Discord before a couple years ago, and it was just like too much for me. I was so busy. I'm like, oh god, this is gonna suck me in. But now I'm back on, and I like it. I'm glad I'm back in here. So it's cool. I love the vibe. I love this like voice chat thing because I'm always trying to go live with people, and nobody on Instagram ever wants to go live. They're a bunch of weenies. I'm like, just do it. But get the Flatties app.
As far as I know, you are welcome to stream from this channel to whatever platform you want.
Yeah, that's dope because I have a radio section too. We have Woke 88 FM. I'm going to be doing my own radio show there too. So I'll definitely be doing interviews with all y'all.
Yeah, if
But
you're ever
yeah,
on
I
here,
love it.
if you're ever on here, as far as I'm aware of, you're free to stream this to your platform.
Yeah, I'll do it a few different ways. I'll put some of the YouTube videos on the video section from the previous ones. And then I'll do the live stream on the radio section. And then we'll do the event certain nights on the event section. And then y'all get on the FE social section and start posting and getting active on there. If you click the person, you can follow someone. You just click their name and it goes to their profile, and there's like a little teal rectangle in the corner. You just click follow. But it's super basic. It's a super basic setup. There's not really an algorithm. It's just kind of like the last person that got, like, if you like a post that's all the way at the bottom, that post goes to the top. Whatever post is interacted with, that post goes to the top. So I don't know. I'm honestly still figuring it out myself. I'm new to this app developer game, so it's interesting, but it's cool. So give me some feedback, y'all. Get on there.
Did you post your link?
The link. I can't post nothing right now because I'm driving. But it has been posted on there, and you can just go into, like, if you have an Apple or an Android, you just go to your Apple Store or Google Store and you type the Flatties app and it'll come right up. But if you want a link, I think that if you go to the flattiesapp.com, I have a link on there too.
I'll if you've posted in here before, I can find it.
I don't know, honestly. I'm still trying to figure this Discord thing out too. But I know that Matrix Red Pill, I think, posted, Indio might post it too. But yeah, we're just Unify FE. This is my movement. Unify FE, all about solutions. We've been human. There's been humans long enough. We need to figure out food, water, and shelter, and care about our neighbors, and be healthy and live healthy lifestyles, because we can't do nothing for our movement. We're stuck in the bed and even because we're sick and all our issues. We need to keep ourselves healthy as we can. And this is up a topic for me. I am like really I'm really trying to steer clear of like making people feel bad about the mask thing. I mean, sometimes I joke about it and it's like a funny thing. But really, I don't think that we should put people down for wearing a mask. I don't think they should make it mandatory. I think if people want to wear a mask and that makes them comfortable, I think it's fine. We should just let them do that, support them in that. But also, I'm like, maybe the mask is not a horrible idea. Like, if they're spraying all this stuff in the air, maybe the mask is what's actually going to keep us safe, from COVID or some disease, but from whatever stuff they're spraying in the air and putting out there. I mean, it's just, there's so much toxic stuff going on. It's hard to even know. We just got to be strong and healthy in our minds, our bodies, our spirits. Lots of internal work. Talking about that earlier.
All right, I got to step in here. Masks are never justified. Ever, ever, ever. So, that said, whether or not you're wearing a mask, the particulates are going to get into your body, regardless, through the water, through the air, anywhere. You got pores all over your body. You're taking breaths in and out. So the mask is not going to help anything, prevent anything from getting into your body. That's number one. Number two, you're not going to find a lot of people who are into masks in this server. Now, I know you were just making a joke and being cheeky, and I understand that completely. But that's why there was a moment of silence after that, because I'll bet nobody was willing to say, actually, no, masks are completely awful in hypoxia and bacterial infections and such. And I worked as a CNA for 14 months during the beginning and middle of this thing. And I can tell you right now, masks don't help a fucking thing. you're going to do a lot more damage in the short term than you are in the long term from trying to, if you're trying to stop particulates from getting in your mouth. It's going to get in there anyway, man, one way or another. So, but I love your attitude. I'm saying I love your attitude, and your app's super fucking dope. And the rest is great. I just had to say that about masks, okay? All my love to you.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're thinking of more on a physical particle level, which I think that too, because I did say that about them spraying the stuff in the air. But remember that I also said if it makes people comfortable. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
If somebody is that freaked out about wearing a mask that it literally drives them to the point of it's causing them physical issues because they're in such fear and their body is in a state of shock at this point because they need their mask to feel good about it. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. And I agree with
that.
that.
I don't think that it's a mental health thing too. Imagine how horrible this is for people with OCD. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't agree with the mask either. I am a big, I think of people I just had a brain fart. Sorry. People who lip read. There are lots of people who lip read, like people who speak sign language and stuff, and they rely on that. So I even asked some of my friends that, rely on that, and they're like, yeah, it's been really difficult to be able to communicate in a normal way because you can't obviously see people's mouths. So that's distressing for them. So everyone's we're all on our own journey with this thing, and that's my main thing. I definitely am all about the education, and if somebody wants to learn and say, hey, why shouldn't I wear a mask? Oh, okay, it's actually not helping, it's actually making my issues worse. Yeah, but if it's a mental thing, I don't think we should make people feel bad about it. I just hate seeing all these memes of people just giving people such a hard time with wearing a mask, and I still see a lot of people
agree
doing
that it's good to not make them feel bad about it, but you should empower them to not wear it if they're just wearing it because there has been a lot of social pressure and shaming if you don't wear it. Or even where you're forced to wear it, even when you say, my mother has a medical issue, I don't think it's good for her to wear the mask, and then they force her to wear the mask or until she gets out of the store. And what do you know? My mom collapses in the store. This has become so totalitarian.
Oh yeah, I don't agree with the mandatory thing. I do not agree with making it mandatory at all.
It's not even just the people who work there. It's when the sheep herd the sheep, and people are like, "Oh, I should wear a mask because I'm thinking of all these few people are afraid." But then they go along with it when people are being forced along, and nobody stands up and say, "Hey, this is actually bad for your health, and this is actually doing harm." When I saw the news thing about a 16-year-old girl who was getting headaches and things from wearing this because they were made to wear it in America during sports even. And when she asked the coach, can take off the mask, he says, go to the locker room. And she, on the way into the locker room, she collapses because she doesn't get enough oxygen. When her teammate finds her, she puts her up to the mirror. The girl's not breathing. The coach who's made her wear this mask until she's basically killed herself is then trying to resuscitate her, and they get her back for a little bit. They lose her again. They get her back in the ambulance. I think she died 2 or 3 times. It's a 16-year-old kid, and the mom had already said, I don't want my child wearing this mask. But they ignored what the parents wanted. They didn't care whether it affected their health. They only cared about whether someone would give them shit about not wearing it. Oh, everybody has to wear it. That's the rules. I work with kids. I know how this is. If we don't follow these rules, we get even stricter rules. And
that's where we have to just stop doing it. Stop. We have to stop sending our kids to school. We have to start homeschooling and figuring out ways in the community because, yes, it's it's the coach's fault, but because they weren't listening to the parents, but really it's ultimately the parents' choice to still force her to do it, to make her do her activity or whatever. So she wanted to do it too. I'm sure kids are.
Yeah. Do you want to have the kids give up on their passion and their social things? This is so bad for the mental health of kids.
I don't think they should give up, but I think that at a point we definitely have to instill in the children that our rights are the most important thing, and nothing else is going to make sense if we don't have rights.
But at the same time, if not enough people stand up and say you got to have the freedom to wear it or not, depending on what's good for you, then if nobody says anything because everybody's so super conscious of, oh, I don't want to offend anybody, what if somebody's doing this because of mental things? Well, yes, we do not want to put them down. We do need to empower them to feel free to make that choice themselves and stand up for people who don't need it, which is basically everybody. But yeah, nobody
for
should have to wear it.
sure. I kind of been like that from the beginning. I'd never wear a mask. And, you know, like the whole thing about it is I'm in Florida and we're already super lax about it down here anyway. So it's kind of like one of those things where luckily I haven't really had to face that too much. I have faced a couple of mask controversial things. But for the most part, it hasn't been a big deal for my life. And if I have to wear it, like for a brief time, I do it or whatever. But I do see, especially at the beginning of this thing, huh?
I said, since you said brief time, have you ever had to wear it for hours?
Oh no, no,
Yeah,
I would
that's what
never.
it is,
I
and
could
that's the
never.
worst. I've had to go through that. It fucking sucks, man. It's
I
so hard to
wouldn't. I
breathe.
just
You get
wouldn't.
headaches. Everybody is complaining about getting pimples from sweating underneath this because it's hard to breathe.
Yeah.
It's horrible, and they're trying to put these mask mandates on kids and all this other stuff. It's dreadful. And the more they put fear into the hearts of the parents, the more the parents are putting this on the kids themselves. It's awful.
I don't think that my daughter wore a mask like once this whole time. Like I'm like, no, we're not doing that. And
Glad to hear it.
it's hard because there is, but like I said, I'm in Florida, so it's a little easier down here because people are just so much. So I guess that's the difference. Like when I see people wearing a mask, I know it is because it's their choice. Like because there's so many people not wearing it already. So if you just don't want to wear it, you're not going to wear it. And if you're scared, then you're going to wear it. You know, if you're still scared of COVID or you still think you're going to get sick or whatever, you're going to wear it. So it's kind of to each their own down here, but apparently, I guess in some other places, they're really still super strict about it, huh?
I got mandates right now at work, and if we don't follow through with the distancing, masks at work, and disinfecting everything, and making sure that each staff member is only assigned to one room for each day, which is not the usual. If we don't do that, we have to go back to what we did in the beginning of COVID, which is the thing where all the kids are separated by what class they are in and aren't allowed to go and interact with each other and go between rooms and all that shit, which sucked. We only had it up for a few weeks, but we don't get any infections. None of the kids are getting sick. And my boss is fighting for us to have things open as normal because she knows how important it is for the kids to have routine. We also take care of special ed kids or like kids with special needs, however you say it in English, like autism and that kind of thing. And routine is very important. And if you let these kind of things affect, like these kind of worries affect your kids, especially the way they're fear mongering in the TV and media, it's affecting the kids. I see it. I work with kids. They're talking about this. They're talking about COVID. And I keep being like, making it like, oh, bruh, 99.8 something % chance. It's nothing. It's going to be fine. And you got to like actually get rid of those worries because those worries can actually create actual sickness because the mental state will affect the physical state. And this is how they've been getting any people sick. It's the masks and it's the fear and the anxiety.
Yep.
There's such a surge of mental health problems throughout the entire world throughout this period, including suicides in young people and the effects it's having on some kids, especially overseas where they do it a lot. We got pretty lucky here as well. Not as lucky as you because we got our second dose of people freaking out for no reason. But this infuriates me because my passion is children. I've worked with kids for years. I'm in an after-school program, and I've been telling everybody at work about this and how it was coming half a year before it was coming, and still there are people at work who are like, "Oh, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me about any of the things you're hearing about," because they're too afraid to face the truth.
Yeah, it's that cognitive dissonance because if they acknowledge it and say, yes, you're right, then that means they have to start making personal changes for it to make sense for them. They're not ready for that. That means they have to be uncomfortable. They have to do things that make them uncomfortable. And so many people, they don't like change. They don't want to be uncomfortable. And it's hard to get people to want to change their whole ways of living and life and views and outlook and all that.
Funny thing about that is she
Oh my
knows me
god.
well enough to not want to hear about the things I have to say about this. And she's like, just don't talk about this with me, because she knows I'm going to bring something she can't deny. And she would have to rethink the things. I'm thinking about a specific coworker. She's just always like, nope,
Yeah.
nope, nope.
Yeah, because she knows. And she knows as soon as you tell her it's going to resonate, and then she's going to want to go research it, and she's going to want to know more, and she's going to want to get sucked in, and then she's going to go
Doesn't
home.
want to know
Yep,
at
3
all.
o'clock.
That's the problem, because she wouldn't even want to have to research and find the opposite, because she knows she's not going to find the opposite.
Right.
So she doesn't want to know at all. She just doesn't want to hear it.
That ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, willful ignorant.
Yep.
Sorry, I get a bit ranty and passionate whenever it touches on the subject of the kids. As soon as it's like,
Yeah, you have
I get
to.
shaky and adrenaline. So
Yeah, we have to. I mean, somebody has to have passion for them, you know, and stick up for them and be their voice for all things. Yeah, I can't even think of it. My daughter's 5. She wants to go to real school, and I'm like, no, we are doing homeschool. Like, she's crazy.
it's probably just because what she sees on TV or something. Like school is
And all her
glorified
little
in all the
friends.
media.
Yeah, all her little friends are like already in school and stuff, so it makes it hard, you know. And my friends, you know, they're like, "Oh, you need to get her in school and this and that," and it's just this cog and wheel. That's what I say. This whole system, it's a cog and wheel thing. It's just going on its own because, you know, we just keep falling in line, keep falling in order. What we're told, what we're taught, what we're used to, what our family and friends are doing, and breaking away from that, it's hard. It's hard. Stuff happens. I've had a lot of crazy stuff happen since I've been in this movement, and because of me being a truther, because of it. But that's part of the journey and ascending and overcoming those things. And I guess we all have a purpose in it, but I just think we all need to unify, get together, and keep finding each other and keep realizing that as long as we keep finding each other and strengthening our collective consciousness, and then, like I said, focusing on the solutions, what are we going to do about it? You know? We have the information now. What do we do about it?
Yeah, and how can we more efficiently help other people realize what the hell is going on? But have you checked like after school programs or that kind of stuff? Because if she's talking about school and her other friends being together in school, if they're together in a after school activity, that could always just make up for it. So it's like she's still totally part of the group, you know?
Yeah, I definitely am getting like little things together for her, little group things. And they have all kind of like programs here for that, for homeschool kids even. But I do have a couple. I have one girlfriend that she homeschools her daughter, and she's a little bit like the same age. I think she's just a little bit older, so it's good. They're gonna homeschool. We're gonna do like a thing, you know what I'm saying? Different things like that. So all you do is just work on it every day. But dude, I just can't imagine sending her to school. It terrifies me.
No, I totally get you. Like me and Drace, my brother, we're both from Iceland. We're in the same room right now. And we actually have already looked up the laws about homeschooling, even though both of us are single. Just like if we ever have a kid, we need to know how to do that.
Yes. And it changes, you know, depending on your area and all that. So yeah, we have to keep staying up on it. And you have to find the areas that are the best supportive of it. You know, we have to place ourselves in the proper areas, in the proper communities. It's hard to find them sometimes, but there are more conscious areas than others.
We don't have a lot of selection. We live in Iceland. We have 350,000 people in total. So not a lot of
I
places
can't
to
even
choose from.
fathom this. This doesn't even seem like a real life to me. Like, I'm just imagining you're living on this block of ice, and then that's it. Like, super
You're
cold
not far off.
place. Ooh!
Just throw a few Vikings on there and you're good.
Wow. You need to put some pictures, share some pictures in the thing. I want to see this place.
That's gonna take me a second. But I do have some of the Northern Lights we had recently. Do you want to see those?
Yes. I've never seen this in real life.
We get it all the time. I literally just took pictures above our backyard.
Ooh. Okay. See where I can go here. Trying to find how to go back into the here. Greenland is what people think Iceland is. Oh yeah. It's green in Iceland and icy in Greenland? I don't
Here you go, crazy Northern Light.
Oh, beautiful. Oh my gosh. That's real. That is crazy.
Did you notice one of them looks like a screaming face? That's my favorite one.
It's wow. It is a screaming face. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's so cool. Those are amazing. We'd rather go naked than wear a mask.
You're roboting a little bit.
Volcano. Oh wow, volcano.
Oh yeah, the volcano's been going for, what was it, 8 or 9 months? I think it was. I think it was 1 or 2 weeks ago that we got a few like 4 point something or 3 point something. What's it called? Earthquakes, because it erupted again as soon as everybody thought it was gonna stop. It started again.
Oh. I don't know anything about LA. I experienced an earthquake once in LA. Like, it was scary.
Oh, you would not want to live in Iceland though.
No, I could not.
When it first started, I think we got over 10,000 earthquakes in a few weeks. And we got some that were above 5. That was the most fun. Then everything shook. But it's fine because we are in concrete houses, so our houses don't fall over like your houses. Our houses are strong.
Anyways, all right. I'm getting cut out and I'm gonna get off here. You guys are all beautiful and amazing, and I had a great
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
It was great hearing you, even though you roboted a bit at the end. The previous parts came through perfectly, so excellent. Well, things died down pretty fast. People still here?
Yeah, I have a question for you. You're Drace's sister?
Yeah, I'm Karma.
Okay, nice to meet you. Are you the one singing with him in his songs?
Sometimes, yeah.
Oh.
He has one with Lulu, though.
So is the whole family flat Earth, or is it just the two of you?
Yeah, whole family. Mom realized pretty fast as soon as we showed her.
What
I
got
think it took me less than an hour.
what got your wheels to start spinning to make you think about it? Like, did it happen spontaneously? Did you struggle with it? Was there something that just like put the straw on the camel back to make it kneel? Like, what happened?
Full credit to Drace, actually, because he apparently found out that some people believed in flat Earth or something along those lines, and went out to debunk what was it, Eric Dubay or something. Mm-hmm. And then he found out that it was flat, naturally, because he's a full-time researcher type. And once he found it was flat, he was really sneaky and smart, because he started out by being like, "Come look at this NASA fail compilation video." And we watched that for like an hour or two, and I was laughing with tears in my eyes. That was so funny. Bendy doors, air bubbles, freaking rats. You could see the divers. God, that was so funny. So as soon as I'm done laughing at this, he's like, "See," so, and I'm like, "Okay, so all the space stuff is fake. So they're getting money for nothing, and they're not even doing anything." And I'm like, "So if there's no space, like what's going on?" He's like, "It's flat." And I'm like, "It's flat?" And he's like, "Yeah." So I'm like, "Wait, what about this?" She's like, "Yeah, it works like this." I'm like, "Okay, what about this?" She's like, "Yeah, it works like that." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." And I'm like, that actually fits really well with everything I've seen in my life, because I've seen like, okay, there's the moon in the sky and there's the sun in the sky, and this doesn't quite make a lot of sense with where they're positioned and where the shadow is, because we're so far north in Iceland, you know? And yeah, it just made sense. I mean, they've lied about so many other things. I wasn't really that surprised, but I did get really surprised just because I couldn't believe they went so far. It took me like 5 minutes to go like, really? Really?
I have
Before
a
I truly
question.
believed it. Was like, okay, fine. Came to terms.
So I have a question. How did your mom come to realize the Earth was flat?
The same thing, pretty much. Trace pulled the same thing pretty much on her. Shows her some of these things. She asks the same questions I do. Wait, what about aliens? It's like, bruh, look at this. Where would the aliens be coming from? And you're like, bruh, psyops. Because she used to watch Ancient Aliens and stuff. And yeah, she's a smart lady. She's always known shit's been up, and our family has the whole history of uh, our grandmother's husband was a part of the secret society that kind of rules our country and recruits out of the Freemasons here, and so we already knew a bunch of stuff. And like I said, Drace is a big researcher, and whenever he found something, he'd share with us. And Mom is a truther to the bone, so she always followed like along with anything new, like gimme, gimme, gimme. So it was no problem. It's a truther family through and through, and we're all gamers as well. So just saying, pretty awesome family.
Have you played a video game recently that made a flat Earth reference?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Undungeon. I took screenshots. I'll throw them in. You're asking great questions. Who am I talking to?
Jimmy Will. I played Red Dead Redemption, and you get out of the tutorial missions and you actually get to the real world, and then you hear your character walked by a conversation with Dutch and Dutch's old lady. They're having a conversation, and then I can't remember who acts your character. His name's Arthur. Do you think she loves me, or do you think something about love? And he was like, Arthur says something along the lines of, if you told her to prove the earth was flat, she would prove the earth was flat if you said that you would love her for it. And then if you're playing Sims 4 and you get into the astronaut job, they have little things that pops up in the main screen that says you make this choice at work, right? Tell the guy he's staying. Well, one of them is you're washing the spacecraft and you notice that there's moss on the spacecraft. When you know that they went to a desert planet, do you tell your boss or do you not? And if you tell your boss, you end up learning that they took the spacecraft for a joyride on a wet planet, and that caused the algae to be on it, which is similar to when the ISS had algae on it.
I guess, yeah, like a little reference. Yeah, we were also watching something. What was that fireman show called? Tacoma FD or something like that. Yeah, that show had two guys who couldn't stand each other until they realized they were both flat earthers. Tracy's gonna post the clip. It was really good. You should check this. It's in the text stream. Or it should be in a second.
I'd like to add on the show Dexter. There's a Chinese blogger, and they introduce her. They tell her boyfriend is a flat earther, and they don't actually show him, but they talk about that her boyfriend's a flat earther. And that's just the latest reference I've seen. The show Dexter.
High five, dude. I noticed that too. It's like, wait, what? Okay.
Oh yeah, I got that too, right?
Yep.
There's a lot of little ones that also I just didn't notice because I saw it before I knew. So it kind of just flies right over your head. Like the Breaking Bad one, I hadn't noticed at all until I saw it afterwards. And I was like, oh my God, how could I not notice that?
Jenny, how are you today?
Well, hey, God Rockin'. I'm doing good. How about you?
Cool. Heard your voice. I had to say hi.
Well, that's very thoughtful. Thank you.
You have such a very, pleasant, friendly, inviting voice. It's very, dare I say, sexy. How's that?
Oh, wow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought you were going to say something different, but hey, okay. While you were
I'm not trying to hit on you. I hope you know that.
No, yeah. No, completely, 100%.
I'm not trying to be a weirdo by any means.
Yeah. But I was thinking how I don't want to elaborate on ladies' night, but I'll have to tell you about it later. I got white knighted by a customer against another customer.
Wow.
And she actually called the lady a bitch. It's like, whoa. So yep. So people genuinely, for the most part, think I'm nice. Sometimes, if it's like I can almost detect people's energy, where it's like I gotta step away. It's like, whoa, I'm going to get customer service. I'll be right back.
You have this really little sweet, sweet voice. You know what I mean? You just sound like this sweet little girl, and it's just, it's just cool. That's all.
Sweet. Thanks so much. I appreciate you.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm just telling how I like to hear how I hear it. That's all. Telling it like I see it.
If you think something nice, you should say it.
Yeah. Yeah, but some people are so weird on this channel. It's like you can't give someone a compliment. They're like, "Oh, what's going on here?" Nothing,
Yeah,
buddy. Just trying to be nice.
you already know this homie don't play that.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I dared say it to you.
I remember one time I said I appreciate a coworker. I said I appreciate you, and she says, "Well, I appreciate you. Appreciate me." I said, "Well, I appreciate you."
Nice.
We were just crying, laughing. It was the best. I've got some pretty good coworkers, so hopefully it lasts.
Well, you
Hopefully,
got some pretty good co-flat earthers too.
I don't know about
Yeah, I
that
wanted to
yet.
say.
I'm laying the groundwork. I'm laying the
I wanted to
groundwork.
say,
There's a
Jenny,
few out
you
there.
you do got an infectious laugh, so you should put your mask on while you're laughing.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, I don't have to wear no mask. I don't have to wear no mask. No. The whole time I haven't, man. Ever since the whole thing
But
began.
your laugh is contagious. I don't want everybody, laughing all over the place.
Yeah, you
Oh
don't
my
want everybody
God.
happy, for heaven's sakes. Let's not
Oh
have a
my
bunch of
gosh.
happy people.
God forbid, we might all live longer.
Okay, so I'm trying to get some girls together at work and lay the groundwork, and they're going to be helping me with something. I want to kind of do a little like hip hop dance, and it's to CB's 10 Flat Commandments. So I'm gonna tell them. I said, I'm mostly concerned about, the music, but they're gonna be all those lyrics are gonna be sinking into their subconscious and shit. So it's kind of
I
like
like it.
maybe it's kind of be like a little social experiment.
A little
So
subliminal
oddly enough,
flat smacking. Is that what you're saying? A little subliminal flat smacking?
yes. Okay,
I
so
get you, man. I'm in on this. I keep playing
I have.
like flat earth music at work when the kids are gone because they're not all clean lyrics, and I've been like upping the truther level of the music every time and seeing if anybody notices.
Nice.
They don't notice. They don't say nothing ever.
Not so far. I've
Not
even
so
been
far.
like, "Hey, what do you think of this song? It sounds like it could be on the radio. A guy I know made this," and they're like, "Yeah, it's really good quality, well made." And I'm like, "Right," and then they say nothing.
Oh, geez.
But I mean, it might take a while because they're Icelandic. They might not have the best English knowledge, depending on who it is.
Well, you sound fine to me. You're not hard to understand at all.
Oh yeah, I understand everything they're saying, but I might be playing music to an Icelandic person that might be like,
Oh.
"I wonder what second law of thermodynamic even would mean." And I'd be like, "Okay, hang on, let me explain."
Yeah, you're going to get into the second law of thermodynamics with normies. You're going to have to do some explaining. They're not.
I'm going to try to explain that in Icelandic. God help me. I do not know how to do that.
Yeah.
Lobbies, you got some splaining to do.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest thing you've done, that's for sure.
I've tried flat smacking coworkers after work in Icelandic, and it works to a point, but I always get to a point where I'm like, okay, English word, and if they give me a look, I'm like, okay, the stuff, and then I do hand gestures. It works like this. It usually gets through.
That's funny.
It can be.
I actually worked in a factory once on an assembly line. So it was like 50 people. And oddly enough, there was like 5 flat earthers that I worked with on that
Wow.
line. Yeah.
That's some pretty good percentages there.
I know, right? I mean, not the whole department.
Right.
Oddly enough, I did end up switching departments. I went to machining, and I was talking really casually with this young adult and about scientism, and I think I got into flat Earth. And this one dude, I'm not shitting you, he was an in real life troll. He was listening to my conversation, and he just slid over and inserted himself into the conversation, kind of started attacking me. I'm like, whoa, whoa. I mean, I got like a physical response off this dude and everything. He was triggered. So it was pretty interesting. But I should have wrote it down how it all went. But basically, I told him he had some homework to do, and he said, "Yeah, I'm going to do that." I'm like, "Well, you just get back to me when you do." It was wild. Hopefully
Make
I
sure
never
you,
have to experience
yeah,
anything like
make
that.
sure you do your homework on Google. That'll going to be really helpful.
Yeah, I could never do what Witsit does. It's like, I'm not worthy. It's like, that's not meant for me. Oh yeah, if that had been Witsit, he would have tore him to shreds in like 2 minutes.
Witch has got the gift of gab for sure.
Oh,
He's got a silver tongue.
sure.
There's no doubt about it.
Definitely. Oh, certainly.
Yeah, but he's also got the hardware between the ears to, push the hardware of his mouth.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know,
I also found out that the more you research a topic yourself, the more easily you can speak about it like Witsit does. So the in-depth research, I think, puts him on another level.
Well, you're definitely talking some truth there because he places himself out there in the public eye and in the public ears, and you just have to remember these people are complete normies for the most part and know nothing more than just what they've been told and indoctrinated with. So, yeah, that's he's definitely on a whole different level when you're talking about it in those terms because we know how we were raised and we know that we just are not told the truth and we're not told anything positive, not told how to think,
Critically.
So
what's it still in here?
Do we want to be done with ladies' night, I take it?
oh,
Or
I didn't realize ladies' night had started. Oh
no,
my
no,
gosh,
it's
I'm so
totally
sorry.
fine. No, don't be. No, not at all. I don't think anybody is having a problem with it.
But
Yeah,
still, I should have been more paying attention. I wasn't. I just signed into the room and just started
It's all
jibber
right.
jabbering. I'm sorry.
it's not a problem at all because Dandelion had already checked in chat if anybody wanted to extend it an hour, and I already replied like, it should be fine by now. Like, I'm not gonna keep it going. So she said, okay, we'll just hang around and chat with whoever's here. So I think it was technically officially over
Oh,
because
good.
I mean it's
Okay.
past the hour. So
That's how I felt it
you
was.
should
Yeah.
be fine.
So, yeah.
Darn it! I wanted to make him feel bad.
Karma, are you the same Karma that bites people in the ass all day long? I'm just curious with your busy schedule. How do you keep up?
No, that would be the karma that's a bitch. I'm the
Sorry.
good karma. She's the bad karma.
I didn't know there was multiple karmas. I guess it does make sense that there would be.
Well, there's good karma and there's bad karma.
Well, I'm glad we have the good karma. Thank you.
I'm assuming whoever bad karma is, who I've heard so much about, is probably a glober.
Oh, couldn't agree more.
Okay, MJ is telling us that we have potential trolls to play with.
Then say, give us some
Why are
names,
the guys
MJ.
talking? You guys
Give
done? Oh well, it's for the ladies. Actually, we just
I know we just talked
we
about that.
verify them. One
We
is
just
Henry
talked
and
about that. We just talked about that, MJ. I apologize for speaking, and so.
the ladies' night's done then.
No.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay.
so why are you talking?
Are you're just tasing him, aren't you? You're getting revenge.
Yes.
Yeah, they love it. All right, BRB.
Maybe man air is not as bad as no air.
So the ladies were kind enough to extend, an invitation to the microphone on Ladies' Night. I'm just curious, when the new people come in, are we going to let the ladies talk to them? Because I love hearing the ladies handle the trolls. The
Oh,
way that they handle the
absolutely.
business.
I think so. I think you're absolutely, yes, spot on.
So ladies are still on for troll patrol.
Yeah,
Troll patrol.
yeah,
That's right.
yes. And who are these new people, MJ? Who are they?
Well, if a mean one comes in, we can manifest bad karma, and then he's just going to run out of here with his tail between his legs.
Or I could sing a song for you.
It's sing-song time.
I second that.
I always vote for Sunny Sing Song.
Okay, I'm going to wait till my air conditioning fan goes off. So just a couple of seconds. This is a Flat Earth song I wrote.
Awesome, Sunny. I'm so excited.
It's still a work in progress. So there's about I've done about 3 different iterations of it so far. I'm figuring it out as I go. So
I'm sure we're going to love it.
Okay, well, a couple of minutes here.
We're going on the fly here.
Okay, I'm gonna check my volume. How's this? Hi, can you hear me?
I think so.
Turn up the
Maybe a
guitar.
little bit louder, but
Okay, I'll just stand closer. Hey, can you hear me? Hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, good.
Thumbs up.
That was
loud and clear.
1 second. I know right where to stand now. One moment.
Hopefully it's on your head.
So excited. Take it away, Sunny, when you're ready. Mm-hmm. The suspense. Meanwhile,
Waiting for the fan on the AC. Waiting for the timer on the thermostat. Sorry.
All right.
That's not the song.
I know, but it still was all right.
That was a song in the interim about waiting for the thermostat to go off on the AC because of the suspense that's flowing through me and Jenny. Oh, sorry. Not sorry. This is intermission music.
How's the podcast?
Bro, I'm tingling right now. I'm tingling.
Tingling? Yeah. Yo, what's up, y'all? Oh, can you play the G string?
Pardon?
Hey, Sunny.
You
We
play
have
the
a new
G string?
person.
Wow. That was really good.
Let me turn my mic off.
Actually, that is pretty good.
That was yes. Sunny, let us know when you're ready to go.
Okay, I will. I'll give you a warning.
Okay,
What
so
do you mean?
all right. So Hannah, are you new here?
Yeah.
Both new here.
Me and my brother Luvan.
Wait, who's your brother?
His name's Luvan. Say hi,
Okay.
Luvan.
Hi.
Sup, man? Are you guys like you're not in the same room?
No.
No, we're in two different rooms.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've ever had brothers in here that I've
Yeah.
welcome. You
Thank
happen to be on ladies' night, the tail end. Oh, maybe not. Did we change it?
Hmm.
But anyway, welcome.
Thank
How'd
you.
you find our server?
Somebody sent it to us via not a Discord, but a Facebook group chat.
Yeah.
So you guys were talking about flat Earth?
Yeah, we were interested about it.
Yeah, we were just learning about it, right? And that's really what happened.
So was there a point where you guys were like, "Wait, what?" Like, did you
Yeah.
guys have a moment?
I mean,
It made me really think about it for a
it's
minute.
mainly like okay, so basically they sent it like a documentary. I don't have it because my Facebook got deleted recently. So yeah. But they sent this documentary and I watched it. It's a pretty convincing documentary and I was very much interested. And it made me and Luvan go down a spiral of looking through flat earth stuff, you know.
Nice. Okay. Well, you guys are in the right place. This is the best place on earth to talk about how it measures flat and we see too far. Right? So,
Yeah, as well. And Hen and Luvan, welcome. As Dandelion's, no, Jenny's saying. And if you rewind the show, you'd be able to see where I structured the conversation by asking what's the argument for, what's the argument against, and then my third question was as to why have we been deceived in being told that the Earth is a globe. So very interesting information. If you rewind the stream back on YouTube, you'll be able to garner some more information. But yeah, welcome to the family, and I hope you enjoy yourself here, and happy new year to everyone and to you guys.
Oh, actually,
thank
also
you. Thank you
Merry
so
Christmas,
much.
y'all.
Merry Christmas.
If you don't know, so basically I'm Ethiopian, right? And in Ethiopia, we believe that I'm what is it? Orthodox Christian? Yeah.
Yes.
Ethiopian Orthodox Christian, and we have our Christmases like later, and it happens around like January-ish, and today's actually our birthday. So yeah, Merry Christmas to y'all.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, Merry Christmas. If it's your Christmas, then Merry Christmas. May it be a joyous time for you and your family and friends.
Yeah. It sure is. It sure is. Happy to found a new family. Very nice.
Interesting fact about Ethiopia: it was never conquered by Europe.
Exactly.
A lot of times,
it's
a lot
actually
of times they allied with the Europeans, but it's only in Africa that was never conquered.
along with
Hello,
Hey
Liberia.
Hank, salute, bro. Good to see you. But didn't the guy from Mussolini, didn't he go inside Italy and cause mayhem? Excuse me, go inside what was it, Somalia or Ethiopia,
It was
and
Eritrea.
cause mayhem?
See, let me
Oh,
explain.
It
He
was Eritrea.
failed.
it was Eritrea, huh? Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
it was Eritrea
Those
and Somalia.
three I get confused. My bad.
It's all fine.
He also tried conquering Ethiopia, but he failed miserably.
Okay. I thought that like they had like a trait that they left behind with them red high top. I forget the proper name for them hats. But they're
A
like
fez.
red and it's got like a little
A fez.
felt.
A fez.
Yeah.
A fez?
A fez. Yeah.
FEZ.
Yeah. Fez.
Ah, right, got yeah. Okay, yeah. And to which part of Africa did that trait get left into?
Well, it's on mainly in northern Africa. People where it came
Morocco
from,
area.
like
So
Morocco,
we were going to talk about
Egypt.
the shape of the Earth, right? I'm going to go ahead and get us
Yes.
back on track because I'm the one who took us
Sorry.
off, and I
Let's get it,
apologize.
Hank.
Yeah, it's my apologies. So the thing about it is that we can teach you how to measure it yourself, right? We're not
I
trying to
was
convince
just
you of
into
any.
this. So basically, what I was doing, right? I was using a pencil and lining it up with the background, and it looked completely straight to me.
Right. So the things that you have to understand is you kind of have to understand a little bit of perspective, right? How things shrink and get closer to the horizon as they get further and further away from you. They appear to shrink, they don't actually shrink. And they appear to disappear into the horizon, but they're not actually going over the Earth curve. That's what they've been telling us for about 500 years. The ships go over the horizon, and this proves the Earth. But the thing is that we can see further than we're supposed to be able to see, to the point to where the anti-flat Earth, they're not arguing whether we can see too far. They're arguing as to why we can see too far. Right. So that's all they have left. We can see too far, therefore we debunk the curvature. So the curvature works like a woman's stomach. She can't see her toenails if she's 9 months pregnant, right? Because there's, belly hump in the way. Well, over water, there should be a hump of water in the way if the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared. But we're not seeing that. We can't detect it. And in fact, I went to Corpus Christi because I'm a Texan, and I saw buildings that were over 10 miles away, or about 10 miles away, excuse me. And I was in the water.
Did he just get muted?
I don't know.
No, I was just stating that it should have been 66 feet of curvature, right, in the way of those buildings. So if you can imagine a 6-story building, right, made of water, that should have been in the way on the beach on the other side. But still, I could see the beaches. I'm sorry, I could see the houses on the beach. And none of them were like 6-story buildings because in Corpus Christi, if you're on the North Beach, you're looking back behind you to see the city. So in front of you is just the little beach houses.
Oh, I'm pretty sure Louvain conducted his own experiment.
Yo,
what happened?
Sorry, I couldn't hear anybody.
So, sir, since you were snoring, can you tell me the radius of the Earth?
No, I cannot tell you the radius of the Earth.
Could you look it up? I don't expect you to know everything.
All right, sure. No, okay, my bad.
No, no worries. All's good.
You know, actually, Louvain is a hollow Earth believer.
Okay, so he thinks you look up and the stars that you see are the Orient, the Chinese cities, right?
No, that's definitely not what Hollow Earth is.
That's not what hollow Earth is. It's like
that's cell
like
Earth.
on the
Okay.
we're on the outside of the hollow Earth.
Yeah, we're not on the
inside. Is where like all the crazy shit happens.
Yeah, like pyramids.
Well,
yeah.
So the thing is that you can measure the surface of water, and you can determine, if it's curved or not. So if it's not measuring curved anywhere, what is it?
flat.
Right. So we're not asking you to believe us.
Have you ever? I have
We're
a
asking
question.
you to hold on real fast. We're asking you to take this radius, put it into the Earth curve calculator. Right. This is the numbers they provide for their model, and we're telling you to go outside and test it over a large body of water at rest. Go ask the
So
question.
exactly what shape do you think the Earth is?
We don't know.
Like a
Flat
frisbee.
is not a
Like a
description of
frisbee.
a shape.
Is it like?
We're not talking about the whole Earth because we're not free enough to talk about the whole Earth. What we're talking about is what we can actually
And
prove
has
and
anyone
go
ever like
outside
went
and
outside of
verify.
the Earth? Like, have you ever
No,
like?
we're all stuck here.
Well, I mean, have you ever like driven off? Because what happens on the underside?
You ever? Who
So when you
says
go
there's an
into the
underside?
ocean, right? When like you go like deep within the ocean, nothing else happens. That's it. Like just
Like,
right in the water.
do you just fall?
Okay, so you guys, where's the edge of space at?
Hmm.
Where's the edge of space?
Like, I'm guessing Antarctica or like I guess Arctics would be the ends.
That's where the edge of the globe Earth model is. That's where the edge
I
of
mean,
space is.
or is it like infinite, where there's like infinite land, like Minecraft?
Right. So you guys didn't claim an edge of space, right?
I mean,
No.
So when I
so
bring it up and you didn't claim it, it's kind of like a straw man. But that's kind of what you just did to us. So we didn't claim an edge, and then you're asking us about the edge that we never talked about. What I'm talking about, and try to stay focused, is that you can measure the water for curvature yourself. You don't need a high priest, a guy with letters after his name. You need a mirror and a large body of water at rest.
Yeah, it's illegal to go past the 60th south latitude. Every major country in the world signed it. Still intact since 1959. You can't go past there. You also can't fly within 500 miles of each direction of the center. Effectively, they drew a circle at the center and around the outside of everyone and said, stay in the playpen and be good slaves. And so there is no way to actually verify any measurements of entire Earth claims or what exactly is beyond there. The deepest hole ever dug, as for the underside, quote unquote, well, it's just under 8 miles. So no one's ever dug deeper than that. Nothing deeper than that has ever been verified. And anyone that makes a claim about anything deeper than that is literally just making shit up. And it's around the same exact distance down as the Mariana Trench, which is the deepest part of the ocean. So there you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it's really just like a frisbee.
It's like a big frisbee.
Oh,
Well, like,
because the
what did that?
frisbee is
But who's gonna toss it?
floating.
I would make it like the Earth vulnerable though to like alien attacks and stuff because they could just like throw it, you know.
Like,
Wow.
who's
I don't
gonna
believe in
toss the
aliens.
Earth?
I mean, you
Hey
don't.
guys, do
Wait,
you know what a
you
straw
don't
man
believe in
is?
aliens?
Do you know what a straw man is?
No, nothing. First of all,
It's
aliens
when
aren't a straw man. It's just the truth. You ever heard of the
Hey,
like
show me an
beings like
alien.
I
no?
mean,
What?
What do you
why would I?
wait? What is your idea
So
of
it's not the truth,
aliens? I
it's
just
just
want to
your
know.
belief.
Look, no one thinks the Earth's a disc in space, bro. That's just ridiculous, right? Like, no one actually thinks that. So when you Google it and you Google flat Earth, it shows you a disc in space. Isn't it interesting that they show you that's what flat earthers think when it's literally not what any of them think? Because
What
if
is
it's just
it?
dumb and crazy, then like, why would they have to say what none of them think?
I have a question though.
Did
So
he
what do
ask
y'all
about
think it is? Is it
aliens?
like a trapezoid?
The Earth's a
Relax. Yeah,
topographical
you're
plane,
gonna
man.
yeah. Slow down. Just let Witsit talk for a second. Yeah, thanks.
Topographical plane. The Earth's a plane, has elevation differences, mountains and valleys, right? So it's contained. It has a firmament. As I can see it, the 100% the air on the Earth is contained. The Earth doesn't move, and everything in the sky moves, revolving perfectly over top of it and around it, and around Polaris, the North Pole star. Every single star in the sky goes east to west. They all reset back where they started over and over for all recorded history. The sun and the moon appear to be the same size and move this in the same sky as the stars. and that's what we observe, and that's just objectively what reality is. So that's all we say. So we do not look up at the stars and say, oh, the Earth is out there and is one of those lights, because that's preposterous. It makes no sense. Is an antithetical to all observable phenomena and evidence ever. So,
Yep, outer space is fake. Sorry.
I got is it Witsit? Is that how you say it?
yeah.
Okay, so whenever you say it's a topographical plane, that's what you said, right?
Yep.
So whenever you say it like that, are you referencing as if those like big maps they have in schools where they're rectangular and then they have the entirety of the Earth on them but on a flat plane? Are you referring to it as something as that?
No. So what they show you in school is called a Mercator projection, which is completely disproportionate and not accurate at all whatsoever. But I'm not talking about a map. I'm talking about description of the Earth. It is a topographical plane, topography meaning change in elevations like mountains and valleys. So when we say flat, we don't mean like a flat, smooth table. We have elevation on land. But that's why this guy was telling you to look over water, because we know water always finds its level, is always flat. That's just what water does. That's why it's called sea level. And that's actually how we get the elevations to measure the topography of the Earth. And the only way we've ever measured anything on the Earth, be it elevation or the actual measurements of the land itself, has required us to treat the Earth as flat. That's the only way that we got any of that information, or that we have any data to go off whatsoever. And so that's pretty much where we are. There's a fairy tale about how there is actually a curve that can't be seen, and there's movement that can't be felt, and that there's a vacuum that can just sit next to gas pressure, and gas pressure that doesn't have to be contained. So these are all just insane claims. It's actually like a religion.
Are you serious?
So
Yeah, it's a
why
religion,
can't we
bro.
just wait? Why can't we just call it top Earth instead of flat Earth?
Plain
Like a
Earth.
top, like a spinning top.
No, you gotta listen, Witzy. You gotta help him. It's not an object. You can't measure it. It's coming out of the waters. That's not a cartoon on TV. Sorry, bro.
Right.
So wait.
Yeah, there's water surrounding the land. The land came out of the water. Right. So it isn't an object, just like he said. We're not making a shape. Listen, man. We're not making a shape claim. Okay. Flat is the description of a surface. Right. So horizontal. You understand?
How do
Equal
you
height.
the Earth then?
Equal height or horizontal. Okay, so that's it. That falsifies shape claims like spheres can't be flat, but if I have a table and it's flat, it could be a square, it could be a circle, it could be a circle with corners outside of it, it could be all kinds of things, but it's flat. So listen, this is the important part. We're not making a shape claim. We're making an objective recollection, no claim, no belief. Physical measurement of the Earth is flat. It can't be a sphere because of that. And that's all that we're saying to you. It's illegal to verify anything outside of a circle around you called the 60th south latitude. It's literally illegal to privately explore it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's much more than that. It's like infinite, pretty much.
We have no idea.
No.
Wait, is it infinite?
How
There's
would we
no
know?
there's no such thing as infinite in reality.
Yeah. But so Antarctica has the highest elevations in the world, which is convenient because water has to be contained. So the waters meet the highest elevation in the world, which is Antarctica. They say it's an ice cap on the bottom of a ball. Never been circumnavigated over top, nor is it legal to even fly whatsoever, commercially or private, over top. And it's illegal to go anywhere close to trying to do that, because you can't do that. And there's just a shoreline, and you don't fall off of a lake, you don't fall off of a pond, you don't fall off of the oceans that meet the shoreline that is Antarctica.
Okay. So, sorry, I'm new to this. I'm just here to learn. So whenever you say that we're in a topographical plane, would that then falsify the ideology of space and
Well,
the other planets around us?
Well, see, for one, yeah, what they've told us about space can't be true because the Earth doesn't move.
Okay.
So automatically when they look at the stars in the sky, they're like, okay, if we're going to say that the Earth is out in the sky and it's all going around the sun, then we have to make up a story about how that's possible. So they had to say it's a vacuum emptiness so that these lights could be crazy far away, right? But we don't see them change and they just keep resetting like a divine clock. So they had to say it was empty. They had to say that they had to say space was empty. It's just an idea to explain how the Earth could be a ball that's spinning on an axis, wobbling, revolving around the sun, that's shooting through space with the sun 500,000 miles per hour. This is just a fairy tale. This is not real. The Earth doesn't move. You've never felt it move. No one's ever felt it move. No one's ever measured it move or accounted for it moving. The Earth doesn't move. The sky does.
I have a question then. So, like,
And actually, Mr. Einstein, he forbid mankind to make use of any kind of instrument, optical instrument, to prove or disprove that the Earth rotates or not.
Yeah. So, and then there's a fundamental problem with it. So now you understand the reason I told you why they came up with the idea of a vacuum. Most globers don't even know this, but the only reason they said that space is a vacuum, first postulated by Aristotle, actually, the privation of space, philosophical, right, ontological. It's a religion. So he that's the only way the Earth could be a ball that's moving around the sun. So the space has to be empty. Now we have a problem with that. You can't have emptiness. First of all, nothingness isn't a thing, it's an idea. You can't have a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, or basically nothing, sitting next to the gas pressure of the Earth. That's literally impossible. It could not happen. There is no in between. There's no dapping up and hanging out. Like, it would violently fill the vacuum. So they're forced into a confinement to lie about the Earth, and it causes them to make a claim about outer space, which is fake. As for planets, it comes from the word plane, meaning wanderer. It's a wandering light, and many of us document them all the time. They're just lights in the sky. They're not what the Earth is. They move above the Earth as well.
Okay. Do you mind if I add one more thing?
Whatever, bro.
Okay.
I hope you're listening.
I don't know how to word this. So, with the ideology of space no longer existing, it's a figment. Okay.
Correct.
Would that then mean that there is nothing else besides the human race in existence?
Well, there would be whatever is in the heavenly realm, quote unquote, that is above. Like, it's not that place doesn't exist. It's not outer space. It's not a vacuum. It's not trillions of miles away. It's none of that.
Okay, because I didn't know if we could take that idea of space and then further bring that into maybe Earth, like this not even, being real. Like, I don't know. It's honestly kind of confusing for me to try to think of, because I've never really thought about it like this before.
Right. So here's the thing: the whole model, it's been in your head, right? Because it was placed there because you saw it on TV, you saw it on the internet, you saw it in magazine, you saw it in books, but no one on Earth has ever actually experienced the globe Earth model. It's just a model. In fact, when I say the word Earth, you have that blue marble in your head, when really Earth is the stuff that gets in between your toes at the beach, right? It's the stuff that earthworms are playing in.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what Earth actually is.
And,
right? And the TV. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, sorry. No, I was saying, like, the only way you can understand or start to explain what happens in the sky is to acknowledge that the Earth is stationary and that it's moving above us, and it appears to be in a fluid-like medium, and there's some type of container keeping the gas pressure here separate from what's up there. If you don't even know these things, you're not even close to understanding what's actually going up there. And of course, we will never fully know what's up there, and that's the biggest lie. They got everyone excited about their imagination of this place they can go to called outer space, but actually, no, it's just the Earth. And most of you guys have never seen Niagara Falls or even outside of your own bedroom half the time, and you don't realize how big the Earth is, and they brainwashed you to think it's a tiny speck of dust, and it's already been explored. We did it for you, and blah blah blah.
Wow.
So I have a question for you guys.
Okay.
Okay. So, like, I asked this before, but, like, why do you think people are hiding this? Like, why do you think this is, like, hidden? Like why is it so controversial?
Okay, yeah, millions of reasons as to why they would lie. We're just establishing that they provably did lie. And if your girlfriend cheats on you, she did not cheat on you till you can figure out why she cheated on you. But
Wait. What are you talking about cheating? What the hell?
I'm giving you an analogy, bro. If I tell you that your girlfriend's cheating on you and I have a video on my iPhone of it, and you're like, I'm not looking at the evidence because I don't think she would do that. Why would they ever do that? It's independent of the fact she did. But I mean, anyway, they drew a circle around us called the 60th South Latitude. I've said that a few times. So they've literally told everyone in the world that they have to live within a certain parameter of distance that they drew around you, like a slave, like the Hunger Games. Well, what's the most valuable thing that exists? Land and resources, which equates to power. Why would people lie for power? Knowledge is power. They have most of the world ignorant of the very place that they live. Of course, that's power. So, I mean, the answers are endless.
So, okay, so you tell me right now that the reason why they're hiding it is for knowledge, and knowledge is power.
Yeah, and land and resources. Yeah.
So right now, right, for land and resources.
Yeah, that's the most valuable things that exist. Are you unaware? What's more valuable than land and resources?
Love.
Money.
Oh, well, they don't possess.
Well, he's talking economics. That's a different kind of value.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
So
so you asked why
they-
why would they lie? I mean, dude, here's the one reason,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
It's to brainwash you. So when you're like 5, they say you live on this ball, and you immediately, it doesn't make any sense to you because your senses have never told you that, and you're like, wouldn't I fall off? And they say no, gravity, and it's this big G that they replaced God with that created everything and coalesced the
Holy
earth into this
shit!
ball.
It makes all sense now.
Yo, listen, bro, listen for real. And so they tell you that the earth is spinning.
Rude to interrupt.
They tell you the earth is spinning, and actually they don't tell you specifically, but it's supposedly 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and you've never felt it. And they say the earth's curved and it's a ball, but all you ever see is the horizon that's horizontal and flat, and water that's flat. You've never seen a curve of a sphere. You've never felt it spinning. They tell you that the sun and the moon look like they're moving, but they're sitting still. It's just you spinning and you're falling backwards during a sunset. So what you're taught at a young age is you cannot rely on your senses or observations to make any definitive claims about the earth because they're always wrong. And you have to trust the authority that's going to sit there and teach you why it's wrong and everything's actually the opposite of your senses.
Yeah.
And so it subconsciously brainwashes you to turn over your own thinking to the authority so they can make decisions for you, i.e. a perfect slave state.
I feel you on that, but like here, I got.
So they're basically just trying to make a
He was
society.
talking.
Yeah.
You just cut him off. Go ahead,
it's all
Hen.
good. It's all good. He's my brother. It's all good.
It's
Move
not.
on. You can go.
Because I said so.
Yeah, they just want people docile and brainwashed, bro. I mean,
my bad. Did I cut you off?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So here's my hypothetical. Like I'm just saying here. So okay. So would you say like by what I've read about gravity, right? Gravity curves things, correct? Like by the definition, like what those people made it, right? So technically,
No.
right? You could.
Can you demonstrate this?
Yeah, I can.
With experimentation?
Yeah.
Gravity curving a thing.
Yep, they curving. I'll tell you how. You can
Give
just
me a
use
citation.
Actually, there's. Well, I mean, I'm pretty.
Demonstration.
I've seen some demonstrations.
I asked for a demonstration. You said, "I can."
Hey,
tell
wait
you.
up, bro. Wait up. I didn't make the demonstration yet. I want to go do this next week with a couple of my buddies. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking.
First off, you couldn't show me gravity. Second off, you couldn't.
I can show you gravity.
You couldn't show me
I mean,
gravity
you show
being
it.
the
You have a
cause of
picture of it.
anything. You couldn't show me gravity or gravity being the cause of anything with experimentation.
So you're telling me if
it wouldn't be a theory.
If it works,
if anybody could, it wouldn't be a theory still.
Well, let me ask
I have a question. So if I prove my point via doing this project, right? Does that mean that gravity exists, or
here's what I'm asking? Let me ask you a question
Well,
to clarify.
first we'd have to critique your experiment.
When you say that gravity curves something, are you coming up with a new theory of gravity,
No.
Okay, because the theory of relativity says that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah.
The
That's exactly what it's
curvature of space causes gravity. Gravity does not bend things.
Ah, so it's not gravity, it's something else. But now this goes, it's not mainly to prove gravity, it's mainly to prove either A, whether the Earth is flat or not for me.
Oh, really?
here's the
Oh, okay, that's totally different. You said,
No, I was just trying to reform because he made it all about gravity, and then I was just like, well,
said
maybe it might prove gravity, but I have no clue. You see what I mean? Devon gets me.
Gravity is not actually a real thing. What I'm explaining to you is when you say that gravity is going to curve something, that's not the modern rhetoric. It's called the theory of relativity, and that's not what it says. It says gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Now, also, what the theory of relativity acknowledges is that gravity is really not accounted for on anything on the local scale on the Earth. It's when you go out in magic fairy tale land of outer space that gravity takes over. That's because we have something called electrostatics. We have electric field potential on the Earth, and it's way stronger than gravity even claims to be. It's not even close. Not even close. And it goes up 100 volts per meter from the surface, and you have positive charge above, and you have the negative charge on the surface. And so you have the equilibrium of this sides, right? And everything's electrostatic, and that's way stronger than gravity even claims to be. So there's nothing you're going to do to use gravity at all. I'm just explaining it to you.
But like, I'm just trying to tell you something. Like, back to it, right? I was talking about how gravity bends light.
Bro, gravity doesn't do anything. I just explained to you that
but it is.
Never been proven or isolated on the local.
Yeah, it is. It literally is.
You,
I just
listen, you can't demonstrate gravitational lensing. You can point at a thing and say gravity bent that light from that star around the moon.
No. I can literally demonstrate
you
it.
can't okay, well, give me the citation.
Can I just interject really?
Do it yourself.
Gravitational lensing has never been demonstrated through experimentation, so you'd get you'd get a Nobel Prize. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure.
So with the laser, it's magnetism and the Faraday effect. No offense, but it's not gravitational lensing.
Can I just interject really quick?
After the fact,
sure.
An experiment that needs to be in the 1915 papers. What the hell are these people talking about?
Well, hold on. He said he has proof C's. I want proof C's.
We need the independent control variable from the 1915 papers Einstein wrote. 1915 general relativity papers. All you got to do is go pull it up. There should be a Nobel Prize attached to it. Yeah, and that would be the paper that states the independent control variable for the experiment to test the hypothesis. Thanks. Just go find that for us, and we can start the conversation.
Okay. He said he has proofs. He can demonstrate this. Where is the demonstration?
Give me a week. I'm gonna go to my garage.
One at a time, please. Not 5 at a time. Thank you.
Can I just say something really quick?
I was actually speaking to the guy. I was asking him a question. He said he has proof C's. So I would like to see the proof. Where's the proof?
Oh, it's in my garage. I'm gonna be doing it next week.
So you're talking about future? My God.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he already said that. To be fair,
Hey, I'm just trying to let you all know.
I feel a van coming.
I just sent in the source, y'all.
All right,
I'll send it again. Look in live stream voice text.
Okay. And by the way, before you do your little test, didn't you try to account for the variable battle mod brought up?
What did he say?
The Faraday effect of the electromagnetic field.
Yeah,
I'll make sure.
Magnetism has been demonstrated to bend light. So electromagnetic field is magnetism. So.
Yeah.
No need for gravity. Next.
Well, we can actually prove that that's there. So it's even worse than that. It's like you're making another claim, but we can actually prove what's there, and it's not gravity.
Electrostatic. Can you tell us how you're going to remove the electrostatic force to show gravity? You'd have to isolate the way. How you do that, Hen?
There's no debate whether or not a body has magnetism, whether it's a human body or the Earth.
I couldn't hear because Mike just started talking. What did Hen say? Didn't hear the response.
I said
he wasn't talking.
I asked him a question. I was waiting for his response, and you started talking.
He wasn't talking. You were waiting, but he wasn't talking. So sorry about your luck.
He didn't have a half a second time to
Dude.
respond.
I literally, I was talking though.
Okay, so can you show us, Han, how you would remove the
Basically,
electrostatic force?
I can explain. So basically,
Are you
what I would be
talking?
doing.
I haven't even finished yet.
Oh, I
So-
remember the question you told me.
What the fuck, man? So, how would you remove the electrostatic force to prove your gravity force? How would you
I'll
do
use
that?
a lint roller.
A what?
A lint roller.
A lint roller. Okay, mute you sucker.
No, okay, but that's not gonna work, buddy, right? Because all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. So anything that's a compilation of molecules is intrinsically electrostatic. I don't think that the lint roller is going to help you account for that.
Okay, the silence is quite loud. I just want to put this in here. Could we please, like, at least like have one person talk at a time and not cut it off? It's kind of unfair to yell at someone.
Are you a moderator?
I'm just saying it's kind of rude.
My understanding of gravity was this.
Verified.
Oh, I didn't know you brought your feelings with you, sir.
Muted.
Whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Ooh, damn. Okay.
Can you
Yeah,
guys
he just
chill out?
responded. Hey, Christian was just saying a nice thing.
Guys,
There was niggas.
just let Witsit speak to them because that was a good conversation. And if anyone else wants to jump in,
I just had to mute too, just a little house clean.
Now,
because
now it's just becoming a shit show.
Quentin back muted.
Yeah,
Can we
let
continue with
Witsit
it?
speak to them.
And the next person that's not a moderator that is a moderator is just going to get banned.
So on the smallest scale, right, electrostatics is known to be 10 to the 26th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. That's 26 zeros. So all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. So what that means is gravity is nowhere close to being able to be isolated in any phenomena where there are molecules at all.
Luvan has an explanation.
Okay.
He's just, I think, yeah, Luvan. Oh, he's server muted. My bad.
I don't think he has an explanation because there's actually nothing that can be said back as a rebuttal. What I just said is objective. It's not an opinion.
Hello?
And I'm trying to help you guys out, by the way. Like, if you think gravity's real and it's effectively like this god they
It
created.
is real. It's real.
Well, listen, let's check this out. It's like a god they created for you. So, say someone believes in the Bible and they're writing about the Hindu gods, and so they'd put it with a little g, right? Because they don't believe in it, but they would put their god in the big G, right? So they even gave you a little g and a big G for your god, gravity, right? And this big G is the creative force that created everything out of nothing, effectively, a big bang, and coalesced everything in a perfect universe. It is the answer that you have to give when you cannot explain something. So when you don't know, you just chalk it up to the magic that is the deity gravity. And it's never been proven. And what I'm explaining to you is even the top side level of your side knows that, because on the small scale on the earth, electrostatics is here, everywhere, always present, and way, way stronger than gravity even claims to be. Your model says that it just flips the switch when it gets out on the planetary scale in space. So this gravity ordeal, everyone walks around so cocky thinking that they're smart because they know it's real and they can't believe people are dumb enough to not think it's real, is quite laughable and ironic if you really know what you're talking about.
What does the electromagnetic stuff do then?
Yeah, so electrostatics is an attractive force, right? So if you have positive charge and a negative charge, they're going to attract.
So everything is a magnet, pretty much. That's what you're saying.
No, electrostatics and a magnet in modern terms is not the same thing. A magnet is electrostatics moving coherently together, and its coherence makes it magnetic, as people would say. Or something can be incoherently magnetic because it's still electrostatic. So it's not the same thing technically, but they are still tied in. You cannot have magnetism without electrostatics. So yeah. So that's there. We have the electromagnetic field here. We know how magnetic fields work. So where is gravity? Right. All we have is the proof of all this stuff. And why do we need gravity? There is only one answer to that question, by the way, and it's because if the Earth's a sphere, gravity has to exist.
Interesting.
Hey. So like,
that's why it
who
was never
said?
true.
Who
I
said?
still want him to show us gravity curving stuff.
I mean, I'm down. Like, I'm always down.
Maybe after that he can show us Superman.
He says he's down, so
I'm down.
He's down.
I'm down.
Gravity just trying to hold a brother down.
I mean,
There is.
I don't know, like, why y'all so pressed against Superman. Superman pretty cool.
But is Superman real?
Yes. The fuck?
Okay.
Aliens are real.
So like,
do you think all that shit in Marvel is just like made up or some shit?
Well, no, the Marvel shit's
actually about the
definitely made up, but like DC's more realistic.
It's probably actually like the Fallen Watchers that came back in the day.
Almost.
So you guys don't work in the really is real thing going on, right? You just work in imaginary land.
What do you mean imaginary land?
What are you talking about?
Like, tell me.
I mean,
the
the
imaginary
glow, Superman. Yeah,
Superman, the globe, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus.
They're not real, bro.
You guys think
Those are not real.
Do you guys think the government be lying?
I mean, of course not. It's the government.
Right. So
They
you're
wouldn't
just
lie.
trolling, but like the government lie about everything, right? Like everything.
bad.
And they
Think
even
about
come out and admit they lied about it just a few years later. So
Yeah,
they're
but like,
wilding out here.
how do you
They
lie
lied.
about something, right? It's not even been a few years. It's been like hundreds of years, bro.
Kind of bitchy about it. Like, why you guys attacking us?
So you guys lie,
Exactly, bro. Like, let us believe our own religion.
Okay.
Can you guys?
How do you
go one at a
not
time,
know people are
please?
lying to you though? Like, how do you not
I
know
mean,
people are
it's
lying
not
to
a lie.
you?
It's
Can I
true.
get this out one at a time, please?
How do you know it's
time,
true though?
Last time I'm asking.
You just sense it, It's like with the Spidey senses.
All right, but like you're
Me and Luvan are actually Miles Morales.
I want you guys
Are
to
your
know that
Spidey senses tingling when you talk about the electromagnetic forces?
I got like my nut hairs kind of tingle.
Yeah, but you're not even funny, man. Like, think about
I'm
the
not
punchlines
joking.
first, bro. But here's what I'm saying. I know you're trying to troll, right?
I'm
But
not
what's funny
trolling.
is,
The fuck?
listen, check
No,
this,
bro.
bro.
I'm
Check
really
this. I'm
not.
not done,
We're
bro.
really
I'm
not
not.
trolling.
I'm still talking, homie. So
My
the
bad,
point
my
is,
bad,
my bad,
I'm still
nigga.
going.
My bad.
Look, it don't matter if you think you're funny trolling. You still gonna
My bad.
have your cogniz obliterated while you're here, and you can leave thinking it was funny, but it's going nowhere. You're not. What are you gonna unhear the factual information we've said to you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Earth
I'm
measures
not
flat
gonna lie to you.
regardless of who or what you
When
are.
I came here, my brain was flat.
Yo, good
But
one,
then
bro.
my
Hey,
my
check this.
brain
Shoot
became
a
wide.
laser. When
It
you shoot a
became
laser.
chunky. The wrinkle started.
Thank you. Someone muted him. I was about to. So look, when you shoot a laser over a body of water, if the Earth's a ball or a sphere, that's a shape, right? Then because of geometry, that's the measurement of shapes, right? The curve of that sphere has to block the laser. How can we do on the Earth shoot a laser 30 miles without it hitting the curve of the Earth? How does that work?
Wait, can you repeat
refraction?
Wait. Can you repeat that?
We're just mixing shit up.
Shot a laser 30 miles over a body of water from a height that if the Earth was the real magical sphere that everyone believes it is, it would block the laser, right? Like it would block it because it's curving, because it's a sphere. But it didn't block the laser. You could shoot the laser 30 miles to the other side. And we have footage from the outside seeing that it was horizontal the entire way across the body of water. So where's the curve of the Earth that should have been blocking it by hundreds of feet?
Okay, wait. I'm working on my music right now. So what we're saying is we're shooting this laser 30 miles across a body of water, and the receiving point of thus designated laser is where it's supposed to curve is receiving it perfectly. That's what you're saying now.
There's supposed to be a curve in between it, blocking it. Yeah, and it gets to the other side. That's right. Like if can you see through a corner? Can a pregnant lady see her feet? Can you see through a mound of dirt?
No.
Right. So same thing with the Earth if it's actually a sphere.
Okay, I see what you're saying with that.
Yeah, bro. But so no one's ever thought about it because they say it's so big, but it's not just so big. It's a certain size. It's 3,959 mile radius.
Do you have a link? Was it like a like that was actually done, right?
Oh yeah. Look,
I'm curious.
I can link you one that's like 22 miles. The
Yeah,
other
you
one is
could.
in a movie that I saw the premiere of, isn't released yet. So I don't have rights to share any of the specifics of that.
Links.
It doesn't matter. Same problem with the 22 miles, my man.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, same problem. It's just based on how high up off the ground you are. 30 miles is just wildly long. That's insane. There were something like 500 feet of Earth curvature was supposed to be blocking the laser. Which is why flat Earth is censored.
Okay.
Yeah. What about the Morse code? That was supposed to be blocked by the curve of the Earth. It was able to go 1,000 miles.
What'd you say?
Indio talks about it all the time. Lasers one, but then there's a signal that was sent across from what is it, the UK to or England to Canada, then England to Australia.
I don't know.
Check this out, bro. So if you have a tower and it's going to send out a radio wave, it's going to send it out straight out from the radio wave, right? Like it's going to aim the signal using line of sight. So you just look out, assuming the Earth's a horizontal plane. So this guy named Marconi, infamous for the radio wave, right? This was early 1900s. He was like, I'm going to shoot this radio wave farther than anyone's ever shot it. And he wanted to shoot at 2,200 miles or so. And all of his detractors told him, you can't do that. It'll never work because your radio wave will hit the curvature of the Earth at just 200 miles or so. And so he shot the radio wave using line of sight, assuming a horizontal plane Earth, and he hit the target first attempt. He later sent radio waves 10,000 miles. Not 200, 10,000. No Earth curvature blocking the radio waves.
You saying that,
typing, bro.
you saying that is what makes me wonder about cell phones. So a cell phone technically it ain't going through but like 100 feet of ground, based off of one tower. So like I've been trying to sit there and go, if I'm running off of one tower, even though it's a line of sight, that I can see the tower from 10 miles away or whatever. If they were saying that there's supposed to be a curve or stuff, technically, if I was to hold my phone down at the ground, it seems like I shouldn't be getting any signal. But that's one that goes over my head. But I've been wondering like that type of scenario that you just said.
Okay,
Right.
wait, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So what happened was if you shoot it over a globe, then the surface of the Earth, if it's a sphere, is curving down and away from you in all directions immediately, always, right? So as the radio wave keeps going out horizontally propagating, the Earth is going down and away from it. So effectively, it's increasing in altitude. It's getting higher, right? Because the Earth's going down beneath it. So it's getting higher above the Earth, which is what altitude is, height above the Earth. And so
If I hear you type again, dude.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Roboting.
It couldn't have hit its target because it wouldn't work on a globe. So they say that there's this imaginary area called the ionosphere, which just makes it look identical to a flat Earth when you shoot the radio waves, but actually it bends it back down and reflects it back towards the globe. That's when they came up with the ionosphere.
Okay, who was it that mentioned the cell phone? John?
Yep. Yes, sir.
What
Yeah, John.
exactly were you asking again? That really intrigued me.
So I know that a cell phone, just off of people who said they want to be buried with their cell phone in a casket, it finally came out that was like, hey, your cell phone's not going to work in a casket, because of it can't work through the ground like that.
Yeah, it'll be 6 feet.
Yep. So what I was wondering, so like, what is it? 3 miles or so is supposed to be 6 feet of the curve. I mean, do they have to set up a tower every 3 miles? Just speaking, if you were to believe in the globe, they would literally have to set up a tower probably every 2 miles, probably.
So
you do know what a cellular network is, right?
Yeah, that
No,
connects
but
to
It's a
I'm
group
curious
of
to get educated.
it's a group of towers, repeaters, transceivers. That's what a cell is. In a cellular network, it's built up of cells.
Yeah, and it also connects to satellites, but we would
No,
also
it doesn't.
No, yeah, hold on, let me finish.
Yeah,
Let
they
me
don't even
continue.
say they use satellite for more than 2% of information
I know,
on
but
Earth.
still, there are some that do,
But
but we're
still
also
what?
taking satellites out of the
You don't need a
we're taking them
satellite
out of
when
the
you got
equation.
I'm sorry
repeaters,
to interrupt,
repeaters
but
out.
this harassment going on in live stream voice text is unacceptable. I'm actually really.
Who the fuck is that
Okay.
guy?
No, I said hard man next time later, dude. I'm not playing, man. When people are talking is not the proper time to speak.
Yeah, just for a second, Michael. I'm curious. I've never heard someone say they wanted to be buried with their cell phone.
Yeah,
that is what you would say.
I'm just
dude,
very curious about that.
Well, the point is that it doesn't work in the ground. The Earth can't like absorb and release the radio waves back to the other people, which is why they wouldn't work on a globe. And they wouldn't have to be as close as 2 miles because radio towers are much taller than 6 feet or so. So yeah, but
Well, I mean, what would be the purpose of that? I mean, I'm very, very curious about this. So someone
To keep your
wants
grandma
to.
from going through your text messages and finding out that you've been a dirty, rotten 2-bit drinking.
It's the same thing I've heard of, and I mean, there's a lot of insane shit going on, in the world right now.
Oh,
But
Helio, it's
that
so if
is
you get
one of the
buried
most
alive, it's so if you get
insane
buried
shit
alive, you
that
can
I've
call
ever
someone
heard
to
of.
help you.
I want my cell phone to be buried with me, even though you recycle that shit every 2 years. I mean, it's like, I want my cell phone with me when I'm buried in the coffin.
Yeah, because if you get buried alive, you can call for help, bro. You can call the
Yeah,
CDC.
that is the
With
one
an
thing that I
extension cord.
could think of that. Just like that one guy, he had his coffin buried, and he had it patented with a glass panel and also a bell that he could ring in the case that he did get buried alive. So I could understand it if it's for that kind of reasoning, like in case you do get buried alive, which
Yeah, that's crazy.
very rare.
I remember that guy that got buried with that Bible verse, Psalms 19:1, that says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator, and it was the same guy that was a Nazi officer and claimed to go to the moon, help us go to the moon, and basically
Most
found
people, when you
NASA's.
tell them that, dude, they don't even see the connection. You know what I mean? That's what's sad.
Well, yeah, the firmament is the container on the Earth. So why the
And wasn't
person?
that guy like the head of NASA?
Yeah, Werner von Braun. Yeah.
Psalms 19:1, huh? The firmament showeth his handiwork. It's kind of a weird thing for somebody who helped us go to the moon.
No big deal, though.
But then again, if you trust Nazis.
Out of all the
helped us
verses,
go to the moon.
That's
Look
when
at the
they say they
definition for
didn't
firmament
trust.
too. Look at the definition. So it says the heavens or the sky, especially when regarded as a tangible thing. Now, there's some people that defy that there's a creator, but like what's it said, Big G is their creator. Funny enough, Georges Lemaitre, a Catholic priest, is the one that proposed this idea.
yeah. Dude, the big T little G thing trips me out, bro. People know what you're talking about if you say Big G, Lil G, talking about writing God.
Quick question: is Central still in here? Yeah. Okay. So, Witsit. So earlier, whenever we were talking about space being non-existent, right?
I'm sorry to cut you guys off, but I just wanted to say thank you for informing us about everything. That was really fucking retarded, nigga. Nobody asked.
Oh, you poor thing. It's okay. Rest in peace.
Shut your fucking mouth.
That was fun. That was fun.
I'm glad I didn't miss that last part.
All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So we came
Did
to the
anybody
agreement
ban him?
That was a hilarious spiral at the last.
There's a
Matt.
seizure, no big deal.
All right, thanks, Trace.
Just thank God it wasn't a grand mal seizure. We'd have to call the cops.
It was worse.
Hey, never
the
go
global-
full retard. Never.
the global mall seizure.
All we're offering is for people to measure the curvature. That's it. Just go measure the curvature. That's all we're offering.
Yep.
Listen. It's rude to ask for something that literally can't happen in reality. That's all I'm saying.
You can't help it, huh?
I know, but I can't help it either, man. I love to do it.
Just get them.
That's not fair.
Get them some shoulder pads, a helmet, and some arm flotation devices so they don't drown in their soup.
Yeah, we're accused often of
They could just drill on down
All
themselves.
right. Can we move on? The guy was asking a question.
Yeah, this dude had a question about Narnia that they call outer space.
I honestly forget what I was saying.
Well, you were talking about how outer space isn't real, and that's right, man.
We came to the conclusion of that. Okay, now I get it. Okay. I saw a comment in the voice text, and it was about where is it? Hold on, I'm trying to find it. It was something about quote, flat earthers took us to the moon. Was that sarcastic?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't know because I thought we came to the conclusion. That's my bad.
Well, I mean, it seems that Werner von Braun was somewhat of a flat earther if you look at his headstone.
Yeah.
That's all I was getting at. It was a joke.
Some say they came and got him, and he kind of had to go along to get along. Dun dun dun.
All right, well,
and he was a Nazi scientist brought over after World War II to America, and then they, he was a scientist that
he was an SS officer. He was
SS officer. Yeah, go ahead. You got
well,
it.
that's not just some random guy they went and picked out or anything,
Okay, well,
and then he was one of the developers of NASA space program here in the United States.
Are you trying to say America is Nazi America? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm trying to say.
No, hold on. I think.
Yes.
Here's what happened. After World War II, I mean, this is what the story says. There were some SS officers or people that were involved with German engineering or whatever, that after the war, instead of being indicted for war crimes, they were split up between the Russians and the Americans, right? And so I think maybe the Russians got the raw end of the deal because NASA is the hotter prize.
Well, in terms of being tried for war crimes, they were revered as scientific geniuses, and they just barely even had to change the name.
So this can all be proven to be correct. Operation Paperclip was
Operation Paperclip.
Declassified. Yep.
I'm just like, you flat earthers are lying. You're just making shit up. Where do you think we came up with these?
But hey, that's the part, bro. People don't even know that, right? So they don't know that, and you'll get people freak out. But that's how you know. Actually, the censorship is very vital for them because, if people even knew stuff like that, oh man,
dude. After World War II, with these agreements, they said, well, we're going to save these Nazi scientists. We're going to give some of them to America. We're going to give some to Russia, some to England. But England is still America. I mean, if you guys don't know that the English own America, then if you haven't figured that shit out by now, it's that shit's over.
Well, here's the baffling question though. Like, so whenever they don't know any of that, and you tell them all about it, about the Nazis and the SS officer being appointed to the head of special exploration for NASA when it was founded, how do they then go right back into pretending that you're dumb and they know more? It's pretty crazy.
There is no more
Apologies for
domination.
dissonance.
It's all mind control, you know. Anyway, go
Can
ahead.
I
I'll
ask
shut
a
up. I'll shut up,
question?
guys. You guys fucking go ahead. My
Yeah,
bad.
I want to ask Quentin, this guy, a question. He asked so many questions to us, but I haven't heard anyone asking him a question. Is he still here, Quentin Nick 6? Or what was his name?
Quentin, come back.
No. You can blame it all on me.
That's right.
Did he left?
Yeah, he definitely.
Okay, let's go to the next dude.
Oh.
Or chick.
Pity.
There's still plenty of people listening and plenty of people in the list.
Yeah, you were getting through to him. Good stuff. That's it. He's just gone off in panic mode. Like he was picking it up logically along the way when you were talking about space. He was like, but wait a minute, that would mean, and wait a minute, that would mean. So yeah, that was good stuff. Good conversation, guys.
I second that motion.
I got a question for you, flat earthers. If everybody's lying to us, then how do we know what truth is? What is truth, sir?
Truth is that which is consistent with fact.
Depends on who you are.
We'll have to go
Nice
down to the
cup of
Bible
warm
room to
coffee in the
explain
morning.
that. Yeah, when you're ready
Like
for the Bible
what
room
it
to
is?
discuss that.
I don't know.
It's subjective to the person who's spitting it.
Correct. Truth is subjective.
Oh,
Whether you
Facts
believe
are
this
different.
or
No,
not,
it's not. No, it's
whether you
not,
believe
though.
this or not, I don't give a fuck. Because that's just your perception of things. Just your opinion. That's it. How is opinion not subjective? Tell me quick.
Oh, until you want your change back when you go to Goodwill and give them a $10 bill for a $1 Bible, you need your change back.
I'd tell Goodwill to keep it. They're a non-profitable organization, but hey, that's Christian. That's my opinion. John Travolta. That's truth.
The person, John Travolta, that's true? Is that right? Is that what you said? Or am I not watching the voice text?
Back to that Operation Paperclip thing. The most excuses that I've heard, it's a pretty consistent excuse. When you ask people like if that matters, they said, "Well, our enemies would have got them if we didn't. So at least someone got them. Oh, so they can work for us, and that's fine." And that excuses the fact that they were Nazis.
Yeah, it's almost like, wait, you bypassed the part where they're worthless killers and psychopaths. You bypassed that part and made it sound like it's a good thing that we got them first.
And then why would they have to be put in charge of everything?
So
yeah.
Just why don't you take them and then sit them in the corner?
And who are those enemies, actually, if those guys were not the enemy?
The questioning public was the enemy, my friend. Literally, that's what the whole Cold War was. In my opinion, it was just a joint effort. Russia, America, had to both brainwash their populations. They kind of came to an agreement.
Kind of. The Cold War was initiated by television. It was on you.
And dude, if you Google it, it says 40 years. The Cold War was 40 years long. 40 years of propaganda and psychological warfare.
40 years. Wow. I didn't realize it was that long.
Crazy.
Right.
More than a whole generation.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Yeah,
It's nuts, dude. Nuts. People just sat back and
I'm
took it up the
I'm a
ass for 40
Romanian.
fucking years. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but
I'm
that's
a
ridiculous.
Romanian. I steal words out of people's mouths.
That's, yeah.
Yeah,
That
what's
is what you do. Sorry, go ahead.
it's like 90, and 90 is like 32 years ago now, which is pretty crazy. And they just recently scared Americans with the whole Russian thing again.
Yeah.
Why not, man? Why not? Once a generation or more, if they can get away with it.
Right, like you are
I
there.
don't watch the news. What in the world are they scaring us about now?
Well, back in the day, like not too long ago, there was a whole ordeal about Russia, Russia, Russia.
Well, ask a person who's in his 80s, 80-year-old, an 80-year-old American. Ask him, how was it in the 50s in school? Did the teacher train them to hide under the tables when they hear the alarm, the city alarm?
Yeah.
Everybody is hiding, yeah.
Yeah, my mom said she grew up in elementary school having to, get under desks and tables, and she was like, "Yeah, man, nothing ever happened, and we hated it," and it's like, yeah.
Okay, so they did Operation Paperclip, 1945, and 1946 Operation High Jump. But what else happened in 45? They ran the whole propaganda campaign about nuclear bombs, right?
Yeah.
So
But the funny thing, yeah, go ahead.
they firebombed Japan like they had the whole summer, and how numerous other countries were. And then the Russians sent in a written notice saying, we're about to invade on the ground starting tomorrow. And that's when they actually surrendered, was when there was 1 million Russian troops invading on the ground. Japan surrendered and initially reported it it was illegal as a U.S. journalist to report on it, unless you were this one approved guy and the trains were working the next day, whatever. But then the whole idea of this nuclear bomb threat is now implemented as true. We caught it on tape, however that works. And so then they scared everyone with that idea with Russia and America, back and forth, Russia, American nukes.
Yeah. The funny thing I wanted to say, when they train children in school to hide under the desks, to get under that desk, you have to actually bow down and kneel. And
Yeah, because they were
when
on the floor, right? They were
when
attached
you
to the ground.
yeah when you were doing that, you are actually not in the moment of bowing and kneeling, like praying to God. You were doing out of the blue, and it spiritually kind of means like you are praying to nothing, worshiping the nothing, like in vain, doing something in vain. And they knew it has spiritual implications. This is how they surely take it, like rituals, satanic rituals.
Sorry, go
This
ahead.
is what they are for them. And yeah, they want us to do all these sort of things, which we treat them, oh, it doesn't has a meaning. It doesn't mean that, But
Hey, look over here, nuclear bombs. We're gonna go explore Antarctica, though.
yeah. We're
Yeah,
gonna
well,
melt the ice.
I mean, They had to do something to distract him. I don't know though. Like, was that around the same time that they were exploring Antarctica? All the nuke scares and everything. I guess it was, wasn't
Yeah, I jumped 1946.
it? Yeah. Shit. Well, I try not to talk to my mom about it because I know she knows the truth, but she will not admit it. And I know I can see it like hurting her, you know. So I try not to talk about it. She's smart enough to know it's all bullshit, but like, you know what I mean? Something about admitting it to your own son. I don't know. She's, and I just feel bad. I don't want to like pressure her into saying anything, but I know she knows. And like every time we start to talk about it or comes up at dinner or something, we both just look at each other and change the subject. Oh well. I told her, I was like, Mom, you're the reason I'm woke. You know, and I kind of say that tongue in cheek, woke. And you taught me how to think for myself. She goes, yeah, honey, but flat Earth.
It's
That's
too
great.
much.
She's hilarious.
It's
Yeah, too
extreme
much.
easy.
Come on, there's got to be a line. I was like, you know, the government lies to you all the time, right? You're actually coming around on the V juice, and she goes, yeah, I know about all that. And I'm like, okay, where's the disconnect?
Wow. Yeah.
Anyway,
Tell her if the government lied once, did they do that only once, or are they
well,
not
here's the
going to
thing.
do it
Here's the
again?
worst part. I grew up lying to her a lot. Okay.
Exactly.
So she knows I'm a liar, right? But she'll still give me what I want like half the time. So there's something inside of her that because she loves people and her fellow man, she wants to believe the best in them no matter what she's shown. It's kind of like the spouse cheating kind of deal, just in different form. But yeah, she's a sweetheart. And she is the reason I think for myself for the most part. So yeah, anyway.
The other 80 times he didn't
But
lie
you
to
guys
me.
look at the
Right.
Well, she did an amazing job, you know, for you being as you are. And yeah, you're a very special person here.
You're gonna mess around and make me cry now, aren't you? That's what you're trying to do.
Oh,
I knew it. I
No.
appreciate that,
yeah, he
brother.
was
Thank
just
you.
laughing over your monologue there a few seconds ago.
That's fine. You know, that's okay. I appreciate it, Get. Right back at you, brother. Us Romanian, or us vampires, we got to stick together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so be kind and don't upset her.
Yeah, I do my best every day to do more and more for the family and for her, just cause. Yeah, no, she's a. If every woman were like my mother, absolutely. And most of them are as strong as my mom. I'll tell you that. You know, women with kids, I couldn't do it.
They are
Jeez, just
different
women in
kind of
general.
beings.
Be so hard. Sorry, go ahead.
They are different kind of beings. As a man, I'm not sure we can truly comprehend that.
You know, that's okay. I love being fascinated by women. So that's all right. I'm good with that.
I like to be fascinated by women too.
Right? They're just special creatures.
Hey, Enoch, Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year.
First time I hear you this year.
Welcome back, brother. How you been?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I've been good.
Well, that's good.
I'm still here, alive.
Right. It's good to
like
hear your
that.
voice, brother.
Huh?
I said it's good to hear your voice, brother.
Thank you. It's nice to hear your guys' voice. I like the Bruce Lee post there. I don't know if I can make my wings pop.
Hey, by the way, I mean, on that point, there are a lot of people that have been in here before and contributed much to us that we don't hear from anymore. And, I often wonder what happened to them.
Yeah.
And it's almost impossible to find out. So it's
where's Mitty?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure he's okay. And he's probably listening. So if you say, come, any kind of fool could see the globe is bullshit. So I think I can summon Mitty back just to let us know he's okay.
You just take a dump on that song or what, man? Come on, man. Clean it up. Clean it up.
All right. But anyway, there's other people
Take it on the run, baby.
there are other people that were like sort of in bad health at times when they came in.
For you,
So
bro.
I was just worried. I'm worried about some people that were involved here
no
that were
strangers
kind of in
to
bad
love.
health, and then they just disappear. I'm pretty sure Mitty's okay. He just had.
What about Dave Hinkle? Anybody seen Dave?
Dave was here yesterday.
Bro, that motherfucker.
No, he was here today.
Well, then we're good.
He's here every day now, my friend.
What you talking about, man? That motherfucker was in here today. Anyway, I just want to shout out to everyone that's been involved. But I also, I kind of wonder about some people that joined for a while and they're solid. And so, if you hear our voices, get your ass back in here so that we know you're okay.
You are the rebellion.
You are the resistance.
I was trying to finish
Rebellion's the same. It's fine.
If I were to make the rules,
You're hearing our voice. You are the resistance. Take it away, Helio.
Yeah, if you don't hear from me for like a month, there's something wrong.
Helio, if I don't hear from you for more than 3 days,
okay.
No,
Helio,
Helio, you are obligated to be present here like at least 3 times a week. So 3 times a
well, it
week.
usually happens
it's
on
the
the
minimum
weekends,
you
like-
have to show up.
3 times a
Usually
week.
happens on the
3 times a week.
My
Yeah.
God, it's like Hollywood and Vine in here. You just got to stomp the gas and hope you don't hit no one.
3 times a week, 3 beer maximum.
No, but there's several people.
How many
that,
bottles?
that-
Hold up. You got to put a bottle cap on there too, bro.
One bottle. Maximum 1 bottle.
1 pint.
Small bottle.
1 pint.
Come on.
1 pint, 42 ounces.
Small bottle paste, buddy.
Yeah, I do not.
Matter of fact, airplane bottle.
For the most part, I don't necessarily join unless
I
I'm
need you motherfuckers here to
inebriated.
just drink
but
a couple
anyway.
bottles of scotch.
Helio,
bottle of
why
water.
is that?
Except
You're
for
a beautiful person. You
except
should
for
let
your
it all out.
pregnant old lady.
Hey, eventually
shouldn't
I'm
eat
going to
and
stop
mask it.
drinking. No, I'm gonna stop drinking. At a certain point.
Are you?
But that's okay.
Bottle
I
of
will.
That's
I
great.
know.
I've done it before, and I can do it again. Anyway,
I heard you
I got a
talk
good one.
before.
Ask me why the earth is flat, please. Ask me.
Why is
Why
it
is
flat?
the earth flat?
You can't answer that, bro. Don't be silly.
all right.
Okay.
So Earth is flat because we just asked you, and you said, "Wah, wah, wah, wah."
He's
challenge you.
He's speaking Bruce Lee right now.
My brother.
Now
Now I must.
This is one word.
One full sentence. You
And a spear behind it.
have insulted my brother. I must break you.
I could see your mouth moving when you weren't talking just then, Mike.
Yeah. Still moving.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, that's fiery fist of fury, motherfucker. If you don't know what's up.
The best. And they just sat there. They're like, you know what? Fuck it. We're not gonna do that language shit. If we're just gonna first take whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't even look like he's saying that same shit. Don't care. Don't care.
Dandeline's a comedian.
What's she saying?
For the most part.
man.
I don't join unless I'm inebriated. Helio 2022.
There it is. But
bada boom, bada bing.
Hey, check
I
this
know
out.
that's
To be
right.
fair, that is not the first time you said that.
Hey,
Exactly.
You said that, bro.
No, bro. I mean, that's actually true. I don't feel like talking to you, motherfuckers, and unless I have a buzz.
And this is how you lose friends due to alcoholism.
No, I'll send him a bottle of scotch. What are you talking about?
No,
then
I
I
mean,
can get on
hey,
here and go, okay,
check
bro,
this out.
break out that bottle.
I can listen all day, but I just don't really feel like talking until I'm in the mood to talk. That's the
Gentleman
basic
Jack?
idea.
What would please you? Jamerson?
What would put you in the mood?
I'd rather have Gentleman Jack than Jameson.
Well, I don't know. I like both, but I don't drink whiskey. I'm on the vodka kick right now, but whatever.
Imagine saying that to a Glober, right? I would answer your question, but I'm not in the mood right now.
It's just like some of the arguments are so stale and boring that I just don't even want to get involved.
You gotta get me in the mood.
Every morning just about breakfast. I don't want no coffee or tea. Just me and my good buddy Wiser. That's all I ever need, because I drink alone. Yeah.
With nobody else. There you go. That's what
I
prefer to be by myself.
It's not on. The reason is because it's not you guys. It's the stale arguments. I mean, it's just like I hear the same bullshit every day.
My pale Jack Daniels and his partner Jimmy Beam, and we drank alone.
I just have to be in the mood to come on voice. That's all I'm saying.
I do the I do the towely thing, Hold on, let me get high real quick.
Yeah, Bong, you beat me to it. Damn it, I was gonna say that too. I gotta get high to hang out with you too. So
yeah, it was better when I do it.
I had to get the youngest. Yeah, listen, my youngest is jealous because my grandson don't want to be away from me. So I had to get her to come get him so I could open the window and pop the fan in and smoke some weed.
Pop the fan in. What does that mean? Like blowing out the window so he doesn't smell it?
Literally, his first word is "papa," and I just met him. I already got him saying "papa."
So it's pot pa? Is that what it is? Pot pa?
Well,
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking.
Get there. It might get there, Helio. You never know.
Hey, your grandson, you teaching Spanish to your grandson? Because papa is potato in Spanish. Papa.
Oh, grandpa.
Potato
Papa.
in Spanish.
Papa. Oh, well, that's nice. In America, it's short for grandpa.
He knows that. He knows
we
that.
Could say opa. Opa.
That's great. He's learning Spanish early.
He's learning Spanish. You know why it's mama and papa, or it's because that's baby talk, right? I mean,
Mama means that he wants the mama's the mama's milk. Mama. He wants his mama.
Well,
that's the first. It's the first phrases they learn. That's why it's baby talk. It's like mama, papa.
That's no, I got him. I got him a bite of that custard long john, that Hinckley's donut.
You got him on that one there.
Yeah, Abuelo hooked him up.
Ilya, what was your first word? Beer?
Itchy. His first word was
I don't have any fucking grandchildren, by the way, but
means itchy.
If I did, he would probably call me whatever his dad said. Hey, that's either grandpa. I think I grandpa. If I have
Absolutely,
you know,
Helio. Of all of us, you would make the best grandpa. I'm not even kidding. I don't care who's listening and saying, "Oh no, I'd make a better one." Fuck all that. Dude. You are a big old teddy bear, and that's that.
Yeah, I don't challenge people's
well, it's like
ability
when
to
your
take care of
kids
their
have
children or
kids, you get to
grandchildren. They
choose
gotta
what your kids.
display that.
Listen, when your kids have kids, you get to choose what their kids call you. And I want to be grandpa.
Yeah. Well, Papa's just easier than grandpa or grandfather.
Dude, my son called his. This is weird. I mean, I think my kid's weird for this. My kid calls his. I mean, both of my grandparents were, or both of my grandparents were dead.
Hell no.
I mean, my father was dead before I ever had a kid, but my mother's nana. But I would prefer to be called grandpa. But but I only have one son, and he hasn't
It'll
any
lead to
children yet.
grandpa. Give me a minute.
No, it's cool. I mean, but my mother's nana to
push-ups
all.
for you before he can walk. He's sleeping right now. I gotta be.
So I'd prefer to be called grandpa. I have a feeling it's going to happen in the next.
I don't know
couple
though.
years.
My kids could always sleep real well with Dad yelling at the TV over sports games. My son, he'd
He what?
snore
You're
loud
breaking
as
up.
hell as long as I was talking. I'd stop talking. He'd fucking wake up. My son, he used to wake up when I
Mike was breaking up there. I don't know.
Yeah, they're using the bandwidth.
You know what's weird? In other languages or cultures, like we don't have, like in my language, we don't have terms of endearment. Like mom or dad, or you straight up call them by their first name. And that's why I'm like, which is weird. Terms of endearment or calling people by their name.
Yeah, my mom hates it when I call her first name. And
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. Don't do it. You just don't do it.
It feels a little programmed in my
It's
brain.
weird. Well, of course it's programmed.
My daughter don't like her nickname.
I was like when we started having kids, my
That's a good
mom
one, Mike.
said,
I
"Hey,
like
I wanted to be known as Nana."
Oh, you were a farmer? You got goats?
Jeez, Louise.
When she was a baby, when my daughter was a baby, I'd come in with a big plate of food, and I always give meat and potatoes, and she'd reach right over and scoop a big pile of my potatoes and gravy and just take it. Just be like,
Wow.
shoot with her hands. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
So I called her tater tot, man. If it was potatoes, she'd eat it fried, whatever.
Yeah, see that, and that's a good nickname, but she probably doesn't like it because you called her out on her nonsense and then gave her the nickname.
Dude, what are you talking about? Potatoes are awesome,
bro.
You'll have the potatoes, and she'll be like, "Papa, Papa," saying.
Yeah, but she was robbing him, blind.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the baby from, Mike? You were messing with the farmer's daughter, or what?
Just straight handfuls, dude, and just sticking her face right.
Hell yeah, she was the farmer's
remorse.
daughter. What the fuck are you
She's
talking about?
badass. She's flexing the whole time, right? Flexing her left, eating with the right. Shit.
Hey, guess his name.
Papas fritas.
Oh, it's a
Guess
girl.
his name, my daughter.
Or a guy. What?
It's a
What's
boy.
happening?
Guess his name. It's a boy.
Whose
Guess
boy?
his name. My daughter got me crying with this one. My daughters, my oldest daughters. His name is Mike.
Michael.
Oh, no. She named him after Dad.
That's good.
That's
great. And his middle name.
You're cutting out a little bit.
Name, so
you're cutting out, and it's like the worst time because I really want to hear about this.
Oh, well, his dad's name is John, so she named him after me, and his middle name is John. So I'm Michael Jonathan, and he's Michael John.
I like it.
Oh, it's original.
Nice name.
He's not He's not a Smith though, but that's my daughter's married. Her and her husband live with me now though. But they're
What a perfectly American name,
got
Michael
their own
John
area of the
Smith.
house.
Might as well be Smiths. They're all the Smith. You're all the Smith clan. I don't know what.
Sif, Smith.
It's the most, yeah, bro. I asked my mom when I was like 15, could she get any more common with my fucking name?
I don't think so.
It's like, it's like Michael. I tried. I suggested that we name my son. You know, with my wife. I suggested it because I'm a junior. Suggested it. She was like, "No, fuck, that ain't gonna happen."
Could have named you John Smith.
Yeah, yeah, that's what my mom said. But she said it's not common because I didn't spell your middle name the common way. It's John Athan.
You know what my middle name is, Michael? It's Michael.
Nice.
Oh, hey. At least when he's filling up paperwork, he can skip the ethnicity part because everybody know he's white.
Hey, is your last name Xavier Helios? So you could be DMX.
No, but I'll tell you what my confirmation name is through the Catholic Church. You know what it is? It's John.
Dennis Michael John.
Our names.
That sounds like a disease. I got the Dennis Michael John.
When we name things, don't we name
that's funny,
things,
isn't it?
don't we name things according to their qualities so that the name kind of, reminds us of the quality or the, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like we're just giving names.
Yeah, I like that. I like that you bring that up. The name Michael is a question. Who is like the Most High? And I'll be the first to tell you none. Not one is like the Most High. I will defend
That's
that.
the name of the angel.
If it means fighting.
Right? Yeah, it means
Michael.
Mikhail.
And he's the defender. Yeah, it means it's a question. Who is like the Most High? And the answer is none. Not one.
Were there any other Michaels before you that you were named after in your family, though?
Me? No.
Sometimes I think parents choose names before the baby even comes out. You know what I mean? I think that's like, is this how we used to name? Is this how we, you know what I mean? How we've always named our children? Like pick a name, any name. Oh, I want to go with an Indian name. How about Shelly Club?
Oh
you know what I mean? Like weird stuff. Like
You know what's really interesting about my name? It's DMC, right? And then in the 80s, it's like Run DMC. It's like,
You can't
that's
run.
my initial.
You can't run, Dennis.
Dude,
You can't run, Dennis.
shit. Listen,
I
didn't
used to
get
be able to
any
run
choice.
before I broke my leg. God damn it!
I
you're
didn't get any. I didn't get any choice on first names. My ex-wife's name was Tammy, so she wanted T names, so it became Tyler, Tanya, and Taylor. TTT.
Holy
Tammy and
shit!
the 3 T's. It's Tammy and the 3 T's or Mike and the 4 T's.
What's up with the T's, eh? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Why do people pick names like that, versus
Well, I got middle names, so it's Tyler Michael, Tanya Michelle, and Taylor Ann.
Well,
that's just hey, that's just so her name spells as.
The point I was trying to make is that, like, everyone's supposed to have a special, unique name. You know what I mean? To them.
Yes.
That everyone's supposed to have a special, unique name. If you think about a name, if you think about computer programming, you can't, like, two variables cannot have the same name because of the conflict. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, we're all unique.
Yeah.
Every dog has his own personality, right? So everyone
I like Nevada.
Go ahead.
Well, there's nothing wrong with naming your
backwards.
child. There's nothing wrong with naming your child like John or Stephen or something like that. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, the creative part is the middle name. The creative part is the middle name.
I've never used a dog's name again, and every dog I ever had in my life is is buried out back in the pet cemetery, and I know each individual one because they all had different names.
If I had a choice, I would have named my son George, but I didn't have a choice in that. He could have been Dennis the Third, but anyway, there was this cat
Dennis
I
the Third
rescued.
rhymes with
He was found. We found him outside of my work, and I was like, "All right, you know what?"
I wanted
Because
to drive.
I've always liked the name George. It sounds really, it's a
I
solid.
kind of want to take this to a. There's another point that I want to take this towards. Is like yesterday there were terms. Let's just say names, right? Thrown around names like satellite, right? Names like Earth. These words, right, that represent specific things. You know what I mean? And then they'll say, "Well, now satellite doesn't mean that anymore." I was like, where did you get? Why would you say? Why would you use this word to describe that up there? Why don't you come up with a new word for it? Why do scientists coin new terms every day? And yet, when it comes to these things, like you use these terms, like satellite means follower, gravity means the seriousness or the weight of your work. You know what, you guys know what I'm talking about here? The double.
Sure. I mean, it's like when it comes to names of planets,
Yeah.
names of gods. I mean, Saturn
Don't beat around the bush.
obviously
just spit it out.
is associated with satellites, of course.
What about your name, Dennis? You're always talking about how you're a dick, right? Why don't you change your name to Penis?
Well, no, hold on. From
I'm
what
Penis Cash, man.
Hold on. From what I've researched, Dennis it is as a form of the the god of wine, Dionysus, which is a female god. Greek god of wine, Dionysus. Have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah.
Dionysus?
Dionysus, yes.
Nitrous.
I said Tris,
I was
whatever. Dionysus. That's kind of
yeah.
kind of the origin of the name.
Well, that's what it. Yeah, it's a male version of that. Yes.
Dion. It's where the name Dion comes from, eh?
Not well. I mean, based on what?
All of that.
What are you talking about? I mean, when I looked up the term, the origin of my name, Dennis, that's what I came up with. It was mostly
a little change in my pocket going.
It had to do with Dionysus.
Yeah, that's what I got too.
And that's the god of wine. I mean, yeah, you look it up right now. You'll find out. Yeah.
I did. Here's a screenshot.
When I asked the question, like, hey, where does my name come from? My dad says, "Oh, it was my best friend in the Navy." It's like, really? Like, come on, Dad. You should try to tell me.
I wouldn't do that. Anyway, I lost a friend in service. We went to high school together. We enlisted together. So I wouldn't do that to any of my kids.
No, I understand. What it means. It's just that it doesn't match who you are. When you look at yourself, your personality, and you look at your name, they might not match. Your dad or parents may have given you that name because I don't know, so that you can remind them of that person. You know what I mean? But what is your real name? What do I call you? Right? Like, oh, call me Dennis. So there's so many Dennises though. Like you're another you know what I mean? Like you're special. So your name should reflect you.
No, I mean, I get that. I'm not sold out to it completely. I mean, if you think that's what the idea is, I'm just saying, bro. No, you're.
I like the biblical meaning of my youngest's name, Taylor, clothed with salvation. Taylor, clothed with salvation.
Yeah, Michael, right? Which is my middle name, right? See?
No, Taylor. That's
Oh,
the meaning
Taylor,
of Taylor.
my bad. I'm totally
Biblical meaning.
Okay, why? I mean, were there like in the old days? They recycled names, right? Right, just like we do today, right?
Of course. No. Yeah, it does. So, Michael, where did you come with this Taylor? Is it with a Y or an I?
Taylor.
Oh, okay. See, that's where the
Biblical
difference is, right?
meaning of Taylor. Taylor. Tyler is Tyler.
This is why people
So
can't.
Michael can have two different biblical meanings. It can mean who is like God or gift from God.
This is why a lot of people in the East can't understand English, like completely, and and vice versa. We can't understand the Eastern
Because we're
tradition.
separated from root meanings of words.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
What is a tailor? Someone who cuts clothing.
What's a smith?
Right.
What's a smith? A blacksmith.
A metal worker.
Yeah. In the Western tradition, what do they call it in the East?
The black has an entirely different meaning too, though. But Smith.
So Michael,
Smiths are all the same thing.
Michael the blacksmith, he lives down there, right? He becomes Michael Smith, right? Like that. It's like your trade eventually becomes your. It's like your family becomes known for that trade, right? Is that how it probably worked? I don't know.
The gift from God. He who.
Mm-hmm.
The house.
See, yeah. The gift from God is from the
metal.
name.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
John. How about John? The one who makes away. The one who makes away. He who shapes metal. I do this, though, to people's names, so this isn't new to me.
No, it's cool, but it's really cool. A lot of people don't know this, so I mean, it's cool that we're talking about it. It's cool
to do this thing.
Because they don't even. I mean, a lot of people just have a name and they don't really research how their names came about. I mean, like when people are pregnant or whatever, when you're having a daughter or a son or whatever, I'm just like, I'm gonna name this person this, and they're like, well, it's just it's through tradition. I'm gonna name it after this or my grandfather or whatever, or I'm just gonna name it for.
First read that.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry if I'm being.
When my daughter first read that, it says "clothes with salvation" or "extremely beautiful." She said, "Oh, did you guys know that before you named me that?" And I wanted to lie to her and tell her, yeah, but I said, "No, your mom just wanted a T name. I can't lie to you. I would like to, but I can't." She was like, "Damn it!" So she went to her mom. Mom, did you know what my meaning of my name was before you named me? And she's like, "Taylor, I can't lie. I don't know the meaning of your name right now."
My son has a very strong biblical name, but I'm not going to say it on here. I may have said it before, but yeah, it's
Malachi.
No, it's not that one. But
There was a family in our village that named. They had two children that were born retarded. What do you were? Retarded, mentally handicapped. Like they were
mentally handicapped.
Yeah. Well, they named them.
Yeah, that was my point about goodwill.
These stupid parents gave those
Goodwill fucking employs the mentally and physically
children.
handicapped. So you'd go in there and
Yeah, but these parents named their handicapped
the
children
mentally handicapped guy about short change.
Yeah, well, these
Hey,
parents named
both of you guys are having some connection issues right now.
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
I don't know if everyone else is.
I think it's
No,
just
it's like
Bong.
running over
I
each
think
other.
it's just Bong that's having the connection issues. Mike sounds fine to me.
Well, I heard Mike cutting in and out too.
Hey, you're roboting, bro. You're roboting.
Am I roboting? Mike?
Both of you. Everybody but Helio was roboting.
Well, the point, I
Everyone.
was trying to say, like, these parents named their children bad name, gave them like swear names, and then abandoned them. And then the pastor had to, adopted them and changed their names back. And I mean, they're handicapped. It's back to normal. I used to wonder, why the hell would parents do such a thing? Like,
Yeah. Why will any parent name their child Bong Sao?
I know, that's just
That's not
worst name ever.
That's not his name, but did you die? Did you die? Did you die?
Yes.
His real name's Coconut. He thought that. Oh, what a maroon, what a sap.
I know you have fucked up names.
His real name. Yeah, his real name is Vlad the Impaler.
What's
So
her name,
his
right?
nickname is Bong Inhaler. Ooh.
Ooh. Bonger. Bonger.
Vlad the Impaler is a Bong Inhaler.
What happened to the ladies?
Did he say boner? Did that guy say boner? Ban him. No shit.
What is ladies' night over?
Oh yeah. Oh, out of
Still
order.
on. It's just that if you feel like a lady, you can just jump in.
There's still ladies here.
Do you feel like a lady? I'm trying to be manly. It's just, I understand. I got
Afraid to
over
tap
the
into my
grandkid.
feminine side time to time.
Oh, I'm fully secure in my masculinity. I'll be emotional right before I beat your ass. It's all good. I'm making you clean my boots off though once I bury them in your ass 5 foot.
Yeah, Mike is very masculine and he's thinking about your ass.
Right?
And my boot, your ass and my boot. Damn straight.
That's so
knuckle
straight.
dragger. You be polishing them when I'm done too. I might polish them with your head.
And there
That's crazy, Hank.
Hey.
What do you think they're called?
my
Shit
God.
kickers.
Listen, I heard that when you look for gay stuff and everything, people say that shows a latent homosexual tendency in your mentality, and it's a psychological trait that's trying to let the gay come out the closet. Do you need me to open the closet door for you?
No, thank you.
I'll help you
Is
out,
that like-
brother. Are you
Is that
sure
like
now?
the youngest
We don't-
child? Right, the youngest son?
Well, we don't need him mentally distressed. We do have a flat earth therapist here, do we not?
Yeah, we have Helio. If you have any issues with your sexuality.
No. There's one here that's skilled in that and training that. Or not. Who's studying to be the therapist? Or is it a drug therapist? Which one?
Jonathan.
Maybe not a person, the homo.
Jonathan.
You know?
Globe.
I'm just trying to understand how the human mind works.
Yeah. Anyways, we have Maria. Maria, welcome to the Flutter Discord. How are you,
Hey,
Maria?
Jonathan's not a name, by the way. Go ahead. Talk to the new guy. I just want to say Jonathan is not a name. Fuck you for saying that.
Maria.
Ready? Stretch. Get your stretch on. Yeah. Leg stretch.
I tell my mama to write the story. Something like that.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable flex. Flex getting really pressed.
Go flex my hair, my chest.
Maria,
Maria. What?
Maria.
Just gonna
Yeah,
show off
everyone
my
calls
nose.
me Chuck Norris because I look like him with my shirt off.
Hold on. As far as the Maria, my favorite Maria song is by Brooks and Dunn. My Maria. I freaking love Ronnie Dunn's voice. I'm in love with his voice. It's just like My Maria.
She
It's so
reminds me of
amazing.
West Side Story.
Have you ever seen Brooks and Dunn live, Helio?
No, I've
No,
actually
not
never
in
been to
Spanish.
a country concert. I'm a metal fan, but there's
Hello.
something about Ronnie Dunn. His voice just freaking. I'm like, I'm a singer, so that's why. I mean, his voice is so powerful. I just can't resist just listening to it. But it's just so
Brooks and Dunn.
badass. Yeah, Brooks and Dunn is. I mean,
Down
it's
on my
so
side of
badass.
town.
Anyway, so I thought you guys were going to talk to somebody new here.
Hey, yo, Google the word askew. ASKEW.
Askew. Okay.
Yeah, askew.
Wait, give me 1 minute. Wait, I'll do it.
And lonesome feeling comes to my door, and the whole world turns blue.
What's the
There's
word
a
again?
rundown bar,
Askew.
railroad
Askew.
track,
ASKEW.
table for two, way in the back, where I sit
ASKEW.
alone and
Not
think of
in a
losing
straight or
you.
level
I spend
position.
most every night beneath the
Not
light
in a
of
straight
the
line
neon moon.
or
Or
level position.
level
Not
position.
straight or level. That
To
has gone
turn
askew.
aside. Yes.
So they're trying to tell us that the earth has gone askew.
Shy
Wow.
away from or avoid. Yep.
Yeah, like if you Google askew, it'll make the browser glitch over to the right a little bit and not be level and straight along the side.
Oh, for hell's
Oh,
sakes.
Super.
Imagine that.
because it's
Google is
like
trolling.
It's gone
in an
askew.
oblique position. In an
You're
oblique
welcome.
position.
Sounds
For that.
like Helio when talking about his masculinity.
To
An
distort
oblique
or
position.
make slant.
Define askew.
Slanting. Turned to one side.
Crooked,
Deviation.
lopsided, tilted, angled, oblique, skewed, slanted.
Oblique
man.
spheroid. Askew.
Yeah, yeah.
What I
In an oblique position.
Squint,
can't hear.
thrawn. Yeah. All the things the earth is.
I'm trying to listen to Alexa. Not in a
Michael
straight
for
line
now.
or level position.
I thought you were a Siri fan.
Alexa.
I am, but
Would that
damn
be
it,
an
I'm
Assyrian?
using
Maybe.
Kindle Fire for this. Kendra is racist to her, so we can relate this. Not only that, but to sin from a straight course.
Michael, someone is using the internet in your house and is making it askew.
Fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got.
recording in there. Watch what Google does to your screen. Google that word.
Now look up.
I
Now
got
look up the word. Now look up the word.
6 girls here playing
Now,
Nintendo.
now look up the word sin. Sin, right? It's the same definition, isn't it? Like to miss the mark.
Yeah,
Mike, you ain't got no bandwidth. They're playing that Nintendo Switch.
Words.
Yeah. They're doing more than that. 16-year-old girls, come on, man. Every phone in the fucking front room, they're right by the router. Got the Switch, streaming it.
Boy, he's got a gaming
Posting
platform right there in his house.
every every failure. Yeah, plus well,
Like,
my
goddamn, what did
tower
your
hosts a
daughter
network for my
open up
businesses.
a Wi-Fi bar or something?
No, it's just my daughter's homeschooled. This is the only way she gets to interact with other children, bro.
Yeah, I know.
So
So what's it? If we start using
don't-
the word askew to the Globers, isn't that just going to confuse them?
I'm literally only bringing it up because if you Google it, it literally makes your screen askew. Like it askews it, like it moves it crooked. It's just random. I did a screen recording of it in the
I didn't Google it. That's probably why I didn't get that effect. I just used my another browser. So yeah, I'll have to try that.
random. Someone told me.
Yeah, man, I dig that. This is fucking weird as shit.
Yeah, sure.
It's pretty weird. I mean, just thinking about, I don't know.
They're rubbing it so far in your face. They're like, dude, when they Google askew, their shit's gonna shift. Watch we do this.
Their shit's already
shift.
shifted, bro. It's way
Your
out of gear.
shit is gonna be askew. So what does just skew mean? Does anybody know that?
I don't know, but if somebody needed to get their shit
It's the
askewed,
same-
it would have been
It's the same word. It's the
John
same word.
Wayne.
It means literally on skew, right? So
30
everything
pounds
is
of impacted feces in John Wayne's colon before he died.
skew and askew. Yeah.
Sorry.
I didn't ask you anything.
Listen to
What are you
what
talking about?
skew. Listen to what
Skew
skew.
means.
Hold on.
Who
Listen to what
asked
skew
you? Who
means.
asked you?
Oh, no,
Hold
right
on, hold on.
angles to be specific,
Big
right
black
line,
flobe.
crooked.
Okay, listen
It
to
means the same as.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Skew.
Cut him off. He's got it on himself.
I brought up the definition of skew. SKE.
Much means the
Are we
same
still
thing as skew. It's just better defined. Neither parallel. No,
Yeah, it does. It shifts everything to the right a little bit and then askews the page.
Yeah,
It
that's
checks
what
out.
I was reading that. Coming in at no blue.
Okay,
I
let
put
me
my
know.
meats and my veggies on a skewer.
Let me know when there's edgewise word space. Okay, the definition of skew is that's the primary one for this word. SKEW.
To stop.
To turn or place at an angle. Number 2 is to give a bias, distort.
That's right. Don't skew my words. I'm not gay.
Bias to or distort.
What is the opposite of skewed? The opposite.
Opposite of skew. Well, wait a minute. Then if you go askew, that would mean that's the condition of being distorted within your bias. You're distorting things because you're giving a bias and you're distorted.
The opposite is straight. Symmetrical.
Yeah, exactly.
Skew means to turn aside.
Turn aside, oblique, to change angle.
Isn't a skew like a description for the globe?
Yes.
Shy away from,
It could
avoid.
be vertical, horizontal, or perpendicular line.
My fucking Mike. Better.
From askew. Like to excuse yourself from it is where it comes from. And
Look
then,
at the word. Similar.
there's another
No, it's not
root
to
to it.
It's to become skewed. Askew. That means
It's
you're
a straight
distorted
line.
bias
It's vertical, horizontal, or perpendicular.
If I never heard the word askew the rest of my life, it'd be fine.
We had enough of that.
Say it one more time.
It's all askew.
Askance.
Straight line.
But look at the similar words. Crooked.
Oh, no, let's don't.
Lopsided. Tilted.
Alrighty.
Angled.
2 words, people. 2 words.
It means not a straight line.
Aslant. What is the aslant? Is a similar word. Aslant. That's a new one.
Oh Lord!
That's 4
Asquint.
times you said it. You said it 4 times.
Asquint, meaning sideways, a squint out of the corner of the eye.
Hey,
Your math,
Google
your math
Earth
skills have
size.
moved up a little.
I think he
where you
drinks
was.
at the Blue Lagoon.
As long as it doesn't mean curvature, I'm okay with it. With the word.
No, they've
Oddly,
excused themselves from reality.
uneven,
That's why they say it's an oblate spheroid. Yeah.
Somebody say Assland.
asymmetrical, unsymmetrical, quint,
What'd you say, Hank?
Tron,
Is that
cock,
is
cock
Assland like the
eye.
homeland? Is that the homeland of the Amazon women? Assland.
We don't know. It's supposed to be right up around your area somewhere.
Hey, how do you spell fuckface?
That would be
Jemsy was
leg.
trying to
G-L-E-R.
explain it.
Sean.
Oh, damn.
Wonky.
That would be legland, not
Squeefy.
assland.
Hey, can
What?
I ask you a
Hey,
question
guys.
real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Hey, guys.
No. Shoot.
Hey,
Hey,
so
check
how does
out.
how do
Google this real quick if
Yes,
you guys
don't make
want.
Okay,
don't
let
make
him
us
speak,
wait.
please.
Spit it out. Spit it out.
Google
how do all the people in
Earth
NASA
tides.
what's it called? Like how are they all in on it at the same time?
They don't
Not
know.
everybody has to be
They're
in on it.
teaching what they taught. Right. I taught it to my children before I knew that it was wrong. Right.
The same.
And there's a difference between misinformation and disinformation. Disinformation is put out there on purpose to trick people. Right. Like propaganda. Right.
Yeah.
Misinformation is put out there because that's what the consensus is, but it doesn't necessarily make it true. So not everybody has to be in on it. But there's plenty of examples where we can show where there's a great large amount of people lying and keeping a secret, like Santa Claus, the Manhattan Project, anybody who's ever signed a non-disclosure agreement while working at a pastry shop or a sandwich shop. There are people who can keep secrets.
In
Whoa.
the industrial military complex, the manager of the entire factory is going to know information that the person down on the shop floor producing widget A and widget B is not going to know.
It's like this. It's like a Ford assembly factory, right? So you got the whole assembly line, and it's huge. It's fucking really long. There's a lot of moving parts. Okay, pun intended. So the guy at the start of the belt with the tiny screw that goes on the bigger nut and screw for the next thing and the next thing, and there's fucking 5,000 things that needs to happen before this car's built. Well, my friend, the person with that one nut making those nuts, yeah, and I can talk like that, just be an adult, is not going to know about or care about what someone even 10 steps down is doing. That's called
Not
compartmentalization.
over 4 times.
I'm sorry? Yeah, no. Yeah, you'll shut up about that. So anyway, does that make sense?
No.
Called
I
compartmentalization.
want to add something. You know how the mafia.
Only when you're allowed to finish the sentence.
You know how the mafia is a secret organization, right? You hear about it, you see the movies, but you don't see them in the real world, right? But there are so many people in the mafia. They have an initiation, a ritual they perform to swear to secrecy, just like the military, just like the NDA, the non-disclosure agreements, just like top secret classifications.
Just like my
That's
clubhouse
how
I had in my
many
treehouse.
people, right? That's how many people can be involved and keep a secret. I wanted to add that. So go ahead.
So you're saying like everyone in the control center for like the Apollo missions was just faking it the whole time?
No.
No, that is not what they said.
No,
No,
everyone doing their one little job they believe the lie to.
Yeah, the guy cleaning the toilet at NASA, he doesn't know much about what's going on in the control room.
Not like
Even the people that are
No, but
writing the
all
computer
they're
code for the known
doing
universe,
is
they don't have a
staring
clue
at
what they're doing.
computer screens. What are they
Yeah,
taking while
they're
they're
doing math.
staring
Right.
at the
They don't know.
fucking
Right, so only a
computer
select
screen?
few have to be quote
My
unquote in
cousin's
on
a
it. That's all.
Right.
naval admiral that works for
Sorry, you're cutting out there pretty bad,
NASA,
Michael.
and just like he said, fuck.
Only a few guys claimed they went out there, man. And when they were walked up to and asked if they really went there, they freaked out. They like imploded.
Oh, yeah, run away.
Assaulted the guy.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Put your hand on the Bible.
Buzz Aldrin said, "Put your hand on the Bible." Who was it? The other guy. The guy said to Buzz Aldrin, "Put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you went to the moon." And instead of just doing it, he punched the guy in the face. Not just not doing it, he like a toddler refused all the way to the exit of the building, and then hauled off and just knocked him one. Fucking hilarious. It's all in film.
Yo, and offered them all like $5,000 just to do it.
Whatever those do, or their opinions and things, they cannot change reality or physicality. Whatever they doing, or whatever movies they're participating on, like the moon landings and stuff, that doesn't change reality when you go out there and measure the Earth. And there's no globe to be found anywhere.
And bit of a side note, fast. I hope you're not boosted up, but here you go. Elon Musk will reportedly be implementing microchips into humans as early as this year. Okay.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh,
we can
boy.
go
I want one.
He saved us. That came out of left field. I never thought
That's awesome.
Who would
Oh
have
my God.
this would happen?
Thank God for the lone scum. I mean, Elon Musk there.
What, you want a chip, or you want like one of these cookies?
Neither. I
I wanna be a
want to
guinea pig. I
grab a
wanna be a
casual
guinea
drink
pig.
with Elon Musk and kind of disappear his ass. Ah, God, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if we take the chip, do we still get the cookie?
Yes,
Well, I
you
think
do. You get the prize
I
at the
think
end
you
of the
become
end of the
cookie.
rainbow.
I like
think
his
you become
son's
the
name.
microchip cookie.
Hey, would you take
Elon.
the chip? Would you take the chip if it required no surgical implantation? It was just like a really simple, like bow. You barely even felt it. It bypassed the brain through the arteries, and then all of a sudden you could speak telepathically, and you'd enter into the crypto system, the digitalized currency. But you'd be gifted a large sum for your buy-in into the crypto.
Okay,
Oh,
Mike.
and
Only question is, could I leave any time that I wanted to?
No, of course not.
Well, then fuck that.
You're mine. You're
No
theirs.
way. No
but
way.
you're free. They
Hey,
own
what's
Nah.
what's
No
Elon
thanks.
Musk's kid's name? What's Elon Musk's kid's name again?
Isn't it like
number letters?
fucking
Hey,
the AE
would
symbol
you
and a
take
bunch
the
of weird
chip
shit?
with it if it was a suppository?
Oh shit!
No, it's the equation to the flat Earth.
Cash.
Man,
Eincash.
they'll use
Angel
lube.
12.
They'll use lube.
He's
You get
sizing
a
you
free
up,
10
Witsit.
G's.
He's sizing you up, bro. What you gonna do?
A free 10 G's, man. Just let us stuff this chip up your ass. That's all.
I bet you it means something
10 G's.
like something to do arbitrarily with binary code. The naming of Elon's child.
He said,
His new
Josh,
son.
yeah.
He said, my wife ain't even got a passport for that road.
Well, I check this right. The world is so stupid that they actually are like still wearing masks outside. People in the summer on the beach, taking all the vaxes they can, like their candy. Are we actually at the point in?
Oh, you just broke up a little bit.
Oh,
Damn it.
Are
You're
we
breaking
actually
up, Witsit.
My bad. Are we actually at the point in human history where people
Listen to him talk right on
where people are in fact stupid
the
enough?
entrance ramp.
Oh my god! Are we at the point in history where people are actually stupid enough to put a chip in their brain?
Yes.
I think we might be.
Yeah, man.
I do believe so.
Most of them are lost now. They're gonna do it for sure.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it. Called it over 20 years ago.
I don't know about most. I don't know about most, but yeah, there's definitely a good handful.
I don't.
Yeah.
It's gonna be most, even if it's 51%. You feel me?
But anyway.
Yeah, can't wait to see how they.
I don't feel
you.
Not quite yet. I mean,
I'm not stupid, guys.
more
There's a lot
time.
of retarded people out there that are just gonna go along with it.
Say
Yeah,
you don't
I
think
agree.
so, but all I'm saying is it's not like you have to get strapped down and they don't surgically open your brain and put it in there or anything. It's way easier than that. It's much less invasive, and it's the one and done. You're good. You don't have to do anything else. You're free again. And here's a bunch of incentives. You basically
Exactly.
tap right into the cloud, endless information. Everything's way faster. You can actually be given a benefit to get into the system.
Yeah, dude. Never have to wear a mask again. Never have to show paperwork to get into a movie ever again. Like, you're like, what the fuck? I should never have had to do that in the first place.
They'll make it like here's a chocolate chip cookie. Yeah.
You'll
it'll be
never
fine.
get sick again at all. Like, in fact, why would you even age? We think we can actually reverse cell degradation. But, like, if you were to ever show any type of illness, we would immediately be able to correct that, right? So you're effectively, you're superhuman.
If they do it as a suppository, can I select the size that I like?
Ooh,
Yeah,
implications
you
are
can make a
really
small
running
deposit or a
strong here.
large deposit. You can deposit
No,
whatever you like.
I wonder how soon.
We'll call your size, Jemsy. We'll call your size the rhinoceros.
I wonder how soon before they start falling over.
You will take what we give you and be happy about it.
Be very happy.
I'm already just happy thinking about it.
I'll take the chip right in my
Especially if it's a
dick.
suppository.
We
Wow,
should get people to just like get like a lot of people together, and we can only rent cars instead of buy them. Just go and fucking rent them and
probably-
just drive them into the water, just like a shitload of them.
Probably
Say,
hit a
"Fuck
bunch of
you."
them at once and they roll over by like bowling pins.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. Already almost there.
Can you imagine 2,500 people driving all those cars into the fucking water?
Anyways, let's go back to the person that have had questions. Date.
Yep.
Date.
Yep.
Do you have
Back
any
to
more
flat Earth,
questions?
whatever you do.
Bring,
Get back
bring
to
us back to the flat Earth, Dake.
No, that was really my only question.
Did we answer it?
I mean, yeah, you kind of did.
Kinda.
Well, I mean, how do brain chips work on a globe Earth?
How do brain what?
Dude, all jokes aside, man, everything that's ever happened in the history of the Earth, everyone has to assume the Earth is flat and not moving. To drive, fly planes, get elevations, measure the Earth, get maps, do anything, shoot radio waves, 2,000 miles, 10,000 miles, have internet, have cell phones, shoot lasers for communication, shoot electromagnetic propagation for weapon systems. To pretty much do anything ever in the history of mankind, you had to assume that the Earth was a horizontal plane that's not moving. And they want us to believe that actually everything's the opposite of that. You just can't tell.
Did you completely understand what he said?
No, I understood about the
What he
why
said was
everyone
that everything that you use and operate on this Earth today was designed to work on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
Airplanes,
I
cars,
understand that
everything.
part, yeah.
Yeah. So, well, let's just break it down from the beginning, right? So,
Yeah.
what's the default position? We'll take it subject by subject. So, have you ever felt the Earth spinning?
No.
So, the default position is that the Earth is still, like you experience it, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's our default. Now, the claim is that in fact the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and you just don't feel it. And it feels exactly like it would if it was stationary.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're going to make that claim against the default of all experience, all evidence, all tests, everything, then you have the burden of proof, right? You're making a claim antithetical to, just meaning opposite to, all observations. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
You following me, bro? So,
I got you.
do you know of any way ever in the history of mankind that people have measured the Earth spinning or proven that it spins or anything?
Nah, I can't give like a direct source or anything off my
Cool. Yeah.
head.
Thanks for being honest. It's cool. And actually, there is not anything like that exists at all. The second part is, have you ever seen the curve of the Earth?
No, I have not.
Right. And they just say it's so big, right? So when you see the horizon, it's horizontal, which is where we get horizon from. Horizontal meaning flat, level. And that's all we've ever seen. And how far we can see, it varies based on how clear it is outside, right? We've never seen the Earth curvature, though. So the argument is that, well, the Earth is curving, you just can never see it.
Yep.
Right. So that's another claim opposite to all evidence ever. So do you know of any way that anyone's measured or proven the curvature of the Earth in the history of mankind?
I mean, I've heard something about like Pythagoras and all that. Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah.
Pythagorean theorem wasn't actually applied to measuring the Earth at that time that it was come up with. But they do have stories. Now, all the stories aren't true. And you seem like a pretty honest person. So as of now, you don't really know the stories. We'd be happy to explain the stories to you. For example, we know everything that you could possibly Google and get the answer to. We know everything that your side's going to say. Okay, but as of now, you don't know specifically of anyone that measured the curvature of the Earth or a way that that's been proven.
Nah, I don't.
Right. So at this point, we have one more. So they claim that outer space is this place that you can go to, that they've gone to, that they send satellites to, and you can travel. And it's a vacuum, a near perfect vacuum, effectively emptiness. And it's our Earth and its atmosphere is sitting inside this vacuum. Right. But of course, what we see is we have gas pressure on the Earth. And we see that to have gas pressure ever in the history of all mankind, you have to have a container. And so, since we have gas pressure on the Earth, it is contained because that's the only way you can have gas pressure. And they're claiming that the gas pressure is sitting next to a vacuum without a container. So, again, this is a claim opposite to all evidence and observable phenomena ever. Right. So, do you know of any verifiable proof that we can use to verify that outer space is this vacuum that's a real place you can go to?
Nah, I don't, man.
Right. So, as of right now, right, the core claims of the claim that the Earth's a globe, which is that it's a sphere and that it's spinning and that it's a sphere that's spinning and it's in outer space. As of now, it's just a belief you have because just like all of us, you were just taught that and kind of just assumed it to be true, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. You're doing great, man. So now the point is that if you wanted to verify that what they told us was true, you would go look for that evidence we just discussed, right? The proof that the Earth is spinning, proof that the Earth is curving, and proof that the Earth is in a vacuum called outer space. Well, what you will find is there is no such thing as scientific evidence or proof of any of those three claims. In fact, there's only an abundance of evidence for the exact opposites.
And he's talking about
Yeah.
real scientific evidence. And there's a qualifications that must be met for it to be a scientific fact.
Right. So now people use the word science to mean a lot of things, colloquially, the pursuit of knowledge, and they apply it to lots of things that are actually not real science. But with this, we're talking about the Earth. So that's the natural world. And so the study of the natural world is called natural science. And in natural science, the way that you verify claims you make about the natural world is a scientific experiment. Right? You have a naturally occurring phenomena because you're making a claim about Earth, the natural world. So you have a naturally occurring phenomena. And then you want to figure out what the cause of that effect or phenomena is. So you propose a hypothesis, which is a cause and effect relationship test that you're proposing to try to prove what the cause is of that effect that you see in the natural world. And okay, so you have an independent variable, which is what you think the cause is. And you manipulate that and vary it so that you can see it is the cause of the effect. Right? So simply you have the dependent variable, naturally occurring phenomena. That's what you observe, the effect. And then you're going to test that with an independent variable being manipulated. That's a scientific experiment, right? And if you're going to prove or make claims about the natural world, if you're going to prove or make claims about the natural world, you have to prove those claims with natural science. And there is not one scientific experiment that proves any of those claims whatsoever.
I'll have to look into it. I personally haven't looked into any of those questions you've asked me, so
It's cool. I know I'm kind of overloading you, and I'm going to step out after this. I'm going to say one more thing to you, though. So this is what it all comes down to. They said the Earth's a sphere, and it's a certain size, okay? And the size they said is that it has a radius of 3,959 miles, and that's the distance from the center of this supposed sphere to the outside if you drew a line, okay? So we can test to see if that radius is true. And the entire globe Earth, the solar system, the planets, everything, day and night cycle, distances on the Earth, gravity, everything about the model uses that radius value. We have gone out, and you can also, and tested the radius value, and we have falsified it. That means that we have proven it's not accurate. And since the radius value they told us is not true, the entire model they told us is not true, and every fairy tale about space within the model is also not true. So there's your starter kit. You need to look at the radius and find out if that's true, because if it's not, the entire story's a lie.
Yeah, and guess to make it a little simpler, what he's saying is like if you try to figure out the distance to the sun in the equation, that radius value must be part of the equation. Same with rocket telemetry. You cannot send a rocket into orbit without knowing the exact size of the globe. So you get the right angle to go into orbit. So if that number's wrong, the 3959 number is wrong, those things are also wrong. You cannot calculate the distance to the sun, nor can you send a rocket into orbit, because it wouldn't be going around the right size of a ball. It would be wrong. Who knows what would happen? So to make it a little simpler, I guess I was just adding a few little things there.
are you saying like satellites are fake and stuff?
Well, what I'm saying is that in order to put them into orbit, we have to have the exact size of the globe to put them into the proper orbit.
So yeah, the answer straightforward is the claim of satellites out in outer space, where they claim they're 10,000 kilometers away and all this stuff. Yes, those are lies. That is fake. Is there stuff in the sky? Yes, and you can have high altitude satellites in the sky attached to nylon helium balloons that will last a long time. And NASA admits they have those up there. Google uses them for internet. And NASA is the number one purchaser of helium in the world. Just a few days ago, one of the Samsung satellites crashed in someone's backyard, attached to a parachute, where Samsung was contacted and had said that the balloon had a malfunction, even though they were running a PR skit saying it would be the first satellite to take a selfie in space. So long story short, yeah, there are quote unquote satellites above us. They're balloons. They're not thousands of miles away. They're not in a vacuum. So what they tell you about them is fake. Yeah.
Yeah, they're actually called satelloons.
Yeah.
There's even a list you can go to from NASA and look at the list of satelloons, and they've got names like Hubble and names like the same names as satellites. They've used the exact same names to name a satellite as a satelloon. So which one's really up there?
Yeah, and a good thing to do, bro. So you're like, so the satellites are fake? Well, just Google real pictures of satellites in space. Real pictures of satellites in space, NASA, and see what pops up. And nothing but CGI cartoons pop up. So you tell me, are satellites fake?
I mean, I'll have to look into it. Like I
Yeah,
said,
just Google satellites in space and click images on Google. There should be millions of them.
They're all cartoons. Isn't that weird, bro?
What he means by cartoons is it's been computer generated, the image, most likely. It's not a real
No, like
coil.
if you type that
Nah,
in and
really?
you click on the first one that's from NASA.gov and you go to it, right under the picture, it says that it's animation. So
Yeah.
isn't that weird?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, it is weird.
like we should
Yeah,
have
it's so
tons
weird, dude. There should be so many pictures of satellites in space, dude. We should have high definition 4K live streams with satellites everywhere.
of. There's thousands of them out there, man. Thousands.
It's a big red pill, man, but it is what it is.
And there's been literally, I don't know how many that have been found in people's backyards or in the jungle or crashed down to the earth someplace, somewhere, found still attached to the balloon or a parachute that pops out once the balloon fails. There's literally dozens and dozens of them that have been found, all attached to balloons.
I mean,
I don't know
yeah.
about you guys, but if you're going to put something in high orbit, even if it's a satelloon, wouldn't you put at least one camera on it? Like just one? Just saying.
Yeah, dude. Also, if you can see the voice text, did you know that all the stars in the sky do that?
Oh, let me see.
Did you? Yeah, all the stars in the sky, that's what they look like when they're time lapsed.
What
And there's
is that real or is it fake?
no,
It's real.
that's real.
Real,
That's
bro.
real.
Yeah, when I first found out about flat Earth, I didn't know it was a thing either, which makes you think. But yeah, like if you take a time lapse of stars, they do this, and they all go around Polaris in the center, and all the stars come back and restart where they started over and over. For all recorded history, this has happened for thousands and thousands of years.
And if we're
But they
flying
say
through
the Earth
space,
is
yeah,
they say the
go ahead.
Earth is spinning,
Yeah.
wobbling, revolving around the sun 66,600 miles an hour, and that the sun's going 500,000 miles per hour, dragging us with it through space. And our galaxy is going 1.3 million miles per hour. Yet for thousands of years, the stars do the exact same thing, all going around the center star, Polaris, which is directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which you're also not allowed to go to.
Wait, so what's the center of the Earth then? Like,
Well, they
on
call
the
it the North
surface?
Pole, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's illegal to go within 500 miles of each direction of the North Pole. So, like, no one knows other than a select.
Yeah, it's off limits.
Isn't that crazy though?
Yeah.
That's so weird. So yeah, that it's very interesting, right? Because what's actually happening? You see those stars? Those stars just move over top of the Earth like a very intricate clock. That's actually how we have time, right? So we get days from the sun, and moons from the month, and years from the stars. That's all time is it's us just keeping up with the cycle of the sky and counting it, quantifying it. It's just a perfect divine clock or calendar that resets over top of us. The Earth doesn't move; it just sits there, and the sky moves over top of it over and over.
In fact, it's so accurate. There's sundials in India that are thousands of years old, but they're still accurate to the minute. If you put your finger where the shadow is and you count the minutes, it's accurate to the minute.
To the minute.
And if the Earth was flying through space at all these crazy speeds, how could that be possible? Those stars would be in a different location.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
Yeah, dude, have you ever heard of the Georgia Guidestones?
Yep. Yes, I have.
Okay, so you know what it says on there? It says maintain human population under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature.
Yep.
And it says have a world court that rules over the whole world to guide reproduction wisely, etc. But it's a list of 10 rules for the New World Order, and it was built anonymously in some
random place in Georgia, the middle of nowhere. I've actually been there a few times. So anyway, the point is, it's actually a compass, a clock, and a calendar. This is easily $1 million to build this thing, and no one knows who built it. It was under a pseudonym, which means fake name. But anyway, it's got a hole in the top of it, angled at Polaris. So that's how you know what north is, because Polaris is how we have north. It's in the center. So it's a compass. You can look through the hole and find Polaris and always know that's directly north. Okay, it also is a clock because every day at noon, the sun lines up perfectly in the slit cut in the top of it. So that's how you know it's noon every day. It's a clock. And then there's a horizontal slot that is lined up with the sun perfectly on the solstice. And that's how you know what time of the year it is. So it's a calendar. It's a calendar, a clock, and a compass. It's a a monolithic structure built, and no
It's
one
not,
knows what
and
it's for, but it would be useless if the Earth was not stationary. And of
which
course,
is not the only one. It's not the only one on Earth that follows the same pattern.
no,
It's
well,
not the only
it's the
one.
only one I know of that has like for a New World Order on it.
Sure,
And
yeah. Well, I mean, are you sure about that? But I mean, you can't be sure about that. But
Well,
yeah,
that's the only one I know of. But just so you know, man, the reason that they did this, right, it's the people that are basically laughing and consider people to be numbers or statistics or cattle. And they consider a lot of them useless eaters. Anyway, not to be too morbid, but the point is that they're throwing it in plain sight. This They put it right in front of everyone with their
when you
holes.
started the history of monoliths, right? Which this one was built in the 20th century, the one you're referring to. There are other monoliths built across different continents that pretty much tell the same story, you know, with that. Now, as far as the timeline goes, we can't necessarily actually measure them. You know what I mean? No, as far as the writing on the Georgia Guidestones, yes, I mean this is their modern story, and as far as I know, it was funded by Ted. What's his name? The guy who's like a CNN guy, right?
Ted Turner.
Ted Turner. Yeah. But I mean, there are many monoliths across Earth that record the same exact thing. But they're not. I mean, that one's not. I wouldn't consider that one a monolith. But I mean, there's something similar in Washington D.C. Where
Would you consider it a polythe?
Well, imagine there's 100 people on Earth, 100 people on the whole Earth, and then 5 of those people manage to get a hold of all the resources of the world, right? Those 5 people
nobody
might
gets
start to
the
think
whole
that the
resources
rest
of the
of the
world. Come on.
94 people, right, do not deserve to have your resources, right? Like this is what's happening today. Like this is why people feel like, hey, I think we should start doing something about the population. Like, who the hell do you think you are to think that you can do that to other people?
Yeah, it
Unless
seems it's a really weird idea.
yeah, go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Bong. Look, I want you
No,
to finish.
unless you're one of those people who control the resources of most of the world, right? You would never think like that of other people. You would never worry about what somebody in India is doing. Like there's too many people there. You know what I mean? Unless you've got resources, you own resources there, and you start looking around, managing your resource, everything you own, be like, these people are just using up too much of the resource. You know what I mean? Like that's what's happened. Like 5% own all the money of the world, and now they think they can dictate how you live your life.
But it
'Cause
only
you're using
exists
those
as a conglomerate. And it's like I don't know much about Asian culture or whatever, but I'm pretty sure there's probably something similar to the Georgia Guidestones over in Asia, and we haven't heard about
Only
it.
a God could issue such a thing, right? How the world should live their lives. Only the creator, right? God, only dad can tell his house, right? His children, his family, how they should live their lives, right? So unless they're God, No, what are they doing? Playing God? Like, what? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Guidestone?
Hmm. Amen.
What did the aliens come down and drop it down for us?
Space aliens.
It's a breakdown.
From Space Odyssey, right? Somebody dropped this black monolith in front of us, right? Called the phone. That's how you
Yeah.
live.
I mean,
I would believe that mermaids built it.
mermaids.
Mermaid.
Hey
Space
man, I mean, we do have some stuff about Atlantis. I mean, that's it's something similar to ancient culture. I mean, people consider it allegorical, but I mean, there's got to be something to it, So anyway,
Yeah, so in other words, there's dozens of these buildings that have a slot in them, so you can see Polaris or the sun at summer solstice or the winter solstice.
well, sure. I mean, but we refer to the Georgia Guidestones, and
I know. I'm just making a point to this gentleman that's listening that this has been being done for thousands of years, or at least a couple thousand years. That they've been building these buildings to spot the sun, the moon, and the stars for that same reason as a clock, to know what time of day, what time of year, when to plant your crops, when to harvest, all that kind of stuff. And the stars have never moved. They've never moved. They've always reset.
same
And so,
repeated patterns over and over and over again.
and that's impossible if we were flying through space and rotating around the sun. It would be different every night, not just yearly. The stars would be relocated each and every night. It would no longer line up to the stars, to
But the
Polaris.
stars are quintillions of miles away. Haven't you ever heard of light years?
What is that? It still doesn't change anything.
Speed of light is another conversation. We can talk about.
We should not have at least not been able to develop the clock. Even if they say it's so far away, right? That they're slightly moving. And what is a clock, and why is it so accurate? And why do we call it the like the peak of human engineering and right? If those things, because that's what we put our clocks on, right? I mean, they had to be so perfect.
It's like, here's what it is, Bone. They want us to believe something that's so implausible, but they try to make it plausible through their idea of spatial mathematics. It's like, well, what you are experiencing, even though the Earth looks flat, it's not. Because here's why. We're going to throw a bunch of math at you, and here's why it can possibly be true. And we're going to put you in colleges to learn orbital mechanics. But most people that go to colleges don't study orbital mechanics. The only people that study orbital mechanics are the. Go ahead.
I just
on the wrong route here.
Does anybody have that heliocentric diagram they use that shows like the sun? It shows like the sun and all the planets, and it's like blasting through space.
I thought you that was above your
got it.
crib when you were 2 years old, when you were in the baby crib.
Yeah. Well, no.
You know,
So there's the one. There's the one that's above your crib, right? There's the one.
I made one when I was in high school.
More modern one people are sharing. Yeah, this guy shared this one. This guy shared this one at 38. Like that. Seeing, I feel like if you see that, you have to, like, the constellations don't change.
Yeah, no shit. We know that.
But this image right here that Holy shared at 9:38. Okay, how do the constellations not change if this is what we're doing? Right? So for anybody watching who's questioning,
see, the clock is important because it's where we get the idea of time from, right? A millisecond. all these measurements that we make using time comes from that. That's why I was saying, like, how can you have exact math and science using time, right? And where does your time come from? It comes from the sun. So how can the sun, how can the universe be expanded? How can those things be moving? You know, if we have developed our measurements of time from them, and they're supposed to be so accurate, right? A millisecond, light. We're gamers. You're a gamer, right?
I'm a gamer, yeah.
How do we have exact like science and engineering using those things in the sky if those things in the sky were expanding? So you have to say yes, 100%. Those are 100% perfectly moving in a pattern because we developed technology from it. Time.
Right.
Yeah.
It's kind of an aside, but I've got this game called The Outer Wilds, and it's a solar system exploring game. And I watched a video from the developers, and they said they coded the game so you are the center of the universe in the game. And everything actually, when you jump, it's actually everything pushes away from you, which I thought that was like the only way they could code it to make it make sense.
It's the only way it could work. As soon as you
Right.
said it, it's the only way it could work.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so these coders, I mean, they believe. I assume they believe in the heliocentric model because they made a video game, but it was just like, wow, like I'm sure they started coding it and it was a mess and they had to fixate it to a point like that.
Yeah, we've known this for a while. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, video games are dependent on a flat Earth. You got that right.
Yep.
Where everybody act normal.
Even if you're in a video game that has globes everywhere, you have to be the center of this spherical thing, and it's very, very difficult to code games.
I've got
to
big globes.
and especially if they have to include gravity. Oh my god, that's
Hello, Quantum Eraser.
Oh no.
Right.
You're not supposed to do it like that, bro. You're supposed to let
no.
somebody make a claim, and then Quantum Racer.
Okay, so
just forget you heard that.
Oh shit, that's gonna be fun. My claim.
You didn't hear anything. In 2 seconds, you will forget everything you just heard.
Bananas. Nope, I don't have anything.
And Bong said science, and now we in trouble.
I'm really not used to making claims right now that I can't back up. So.
Well, I mean, it's like they base video games off of 2D, and then when they try to utilize their
Quantum Eraser. Yesterday, somebody was arguing that you could have a curved adjacent. He did it for a while. I forget who it was. Dom, the what was it? Dom,
the dumbass.
Dahomey.
Well, anyway, Dahomey, yeah.
You can have a hard life, or you can have an easy life. I mean, why not have an easy life, right?
So yeah. Anyway, he was arguing for it, that he said it was tangent to the sphere Earth.
Numpty.
Well, a tangent to the sphere Earth is them invoking a flat plane small
There's
enough
no
where
such
they could
thing as
measure
a
it.
tangent to a sphere. There's no such thing. We already know.
Oh yeah, we spent half a day on that guy. Anyway, Quantum, I'm
just
sure
saying
you can
when
go
they
back
do
listen.
that-
It's hilarious.
Got back. There is no tangent. Show me the tangent. Tangent is fucking horseshit. That's
Yes.
Show me a tangent anywhere in sextant literature. You'll never find it.
Oh no.
So it comes down to a triangle. So they don't know what a fucking triangle is. They would fail grade geometry and intro to 6th grade trig.
Yeah.
They're saying stuff like you don't have to have a triangle to use a sextant.
Sorry. Well, then they don't know what an elevation angle is.
Yeah, I heard that stuff yesterday too. I was like, holy shit. No. Go ahead.
Hello, QE.
Yep.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good. Good to hear you. Hey, have you heard the destruction of refraction once and for all? The death knell to refraction? My argument. Would you like to hear it?
Nah, I can't right now. I'm busy.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
I gotta
Okay.
step out for a second.
Oh, no problem. Anytime.
I'd like to hear it, Sonny. Go.
Yeah, so here's the argument. Hopefully there's not too much background noise. So let's just take the black swan image and video. That's my exhibit A. Okay. At 1 foot observer height, with the radius they've given us, the curved geometric horizon can be no further than 1.22 miles, right?
Yep.
Because they have a size restraint, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. So, thanks for agreeing. So they have the size constraints. So
For how
what
tall
that
of an
means?
observer? For how tall of a guy?
What that means is everything
For a 6
after
foot
the
guy. 1.2.
you still got to interrupt. So everything after the apex, there's an elevation drop, correct? Yeah. So at 10 miles, that should be almost 67 feet of vertical elevation drop. So here's my argument. They cannot claim refraction on a horizon that is going further back and up higher. That has already left their geometric horizon behind. At the Pythagorean theorem, the apex of the ball, everything drops off at the rate they told us. So that means they cannot claim anything on a horizon that's following perspective and is going up higher and further back. They lose out because at whatever observer height, they have a geometric full stop at that they can't say light is curving. Then they have more claims that they have to prove. So that's the end of refraction. It goes only as far as their geometric limit is. That would be in the black swan, 1.22 miles. That is only just past the surfers. For horizons that are 10 miles, 10 times further than the expected horizon limit, they are off limits. They can't talk about it. Bye-bye refraction. It's over. Thank you.
Bravo. And a round of applause. Bravo. Bravo.
Bravissimo.
It's over.
Bravissimo.
There's nothing left of it after that. It's over. Completely done with. They can't claim anything about a horizon that's going 10 to 30 times further than what they claim their ball is. Let them try to use refraction. 7/6R. It has the R in there, right? They're stuck to the geometric limits of their ball. Sorry. Bye, ball.
Bye, ball. Yeah. Thanks to Sonny, Quantum can now go to a retirement home, and he doesn't have to worry about the globe anymore. Sonny, you got this.
I welcome comments, suggestions, personal slights.
It was me. Hey, I don't know if it was me. I kind of get the argument, but you probably could make it a little more concise for me. But
Yes.
I'm probably just dumb.
No, you're not. It's very simple, actually. It was right in front of us all the time, the whole time. If something's dropping off, they're saying that, like if they're saying that refraction is being done to this thing, the oil rig at 10 miles out, and that the horizon's still further out, how are they saying? They're done with. It's like at 10 miles, 30 miles where the islands are, that should be 486 feet or more below their horizon that they're claiming these optical effects. The horizon, what we're seeing objects at, has far left the refraction limit of their geometric value behind.
Yeah.
It's over. Thank you. Couldn't have done it without all of you.
Are you kicking a dead horse?
It's like when I was a kid, you know what I mean? Like, well, the scientist said refraction, and I don't know anything about refraction. So as long as the scientist says refraction, I'm just going to say refraction too, even though I don't know anything about refraction. And I mean, it's like that's what they're doing. As long as and they, jump through fire, do somersaults and stuff, backflips, up the portal.
Kind
It's
of
like
my
news clip.
feelings.
It's
That
that
Huey
news.
didn't want to listen to my argument against reflection. Oh well.
He's busy. He's busy.
Yeah, I know he's very busy. I'm just joking.
It's like that news clip of seeing Chicago over the Michigan River, and the news anchor guy is like, "Oh, it's an optical illusion," and it's
It's a
just
Lake
like,
Michigan. It's a
or
lake.
yeah. What did I say? I
You
don't know
said
what
the
I said.
river.
The river. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I live in Chicago.
miles wide.
The river.
Chalaga. The river on Chalaga.
But yeah, it's just like that clip. I mean, I never saw that until after I bought into the flat Earth, or not bought in, but saw the flat Earth. But still, like seeing that clip, I just don't imagine how you could see that clip and go, "Oh yeah, well he says it's an optical illusion, so it must be an optical illusion."
Well, it wasn't the news, so it must be truth because it wasn't
Right.
news.
Yeah.
Imagine
Well,
living
it's an
in
illusion.
A year
People
later.
will-
Sorry, a
There
year
you
later
go.
to the
I can
day.
barely hear you.
Sorry, bro. A year later to the day, they got an expert to come out from some college, right? Expert in his field, and it's on one of Rob Skiba's videos where he talks about the atmosphere is acting like a lens. And that explains everything about things disappearing from the bottom up. Because if the atmosphere is acting like a lens, it magnifies the object that we're looking at, right? As the light diverges in all directions, down is one of those directions. So if the light bouncing off the building is spreading out down, then it hits the water and it never hits your eye. It makes it look like Chicago's disappearing from the bottom up. And that's all they ever used to say. We used to say, hey, we shouldn't be able to see these buildings at all. They were like, but you can't see the bottoms. What does that have to do with anything?
Right, but at least the buildings should be leaning away if that was the case. But they're not even leaning away in respect to the
No,
rays.
leaning is not a good argument. Flat Earthers, please stop making this argument. We're not looking for leaning towers, right? We're looking for curvature. Please stop making that argument. Thank you.
Right.
No, they would diverge. They would all diverge from each other. Not
Wait,
lean,
can you
they would
explain why
diverge.
leaning is a bad argument?
If that was the curvature, right,
only
and
it's
there were
too
buildings
small.
standing on it, which direction would they be pointing towards? Up or away from the center of said ball?
Okay, so what's 360 degrees, or no, what's 24,901 divided by 360 degrees? What is it, like 69 miles per 1 degree of leaning? So if you're looking at a building from 70 miles away, can you detect 1 degree of leaning? Can you detect 1 degree if it's right under your nose? No, you have to have special equipment from that.
1 degree is 2 solar diameters.
Well, if it was a ball the size and with the radius that we're talking, like a black swan, I look at these oil rigs and I'm like, okay, if we're not supposed to be able to see these rigs, but if they say it's because of refraction, we see these rigs, right? Which way
Hold on, we're
are we
talking
supposed to?
about.
If it wasn't a ball, should we see it like this,
We're
or
talking
should
about
we?
the buildings leaning. Hold on.
Not leaning,
We're
but
talking about the buildings.
diverging. The center should be plumb, and the other one should diverge away from the
Can't
center.
talk, dude. Like, what the flying fuck?
What's up, Indio? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, India, do me a favor. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry.
Look, the lean is less than 1 degree. It's a bad argument because you're trying to tell what the difference of the vertical is between the top and the bottom. And it's so small it would be undetectable. There's no way you'd be able to see it. Even if the buildings...
What I'm saying, you can
even if the
AutoCAD
buildings,
it and measure pixels.
I'm
If
good
you
luck,
extend
man.
lines off the edges, and then you AutoCAD the base from the top.
Man, it would be very, very, very difficult to do because you need 2 very tall buildings. You're going to have to get it the right angle, right, to catch that the buildings are like, the same distance, right? You got to have to form a triangle where you're like, you're going to have to form an isosceles triangle relative to the buildings. You're going to have to get the right camera angle so that the buildings are perfectly vertical. Then you're going to have to measure, by counting pixels, the difference between the bottom and the top That would be very, very difficult to do. There's so
Well, I
much
get
better
that.
things we could
It's
do.
not for some people who want to just examine
It just wouldn't
photographs
be
and shit.
obvious. It wouldn't be. I mean, it should be there according to them, but it wouldn't be like I can just go out and look and like.
It's
Think of the
not as
Chicago
obvious as
skyline.
seeing. Yeah,
think
that's
of
more obvious.
think of the Chicago skyline. Like, do you think like you could count pixels and tell the difference if they were like the tops and bottoms were leaning apart by something like 200 feet from that
Nobody
picture? It would be
a
like
lot
one
of people
pixel.
wouldn't. A lot of people wouldn't do that at all. Like they don't even watch a 2-minute video. No one's
Well,
going to
yeah.
analyze it in AutoCAD. I'm just saying, according to them, there should be divergence. They should be spreading apart.
Yeah, certainly, certainly should. But I actually wanted to bring something up. Hank said, and what Bonk said about they say refraction makes the black swan possible. That the rigs can somehow jump in front of the horizon and appear in front of the geometric horizon as opposed to behind it. So if the horizon can move around like that because of refraction, why don't we just say that refraction made the horizon move in front of the boat? Why don't we just say that? Because if they're going to have things jumping back and forth across the horizon, why don't we just make up some bullshit and say that? Because it's such a ridiculous argument, right? It's such a ridiculous argument to claim that the horizon can jump back, like to be in front of and behind an object. So geometrically, it's in front of, but it just looks like it's behind it. That is ridiculous. It is so ridiculous.
Hey, Indio, here's the worst part of that argument. What they will claim is that refraction is really their straw man, for every single argument. It's like, well, everything that every single human on Earth experiences, the Earth looks flat. Now, they're going to admit to you that the Earth looks flat, but every single observation, on Earth, like looking across Earth, we're not talking about space at all. We're talking about, the oil rigs or whatever. Now, they'll give us this refraction argument when it comes to the black swan, right? So it's like the reason that you're seeing the horizon further beyond the oil rigs, right? They're going to say it's refraction, right? And it's like, and then we go back and forth saying, which type of refraction are you talking about? They really don't give a shit. They're in their religious argument about
the kind that doesn't exist.
Yeah, of course, of course. So when we go through the different arguments about which type of refraction would cause the horizon to appear beyond the oil rigs, so what they're claiming is that when you have a 1 to 2 foot observation, in the black swan, when you see the horizon beyond the second platform, which is over 9 miles away, then you see the horizon just way beyond that. That is refraction. When you really try to hit them on it hard, they don't know what type of refraction. They just make shit up.
Well, think of this, right? So
that's not. Wait a second. That's no damn refraction.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I want to say something real quick.
Go ahead.
So in the black swan, right, the horizon, right? So the horizon is being partially blocked by the oil rigs, where you can't see parts of the horizon, right? It's discontinuous. Or you can't see the entire stretch of the horizon. That's how we tell the oil rigs are in front of the horizon, right? Can't see the horizon because you see the legs of the oil rigs in front of them. If the horizon can move, if things can just move around, so they appear in front and behind things, why isn't refraction the reason the horizon is in front of boats? Why isn't it blocking boats? Because you see what I'm saying? If it can cause the oil rig to go from behind to in front, right? Then it can go the other way, right? It can go from behind to in front. or in front from behind. It can go either direction.
Should be.
Why isn't it blocking boats? Why isn't refraction blocking boats? And I want to say this other thing. Hold on. I want to say one more thing, which I thought of this morning, and this is kind of hilarious. They say that there is more refraction the lower you go, right? The lower, like, if they say, why don't you take the image from 1,000 feet elevation? You're getting more refraction the closer you are to the water, right? So if refraction is increased when you go lower, so if I want to see farther, I bring the camera lower because there's more refraction lifting things up. So I don't go high to see things. I just have to go lower. That shit doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Doesn't. Yeah. No, it doesn't.
Oh, I want to see more things lifted up, so I need more refraction. So I'm going to lower my camera so I see farther. That is idiotic. That is so idiotic. It's almost
You're going to get more refraction the lower you are in the atmosphere. You're going to be looking through more distortion than whether, if you're looking straight across.
You should see farther, too, because they say there's more. Listen, they say we see too far because of refraction. So if I go to the spot with the most refraction, I should see the farthest, right? So from 1 inch off the ground, I should see 100 miles.
Yep.
That's how idiotic their argument are. And I'll say one more thing: the lens thing. The Rob Skiba and the weatherman saying it was a lens. Lenses have effects that we see in a lens. That's why we design them, right? We have to be designed for certain things. The further something is away and the more it has to travel through a lens, there's something called chromatic aberration. Because of the different wavelengths of light, they will travel differently through the medium. So you have to get, if you have a really large lens that's super thick, this is where you notice chromatic aberration because the thickness of the lens. So we're looking through 100 miles of air. You're going to have crazy amounts of chromatic aberration, and everything you see in the distance, if there was refraction, would have a rainbow halo around it, because that's what chromatic aberration does in a lens. So if you buy a telescope, you have to get a achromatic telescope, right? It has an extra lens in there to correct for chromatic aberration, right? So when we look off into the distance, why aren't we seeing chromatic aberration? Why isn't the Chicago skyline look like it has a rainbow halo around it? Because this shit isn't happening. It's just not happening. It is a ad hoc excuse to make the globe unfalsifiable, and we know it. We all know it, and they know it.
They know it too.
No, they don't know it.
No. Well,
some of them gotta know it.
Bottom line. If you're looking for curvature, you're looking for curvature.
Kick you. You're taking that never attribute to malice, but to be explained with stupidity.
You'll make anything explain something that doesn't exist. You're looking for curvature. You want it to be there, and you just want it to. You're wanting it really hard. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I'll go ahead because we could stop it well before that. Because to have terrestrial refraction, two necessary antecedents must exist. Number one, you must have curved gases. So it's dead right there. I don't have to go any further. But the second necessary antecedent, you got to know the radius. So there's two necessary antecedents to invoke refraction, terrestrial refraction, not some type of equivocation fallacy with another type of refraction through like two mediums. We're not talking about that. We're talking terrestrial refraction. So it's dead before they even start. Thanks. I'll be in the area all week.
I'm going to read a YouTube comment I saw that was made in the YouTube chat today. This is so hilarious, dude. This is Meraki, whatever his name is. Refraction is well understood, and given the proper measurements of atmospheric conditions, can be calculated and factored into observations after the fact.
Yeah, right.
No, after the fact. He's admitting it's a post-diction. He's admitting it as if he's proud of it. This is how cooked they are.
Yep.
Scientific models are supposed to make predictions, not post-dictions. Right. Predictions, that means before the event happens, you feed numbers into the variables, and it spits out something. You make the observation and to see if the observation matches the prediction.
Nope. It's got to be a hypothesis. You don't feed any numbers in there. Nope. Got to have a hypothesis for a scientific model.
Okay, a correlation model. How about that?
Well,
I don't know. I don't know what you call it. Data fitting.
They could get maybe data fitting. That's not a prediction because a scientific.
That's what I'm trying to say. These are not predictions. These are postdictions, and they are proud of it. They are proud to have ad hoc hypotheses and just make things unfalsifiable. They're proud of this. They're proud of not practicing anything even resembling the scientific method, just to hang on to their balls, basically.
Yep. That's where we dash them. We just dash them out. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. Yep. It's over.
It makes me lament for humanity just generally. Like, I want to just like throw myself out a window, but these people are just so...
I would say at this point, stick a fork in it. It's really well done, but it's actually so well done that a fork would just like fall out of it. So
people are running around, breathing, reproducing, procreating,
driving 1 ton and more heavy vehicles.
No Glober actually does anything of practical value. No. I'm pretty sure. I've never met like a hardcore anti-flat earther that actually did anything that you needed a practical result. Like carpentry, anything like that. Anything where you actually you needed some practical result and you couldn't rely on some theory. They don't do that. They don't do anything like that.
No, you'd have to send them to the store. Go to the store and ask them to help you measuring your ceiling lamp to put the flooring in. Stay there a long time. Talk as much as you want.
They literally make arguments that the logical conclusion would be, I could build a house by just eyeballing all the pieces, and I can figure out what all the lengths and dimensions are just by looking at them, and I'll just start looking at them, sawing, and just nailing stuff together, and I'll have a precision house.
Yeah. That's how they went to the moon. They just looked at it and said, this is what we're going to do. They made up the whole thing.
Listen, the lunar lander, you could actually buy that they didn't actually use any measuring equipment to actually take that thing. They were just like, whatever you got in the back, we'll just take like whatever you're throwing away. We'll just take some of that.
You could buy thicker walls on a freaking shed at Home Depot than they had.
We built that shit out of some shit I had laying around the barn.
No kidding.
And some old moonshine for fuel.
I heard they had some room for that rover thing. Yeah, they had enough room for 2 regular-sized briefcases. How'd they get that?
We paid a couple crackheads to do that. We made a lot of money on that.
Yeah.
We got these crackheads to build it for $15 out of a scrap pile. Some aluminum foil.
What'd you do? Like, man, I was in there, man, and I ate an 8-ball and I lost it.
I know. Think of the quality food I could
have. They would have ripped it apart.
Yeah. Hey, a couple free Cub Scout blankets and a story about a lost 8-ball and a shooter. That's fucking.
Think about the quality of food.
Somewhere.
Think about how high the quality of food would have been if our parents hadn't been hoodwinked and spent all their money on NASA.
You want to?
So when a Glober
funny, Sonny.
Yep.
I was in Helio's DMs, man, posting a bunch of shit that went along with the conversation, and it took me like 20 minutes.
Jamesy wanted to say something. What's up, Jamesy? Jamesy, wake up.
Yeah, you guys brought it up down to specific because terrestrial refraction. When a Glober says refraction, they actually don't know what they mean. But what they claiming or trying to claim is that terrestrial refraction, but they don't have curving gases nor a radius to go with.
Bye, sayonara.
A radius of the globe.
I'm going to give you their rock-solid, ironclad rebuttal to that claim. Nuh-uh.
Really,
Yeah,
that's right. That's all they can do. So is the dropped down portion, that's if you're looking at the sun and it's a globe, is the part that's lowering in altitude, is that closer to the sun? Yeah, guess what it hits first? That's where that's where the refraction should be happening. It's already under the elevation of level.
Or the
Sorry.
infamous.
They're lame. They're just dumbasses. So the ball's
I don't
fixed.
see how that affects anything.
It does. Yeah, it does because it's just
I don't see how that affects the assumption. No.
What
You're
assumption?
not building a bridge.
What assumption? What assumption are you referring to there?
I don't see how it affects the problem.
Doesn't it affects
The
air
assumption
problem.
radius? I don't see how that debunks
Hey,
it.
listen, I just thought something about what I was saying earlier.
No.
If refraction helps you see farther, shouldn't you see two sunsets by standing up and then laying down?
Exactly. Yes.
Wow.
Well, I was gonna say the same. Well, almost the same thing, but I had another idea. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's about the way light works. If it's hitting a ball and it's further
So
away
the crackheads on their knees.
Holy shit. Never mind.
When you go skydiving and you fall out of an airplane, the closer you get to the ground, the further you see because there's more and more density of the atmosphere and more refraction.
But that doesn't
I'm
happen.
going to troll the hell out of Globers with this. I'm so glad I thought of this morning. Sorry. Go ahead.
Because
Well,
that's their
it's
claim.
just like you know, we've had a couple of Globers make some videos and say, "Hey, I put a solar filter on my camera, and the sun doesn't change angular size." Now, two Globers that have done a test in the past 5 years. Those are the only two people that have actually ever done this, and they happen to be two of the biggest trolls, on this topic. And you never hear like major astrophysicists or astronomers talk about this because they're looking at the sky. They're not looking across the earth, right? So these guys are
They don't do observations that close to the horizon.
So they make like one or two videos and they have thousands of people following them and saying, "Hey, I used a solar filter and the sun doesn't actually change angular size because I said so because I put a solar filter on my fucking camera and I watched it go over there."
Why
And
should it
it's
change
like,
in angular
guess
size?
what?
That's the question.
It went over there. It went over there. You're not, are you spinning or is the globe spinning?
Spinning?
Yeah, spinning. Yes, exactly.
No, I said spitting.
Spitting.
Sound like you were spitting.
Yeah, I actually was spitting because I'm a little inebriated. But anyway, this is the thing.
Here, you're
though.
pretty good bringing the Glober's argument, and I like entertaining the idea. But when you bring it down to the fundamentals and to the actual practical things, you don't have the radius, the curvature. They don't have that, and they don't have the.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is
curving
what
gases,
this is
right?
where
But what India is saying about
a lot of
their claim is that you should be able to see through these atmos, and you should be able to see more because they're claiming this lensing effect
with the
so you
solar
should be able to
filter,
look
right?
through this lens. Now, what India was bringing up,
or refraction, or you go that claim.
Yeah, all diffraction near the horizon, and any type of solar filter would filter all of that shit out, and they'll see the sun at the same size from noon to sunset. This is what they claim.
It's not.
There is no evidence for that.
True.
I know that. I know that.
But here's this, Helio. Who said it's supposed to change in angular size? Says who?
Red's Rhetoric and a couple of other guys, and they claim to have made videos about this. And this is what I'm calling bullshit on it.
What is the basis of that prediction? What is the basis of that? There isn't any. They're just saying it. It's another just
Yeah,
Listen,
but
I've never
people
claimed
come
the
in here
sun
all the
changed in
time
angular
claiming
size.
that stuff. You know, you've seen it.
Yeah, listen, yeah, the sun and the moon, yeah, they're supposed to change it. Who says who they're supposed to change in angular size? Says who?
And what if it does? What does that have to do with the ground you're standing on?
Me and Mike talked about this the other day. If you take a red hot poker, you heat it up, dude, and look at it, it appears huge. Sun's pretty hot. And if you look in, like Andrew Thomas Young, for instance, he actually has formulas on his website for magnification of the sun. So why is that there? Why does it exist? Why would the sun be magnified? If it doesn't change in angular size, apparently, if we don't see an apparent change in angular size, but the so-called physics predict a magnification of the sun, what are we seeing? Can't have it both ways. And this is what Globers always try to do. They try to have it both ways.
Somebody mute Bong?
Somebody mute Bong? No. I'll unmute him.
No, he
He unmute
messaged
himself?
me. He said somebody. He's like, if you unmute me, I was like, who the fuck would unmute Bong?
Be someone
Weird.
fat fingered. Because I think there was some dude next to him that was like over talking. I don't want to say who they were, but
Either way, I mean, let's make sure he's not unmuted. He just messaged me. Said
I unmuted him.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Can he just unmute himself?
I mean, he's a. Either way, whatever. Anyway, continuing. Yes, I mean these ideas about the sun changing angular size as it moves across the sky, and whether any with a solar filter could prove that the Earth is a globe. It doesn't prove a goddamn thing. Never has, never will. And if they think that it can actually prove anything about the size of the sun in relation to Earth, that's another. You can't. You won't be able to prove globe Earth with that. I mean, it's an anomaly. It's not even really, and it has nothing to do with shape
There's
or
no objective
function of
empirical
Earth.
evidence of the size or distance to the sun. And when I say this, I mean none. Like literally zero. Right? They've inferred it from other things, right? The transit of Venus, the freaking Mars, all these other
Here's
things,
what
right?
it is.
But you
Here's what
cannot
it
get
is.
the size and distance to the sun by looking at the sun, by using the sun. Like, hey, there's the sun. We're going to measure how far that is away. We're going to take two telescopes and we're going to measure parallax. We're going to triangulate where the sun is. We're going to get a distance and then we'll get the size. That cannot be done. This is an undeniable fact. This isn't something that's even arguable. No glober can argue that you can look at the sun and get a distance. Well recognized in astronomy. They know this. They've known this for, I don't know, however many 100 years.
Yeah, they know this, but the anti-flat earthers think they have the numbers down.
You have
right?
how can you have an entire fairy tale cosmology based upon something you can't even measure? Like the radius. I mean, of course, the radius comes first. They can't measure that. But they can't measure any of these things, any step. Can't measure the radius, can't measure the distance to the sun. Like, where do you go from there? Can't measure the distance to the sun. You don't know the orbit. You don't know the orbit. You don't know distance to stars. Don't know. Can't. There's literally nothing.
You have to pretend.
Foundationless fairy tale.
They call us believers in creation or whatever, but they believe these numbers when it's literally math that they can't even calculate.
There's more. You can pick a religious text. There's more evidence for what's in that than there is for the heliocentric model.
Of course, and I was telling that to people in the YouTube chat tonight. And we got that shit. We got that on point. But yeah, you're exactly right, India. Go ahead.
Probably more evidence for the Satanic Bible than fucking heliocentric model.
Yeah, because these idiots don't even know that they believe in some fucking math on a chalkboard than actually what they experience in reality.
But in the case of the sun, they're not even performing the math on what they're looking at. They're performing it on other things and saying, because these other things, then this thing must be this far away. They're not even doing the measurement on what it is they're trying to measure.
I mean, even though we're being pompous about it. I mean, if they actually had the evidence, they would have already been here and said, "You flat earthers are
Well, you wouldn't exist. You know
definitely wrong about this. I'm going to come in here and show you." We've been reaching out to people across the globe, across the plane of Earth, and saying, "Hey, do you have any evidence for this third rock from the sun fallacy that you're expressing? Get your ass in here."
Well, did you hear the guy today, that Muslim liar, saying an egg is a sphere during ladies' night?
Yeah, I listened to some.
That was like that kind of like.
It's just like people.
The Quran says it's a sphere. Oh, you read the quote. It says it's an egg. So an egg's a sphere. Is it? Is an egg a sphere? I wasn't lying. Close enough, right? Is this like Earther type thing? Is this like Neil deGrasse Tyson's? Was he an egg earther?
Yeah, man, it's like in popular, quote unquote, popular science, who's claiming Earth is a sphere? Here, I mean, we all know the standard spherical solar system model. It's just balls spinning around the sun, due to gravity. And I mean, it's not that hard to figure out. I mean, you learn it by through fifth grade or whatever. By the time you get to fifth grade, you understand. Hey, Earth, third rock from the sun. Mars is the fourth one, and Venus, whatever. I mean, these are rocks spinning around the sun due to the gravitational pull of the sun. This is not hard to figure out. This is what we're told about.
Popular Science said it's a globe. There was an old, I think, Popular Mechanics.
Talking about the magazine.
Okay, well, there was Popular Mechanics. I used to read Popular.
Yeah, there's
Science
another magazine called Popular
But
Mechanics.
it was Professor Picard when he went up in his balloon to like 50,000 plus feet, and he described it as flat with an upturned edge. If you can find an actual copy of those magazines, they're like,
yeah,
they've gotten
but
really expensive.
you know what? A lot of people bring up Picard, but he only went up 50,000 feet, 60,000 feet.
Well, it was still obvious at 50,000. It was pretty damn obvious.
Well, I mean, he was actually went up higher than people do these days, but I mean, these days a lot of people go a lot higher than that. So, his testimony is really kind of worthless, in my opinion.
It's one piece. It's not. I'm not saying it's like, oh, this is the gold nugget. It's just one more piece of evidence that they're lying.
Well,
to
sure.
us.
I mean, well, what's
a small piece.
Another gold nugget
piece.
is that hundreds of millions of people travel in an airplane at 30 to 40,000 feet every single day and look out an airplane window, and they think they're looking over a curved Earth. So, I could give a shit about Picard, to be honest.
Not the pilots. The pilots see out the front and they know what's going on.
Well, they may not. See, I mean, the brainwashing is real.
I've never heard a person in regular life say, and I'm talking about like not in this topic. I've never heard a person in regular life said that they went in an airplane and saw the curve of the Earth, ever. Not in casual conversation, never.
Yeah, it's only on here when they say that, right?
It's only these people that come on here, dude. They just have to lie. They can't help themselves. They're cultists. It's a cult. You don't understand. They don't want anybody leaving. You're not allowed to leave. I saw curvature from a plane. Trust me, don't leave the cult, please. I don't want to be alone with my action figures.
Yeah, even if Picard reached 50,000 feet, 60,000 feet, I mean, was he looking for curve? Who told him that Earth might be curved?
No, he wasn't looking for that.
This is a weird idea that's planted in your mind.
I think
just
they were
like
more
with everyone,
honest
I mean,
back
it was
then.
just like, I mean, you see the
What year
like
was
when
that?
you see the ships go over. Hold on, when you see the ships go over the curve, you can see it. You can see the curvature of the Earth standing on the shoreline of the ocean.
Not
you just
me.
watch a
I've
ship
never
go
seen
away.
it.
No, hold on, dude. Making a point here. You can see it from the shore. You can see it from the top of a mountain. You can see it from an airplane. Every time you see something disappear, it's because it's going over the horizon, which is the curvature of the Earth. Correct? No! The horizon is not the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you. But whether it's true or false, I don't know what year that was. I think it was from the 40s.
What I just said was an absolute fact. What I just said is an absolute fact. The horizon is not the curvature of the Earth.
Nobody here is disputing that.
Well, some people listening might dispute it, but they can't.
I'm just saying most people, it's a form of self-delusion and confirmation bias. They want to believe what they want to believe, and they will delude themselves into believing nonsense. It's a tricky thing. It's some kind of mind control.
Look, they're brainwashed. The alternative is threatening and frightening to them. Plus, there's the social pressure. They don't want to be called dumb. I mean, there's a lot of moving. You can't. It's hard to generalize because there is a lot of different social things which have nothing to do with the so-called science or measurements or anything that are these people's primary consideration. That's why they come in here and they won't even listen to the evidence. They won't even hear it. That means the evidence is not what matters to them. How are they going to be received? What are people going to think about it? What are the consequences of the Earth being flat? I'm going to have to make a big retrospective on my own life and why I was a degenerate, in this godless world where nothing freaking matters, right? So now I have to take account for my actions, and maybe I won't get to do those things anymore. And it isn't any of those one things. It's a broad thing, but these people, they're not mature enough or have the self-introspection to even recognize that these are the motivations within themselves. So they go into cognition and spaz out and have these psychological storms, right? And they flop around right in front of our face and start spiraling, right? These irrational behaviors. I mean, how many, dude, irrational? Listen, using a logical fallacy is technically irrational. That's what it's called. Rational thought is logic. Irrational thought is illogic. Using a logical fallacy is irrational. They come in here and they're irrational all the time. And they're emotional. They have all these behaviors, right? We see them all the time. That means the evidence is not the primary consideration. It means something else is.
We all have family members, like even Helio and I, our brothers, we have problems with. Every one of us has family members that are stuck in the Matrix, and we can't reach them, no matter how much
Why they're
evidence.
resisting. Yeah, but the thing is, they're resisting they're resisting even looking. It's not that they're resisting. It's not like they looked at the evidence, considered it, weighed it in their mind, and rejected the flat Earth. They won't even let you get to the point where they even look at the evidence.
Yeah. And to be honest, the reason that we're here is because we're looking for people that are interested, because we've talked to our family members over and over and over again. They're not interested. People that are interested are coming here, and then we explain how this is implausible. What they're explaining to us, through all the freaking weirdness. And so, yes, of course, we care for our families, but they just don't want to talk about it. You already know. I mean, you've already tried to.
Oh, if we ever compile all the Flat Earth music, and I know the album title now, "Fear of a Flat Earth," that's going to be the album title.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one, India.
Dude, there was a funny line in the Mythbusters. I used to watch that, and it was Adam Savage. He said, "I reject your reality and substitute my own." And that's what these people are doing. They reject reality and substitute delusion. It's like, it's funny, but that's what they choose to
but
do.
at the same time, I mean, like when you try to talk to your family and they reject you, but they don't necessarily reject you. They just it's like, I still love you, but I don't want to ever talk about this again.
Yes, I get that a lot.
No, I get that. And so just let it go, man. Just let it flow. Let yourself go, slow and low. That is the tempo. No, I'm
You're
talking
beating the
about.
dead horse, dude. I get it.
Yeah.
At some
Anyway, but
point.
I think a lot of people listening are in the same situation with a lot of people. I mean, even people that don't actually join the Discord or even join the YouTube chat. We're live streaming on several different platforms. A lot of people are very like when they come across this situation, they're reluctant to actually even join and talk to us, because they may have just come across it and they saw it, but they haven't really broke this, haven't been broken in spirit this way to actually say, all right, I've been listening to you guys for a while, and this is really crazy. And they may have already made the same mistake that we did by, like, when we first found out about this, starting to talk to our friends and family, saying, "Oh shit, the Earth is flat. This is crazy." Which I did. When I did, I was just like, "Oh my god, y'all need to fucking look into this. This is crazy." I broke this shit wide open when I first heard about it. So anyway,
I have
but
a
yeah,
question.
go ahead.
If you're presenting evidence to people, right, and they don't accept the evidence, then what are they thinking? Like, what are they using to think with? Like, what's going on, right? Like, if you're presenting, there's a
They
dead
won't
body.
even accept the presentation. We're not even getting to the presenting the evidence part. You're rejecting it being presented in the first place.
Right. I mean, if there's a dead body, okay, if there's a murder, I mean, like let's imagine that, right? We show somebody the body, right? The body of the dead person. Like, what could cause that person to accept that this is their, whoever, beloved?
It's traumatic. It's very traumatic for them. And you're just like, hey, here's a body of a dead person, and one of your friends, who is the government, created this scenario. This dead person that you're looking at is the culprit, but since you love this dead person, this whoever you voted for or whatever, they might be a culprit in this flat Earth idea, or whoever, wherever they came from, whoever they
It's like
believed
this.
in, whatever.
It's
Go
like
ahead.
this, yo. So it's like, okay, we're hiring you to solve murders in this city, right? Okay, there's a dead body over on 34th Street. Go get clues, collect the evidence. They get to the door and they're like, "No, I'm not looking." Not going in there. I refuse to look at that evidence. I just can't do it, and they just walk away, quit.
See,
That's what all these blowovers are doing.
yeah, we're
They're just
detectives of
quitting
the
their own
flat Earth, and then
obligation.
we find people that are just like, oh, I want to look into flat Earth a little bit, and then we start to show them flat Earth, and they're just like, ooh, this really seems mysterious, and it's like, oh shit, this shit's starting to become personal to me, you know. And then
it doesn't matter though. Like it's not.
No,
it's
it
not from
does.
lack of
It
evidence.
does matter to them, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. They don't.
Or
They
how the
don't,
fuck could you know, bro?
because I have problems just like you. They don't weigh the evidence. It's like if you went, if you
live it, man.
You can't
Where have you
judge
been?
every individual person when they come across this
I'm
topic.
saying the majority of people will not look at the evidence unbiased. Like, say you're in a court situation and you're the jury and you have to look at just the evidence. They can't
We're not
get
talking.
over.
We're talking about the initial part of it. We're not talking about the.
I'm
court
just
yet.
saying you can go through every piece of proof, and how many people will actually see the proof right in front of their nose? They
Intellectually,
can't
honestly.
analyze.
Yeah. What Rod's saying is most people will not even consider the evidence. Period. That's what I'm saying. They won't even look at it. They won't honestly consider it. They might nod their head and try to be polite. And
Yeah,
say,
they'll
yeah,
defer
that's
to the
interesting.
authorities.
But they're thinking about the Kardashians in the back of their head, dude, and drinking a beer. Like they're not really, they're not paying attention to what you're saying.
Yeah, they'll defer to the authorities when it comes to like some major incidents.
But I actually want to ask a question. Like anybody wants to answer this. Do you think that there's a moral obligation to figure out the meaning of your own existence, like why you're here, like what is this place, and use that to guide your life? Or do you think it's just perfectly okay to just be born and not give a shit about everything and just, whatever, go through life without asking any of these existential questions? Do you think you got a moral obligation to at least investigate or, whatever? Because a lot of these people don't care. A responsibility, like to yourself, right? Because we're all born alone. We all die alone, right? So how we live and die. Well, just let me. I only got like 3 more sentences. How we live and die, like how we enter and leave this world. Like to me, you should know why you're doing this. Why am I going through these motions? Like, what is my purpose? I don't think you should. You just have a responsibility to all the people, all your ancestors that survived saber-toothed tigers and whatnot, so that you can live. I don't think it's fair to just enter the world and say, "Oh, I don't give a shit." I just don't think that's right.
Right.
That's my opinion. So whatever anybody else has an opinion of, go for it.
Oh, that's nihilism. The globe.
No,
the globe
that's
is nihilism.
hold on. That's not nihilism. What do you
I
mean?
just said the globe is nihilism. The Big Bang is nihilism.
The fights begin.
You're breaking up. You
were
were
breaking up. Whatever. I mean, if how is hold on. I want to hear whoever's trying to talk and your shit is breaking up. Stop talking. I want to hear what Ron has to say in response.
Battle Mod, hold on 1 sec, Helio. Battle Mod, you're chopping up, man. You're
Hold
like,
on.
Oh, there you go. You're back. I think. Okay, now you're gone.
Yeah, he needs to reconnect. Ron, do you have something in response to what?
No, I was saying I agree with Indio that like before I fell down this rabbit hole, I was into that somewhat nihilistic, hedonistic, that life has no meaning, just enjoy it while you can. There's nothing beyond this. And it made me realize it's like, holy shit, dude, this
Fuck
is
you, Mike. Anyway, by the way, go ahead. Mike.
This is not really this time we have here. We have to use it like I think this is
we are here for a time. Go ahead.
I think it's a sorting ground. That's why we're not here that long. It's a proving ground. If you prove yourself, it's like if you want to advance to the next level, don't be a dirtbag. So what we're doing here is somewhat trying to help other people advance and not be dirtbags. Because I was down that dirtbag road. You know what I mean? I wasn't the best person. I was kind of thuggy. I did some stuff I regret, but I've changed my ways. I'm not that person.
Well, that's all that's all anybody can ever expect of themselves is to improve, right? Get better.
Well, I think it is 100% a moral obligation and responsibility, or else YouTube and Congress wouldn't be saying things like flat Earth is going to take us back to the Stone Age. So if they think
Why are you
it's
still stuck
important,
on government shit? We're
Why are
talking
you
about
interrupting
something.
him?
I'm being a dick.
Finish, please.
if the government thinks it's a moral and obligation and responsibility, then it must be. Yep. Thanks.
No, actually, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Tell us about the government. Go ahead.
Yes, that's not what you're saying. Anyway, do we have a moral responsibility not to go back to the Stone Age? Maybe I want to go to the Stone Age. Maybe it was cool. I don't know. How do I know?
Might have been. Yeah, and
topic
I
is,
heard him talking about it earlier. It was cool.
The topic is because it destroys a lot of the so-called science, pseudoscience. You know what I mean? It goes against the narrative.
Well, the
So
narrative of the Stone Age was actually probably some type of advanced culture that has been manipulated. You know,
it's a crime against humanity.
It is. It is.
Yeah, you know.
I know. That's why I wanted all you guys to answer. So anyway, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, that was the thing that came out to me. And then I heard different theories, like, oh, well, there's waters above, and I'm like, is that what the flood was? You know, I started thinking, and it freaked me out a bit. I'm like, wait a minute, you mean all of that's water? If this was to break, we're fucked. It's like, and then you think of metaphors like the lost city of Atlantis. A city is a metaphor for an entire realm. You know, like the earth. Here's our realm. It's a metaphor as a city, just like in the Bible it describes it as a tent. Certain things are metaphors. So I'm thinking maybe this is, you know, what they would call a lost, analogous to the lost city of Atlantis, a city that's underwater with an air for the atmosphere. It's like, it seems really strange, the whole concept, but it's like, looking at it now, like even seeing stars and shit, it seems more plausible. I'm like, dude, this is not as far fetched as the shit is a globe. A globe is some far fetched shit. This is a plausible explanation, in my opinion.
Hey, mods, check out my latest post in the mod chat. It's kind of what I was saying. I mean, you know, without the explosive thing, let's schedule a time where we're actually in a peaceful conversation with each other.
I mean, this is what I mean. Like showing the evidence. I mean, the evidence is always going to be there, right? But I think it's closely related to the question, why would they lie? You know, like I think trying to get through that question, you know, and people, the mind of the person, right, will help them then decide maybe I should look at the evidence, you know, these people are presenting me, or what, you know what I mean, so they can take us seriously, to take the evidence seriously.
In this server, I've met the most important people that actually have a connection to the real truth. And that's why I think it could be important for us to have a focused discussion about this, and without, you know, anything else, you know, with outside chat or anything like that. Just a few people that are just like a focused discussion. Boom, boom, boom. And
can I jump in real quick and answer why I think that they would lie? Because I just heard somebody ask that, and I feel like that's one of the weakest questions there is, because it's simple. Why does anyone lie? You lie for control or to gain advantage over someone else. It's the easiest, most simple answer there is.
Sure, but can your lie hold up though? Can you convince someone that your lie has any weight?
Well, I don't believe that it is possible. See, the question that comes after that is, well, I don't believe it's possible for all for them for such a lie, right? To be like all these people, so all these questions start coming up, right? And the people try to, and that's because they're ignorant of the true history, like
Cool. So let's like
and all this propaganda
Ball,
that
you and this guy talk about this. He's obviously very curious about this. Go ahead. Just bong.
Well, I think it is a weak question, but it's a powerful weapon for for the blue pilled mind. Like he doesn't believe that he's being lied to at this level, right? At the level of university of scholars of Einstein, like you know what I mean? And like I mean, just to get them to accept or to get the information to them, they have to then accept the information and then process it, and then they might look at the evidence. Because I mean, it was hard for me to question Einstein, even when I found out about flat Earth, and until I questioned Einstein,
No,
I
you're
always
talking
thought,
about like human nature.
right.
We as humans, we don't like to be, we don't like to admit that we've been tricked or fooled. And even when we do realize that we have been, we still will lie to ourselves and convince ourselves that no, we'll still believe in the lie because it's easier to believe in the lie than to believe that somebody got the better of you, you know? I think that is a big part of the issue with a lot of folks, in my opinion.
But then there's also the barrier of learning. 'Cause there's a scientist, right? And then there's all this theory in between you and the scientist. There's a barrier there that people don't want to go to. So what they'll do is they'll put their faith. They have to believe that these scientists and people studying these things are doing, have good intentions and they're doing things for the best of mankind, But that's not the case, right? Like they refuse to believe that these people would lie to them, so therefore they have faith in their work, blah 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 blah. You know what I mean?
Well, and not everybody there, I think with humans there is some of us that are free thinkers and will accept certain things and ask certain questions, and there's other that are just going to forever be sheep. I think it is something that is ingrained in everyone, and you're either, on one side or you're on the other. Some people just don't want to have to think for themselves or do, they just want to be told what to do. And they're completely content with, somebody else steering their life and telling them what to do, even if they don't necessarily think it's right and it might not be something they believe in. They are always going to be looking up to someone else. They're not going to, they don't, somewhere along the line, a lot of us have lost faith in our own instincts and our own intuition. And, they need somebody to guide them, to steer them.
Nah, it's not an accident. People have been trained to be this way. It didn't happen organically.
Yeah.
This is a training program. People have been trained to be useless. People have been
Indio,
trained to be
it
dependent.
is the
People have been
axiom.
trained for all this.
It's the axiom.
What?
It's the axiom.
Is what axiom?
This standard idea is the axiom, and everything is based off of the axiom.
So you lost me. What standard idea? Flat Earth?
No, not necessarily flat Earth. It comes from culture. Really, the base axiom is the culture. It depends on how you grow up or whatever, but how they
counter-making culture.
We don't have to make this hard. All right. So as far as when it comes to globe versus flat, a flat was never, a thing when it comes to their base axiom of the globe, because they have their they have their culture and counterculture, right?
Listen, axiom is not an intellectual thing. It's something that's self-evident, almost like just pure sensation or reflex or something like that.
Yeah, but they can convince you that your base axiom is something that it's not.
Like it's self-evident that the ocean's a liquid, right? I don't think that's disputable, and anyone's ever going to dispute that.
No, sure, but I'm talking about like Earth is a globe. That's a base axiom for most people.
But it's not an axiom because it's not self-evident.
No, well,
and I've asked many
in
global
their mind it is.
What is? It doesn't matter if it in their mind. Well, what does that mean? No, because there's another base axiom. See, that's what you're. I think this is where you're screwing up. They have another base axiom that's underneath that they think is self-evident, right? That everything they see on the TV is true. That's the base axiom, but that is not self-evident, right? They just think it is.
Maybe
so that's
I'm
their axiom. What I'm told by other
term.
people is true. Certain other people, right? The authorities is true. Consensus reality is true. And like the globe can't be a base axiom because nobody experiences it.
Okay. Yeah.
Axioms are self-evident, meaning they don't need like everybody to. It's not an opinion. It's not like.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's obvious to everybody. We don't fight about it.
So that wouldn't be introduced.
Only Brenda would say that the Earth isn't self-evidently flat. She's also like her base axiom of sexual dimorphism is fucking twisted too.
Well, we're not going to get into that shit, but anyway. So, any type of base axiom would have nothing to do with anyone that lives on Earth. That the Earth is a globe. That base axiom can be disproven outright by most of our proofs.
Right? All men die.
All men die.
All men die.
Well,
that's an axiom,
true.
right? That's
Exactly.
self-evident, right? That's self-evident. Nobody's going to argue that.
Yes, exactly.
Not even people that, being one of them, believe that Jesus is resurrected from the dead. I don't believe he was a man, right? So that still holds true, even with Jesus. So, all men die. That is an axiom. It doesn't need to be argued. It doesn't need to be proven. Now, it could be wrong. You could prove that wrong by showing somebody that was actually immortal. But, you
can't apply
that's
it
how it works.
to that.
There is no globe axiom. That's the thing.
Jesus exists as a man. You can't apply that as a base axiom.
I mean, it's something that like a five, like you don't have to be educated or learn so-called facts to know it's true, right?
Yeah.
I could take a person, never have them in school, never bring them anywhere. I could just go snatch someone out of the Amazon rainforest, right? And they're never going to go, wow, I live on a big ball. They're never going to say that because it's outside of anything they've ever experienced.
It's more
they
of
have
an
no reason to think that.
overarching ideology that is true in spirit and in truth. I mean, yeah, I know where you're coming from. Yeah, it's
listen. There's
well, it's
like
the problem
ways,
too, though. What you were saying about the.
I want to.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to clarify this, Virgilio. So there's two ways that you can do this, right? So you can have reason and rationality to come to conclusions. Axioms are before that. It's something that is just foundational. You have to apply reason to some object, right? Some mental object. But you have to start somewhere. There has to be a starting point before reason is applied. You can't just have reason spring out of nothing applied to nothing, right? Otherwise, you are reasoning about reasoning itself, right? Which is just circular bullshit. So you have to have some basic base axiom, which the reason and logic are. hold on, man. So you need this base axiom to which the reason and logic is applied. And that is something that is self-evident to everybody, that we don't have to debate that particular thing.
Right, we all experience the same thing together. Then we start from there. Right?
No one just woke up, like a little 5-year-old doesn't sit there and run around and go, man, now it's obvious I'm on a big ball, man, because it looks like a big ball or it smells like a big... Nothing with their senses tells them it's a big ball, right? The only way they ever think it's a big ball because some other human being tells them that.
Right. And that what all I was going to say about that is the other thing that happens when they do that, and they do it at such an early age, that if you even for a second try to question it, you're immediately ridiculed and made fun of. And as humans, we are very social creatures, and that hurts, and we don't like that. And it's a very negative feeling.
Well,
So we learn from a young age.
Check this out. On that point,
you didn't finish, Helio.
Balls don't have anything to do with anything when you're a little
Helio,
kid.
man, you gotta let people finish every once in a while. Thanks, man.
No, I'm just gonna say, like, it has to do with everything you experience, not just the ball. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, guy.
Right, but what I'm saying is at that age, at such a young age, when you were exposed to the globe Earth, that at that age, like you don't have a clue of where you are or can sense anything. They teach it at such a young level that you automatically just believe it. And if you ever try to question it, you are ridiculed so hard you never want to question it again. And at that level, at that age, I mean, you don't know where you are. You don't know what's going on. You're so impressionable and so young. You don't have a clue about anything.
You wouldn't even know to question it.
And the thing is, they don't just tell you it's a ball. They have a narrative story surrounding that claim, right? That these dumb people in the past, they weren't very smart. They thought you would sail up the edge of the world into sea monsters and dragons and every other thing. They thought the Earth was flat, but we got very, very smart, and now we think it's a ball. Don't be like those dumb people.
Yeah, the dumb people that are asking
just in them telling the story, they have a whole... It's not just they say it's a ball, here's the evidence. They have a narrative, right? And their narrative is not believing this has negative consequence. It's not just... And they're telling this to a little child that's trying to figure out his way through the world. And typically when they teach you in kindergarten, they're teaching you this in the first frickin' 7 days, right? You're with a whole bunch of strangers. The teacher's a stranger. You have all these other kids around you. You want to fit into your peer group, right? You want to fit in. You don't want to be picked on by those other kids. They might bully you. They're all strangers. The teacher might call you names. So all these children they're all afraid. They all have anxiety about their social situation of being thrust into a world of strangers. They're going to just accept it and defend it. Anyway, I was agreeing with you, Paul V.
So. Yeah, and at that age too, you're not. That's not even a thought on your mind ever. It would be interesting to think if that didn't happen, if that wasn't taught. At what age would a person at all actually start to think about where they are and if it has a shape? That'd be really interesting. You know what I mean? Like, when would that actually become a thought in your mind as you grew into an adult? But we're never given that chance to, on our own.
These things are taught to us by our families, our culture, right? Not by some school public education that was set up by some church. You know what I mean? Like, so, yeah, that's how it used to be taught. Moms and dads, uncles, aunties, grandfathers, grandparents, we lost that system. And look at how we learn things today. It's like the total opposite.
Yeah, strangers. Complete and utter strangers. The only reason they even get to interact with you is because the state performed their gatekeeping operation, and only people that they approve can be allowed to brainwash the children. And obviously those people that they approve have some standard that they have to meet, that the government deems them qualified to tell you a bunch of lies.
Well, yeah, and they can only teach the curriculum that has been pre-approved by them.
Well,
And you
or
can't
the
stray.
school gets no money, right?
Right.
Teach our propaganda, or you get no money.
Yeah. Remember the saying, it takes a village to raise a man, right? Like, whatever did that mean? Now it
Well,
takes government.
I was gonna say some rude stuff. I'm not gonna say that. Some villages were seriously inbred, so that could be your family too. The small town in Kentucky.
I mean, I say that because my grandmother, my father, and my mother told me stories of a giant that lived on our island. And remember, I go to school and I learn things like evolution. So I had to ask myself the question, look, these people love you, okay? These are your family. This grandmother of yours was told a story about a person that loves her and loves you. This story that you believe about apes come from people that probably hate you, right? So that's why I asked the question, how do I know who I should trust? I definitely trust my family, right? But what's up with these other stories? And this is supposed to be the real, you know what I mean? Science.
Hey, try being raised Catholic and going to a Catholic private school in grade school and being taught the Big Bang Theory as a Catholic. That blew my mind when I was
Well,
in
it was
about fifth grade.
the theory, you know that, right?
What's that?
Did you know that it was a Catholic priest that developed the theory of Big Bang?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, wait, is this creation? Is this when God said, "Let there be light"? Or I'm confused.
Yeah, it was very eye opening for me at a young age to sit there and listen to my science teacher ask how the earth was formed and wanted her students to raise their hands, and I, like a dummy, raised my hand. I said, well, God created the earth. And for her to like basically just ridicule me then in front of the class as like that was just ridiculous answer, and then to go into this spiel about the Big Bang and how all these things had to come together, all these atoms and proton, all this crap came together. And I said, well, isn't that God? Didn't God do all that? And she said, well, you think God could just snap his fingers and create all this stuff? No, he had to have, atoms and proton and all this stuff. And like basically saying that all that stuff was there before God. Like, it didn't make any sense to me. And I never asked a question again after that, to be honest, in that class.
Senior parent
Dude,
called
you were
baffle them with bullshit. That's all she
you
did. She took a little. Hold on a second, dude.
go
You were
ahead,
a little
sir.
child. You were a little child, and all she did was baffle you with bullshit. She gave you. You had your creation story, right? Simple. There's a deity creates the universe. Hers has an intricate, complicated, sophisticated, gazillion moving parts. You're too dumb to understand it. Trust us.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you were the hero in that classroom. You were the only one with the truth. So, good job for actually saying it.
Yeah, I know that now, but at the time it didn't feel too good.
Look, I never one time, not even one time in the entire time I went to school, ever said the Pledge of Allegiance. So think of that.
Damn, that's gangster. Dude, it felt weird, man. The first time I was 10. It felt weird, but I just did it because everybody was doing it. I didn't want to look like a, racist.
Oh, you wouldn't
I used
want
to
to be
actually
like
enjoy doing that. I took
communist.
pride in it because I thought it really meant something, and it made me feel good until I got older and realized exactly what I was saying and who exactly my government is and what they do. And then I realized, wow, you know, what?
Well, there's
Feeling that.
legal consequences to that. Like that's what they don't tell you. Pledging allegiance has consequences. Okay, go to court, find out. Okay,
Yeah.
they under the guise of this, the state is sovereign and you are a subject. What we call ourselves citizens, right? But it's the same thing, right? That bind is called allegiance. pledging allegiance to something is in the law the most highest connection. They'll tell you that when they have you stand up, that you are making basically a blood oath. But because it's a legal fiction, it doesn't really matter. But if it was like to a person, then it would really actually matter. If it was like to an individual, like a king or something like that, that would be legally binding to the point where he could try you for treason and put you to death. But they don't tell the kids that. They just act like this is just some weird act, right? That we're just getting up, we're all doing it. It doesn't mean anything. It means something. That's why they're having you do it. It means something.
It's a ritual, right?
No, it's a freaking illegal declaration, man. It is a legally I would say I wouldn't call it a contract. It's actually called a bond, an oath, a bond oath, man. You're actually making an oath and promising you're going to do some act. Allegiance has specific connotations. If you're this allegiance means a duty of protection in exchange for a duty of obedience. Who do you think is the obedient one?
Dude,
Did you guys know that every New Year that one song is sung every New Year, right? You hear that same song every New Year's Eve. I forget how it goes. But you guys got to know what I'm talking about. It's very
The old
famous. They play it.
acquaintances to be forgotten,
Yes,
something like
that
that.
song. So this New Year's, me and my fiance were sitting around and thinking about that song and want to know where did that come from? How did it start? And it goes back to like it was written in like the 17th century, and it started out as a poem. And then somehow in the 18th century, somebody turned it into a song, and then from there, in like the mid 18th century, for some reason the Freemasons took the song and started using it in some sort of New Year's ritual that they would do every year. And I thought that was really interesting, considering that I'd never heard it before, and now all of a sudden it is completely mainstream and worldwide, and we hear it every year and have no idea the origins of it. And it comes from Freemasonry, essentially, is some kind sort of Freemason ritual.
Ring around
It's
the
kind of
rosy.
like the same. Yeah, it's kind of like the same thing as.
That's from the Black Death, man. The little kids would sing that during the Black Death. Ring around the rosies. The bubonic plague.
Dude, I wonder.
Right. Yeah, the kids. Yeah.
I was looking back on some of those old articles, and they had the jab even back in the day, like in the 1800s, that they were giving people. And I'm thinking, the orphan trains, maybe people taking the jab back in the day led to the orphan trains, and where's all the parents? I'm thinking, like, this might be round two. This might be a reset that happens every 150 or so years, every 200 years, whatever. They wipe the slate. Too many people are waking up, and they wipe the slate somehow. Because if you ever understand how the system works, nobody is going to consent to this slave system. Like, once you realize that this is like a sharecropper system, there's a certain group that has all the power, and then you're just sharecropper is another word for slave. When you realize we're all slaves, people, they're not going to consent to slavery if they have a choice, if they think they have a choice.
I like that meme with where the cows are standing around, and one of the cows is trying to tell the other cows, "They're gonna eat us. They're gonna eat us." And the other cows are like, "Oh look, the flat earther is at it again with his conspiracy theories." You know.
That's great.
Oh look, Ron is at it again. talking that crazy talk. How's your hay?
Yeah, there's a meat packing plant next door to the farm.
I eat cows on the flat earth.
I mean, why, like, why would you tell your cows that they're cows they're going to be eaten, right? I mean, you want the cows to have a happy life if you want good meat and good milk. So you
Don't be scared, Betsy, now, motherfucker. I'll bury my foot in your ass.
Yeah, they have to be looked after. They have to be. Slaves are expensive. That's the difference between like a cow slave and the modern slave.
It's funny they choose that word goyim to describe like cattle or chattel. The people, right? The people are cattle, and in the controller's mind, we're nothing but cattle.
Useless
They'll make
eaters.
leather out of
But
us.
it kind of has a reference to unintelligent, non-self-serving too. A goyim is a person who has chosen a master rather than be his own master, and he's ignorant, and he doesn't try to be not ignorant. It's a lazy fucking person, a person who you couldn't help if you wanted to.
Not necessarily. They refer to all of us as goyim. I mean, you could be like
goy.
Yeah, the
It's from
goys.
the root word of goy, an ignorant person who needs someone to take care of them. It can be a group.
But the label doesn't need to fit. Like you couldn't. It doesn't matter if you fit that definition. They refer to all of us as that, even if we don't fit that definition.
Well, if we were our own masters, we wouldn't be citizens, peoples, humans. We'd be men and women. And we'd live by ecclesiastical law, but like the educated people. But we don't. So everybody who lives under man's law instead of ecclesiastical law, they're goy.
Well, that's why you need to revoke your citizenship and renounce it, and your voter ID card. Rip that. You need to get rid of that.
You need only take
What good
up
is
the
that going to do, though?
man.
You're still going to have the same master we all have, which is
Listen,
currency,
you're
money.
still recognizing this system.
I don't know if it's
When
just
you
me,
do
Battle
all
Mob, but
that,
you're
you're
breaking up.
still complying with the system. Comply with the system. Step outside. Yeah, does telling me does that help it not robot?
Yeah, you lost
But
your
listen,
mic cut out, Mike.
if you want to get outside the system, you need to get out, making more declarations to it. If you're still appealing to them, an appeal to the court. If you're making an appeal to the court, you're still appealing to man's law. That's still compliance. You're still going. You just say you're a man.
I think someone was shutting you down from Tel Aviv.
Well, that's the original lie that you already gave it away by compliance. You got to write more letters and comply to our law to get it back. Well, if compliance gives it away, will compliance get it back? You don't have to fucking bow to any of their laws, which means you say, I'm a man, I'm not subject to your law, verbally. Go fuck yourself, or I'll put my boot in your ass. That's free will, bro. Free will and freedom is exercised, not written. That's natural law. A free man governs himself and don't allow others to govern him.
See, like the system we're in is like implied consent. If you don't opt out or acknowledge that you don't consent to this system we have, then they assume that you already do consent. And there's forms like your driver's license and things that you do sign.
That's why they want men to believe that they're no longer under God's law, they're under a new covenant, because the new covenant is man's law and you follow a new God. But there is only one God.
I agree with all that and everything you're saying, and I understand that that is a real thing, and it's too bad that the majority of us cannot exercise that.
Well,
And
what?
a part of the reason why we
Here's the
can't though is
thing.
we like I can do that right now, right? I could do everything you just said,
What type of
but the
law
problem
do
is it's
Jewish
going to have
lawyers
serious
study?
consequences, and I'm going to go to jail for a while.
Oh, it will.
No, you're
So
not.
does free will.
You
Go
will
to jail for what?
for not playing along by not. There's
Well,
going
the
to
point
be
is,
people that
listen,
don't understand
they're
the
going to
law,
say
and
it'll be this. It'll be this person against the state or the United States of America. And
right.
you'll say, if there's no man or a woman that wants to make claim against me, if I've harmed or injured any man or woman, bring them forward to make claim against me. If not, I'm free to go. It's that simple. By ecclesiastical law, you didn't break a law unless you brought harm onto other men or women. A state, the United States of America, that's not it. It's not even a real thing. It's a fiction. It's a legal fiction.
Yeah, but they play by their own
Don't owe
rules, is
no
what I'm
allegiance to
saying.
fiction.
I know what you're saying is
Well,
right, but they play by their own rules and all those legalese, and they're going to throw all
and
them.
it's hard being one free man in a group full of sheep, but
Right.
that's what you call a martyr for your cause. What you
It's
hope to
supposed to be like
promote is
this,
critical
right?
mass,
Isn't it
where
supposed to
all
be
people say we were born free and fuck your rules.
person to person's like
Study Ecclesiastics. Man or woman. Person is a legal statement.
person to person is a loosely legal term, right? But it's supposed to be person on person.
Person is illegal.
Yeah, but it's
Person
supposed
is
to
a
be
legal
person
term.
on person, like natural person on natural entity.
Man and woman. There is no such thing as a natural person. God
So
created men.
it's like they
And
created a whole court system for this person on
person
person
is a
entity
legal
versus
term.
entity. However,
Yeah,
there
and
is
it's
another
going to
one called
be
civil, right? So you have the civil
by
court system as well.
those are all man's laws. I'm telling you, by ecclesiastical law, if you do not harm a man or a woman, you haven't broken the law.
Yeah, I just know
Jewish lawyers,
I've
they're
seen YouTube videos
ecclesiastical lawyers.
of people doing that in courtrooms, and they don't care. They're not going to play.
No, those people try to claim sovereign citizen, and the two are oxymorons. You can't be a citizen and be sovereign. A citizen is an entity owned by a legal fiction, which is an entity. There's no such thing as a free citizen. Men are born free, so are women.
No, the guy I'm referring to, he actually never referred to himself as a sovereign citizen. He always referred to himself as the living man.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, and they don't care. The judge don't care. They'll lock you up for they can't lock him up forever, but
Oh, well, they do. That's the point. They can't lock you up forever.
yeah,
And they're
but
gonna lock you up.
that's the thing. That's why it doesn't work, because some people aren't willing to make that sacrifice and spend a night in jail for the greater good and for the better.
It does.
That's
You
what I
say
was
it
saying.
doesn't make no difference, but every person in the courtroom, there's an effect. What we do affects other people. When we do this, we say it's okay for other people to do it, and they notice it, and we learn more as humans with our eyes than we do with our mouth and our ears.
I have a question.
That's because our parents say one thing, but we see another.
Right.
That's why leadership is done by example. Go ahead, I'll shut up.
Quick question, Mike. So, for example, if a person decided to to disappear, right? To just get up and go to a mountain and live there for like 5 years, no contact with it, just dropped everything, right? Everything. People would probably think he was dead, right? I mean, but he's not, right? Like if you think about, it, yeah. Well, what's up with this? What's up with it? Like, what if they declare him dead, right? Because
dead entities are covered by man's law too.
right. But let's say he's alive and well on a mountain, right? But
He'd
people
still be a person, because a person is a dead entity. It's not a living being.
Right. So this thing that they've declared dead is the name and the number that's attached to the body that's still alive, right?
straw
Yeah.
man of yourself. It's
Yeah.
Well, it's not. There's been real life examples of that where people were stranded, they were declared dead, and their fortunes given away, but then they came back and they were alive.
Well,
Well,
let's
that
say
would
this
only
guy
matter
came
if
back.
you try to come back and then reintegrate into the
So
society in the system, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't matter.
let's say I came back and I
Yeah,
have
you're
renamed
missing the
myself,
underlying
right?
point.
Let's say I came back and I changed my identity. I renamed myself. I got a whole story and background, right? Like, but it's not written, right? You can't find you in the records. Like, how do we deal with that
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Here's the thing. The minute you come back, you could write your own papers if you knew how to write it in legal or legal language, because there is a certain format that you have to write in. You could write your own papers and you could file them and you could take back your equities, your personhood, and the ownership of your body. When you become a person, you're owned by an entity, which is a legal fiction.
Wait a minute, let me
Well,
get
the
this straight.
creator,
What you're saying is, hold on,
here's the law, here's ecclesiastical law. The creator is the owner of a thing, and he makes the laws and the rules and governs over the thing. So if you're a man, you're created by God and you're governed by God's law. But if you're a person, the creator of that word person is now your owner and he governs over you. This is all ecclesiastical law. This is why Jesus tells you you can't serve two masters. You're supposed to be your master, but you don't govern yourself by the law of God. So others govern you for you. And that's
So can I say
ecclesiastical
something
law
like
too.
this?
It's so that
Can,
ill people and incapable people aren't just screwing up our societies to keep our bloodlines pure in all our generations.
so is this accurate? The person on this license, driver's license, right? Like I represent that person, but I am not that person. Is that accurate?
That
How
person
could
is a
you
legal
possibly be that
fiction. You're an
person?
actual body. But as long as you comply, that person will always be correlated with your natural body. It's up to you to separate the two.
Bong, think about it like this, right? If you went to court, would they bring the driver's license to court and prosecute the driver's license? Say this is the person,
Nope. Nope.
right?
Well,
You
isn't there
could, you
something
could
about
listen.
that too?
Hold
Is
on,
why
hold
they
on.
always spell your
They
name on
All
government
right,
documents,
and
all
hold
capital
on.
letters?
Can I finish my sentence, dude? Because I
Oh,
just want to finish, man.
I'm sorry.
So
I thought you were done.
It's
I
a
listen,
apologize.
good
you gotta
thing. Let him
listen.
finish it.
You can be. Listen, you could stop calling yourself that name on the driver's license. Call yourself anything you want, and that is not going to get you out of a crime because there's going to be a witness on the witness stand that points their finger at you and identifies you, the man. Right? It's not the name. You're not the name on the driver's license. That's not you. Okay? That is a legal identity created by your parents for you, approved by the government, and you run around thinking that is you. That's not you.
Right.
You are the corpus, the body. That is you.
All I wanted to say is, isn't that the reason too why on your driver's license all our names, all the letters are capitalized?
Still didn't finish.
Yeah, no, I finished.
Yeah, we knew that point before you finished. The capital letters things, yes, but it doesn't have to be capital letters. That's where all you people are wrong. If they don't
It's
spell
just
in
a
capital, it's
formality.
not me. No,
Okay.
yeah,
I
exactly.
just wanted to get to the
But
next question real quick.
hold up. Indio got to the point of corpus. Can you better define corpus for him? I think they'll start to get the understanding
The
then.
corpse, the body, the human being, the meaty matter, the biological thing, dude.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
So
And on a
now
birth
he
certificate,
separated the
let me
two.
say this one thing, Mike. On a birth certificate, what is on there for biological data? Nothing. No biological
It's
data
just a
attached of that
identity.
piece of paper to a human being. No, actually, a birth certificate is a registration of an event. If you like, and I'll tell you how you can prove this, right? You can go to the State Department's website, right, and try to get a passport, and it says specifically that a birth certificate is not a valid identification to get a passport because a birth certificate is a registration of an event, the event of being born. That is what it is. It has nothing to do with the body. because that would be slavery and peonage. That means they'd be fucking marking bodies, right? This is you, like counting cattle, like branding cattle. They can't do that.
No, you have to accept an identity, and you do.
You do, and you volunteer. You go and buy it. You literally go to the register. You go to the vital records and say, "I want to pay for this identity. This is me." And then you run around, and then you get other forms of identification that you also pay for. You don't just they don't just give it to you. You go and buy it, which is a voluntary act.
You know, rich people write their own papers. Some of them even become a corporation themselves.
Which brings me to the point of a corporation, right? It's a person without a body. So let's say I start, you know what I mean? Now it's like, okay, so what's a corporation? You know what I mean? Like
a corporation's identity not attached to a body; it's a dead entity. Yes,
the opposite.
But a corporation is a person.
Of course,
within the law.
Yeah, it's its own person.
Person is
not having a
the
body.
name for mask, right? A persona. It means mask.
Wow.
The mask we wear. It's not you. It's the mask we wear to operate in, so-called society.
I don't know where I'm filthy. Remember the movie The Mask?
Yeah, and this gets into where
It's just a
a
metaphor,
lot
mister.
of people. This gets into where a lot of people, the reason a living entity. So if they sue the business, they sue the person or the corpus. Where if you have a business and you're the shareholder, the business gets sued. You just sued my business. I'll fold the fucking business, sell all its assets, and then just start a new business under a new name. But if you sue me, it never washes out. I have to file bankruptcy. I probably roboted through all that, didn't I?
Only for a brief second. I heard most of it. I know someone actually did that. He he wouldn't pay his taxes, and then when they came, he would just shut the business down and start a new business with all the same stuff.
You know what they call that, right? That's a shrewd businessman there, Indio.
Yep.
It's
When
legal.
the time they finally caught up to him, he had a fire, and all the records got destroyed.
Yeah, now. Now they'll Martha's Vineyard your ass if you do that and call it embezzlement, because you embezzled from the company that was sued when you took all of its assets and shares, liquid funds.
It seems school is where all this software is installed. It's almost like we're AI robots being, programmed to you know what I mean? To do things.
It's programming, but it's collective programming, right? So it's not just the school; it's everybody else. So think of this: why did you go to driver's license? Did you go down to the law library and see if you were obligated to go get a driver's license? Did you study the law? Did you question government officials? No, everybody's like, you can't drive without a license. You got to get a license to drive. Everybody just told you this.
Yeah.
It gave you legal advice. Complete strangers, people that are completely incompetent, that can't tie their own shoe, are sitting there giving you legal advice about getting a driver's license.
Yeah, and you chose a master when you got that.
But ignorance of the law is no defense. So if you weren't obligated to get a driver's license and you don't understand the legal consequences, that's on you. Nobody's fault but yours.
That leads me right into my next point. The biggest thing you should notice in the world is they say ignorance of the law is no excuse, but yet they don't try to do anything for that ignorance. Why? Because the law is the chains that bind you. It's your prison cell.
Yeah, so
right now we're free to move among society, so we're out in population, general population. But if we piss them off, will all be put in solitary or confinement with small groups.
And they're writing new laws every day.
Yeah, the state is just a prison.
So can I ask a question real quick? If I were to have a baby tomorrow, a home birth,
and no birth certificate and no driver's license.
Right. So
well, here's my question to you. Are you going to write your own papers for that child and claim ownership over it?
Well, that was my question. Is that what needs to be done? There's basically a way, like, how do you...
It is what needs to be done. There's the law of ecclesiastics. The chief Melchizedekian priest would usually do this for you, write your own papers. But you can be your own chief priest, your own master, write your own papers.
Yeah,
So
so
then-
it is a recording of the event, right? So, like, it's just, right?
So then what do you file those papers with the... So you do all that, and so basically you file it all yourself.
Well,
under
if
your...
you're really educated, you'd register it with London, with the Royal Society. Then it'd be absolute. If you register with the Royal Society patents, you own it. It will be fully patented worldwide. Why? Because you patented it with the elites who follow ecclesiastical or universal law. They've changed the name of ecclesiastical law to universal law, but they
So
go
what
by the
happens...
law of the Bible.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
There used to
I
be
want to quick ask.
ecclesiastical
So
courts, but they're just
what
not used
happens
anymore.
if all that is done? So then what happens when you try to get a job? You know, how does that exactly work?
Oh, a job.
If
Who
you
wants
don't
a
have
job? Why do
you
you
know,
want
a
a job?
job where you have to pay
That's
actual
the thing.
taxes.
This is the thing when this is why normally rich people are the only people who do this, because they become an island like they were meant to be. Their own
Right.
corporation. They're a corporation in a world of corporations, and they're governed by separate laws, ecclesiastical law. An ecclesiastical lawyer. If you had money for an ecclesiastical lawyer, you wouldn't need to ask any of these questions. He'd tell you, but it'd cost.
Well, traditionally,
And these
births
guys
and
cost
deaths are
millions.
not filed with the state. They are filed in your family Bible. That is where they were traditionally filed. Birth certificates and death certificates are a new thing that's only like something like 150 years old, if that.
Yeah, and you weren't even required to give public notice, but you could if you wished.
Right.
So then, in those,
I can click.
in what you were saying, then the paperwork or whatever that I create and that then I file, is there? I'd make up my own social security number for my son. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I understand because I'm not rich. So
Okay,
No,
listen,
Social
Mike,
Security is a...
let me do this.
No.
So you're trying
You
to
don't make
do
s-
you're trying to do something, right? You're like, why can't I? Like, how am I going to get a job, right? So,
right,
as
that's
an
what I'm
employee, right?
saying.
An employee. As an
Yes.
employee. So, employer-employee is a type of relationship between parties, right? And it is just like master and slave. You're saying, I want this master-slave relationship sometime in my future, so I need these things. Number one, it's Social Security numbers are not required to work, right? And failure to produce a Social Security number means, guess what? You don't. If you had one and you refuse to produce a Social Security number, it's not on you to pay it. It's a $500 fine on the employer, not on you. Anyway, that's not the point. You're not required to have a Social Security number to work. You are required to have a Social Security number if you want your payments, right, from your check to go into Social Security. Social Security is not an obligation. You're not obligated to get Social Security.
But if that's the case, then why can't I opt out now?
You can file a SS5. I think it's a SSA 5 form. You can rescind your Social Security number. You can get rid of it, but you're never going to get any of the money you paid in back. Because Social Security, the courts have said, is a gratuity. You know what a gratuity is?
Yeah, I know what a gratuity is.
It's a tip. It's a tip.
Yeah,
and this is, I'm telling you exactly what the
Now
Supreme
you're
Court
getting
has said about Social Security. That you have no right to Social Security at all. None. Even if you pay
So
in the entire time, you have no right to it. They can take it away at any time. They can cut it at any time. They can increase it. They can do whatever they want because it's a gratuity. It's basically saying, "Oh, pay in, job well done." Right? And if they at some point want to say, "We don't care about the job you did," they can do that too.
So then my employer can't. Well, I guess that doesn't come from my employer because it's taken out.
Hold
even.
on for a minute. Hold on.
So well, okay, but
Now,
just if I did that, Social Security will not come out of my paycheck. That's what you're telling me.
Hold on, bro.
There's an actual step to do that.
It's not illegal to know about taking back your securities, but it is
I'll
getting
post
to
the
that
form
gray
in
area
the
where,
live stream voice.
yeah, where teaching people how to do this could be considered undermining the economic status of the United States of America, right? You
Right.
do know
We don't
we're
need to go
getting in
there.
that gray area. Indio. I'm not asking you, bro.
Well,
I mean,
the next
if-
question then would be
if it
too. I
weren't
understand that the
illegal-
federal.
if it weren't illegal, so we're getting in a gray area where we could be considered to be undermining the economical status of the United States of America.
You could, but like
I'm robot.
it depends. No, I heard you. We could be considered undermining.
Well, we're speaking hypothetical then.
Yeah.
Hypothetically.
Yeah,
but
I know it's that
not
gray.
really. Not really.
Okay.
We're not really undermining economic
No.
status in the United States now.
Yeah, not yet. But if we get into where you could get back through the same process, you can get back every income tax you ever paid.
Yeah, then
And get
then
access to certain accounts. It's not illegal to know this, but it's illegal to teach other people how this. All right, so you're aware. That's all I wanted to make sure. There's certain things I know that I've been told you just can't teach. You can know it, but it's your obligation to govern yourself and to search for this information yourself. You can't go out and teach it to other people. And if you do, then you're undermining the state, which makes you an economical terrorist, you know?
Yeah. I don't want nobody to
do
teach.
this to other nations. We do this to other nations. They're called economical hitmen or snipers, economical snipers. Go into other countries and take advantage of their laws, teach your citizens, start riots and divisions, crash your whole economy, then come in with billions of dollars and say, here, we'll save you. Just put our bank in there and throw democracy in there. We do this to countries.
Not we, the governing, when you say we as Americans, like we as the Americans don't.
Well, most people understand what I mean. The United States of America, we.
Right.
So, no offense, but as a citizen, we are put in the basket of we, brother.
Right. What I'm saying
So
though,
we're
like
talking about how to get out of that basket. No, yeah, not you and I. You and I don't do this, but the United States of America does.
we get the
we are party
blowback.
to.
We get the blowback for their dirty deeds is the problem. Like I didn't consent to these wars. Like we're all being blamed for
It's our nation, bro. It's our
What?
nation. Listen, it's our nation. It's because it's our nation, and the people around the world are good to think that we let our nation get away with doing this to the world. Yeah, we do, because we don't
They
govern
have
ourselves.
subverted the people. They have subverted the people into believing that this is their
People
nation.
are
And
just ignorant to the fact that, yeah, the people are ignorant.
they are.
And they rest on the fact that it's not their responsibility to teach you. It's your responsibility to learn and seek and be righteous about learning and seeking knowledge. It was told to you by your creator to do this.
The problem,
Well,
Mike,
it was,
is
bro.
it's almost impossible to find any truth. All of the truth is hidden. It's censored, so it's almost impossible
No,
for
see, it's
people.
not. Because I found a lot of it. The problem is people are lazy. And they don't want to
It's
accept
both.
the responsibility for where they're at. And their
It's
own
also-
actions. And the
it's
actions
Isn't it more true though
of
that
their
the
nation.
truth?
How
the
much
truth,
time did you spend to find this? You spent a lot of
Truth
damn
is
time.
hidden, bro.
The truth doesn't work for
The
us.
truth isn't hidden. When you become aware of it. You see them flaunting it right in your face on TV. Come on.
So hey, let me interrupt one sec. I posted that form in the live stream voice text. There's nothing to compel you to use a birth certificate, social security card, and you do all those are voluntary acts. They're just voluntary acts. You're just like, you don't know the legal consequences, and you've just been told that you have to do this, so you've done it. And like, I'm not
Yeah, you
blaming you.
can't
I
be
did it too. Like,
compelled by law to.
you are ignorant. You are ignorant. Like, we're all ignorant of it, but that's not a defense. Because
well, yeah, but you can't really say that it's that we did it because we were babies, so our parents did it.
Exactly.
So I didn't sign up for it.
But
That's
at
what
some
they
point,
mean
you
by
become responsible for yourself.
The father. That's right.
That's how you can opt out, because you were never signed on to it. All of these, like the
Compliance.
Constitution, doesn't apply to you because you never signed on to that document. There's a guy, Lysander
Do you
Spooner.
comply with it?
Hold on,
Do you
before you get
comply
into that
with
though,
it?
isn't it the same thing like the federal payroll
You
tax?
live
Oh, that's
by
an
its
illegal
rules.
tax, right? The federal payroll tax is an illegal tax.
Here's
But if
the
I
thing.
stop paying it
Have
tomorrow,
you complied
I'm gonna go
with
to
it?
jail.
If you,
Not
here's where
illegal
the
tax.
problem comes in.
Filled out the form.
If you
It's
live by
actually
the rules and you've complied to the laws and you are attributed and attached to all of it through compliance, then you
taxation.
need physically take back your securities and exit the system. But this will create many problems for you.
Look, you got to be able to stand on your own 2 feet. If you can't, then
And
this
the
shit ain't for
only
you. If you
reason
have
it
to rely
creates
on people, then you're fucked, because like that's just the way it is. Do you have to pay? Are you obligated to pay federal income tax? Are you a citizen of the United States?
Yeah, it takes money to maintain this. That's the thing. You really need a lot of money to be able to maintain this, or you need to study it from the moment you're born. Then you can do it all yourself. Rich people, like I said, they hire lawyers who train for this their entire life.
Wealthy.
Ecclesiastical lawyers. Yeah. And like in said, it used to be ecclesiastical courts, but what are they now? Courts of record, courts of commission, courts of. There's many different courts, but you don't
There's
have
some
to adhere to any
ecclesiastical
of
courts.
them.
The Hasidic Jews got their
Oh, there
ecclesiastical
are.
courts, so there's some here and there.
Yeah. And that's, you can take all legal formats to an ecclesiastical court or format. But
Do
not if
Amish
you don't
people
have
get
money
issued
or
birth
you don't
certificates
have
and
the
social security
knowledge.
numbers?
I didn't hear what you said. What? Say that about the birth certificate.
Amish people?
Yeah, do Amish people get
Yeah.
issued birth certificates?
No, they don't get birth certificate. Well, I mean, depends on the sect, right? Some are more worldly than others, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, they don't get a national birth certificate. They
They
get
don't have social security numbers either.
No, it's a note. They get a notification of birth from their parish, and I can't remember. They don't call him a father or a priest. I can't remember the elder, the community
Amister.
elder. It's a certain position.
Amister.
But he'll acknowledge, yeah, and he'll acknowledge your records. But like Indio said, they keep their own birth records and bloodlines. My family does it. We have a book. It's a family tree. We record every. That's what they call them. He'll certify any one of those if need be for a worldly purpose.
How long? How
tell you
A lot of
something.
them.
Hold on, I want to say something about like how the law takes things like family Bibles, things that within a family, right? So facts that are what they consider common knowledge within the family are presumed to be correct. So you had Elizabeth Warren, right? She claimed that to be an Indian. Turns out she was not an Indian. But when she was caught, what she said was, that's what, now you got to remember, Elizabeth Warren has a Juris Doctorate in the law. She's not stupid. Her answer was, That was just what they always told me in my family. She knew that that is a legitimate response. That it is presumed, like whatever is in your family, right? Like say, like whatever your family says. Oh, we have German ancestry, right? And that's just what everybody says in your family. It is okay for you to go out and tell everybody. And if you ever have to testify in court about that, you can testify. It is presumed correct of you saying German ancestry is presumed to be correct. It's because
So basically,
who
what
else
you're saying
knows
is
your
if you
family better
believe the
than your
lie
own
is
family?
true, it's
Who knows your
true.
family? Well, I'm saying a presumption of correctness. It can be proven false, but it has the presumption of correctness. Listen, the way court works is they don't prove every fact. Certain things are presumed to be true, and they have to be disproven. Right? So certain government records.
So with that idea, then can Elizabeth Warren, could she legally receive?
No.
Okay, she
No.
can't.
She can't. No, because you actually the Bureau of Indian Affairs actually makes you prove lineage, and you have to be on the
Take a blood
rolls of a
test.
recognized tribe.
Okay.
But it let her save face and not be called a liar, right? That you just made up your Indian heritage stuff. He carefully worded answer of saying that's just what they said in my family, right? She knows that like nobody can get her for perjury or anything like that for her saying that. Now the Bureau of Indian Affairs, that's a government benefit, so they have their own standard, right? This is a totally different thing because you're applying for extra stuff. So just like I had it, like I made a contest, right? And I had requirements for you to get the prize. I can make whatever rules I want for you to get that prize. And that's the same way a benefit works. They can make whatever rules they want, any requirement they want for you to get the prize. And none of those rules and requirements have to be like what would have to be proven, say, in court. They can make up their own rules.
So in court, then, why do they tell everyone that you're innocent until proven guilty? But if that's true, then why are they allowed to hold you in jail until you're proven innocent or guilty?
Because you're innocent till proven guilty to a point. And it isn't like you're not presumed absolutely innocent. Look, they're only supposed to hold you in jail for two reasons. There's only two reasons they're supposed to hold you, even though they don't do this. This is what the law says they're supposed to do. If there's a chance you're not gonna return to go to court and face trial, if there's a possibility of that, or if you're a danger to the community being let loose. Those are the only two reasons to hold you to bail. What they actually hold you for bail for is to put you under duress and have leverage against you to try and get a guilty plea. That's the actual reason. But the reason the law says is those two reasons. Those are the only two legitimate reasons to hold you to bail: to guarantee your appearance at a future court date, and to guarantee that the community is safe. And that community is safe. They're supposed to have a bail hearing. They don't do that either. It's supposed to be a bail hearing, right? So if you've ever seen a bail hearing, it's two tests, right? Whether you're going to return to court. So if they look and you have lots of defaults, yeah, you're probably not going to make bail. If you have a lot of money and you can easily travel and get out of there, and it's a serious charge, yeah, they're probably not. They're probably going to hold you to bail, right? If like the evidence against you, like the evidence at that point, right, is against you is particularly strong. Like say 15 people saw you shoot like 5 other people dead right in the street. Right. So even though you haven't been proven guilty, the evidence that you're a dangerous human being generally is pretty good. Because an act itself isn't what determines whether you're guilty or not. Because you can kill people and it can be completely justified. But the fact you killed a bunch of people, you're dangerous whether it was justified or not. Get it? You understand that little distinction there?
Yeah, I get it. It just seems
I
like
could justifiably kill 5 people. I'm a dangerous motherfucker. That doesn't mean I committed a crime, but I am dangerous. So maybe they might still want to hold me because of my dangerousness. They're not saying I'm guilty or innocent. They're saying I'm dangerous. It's a different thing. Court is really about, like, this is how lawyers get paid. It's really about making fine distinctions of words and the law in certain things. That's why people get confused by it, because it takes a certain way of thinking about problems to really understand it.
Well, it's interesting too that they put a dollar value on it as well. They can,
the dollar value, if you there's a correlation between, like, say you have a crime, right, like breaking and entering, and then you look up what's the maximum fine for that, right? It'll say something like, 2 years in jail or a $500 fine, and typically they'll give a bail that maxes the max fine for that crime. That's just something I particularly notice, is that typically that's where your bail will be at. Depending, but the reason, like I said, the reason they hold you to bail is really it's leverage, negotiating power. Because, and I've explained this in the chat before, when there is an arrest, there is an injured party. Now, this is a 100% fact. Either think about it like this: either you committed a crime and injured somebody, and the arrest was justified, or that didn't happen and the arrest was unjustified and you're the injured party. Either way, there's an injured party somewhere. Either you're a criminal who injured somebody, or you were falsely arrested and the police are the criminals and they injured somebody. So there is an injured party. So now, right, you have an event. Now there's 100% chance there's an injured party. Somebody's liable for that injury. Now, you're either liable and they're going to charge you with a criminal act, right? And you're going to go to jail or pay a fine or what have you. Or it's a false arrest, an unjustified arrest. Guess who's liable now? Now the police are liable. Now the municipality's the one that's liable. Right? Because if you sue them, the officer, if he was acting outside his authority, or the municipality for some other, like, generally as a false arrest, right? So if you sue them, they owe you money, right? So here you have a situation. You're in court. There's an injury. Either it's a false arrest or you committed a crime. Now, who's on the hook for the false arrest? The state. Okay. Who does this prosecutor work for? Who does the prosecutor? Who does the judge work for? Who does the cop work for? So these guys' employers, right, is on hook for monetary damages if they don't get a conviction. Not them personally, unless they did something personally that was unless they acted outside of their legal authority. But the municipalities don't have sovereign immunity. You can sue a municipality. So if the city of Boston does something to me, the city of Boston, so there's principal and agent, right? So ops, the judge, whatever, they're agents of the city of Boston, the corporation, right? So the city of Boston's on the hook. So the district attorney works for the city of Boston. Part of his job, right, as representing the city of Boston, is to minimize their expenses, right? Is to minimize their costs. He's their lawyer. You got to think he's the district.
But how do they do that when they do signature bonds? But how do they do that on signature bonds where people just sign out and then they never come back, and they're never going to get that money out of that person, especially if they're broke. You got these, career criminals that they'll let out on.
The point of even listen, they'll admit you to bail even if they have a weak case because it waives certain defects, legal defects. Right.
But can they collect
I'll tell you the
off
legal
of
defects.
unpaid signature bonds or no?
Waives objecting to in personam jurisdiction. It waives defects of form in the complaint. So say they made a complaint and some of the things in the complaint, they didn't cross their T's and dot their I's correctly. Taking bail is a waiver of that. Taking bail is a waiver of in personam jurisdiction. You're basically, in personam jurisdiction means they have the right party. Not whether you're guilty or not, right? But you're basically admitting,
it's like a form of
they
insurance.
they made a positive identification to the right party. You're basically waiving that by taking bail. When you say, okay, I'll take personal recognizance, you're basically saying, I waive all objections to in personam jurisdiction. You can't bring it up later. You can't bring it up at any other time. You can't waive subject matter jurisdiction, but you can waive in personam jurisdiction. So if there's a defect in the complaint, right? So say it's a misspelling of your name, or it misidentifies your sex, or the description of the human being is different, like say it says the person is 6'4" and you're freaking 5'2", you're waiving any objection to that stuff by taking bail. This is why they will give personal recognizance, like, because it's a waiver. Like, what they do is, like, a lawyer's job is to make sure you have no appealable issues, right? So what they do is they get you to volunteer and consent to so much stuff while you go through court. And all the while you think you're saying yes and you're trying to get along because you think it's going to go better for you if you agree with them and you're nice. And all you're doing the whole time, and they know it, is you're waiving rights. You're waiving rights. You're waiving objections. You're not complaining because I'm telling you, you look at lots of court cases, you go on Google Scholar and start looking up case laws, and man, go count the number of cases, appeals, that are thrown out because of this one reason. Failed to make a timely objection. When someone does something that you don't like or you don't agree with, you must object in a timely way or you agree. So and that's like they try to get you to just agree with them, they're nice to you, blah, 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 blah. But really, they're just bamboozling you. This is the thing you have to learn about court. Learn the word no. No, 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 no. Sign this, no. Do this, no. Because you know what?
So why
If
do
they
we?
could make you,
Yeah,
if
well,
they could listen to me, if they could make you do it, they wouldn't ask you. Right?
how come every lawyer I've ever had has always advised me to waive my prelim?
Of course.
Is that a scam too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The preliminary hearing is what's called a show cause hearing. Okay? It's expensive for the government to actually have these because Constitution says no man should be held without oath or affirmation, right? So say, okay, because a police report's not evidence. A police
Right. It's
report is
basically
not evidence
hearsay.
of a crime. A police report is enough to get you. It's enough to raise reasonable suspicion, but it's not probable cause, right? So there's a police report. So there's a call. The police get a phone call. Someone says this person punched me. The police go. They take a report. This person punched him. He said this person punched him. They identified him as this. Cop goes. They file in the court case with the clerk of court, right? That clerk of court says there's reasonable suspicion to charge this person with a crime. So they issue a warrant. They arrest you. They bring you to court. Now you're in court. Your lawyer says, waive your preliminary hearing. That preliminary hearing is the show cause hearing. That is when the witness, right, that says you commit a crime has to come to court and swear under oath that what the cop wrote down in his police report actually happened. Yeah, that's
So when
right.
lawyers do that, does that mean that's a shady lawyer?
No, it's just
Because it seems like a
it's
lot
not
of
because
lawyers
they're a
do
shitty
that.
lawyer. It's just common practice. And yes, it's a shitty lawyer and it's common practice. I was in court one time. Listen to
They're
this.
lazy.
Listen, well, it's a public defender you're probably talking about, right? So I was in court one
No, I'm
time.
talking about a high profile. I mean, his retainer was 40,000. That was just his retainer was 40,000.
I don't understand why lawyers waive the show cause hearing. Probably because they think it's just a waste of time, but it's not. Because especially if it's a frivolous thing.
You haven't heard that before? It had to be one of three people: an honest lawyer, a good cop, or Santa Claus. And the guy said it must have been Santa Claus because the other two don't exist.
Right.
What's the size of it? Listen, you can't be held against your will. But listen, remember I just told you taking personal recognizance or any of this, they're only required to give you a show cause hearing if you're locked up. If you're not locked up, they're not required to because you're not being held. Okay, no, listen. Think about it like this. If I file a habeas corpus, right? What is a habeas corpus? Do you know what that is? A writ of habeas
I mean, yeah,
corpus.
but I couldn't explain
So
it to
a writ of habeas corpus is a writ you bring to a higher court. It's given that. Someone interrupting me? Okay, a writ of habeas corpus. You go to a higher court and you say, that court says to whoever's holding you, show us the record that this person is being held for a justifiable reason. Right? And if you're
you.
being locked up, right, they tell the sheriff or however they lock people up where you live, sheriff, come here, bring the legal process, right? Bring the record that this person is locked up legitimately. Okay. A record of the court is only testimony. Only testimony are facts before a court. Only testimony. Nothing. Lawyers talking is not a fact before the court, right? I'll tell you. Trinity versus Pagliaro, that's the name of the case. Statements or arguments from attorneys are not facts before the court. That is literally what it says. They are not facts before the court. So if I'm a higher court, I tell the sheriff, why is John Doe locked up? Give us the legal justification. The sheriff brings the court record, says here it is, and then that panel of judges looks through it and says, there's no witnesses here. There's no record. There's no record of why this person's locked up. You have a lawyer saying this and you have a lawyer saying that, but where's the sworn statement under oath? There isn't one, right? But you can't do a habeas corpus if you're on bail. You can't do a habeas corpus if you're on personal recognizance because you're not locked up. See, people always think about this kind of weird. It's not weird. It's how they want you to think about it. Everybody thinks about, I'm in a case, right? I'm charged with possession of marijuana or something. I'm going to fight this case and I'm going to win. That is not how you think about it. You don't think about that case. You think about the appeal. You think about the higher court because that lower court can railroad you. And if you don't know how to go to a higher court and enforce the law in that lower court, you have no prayer. They'll just do whatever they want to you.
Well, that's another interesting thing is because I've been in situations before where I've been held in custody during trial. I've won my trial, but they were able to hold me for like 3 more months while they appealed the decision.
What? What was it? Was it a misdemeanor or something?
No, it was felonies.
How'd they hold you for? Well, was it? Hold on. It was a trial on the merits, or was it like a trial, like an evidence trial?
Yeah, it was an evidence trial. But the thing is,
to suppress evidence, right? And you won.
When I caught the charge, I was on probation when I caught the charge, but I beat revocation. I won my revocation case, and then I beat the case in court, and they still were able to hold me.
You were found.
I'm sorry,
not
what?
guilty.
I didn't.
Were you found not guilty at trial?
Yeah. Yep.
So there was a jury or a judge trial, and they found you not guilty. You're presumed
jury.
not guilty.
And so they were able to, because I was still on paper for my first case, they were able to hold me in jail until they did their little appeals process, and I won that appeal too. And then once I won that appeal, then they had to let me out.
See,
so basically, just out of
this
spite.
is what I was just going to ask you. If you're held, and this is a question for everybody, everybody needs to know this. Like, listen, this is the first thing they should teach you in school. Before they teach you your freaking alphabet, they should teach you this. If you're lawfully imprisoned, how do you get out? A writ of habeas corpus. You file a writ of habeas corpus. Listen, and I'll tell you something. It doesn't have to be formal. Right? The courts held, I don't know if it was the Supreme Court, maybe it was one of the federal appeals courts. The dude wrote habeas corpus on the cell wall in feces. Okay? because they had locked him up, right? They had locked him up in solitary confinement because he was going bananas or whatever reason. They locked him up. They locked him up in sanitary confinement. They wouldn't give him paper. They wouldn't give him pens. They wouldn't give him anything. Stripped him of all his clothes, right? So he had nothing. How do you file a writ of habeas corpus and challenge your detention? Well, he wrote it in feces on his wall. And the court held that was a good enough notice to tell them that he wanted to file a writ of habeas corpus and that they should have brought it before the court. In feces, okay? This is black letter law. We're talking Magna Carta level shit, dude. This is basic. This goes back to common law England, if not even further. You have to be able to challenge your detention, right? And there's a process for this, and it's called the writ of habeas corpus. In that process, right, they just basically look at the record. Is this person justified to be held, right? And the legal standard for justifying to be held is that probable cause on the record. Probable cause on the record means someone swore that you committed a crime. That's it. Which is a freaking pretty low thing, right? They don't have to prove it. They just have to have gotten up, sworn under oath. Yes, this person did X, Y, Z, and if X, Y, Z constitutes a crime, and they positively identified you as the person that committed that crime, boom, you're locked up as justified, right? They don't have to prove
That's
it.
what's crazy
They
is
only
they
have to
don't
have the
need to.
accusation. It's called a prima facie case.
Yeah.
But you need that oath. It has to be under oath, because if it's not under oath, then nobody can get in trouble. You understand? There is always a liability. There is always, you have to be able to point the finger at somebody and say, that's your fault. And if nobody swears under oath, whose fault is it? How do you figure out, I'm locked up? They wrote down a bunch of shit on paper, but no one's under oath. Who do I blame for fucking locking me up? I don't have anybody to blame, right? So the courts are formal. You got to have somebody to blame. So the person that swears under oath, he's in jeopardy, right? He's taking a risk himself, because if he lies, he's going to jail for perjury. You have to have skin in the game. You have to have skin in the game, dude. So somebody has to swear under oath, put their skin in the game to have you locked up. Because when you're locked up, you have skin in the game, right? You're not allowed to defend yourself when you're locked up, right? If I go kick somebody's ass in jail, dude, I can't. I'm supposed to rely on the guards to defend myself. I'm like an infant. I can't do anything. I'm not responsible for myself anymore. I'm putting my whole life away. So
if you defend yourself, you get charged with another crime.
Exactly. So I have skin in the game. So you can't just do that because somebody gossiped or some cop fucking heard somebody say something and just wrote it down in a piece of paper and called it a report. Someone needs to have skin in the game, man. Someone needs to be legally responsible for locking you up. Someone needs to be held accountable. And that is the person that freaking signed a sworn statement that said, John Doe punched me in the face on September 25th in front of the bar. Right? And if that person's lying, then they get back for perjury. Right?
But it never comes back to the person that signed the arrest warrant, even though they didn't really have anything but some, a police report, which isn't like you said.
Yes, exactly. Well, didn't
it's
you
not
get found
backed
not
by
guilty?
anything. It's just hearsay.
It's not even hearsay. It's not even you don't understand. It's not
Right? Yeah, they can't even submit it if nobody's going to testify to the police report or what was said. If they don't show up to court, they can't even submit the police report into the trial. Or
the police a witness? If I'm a cop, right, and I go and someone tells me this person punched me in the face, did I witness that?
Right? No.
Did I witness the crime? No. It's hearsay. Someone told him something and he's just repeating it.
They just want to put as many people in there as they can to see who wants to bail out or see how much they can get. That's it. They don't really give a fuck.
Well, and the crazy thing too is now that they overcharge everyone so hard now, where it's almost impossible to fight any case. They charge you with so many charges just to get you to plea bargain. They'll charge you with 10 different crimes, and you might not have committed any of them, but they just slap you with everything to try to force you to take a damn plea.
They'll charge you and the person who called the cops. You call the cops on the people, they'll charge them and you. They'll be like, okay, yeah, I see you called this crime in, and that's good, but what's this here, right here, you got right here? This looks illegal. Let's give you a ticket for this. What the fuck?
In fact, they're one of the biggest kidnappers. Every time you ask for discovery, you ask for your paperwork, you want discovery. You want habeas corpus, right? You want your discovery. Without discovery of a crime, there's no reason for your imprisonment. Right? Because the discovery tells everything. What the complaint was, what the alleged action was that you had done, and it's your word against the complainants.
Mm-hmm.
I have yet to get any of my discoveries, any of those things I was accused of, but yet I did all the time.
Discovery? Somebody robbed my house, and the stuff was found, right? The stuff was found, being the evidence, being my stuff, with the people who did it, right? And then I never got my shit back, and I asked the detectives where my stuff is. They said, "Oh, it's evidence." I said, "What the fuck do you mean? You caught the people who did it. Evidence of what? That's my shit. I still haven't received it. It's been years.
You won't get your shit back. You're gonna have to sue them for it.
Isn't that fucking ridiculous?
Especially when you have affidavit of what was taken.
Yeah, no, I wrote down everything that was taken. Yeah, I wrote down everything that was taken. That's how they found what they found, by the list that I handed them. And they were like, "Oh, we found this, this, and this." I said, "Okay, well, those 2 cards and those coins are worth a lot of money. I want my fucking coins back." And they were like, "Oh, well, something, it's evidence." I said, what do you mean evidence? I said, "Evidence what?" I said, "It's my stuff. The people are in jail. What the fuck what are you talking about? Evidence?" I said, "I'm the evidence. They robbed my house. What do you mean? My stuff needs to be back to me."
That's when you sit there and you say, why are you allowing them to waive time? Give them a speedy trial so I can get my property back. You are now damaging my property by holding it.
Right. I mean, I don't even understand how they can say it's evidence. You're supposed to return my shit. Fuck evidence. You don't need evidence.
Only until after the conviction.
Yeah, but if you find my evidence in possession of somebody that shouldn't have it, it's record, and the cops usually record the shit. They're in there where they take the fucking recording in the room. They go in there to record it on a little camera when they talk to them. It's all they didn't deny it. So, yeah, it's just weird.
They still got guns and evidence from the time Tupac got shot.
It's fucking ridiculous. Like, so if my car gets taken, my car's evidence? It doesn't make no sense. They should give me my car. The person in jail is the fucking evidence of them taking my shit. They're in jail. They took my shit. They were caught in it or caught doing it or, that's why they're in jail. I don't think you'd put somebody in jail who wasn't caught with my shit.
Well, they have to prove, that's why they keep it, because they have to prove that this person in court of law took it. So they need to hold on to it as proof, as evidence to show, okay, this is what he took. It didn't belong to him. It belonged to you. And then once all that's over and they convict him, then I'm pretty sure there's like some simple form or whatever that you fill out to request your stuff back. But I'm pretty sure you can't do it until after a conviction. But I understand what you're trying to say, that like, yeah, you should get it back right away, but they can't because they still need to prove, because it's not the police's job to prove somebody innocent or guilty. That's up to the court.
All they should have to do is record it. Record all the items on camera, record it, or say, hey, I got this with their fucking cell phone, record them, and then give me my shit back.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. I wonder why in certain cases, simple burglary cases, why they can't do things like that.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, what? How is having my shit helping you when you caught the people with it already? It was, I mean, the police is the fucking evidence. They actually witnessed. You see what I'm saying?
But it's like the other guy was just saying, but they can't. They are a witness, but they're. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It is a tricky.
Listen, the mom and dad let the cops in the fucking house and said, yeah, they did something wrong in there, whatever. Check the room, and they went in there, and the shit was on the dresser, in the dresser drawers. The dude had one of the fucking things in his pocket. So I mean, what more evidence could you need? I mean, the mom and dad knew, the kids knew, they confessed to it. I mean, once somebody says, yeah, I broke into that house, what the fuck else evidence do you need? Just weird to me.
Well, when serve and protect, you know what I mean? Like, the thing that was created so it's just to protect people, right? Ends up working against people. There's something wrong
Yeah,
there.
I wonder how many millions of dollars worth of fucking items and merchandise and watches and money and jewelry and
Exactly.
cards and
It's to
God, dude.
serve and protect things from being mishandled. That's all it is. It's not to protect people or serve people.
It
It's
was
serve and protect things.
you know what I had? I had a Yogi Berra rookie card, a Yogi Berra card. Uh, I had a Mike Schmidt rookie card with a fucking with the wrong hat. It was worth a lot of money. I had some other cards worth a good amount. Uh, a whole bunch of coins, some badass coins. Man, I'm so mad.
Yeah, they're going to say lost. As far as I'm concerned, you got officially robbed by the police.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know the statute of limitations or anything, And by the time I even thought about it again, I kind of like forgot about it for a while. I was like, oh fuck, what the fuck? What happened to my merchandise, my stuff, my property? Yeah, it's
See, I
crazy.
have a theory. Every time I go to jail and I get out, all my shit is stolen, right? But the way that the house was, like, it wasn't like that. Like, the lock, all of that stuff. So I'm thinking later on, the officer returned and, like, went through my shit and then sealed up the place. Every
Yeah,
time.
either your loved ones or the officers. Yeah, someone you know really close, or a neighbor, or officers. Yeah, if you don't have a loved one that you know going through your shit, it's gonna be a neighbor that's nosy as fuck, or the officer. Yes. In my case, it was a neighbor. They were young, you know what I mean? They were teenagers, like 12 or 13 or whatever. And they took my safe and they had some coins in it, a little bit of weed, some money. Because I had won a little bit of money on the lotto, and I guess they thought I was gonna have all my money in there or something. But they got some old bills. I mean, they did get some money from me. They got some old bills, old coins, some money, the weed that was in there. Their fucking mom tried to call me back like 2 weeks later on the phone, talking about I got a couple pounds for you or 5 pounds for you to pay you back for what was stolen. So you fucking stupid. I said, you got 5 pounds of money, motherfucker? You got 5 pounds of coins? You got 5 pounds of my baseball cards, you goofy bitch? I don't want no fucking weed. I want my shit back. Because, I felt like she was trying to tap me on the phone, Like the cops were sitting there like telling me you'll give them some weed or some drugs for the stuff. I was like, get the fuck out of here, lady. Are you retarded? I said, I want my fucking merchandise back. I want no fucking weed. I said, I'll take $5,000 cash or my coins and my cards and my shit that was worth that much. And then the lady got nervous and hung up. Yeah, I think the cops are.
Yeah, because that anything over $500 in monetary value, I believe, is a Class A felony.
Yeah, it was definitely
capital crime.
Yeah, one that
Thousand is definitely capital.
Yeah, that Mike Schmidt rookie card was worth at least $350 to $500 by itself. That was just that one card, and there was coins. Yeah, I'm not even
Capital
worried about
crimes
the
get
weed.
the FBI involved.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about the weed or nothing, but they told cops, the kids did, to try to get off their self. They said, "Oh, this guy's growing weed, and we thought we were going to go in there and take his weed and this and that." And the cops were like, "Well, did he have any weed growing anywhere in there?" And they're like, "No." And I said, because the detective was telling me that, and I was like, "Well, when you walked in my fucking house, did you see any weed growing anywhere? When you came in there with me and when you fucking detected the area, did you see any fucking thing to do with any growing weed?" And he's like, "No." He's like, "Well, I knew they were lying, but," I was like, "Well, what the fuck would you even tell me about that for? Doesn't even make no fucking sense." So some lying ass kids wanted to rob my fucking shit. That's basically what happened, and they robbed my house because I was gone. What the fuck?
That happened in a small town. We live in a small, like, rural.
Well, slightly, yeah. It's not
Yeah.
too big. Not too big, but the weed wasn't legal back then, and I had a little bit of weed in there, not a lot, a little bit. You know what I mean? So, but I thought it was funny that the mom of the kids tried to call me on the phone a couple weeks later, and like she's like, "Oh, hey, I can come and drop you off some of this. I can drop you off some weed, something." You know what I mean? I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "No."
Yeah, they were trying to say yes.
Yeah, they were trying to be funny. I'm not stupid.
Yeah.
I was
So,
like,
do any of you guys know what happens to unpaid signature bonds? What happens if somebody is charged with a crime, arrested, and then instead of having to pay a cash bail, they just get let out on a signature bond? And then if they don't show up to court again and just disappear, the court is in the state is never going to see that money again. So what, you know what I mean? So what happens? Is it just
it's an
nothing?
OR. It's called your own reconnaissance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you sign out because the thing that you're in there for usually isn't that bad.
Mhm.
Like if it's something bad, then they won't. I mean, usually you don't get out on OR. Like if you murder somebody, something crazy, if it's something small like a traffic ticket or something like that, they don't worry about it that much. So yeah, they'll let you out on your OR. Or if you were like public intoxication or something, just something that's not that bad, right?
But if somebody signs let's say like a $1,200 signature bond to get out of jail, and then they never show up to court and they just disappear, so the state basically they didn't get to convict anybody of the crime, and they didn't get any money out of the situation either. So that's not fed then by taxpayers, is it? We don't cover that cost for that unpaid signature bond. I'm wondering what happens.
Yeah, we do.
They'll keep going after that person, won't they?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying if they never find that person, or the person gets killed the next day, that signature bond is
Then
never going to be
spit
paid.
off by their social security card. That's a death certificate. Then their death certificate takes care of it. What do you think about an old lady that gets beat up or gets robbed and beat up? Then she goes to court and like the fucking person goes to jail, but the lady doesn't get paid, but the guy has to bond out of jail. So he gives the jail the $100 or the $200, but the old lady never got shit.
Well, that's not exactly true. If he's then shows back up for court and he goes through the whole process and he's convicted, a lot of times they will tax on restitution as part of your
Yeah, but they don't see any of the
right.
bond. That's the
But
thing.
yeah,
Like
they'll
the
they will.
bond that I had for like growing some weed and making some wax was like $500,000.
Holy shit. Yeah, but think about this though. What I'm saying is like no matter what you do to the little ladies or do to the places or do wherever, like at the end of the day, really, the one who makes sure they try to get their money is the county voting for you just to get out and go home.
Well,
Everybody
yeah,
else,
they always
yeah.
they always get their.
If the old lady loses an eye or a tooth, should he not also lose an eye or a tooth?
The
Or he
victim
just
always gets theirs last. You know?
I'm just saying, I know the county building's getting paid. I don't know about anybody else.
Well, yeah, I was actually involved in a case once where I was party to a crime too. I mean, I kind of got off. I had like 9 felony charges of like breaking and entering and battery and all types of shit. Make a long story short, I ended up having to take a plea and serving a year in for false imprisonment and what was it? Something like threatened to, cause bodily harm or some shit like that. So basically, I was charged with 2 felonies, did a year, and also on top of that year, and plus the probation I had to do when I got out after that year, I also had to pay $10,000 in restitution to the victim of the crime because he was beaten so badly that his surgery and all that crap to keep him alive was like, it was like $30,000 or $40,000. But my lawyer was able to split it, that cost amongst me and my co-defendants, so I didn't have to pay the full. My end was 10 grand, and that supposedly went to the victim. I don't know if that's true or not, but I know that does happen in some cases.
No, only the restitution that you're ordered to pay, the additional restitution towards the victim. Right? You have restitution to the court and restitution to the victim.
No, yeah, it was to the victim.
Now, I still had to pay restitution, but who is the victim? I was the victim. Did I get
Right,
that money back? Fuck no, I didn't.
Right.
But yeah, I still had to fork out $1,200 for the court.
Well, I wonder how does that work too? If, like, in my case, did the victim in my case, did he actually get a check for that money, or did it just go straight to pay for his medical bills, or was that already like if you're
Here's the
if
fucked up
you're in
thing.
that situation, if you're beaten within an inch of your life, and you have now all these, they have to save you, they have to bring you back to life and fix you in the hospital. Now you have all these medical bills that aren't your fault. Are you really on the hook for those bills?
Don't get popped in Arizona. You have to pay $55 a day for every day you're in jail as a part of your restitution.
Oof.
So it's only when you're ordered to pay restitution to the victim, then the victim gets the money. And it's in the form of a check. Like they get paid out right then and there. So all that money is collected by the clerk in the office of the court.
Oh, so they pay him out of their coffers, and then the money
Yes.
that I pay in then goes to refill that coffer back up. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yes. It's set up as a trust. Like every single one of those bonds, right? A bond is a trust.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they're called bail bondsmen. Because they'll turn that bail into a bond, turn it into an account, and start drawing interest on it.
Unfortunately, we don't have those where I'm at. We don't have bail bondsmen here.
That's good. They're parasites. How else are they supposed to be able to get you out for 10% of the bond?
All right.
And if you're found innocent, I guess you get that money back, right?
Yeah, but that takes a long time.
Didn't take a long time for them to take your freedoms away and kidnap you, did it?
Not at all. That's why I think it's so strange that they're allowed to arrest people and hold them on just police reports when you're supposed to be innocent
Well, it's
until
not just
proven, innocent until proven guilty.
the report is only 72-hour hold, like maximum 72-hour hold, right? But on average, it's 6-hour hold, just for a police report. So what they have to do is they have to get the paperwork drawn up, which is why it can be up to 3 days. Within those 3 days, they're getting their discovery of the crime together. So they're doing all of their investigations. The first 48 hours are the most crucial to the investigation.
Right, and they're holding you in that time. And typically you haven't been charged yet. They're just holding on you, gathering evidence so that they can file the charge. And then once the charge is filed on you, then how long can they keep you? Because like if you can't, like they can issue you a cash bail, but if you don't have the money and can't pay it, you got to stay in there until you beat your case.
Well, it's 3 days till arraignment, right? They have 3 days to arraign you. And then from that arraignment, you have 3 weeks till your bail hearing. Now, if it turns out that your bail hearing indicates that the crime does not constitute being held against your will and out of society to protect the community, then they will release you on your own recognizance, right? What that means is you're not clear of the crime, right? That means you can be out there doing what you're normally doing, but you need to show up to court. If you don't show up to court, they're going to arrest you and charge you with a felony. So it's one of those things.
But isn't it all the only thing that they provide in that hearing is the police report, right? They don't bring in evidence and witnesses at that time. All they have is a complaint that is filed.
No, all they're doing is they're weighing the charge times your priors times the monetary value of the maximum fine and the minimum fine. So it's all weighed on that, right? They don't really care if you're an upstanding citizen or a dirty low-life fuck. They don't care about that. They're just looking at the capital value, the money value. Then from there, they can go, okay, well, he's free to go because it's, less than $1,500.
No, I wish I didn't have to learn all that the hard way.
And then, once you've already made it to your bail hearing, that means your discovery is valid. That's why you were arraigned, formally charged, and a plea of not guilty was entered in. So from there, then you go to pretrial.
At the arraignment, though,
preliminary.
At the arraignment, though, I mean, you're only pleading guilty or not guilty. Guilty. Now they may weigh previous.
Yes, they don't want to hear anything else.
It. Yeah, but they may weigh something. You
sign your waivers and then plead.
Yeah,
not guilty.
That's your plea. That's your arraignment hearing is only for your plea of guilty or not guilty. Right when you go there for that crime. Now they may weigh it against previous crimes if you have any, but and that's where they're going to say, "Hey, I'm going to grant bail," and based on that.
I guess it depends.
And it's up to the judge. It's up to the judge. Ultimately, it's always up to the judge at that point. Because if you have previous crimes that were committed, the judge can say, "Well, the judge ultimately decides what your bail might or might not be." You can say no bail, or this is the amount of bail, and But anyway, go ahead. I was listening to you guys. It's all good. And it also depends on the state, that you're in as well. But I mean, that's pretty much the gist of the arraignment hearing. You're either going to plead guilty or not guilty at the arraignment, and you can change your plea at any time during the entire proceeding.
Wish I would have went to law school.
Oh, me too, man. I mean, there's a lot of shit that I've been through, and India's posting stuff now too.
Get out, they got me one time for possession of marijuana, and they didn't even find any marijuana. They found a brand new pipe still in the package, one of those proto pipes, tobacco pipe, not
Dude,
even marijuana.
I got
right.
I got
It was on.
caught.
Hang on, Helio. This is on federal land, right? So it was a federal crime. They had me go all the way to a fucking Marine Corps base to go to court at the federal courthouse on a Marine Corps base. I'm sitting there and I go, "You guys got a law library that I can look through real quick?" Yeah. You mind if I look through it? Yeah, sure. Why? What's going on? Well, the problem is the charge doesn't match. Is there any charge for possession of a tobacco pipe? Well, what do you mean? So, I requested for counsel. Counsel, gave me a consult for, pro bono or whatever. And he's like, yeah, hang on, I'll go get the sections that's adequate for you. And they did a recess, so I went in there and read up on the things and got my citations, got the copies, highlighted the sections, and sent it to the bench. Charges dismissed, prejudice. Even in the fucking police report, there was no marijuana found.
Yeah, I had paraphernalia. One time at a stop, I got stopped. I was in a car. It was my car, but 6 months expired tags and paraphernalia in the car, open containers. They ended up impounding my car, but let me go.
When I was a teenager, once I got picked up for minor possession. I had like a quarter ounce of weed on me. And the moron police officer that arrested me and wrote the complaint, instead of writing quarter ounce, he wrote quarter pound. So they hit me with all these ridiculous charges of intent to deliver and all this crap. Oh my God, that was a nightmare.
Yeah, this guy actually, you know what happened when I got stopped? You know, when I had the paraphernalia thing, I actually gave him a false name. And he took me out of the car, pulled my wallet out. I gave him a false name, but I actually have my driver's license on me. Mm-hmm. And he's like, "Why'd you give me somebody else?" He said, "Like, go back, sit in the car, and I'll get with you in a minute." And he was talking. It was before I married my first wife. She was in the car, and so his partner talked to him, to her or whatever, and he came in and he's like, "Well, we searched your car, we found this." And he was like, "Is that yours?" I was like, "No." I lied to him. I lied to him about my name. I lied to him about it was, in my car and shit. But anyway, the cop ended up being cool. I mean, he took my car, which I was already, like I said, the tags were 6 months expired, and I hadn't paid on that motherfucker in a long time. Anyway, this was back in my 20s. And
how mentally damaged you have to be, though, to arrest a teenager for a little bit of pot?
Well, I was in my 20s, but like early 20s. They ended up towing my car out of there, and they let me and her go, me and my future wife go, and let me get my shit out of my car that I needed.
Which one?
They took the car. Yeah, which one? Yeah, I have two ex-wives, but whatever. No, it was my first ex-wife.
No, I was saying
Anyway.
which future ex-wife. Never mind.
Yeah, I have two ex-wives. My first ex-wife. This was like when we were really young before we got married. Anyway, they let us
That was
take
just
the
for
shit.
paraphernalia, you said?
They found paraphernalia in the car, open containers, and they lectured me and her. And we had a friend that just lived right up the street. They let us go, took my fucking car, and never saw it again. And there was no charge. That was in Little Rock. Good stuff.
Oh, you lucked out.
I did.
What that was like? Shoot,
That was like 91, 92.
early 90s, late 80s.
Yeah.
Before everything was computerized.
Yeah. Well, but see, the
When you
reason
still
I
had a
got pulled
phone
over,
book.
the reason I got pulled over, I was driving this fucking car around with 6 months expired tags, and I pulled up in this gas station, and I was like, I saw this cop car, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna pull up this way so he doesn't see my tags or whatever. This cop car was just like sitting there and it was parked. So I went in there, got some gas, then I took off. As soon as I took off, the cop was right behind me, pulled me over, and we had just left a friend of ours' house, the friends that we walked back to after this incident. There was like a veteran cop and a rookie cop as his partner or whatever in the car, and the cop told me this. He told me the whole scenario. He's like, I knew you were up to something when you pulled into that gas station and you turned your car around so I wouldn't see your plates and all this shit. Cops know what they're fucking doing. No, whatever. But it was kind of the deal, And then he followed me down the street a little bit, turned his lights on. I pulled over, and But yeah, he gave us a break. I could have went to fucking jail that night. But he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna take your fucking car. I never saw the car again, but I didn't go to jail.
So he got that shit box off the street.
Oh, the car?
You're like in your 20s, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, the car actually it's one of my favorite cars I ever had. I really miss that car. I love that car. I made a lot of money in that car. I used to deliver shitloads of pizza in that car. Good car.
You gonna tell us what it was?
What was a fucking car, man?
Yeah, it was a Ford Escort.
Oh, okay, man. You really need to learn how to tell a story, bro. I mean, you're sitting there going on about this car, and you didn't even tell us what it was.
No, it was a Ford Escort.
What color?
It was like maroon.
What year?
But it was a stick shift, which I love driving a stick. And
yeah, you get way more power to the wheels.
I love that car, man. It was freaking badass. It was was the 90? It was a 91 Ford Escort. I was just talking about. I was thinking about this car the other day, man. I freaking love that car, man. It was.
Oh man, that was his Ricky rocket right there, rookie driver rocket right there, man. Shit, he thought he was Mario Andretti driving that motherfucker, huh?
Mm-hmm. You're saving up for your new car, right? That's your saving up car.
No, I mean it wasn't fancy, but I liked it. So
man, I remember I paid like
everybody thinks about
$300
I liked
for a fucking glorified Ford Probe, Mazda 626, right? Fucking, I dumped like $1,200 into it.
Might as well be a Ford,
Yeah. Well, it's pretty much the same thing as a fucking same motor as a Ford Probe, but it was lighter. So, yeah, I mean, I threw glass pack on that thing and shit, just driving that thing around everywhere, just cruising it. And, like going off road, yeah, I thought that was like one of these trophy trucks out here, dude. But then again, I've been in places in a fucking like 92 Honda Civic that got stuck in places that you wouldn't go in a Jeep.
Yeah, Civics aren't. I mean, they're cool for the road, but yeah,
dude, they're so fucking light. They glide across the sand, dude.
Does anybody know when they first started handing out probation now with pretty much every sentence? I never understood how they justify that these days either, because there's always, a minimum and a maximum for every crime. As
I don't
far
know,
as
dude.
like
Probation
jail
fucked me up. Probation fucked me every time right around
Hey, me
the holiday
too.
season.
Me too.
Yeah, right. Like you do your time. Like if you get jail time, you do your time in, but then they tell you, oh, by the way, you got to do 3 years or 6 years probation after that. Like what the fuck?
It's
Yeah,
like
but the
you
thing is
you
this,
have you have
you
this
were sentenced
you
sentenced
have
to a
this.
lot longer, right?
Here's
So
the
what you
deal.
do is you do the short term, and then the rest of the time for the crime you do post
All right,
prison
and they assign
supervision
a
style.
probation officer, and you have to pay them $25 every month before you can actually pay your fine. Pay onto your
That's what I
fine.
mean. It seems like just a money scam for the state
$100, sure.
to
Yeah, I
milk
mean,
you.
well, it depends on who or what your thing. It's like, and you have to check in with them. It's
Dude,
like,
they had me for fucking 4
dude,
years, or it's supposed to be 3 years, and
well,
then
they've had me for 8
went
years
in,
now,
no
and
new
I
crime,
don't
finished
even
up my
fucking talk
time,
to them
got
anymore. I
out,
don't even have a driver's license anymore.
and they gave me another year, right? So I was all done, no tail, got out, but nope, surprise, surprise, I have another year of post prison supervision. I was like,
Well,
I never went to fucking prison.
I know, it's like I
No,
didn't
you got to
even
go to
really do
parole.
anything. I got a few
They
speeding
said
tickets
parole
that
is
I
only for
fucking paid
those that went to
for.
prison. Since you were in jail, aka county prison, you were not in prison. And I go, so why am I here? This Gresser said, I don't know. And I go, well, you need to figure this shit out. I mean, you got me fucking driving 6.5 hours to get here on time. And then turns out, nope, I'm not in the right place. I got to go down the street 3 blocks where it's all fucking bumper to bumper traffic. So I might as well have fucking just ran, which is what I ended up doing. Got all the way to the fucking building, got all the way up to the top, had to grab a number, and there was no one in the office, no clerk. They were all gone. But all the POs were still there. I was like, what the fuck? Fuck this bullshit. Fuck California, dude.
What's crazy too is they can have you locked up at any time they feel like it.
Yep.
Just anytime they can issue a warrant and have somebody come pick you up just
in fact,
because they feel like it.
They're called agents, not officers. Agents.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that means?
I've
that means parole is a separate entity.
Well, parole is really more to do with prison, like
yeah, it's all private entity. Prison is a private entity. State prisons, it's all run privately.
Well, I mean, I'm guilty of speeding a couple times and driving without a license a couple times, but other than that, I'm pretty safe. But I haven't been to jail or even messed with those fines for like 7 or 8 years. Don't you think there should be a statute of limitations on something like that? I mean, there's statute of limitations on a lot of things, but traffic fines? Ooh, no. Forever. They want their money.
Here's the thing. Traffic fines is bullshit because it's supposed to be for the roads, but it doesn't go to the roads. It goes to fucking fill the line with the fucking
fines are magic money, just like I just posted.
Right.
Magic money.
Property taxes that they fucking tax you every year for the fucking property that you fucking live on.
I own this property.
It's a tax that comes out of every gallon of gas.
You don't own it unless
That's
you
all
pay
supposed to go to the fucking roads. But it doesn't. The liquor tax and the tobacco tax, that's supposed to go to public schools, but it don't.
Well, it's like if liquor taxes and tobacco taxes went to
tax is theft, man.
for the public interest,
it's a voluntary compliance system. So why is it compulsory?
The more I drink, the smarter people get. Right? All right, let's do it. Oh, fucking A.
But serious, since when is something that's voluntary compulsory? Right? You have to volunteer.
Well, it's like I was
to
saying.
pay.
I mean, I have.
It's up to you to volunteer to pay, right? So they say it's a voluntary for you to comply with paying the tax.
I have some unpaid traffic tickets.
However, if you don't pay the tax, they'll arrest your ass and kidnap you.
8 years ago, like 8 years ago. I mean, I rarely drive, and I'm a good driver when I drive, of course, because I don't want anybody to pull me over because they're gonna fucking bust me for no reason when I'm driving around.
But guess what? Guess what, guys?
Shit,
guess what?
Yeah,
guess
I mean,
what?
I'm the safest driver on the fucking road.
But guess what?
They're gonna be
we can fight the globe Earth in court. Where's the curve? Oh, you want to bring Eratosthenes in court? Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Because we'll get down to the nitty gritty and find out that he actually believed in a curved rectangle.
Hey, you know, we can
not a globe, not a ball in space.
We can subpoena Neil deGrasse Tyson and and get him to say what he said on that one show. It's just like Eratosthenes works on a flat Earth too.
Well, that's the thing. The Eratosthenes is thrown out of court. It's not evidence.
Okay, so what evidence are they going to bring?
That's the thing. Where's the curvature? Without the curvature, flat Earth wins. Period. You get down to the nitty gritty. You need to find the measurement for the curvature. You don't have a measurement for the curvature. You just make a curvature up with fucking mathematics. That is not the curvature, my friend. My God. If you want to sit there and do that, we can cite, the formal argument, Thompson versus Garcia, 2019, state of Georgia. Bam! Case study. Look at that. Let's do this.
I want someone to explain to me how space is so cold and so vast, and the sun supposedly is so far away. How does that heat from the sun reach us at all? That to me, I can't wrap my head around that at all. It doesn't make any sense.
How does the heat transfer through the coldness of space? Exactly.
Yeah, right. Well, it doesn't get hot until it hits the atmosphere of Earth.
Am I retarded? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I know it.
No, you're not retarded, man. They call it black body radiation, right?
You're retarded
because the sun's a black body.
It's actually
that in a vacuum, there's nothing to affect it in a vacuum. It's only affected if there's something for it to interact with.
Exactly.
Which is why they say the inverse square law doesn't affect light, because it has to be a vacuum for those stars to be at that distance and for Einstein's theory to work, because it's relative.
The other thing I never understood
right?
is
Einstein's theory of relative. Well, that's why, because the inverse square law, the air itself causes that to happen.
Yeah, I bet most globies that are listening don't even know that this is what they think is, what they claim is how this happens. They're just like, you dumbass flat earthers, you don't know anything about. No, we know what they claim about the globe.
How does a rocket fuel jet ignite in space if space is a vacuum? I don't understand that either. Is that a stupid question?
Oh, well, here's the thing, right? It's not regular fuel. It's called hypergolic chemicals that spontaneously combust when they're mixed together. Yeah. Except for they don't provide any thrust at all.
But it's still fire, right?
Well, even if there was any thrust, any kind of
but here's the thing, right? Rockets need
space or whatever. There's nothing.
Rockets need atmosphere to push off of.
Yes, exactly.
The nose cone needs an atmosphere to work on. Without an atmosphere, The nose cone of the rocket cannot create the Venturi effect to cause the gases to rush out.
Yeah, what is it propelling against? Like, it doesn't.
Exactly. You could sit
would
there.
save
You could
most
even
of it.
do it in an atmosphere. You can do that in an atmosphere, which just means a gas, right? You could do that in a gaseous environment, pressurized gas environment, right? You could take a balloon, like one of those long, like fucking balloon animal balloons, inhale it, or even a condom, like not inhale it, but like inflate it, blow it up, tape
Blow up
a
a
straw
condom.
onto it,
Come on,
and
Jim.
have a string like that's taut going all the way across the room with a straw on it, right? And then you blow up the balloon, and then you tape the balloon on that straw, and you let it go. That's demonstration of how a rocket works. This is rocket science right here. Demonstration of rocket nozzle. The mouth of the balloon acts as the rocket nozzle, where you have pressure behind that's pushing out against the atmospheric pressure, and the shape of the Venturi causes a rush of pressure, which causes a momentum, and that's what causes the action going one way, which causes it to go the other, because it's pushing against the air, which causes it to go in the opposite direction. Right?
Which could
When you
not
cover it
happen
up with like
in
a piece of paper or a sail and you let that balloon go, guess what happens? It don't go down the string. It stays in one spot.
So, have you guys ever Googled, you know, ballistic missiles and all that stuff, and how they create it and how they scale it and figure out how this stuff is going to work? Because I've actually done it a few times, and I actually have downloaded NASA documents and government documents that state that all those systems, rockets, long range missiles, they're all created and based off a flat earth model. It says it right in their documents.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah,
it.
I've seen that. Yeah, sure. Level
That's
stationary
crazy.
plane. They keep saying that, over and over in these documents. Yes, of course.
The rocket pushes against the air. First, when it's on the ground, it pushes against the ground. But once it's in the air, it pushes against the air that's underneath it. And that push against the air causes the opposite and equal reaction. It is
Yeah,
not the
same
combustion
way
that causes it. Just
same
like
way a
the fire
helicopter.
inside your combustion chamber is not what causes the piston to go down. What causes the piston to go down is the expanding gases.
Well,
It's not
just
the
like
fire,
if you're
it's the
talking about
expanding
missiles or
gases.
whatever, if you're talking about missiles or the way that an airplane
And the
flies.
only reason why it pushes, right? Because it can't push against gas because it's a gas that's pushing, right? It has to push against the walls of the combustion chamber to cause the piston to move. You cannot have a piston moving unless you have a pretty good seal on
Yeah,
that
but
combustion chamber.
there's also compression. I mean, yeah, the engine is designed very well. I mean, there's compression involved, and and it's a very fine function for each cylinder in an engine. It's compression and expulsion of the compression, through compressed gases and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scavenging effect.
You can demonstrate it with a drone. All you need is some sort of flat surface underneath, and then once it starts to get to like drop towards the ground, put that flat surface underneath the drone, and it'll lift itself up because the air underneath it is suddenly more dense because you put that flat surface underneath, so it thinks it's towards it thinks it's next to the surface, so the propellers are going to lift itself up because it's got that enough force now to lift
Well,
itself up.
actually, what it's causing is it's causing air that moves in a longer pathway over the arc of the wingtip.
Yeah, it's called lift.
And the air underneath it is moving at the same speed. So the air that takes longer to move is less dense. So therefore, lift happens. Buoyancy.
Yeah, they design the wings that way when it begins to move horizontally across
I mean,
the plane.
Aeronautics, rocket
Well, yeah,
science,
those are
that's
words
my
where
fucking shit, guys. So
Well, yeah, whatever the words are, you can still demonstrate the fact that atmosphere is what helps things lift off.
Oh,
Yeah,
of
the
course. I
atmosphere.
mean, you wouldn't be able to fly an airplane in a vacuum. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can't generate lift without air.
Yeah, of course.
In fact, a helicopter, right? A lot of people think that the helicopter's blades are propeller blades, but that's not true. They're actually wings. So a helicopter is called a non-fixed wing aircraft
Yeah.
because the wings move. Crazy, huh? The wings are what spins around and creates the lift.
Yeah, but could a helicopter work in space?
No, helicopter couldn't work on Mars either. If there can
I
be
know they claim
solid,
that they
if
built
you
one.
can get rivers of carbon dioxide on Mars, then a fucking helicopter would never work. Unless, unless you have 10-mile long fucking winglets.
Wings. Well, even if, I mean, it's just completely impossible. Yeah, it's retarded.
And this is the absurdity of their fantasy. They have to keep making shit up to justify the shit contradictions of their previous claims.
You know what's easier to understand is to observe reality, use what we're doing as a function of reality, and stop pretending that we can do something that we can't.
For all the things that humans have ever done, right? Think about it. Every human
to be
was
honest,
born
as far
on
as
Earth.
I think we're told a lot
lived
of
on
lies
Earth,
about
fought on Earth, had a family on Earth, had a heartache on Earth, had devastation on Earth. All of these emotions that we feel, all of it has to do with the Earth where we've
and guess
been.
what? If
We
anybody
will
could
all
ever
die here. Nobody is leaving. We cannot leave the closed system.
Oh shit!
Do
Are
you
you
know who
quoting
said
Bill?
that?
Are you quoting
Yes,
Bill
that was
Nye
Bill
right
Nye.
now?
Yes, that was Bill Nye.
We cannot leave Earth.
It is a closed system.
Closed system. Yeah, but hey, I love that about Earth. Like everyone else would be like, "Oh, this Earth, everything going to shit."
Yeah, but see, if you don't see the danger in that, Helio, if you don't see the danger in that, right? There's two mentalities, right? You have the mentality of one of these idiots for thousands of years now. They think, oh, one day we're going to leave and go into the stars, right? So I could just trash the where we live because it don't matter, right? I could just trash the next world.
Yeah, but
they don't
in their mindset,
understand.
though, they
don't
think,
understand. Hang on. They don't understand that the only reason why they're feeling that way is because they were told a lie about the Earth being a ball in space and there being other balls that they can eventually go to one of these days if they're good enough.
Here's the
and
other
make enough money.
Here's the other mentality. It's like a lot of
Why would
people
you ever
think.
want to leave this?
Hold on. A lot of people say, "Well, the conservatives," which and I don't put myself in any vein
And then you
that
have
way.
the other kind.
I
right?
know. Well, the other kind,
Like the real earthers, those that know
like,
about the Earth,
Jesus
they try to be
Christ!
in
Can I
balance.
finish a sentence, Joshua? Please.
Well, I was trying to finish mine before you started with your sentence. I'm sorry.
Shit, you were talking for like 3 minutes. And I was just trying to fucking get
Oh
into
Jesus,
it.
I'm sorry, Helu. Go for it.
Anyway, we're talking about these new world tards or whatever. They think that they're going to help the world by making electric cars or some shit, and they're talking about global warming or whatever, and they think that they don't even know where electricity comes from, right? It comes from burning something, It's like, oh, we're going to make electric cars. Dude, if everybody had electric cars, we'd be fucked.
We'd need a whole lot of coal.
Yeah, but think about this, right? If everybody was worried about what the Earth is, then we wouldn't even be worried about technology. We would worry about feeding ourselves and our families and being in balance with everything.
And searching for the edge.
We wouldn't be trashing this. We would try to find more about, what the Earth is. So if you can't see that the ball religion is the prison. It's a prison of their own minds.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't
and the
matter
fact that
what.
there's laws that prevent you from going to the extreme south or the extreme north. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it doesn't
It's the
matter
fence
what
line. It's the gun line, right?
what
Like the fence at the
political
jail. You get too
spectrum
close to
you're
the
on.
fence, you get shot. Sorry, Helios. I'll be quiet.
I was just going to say, I mean, it doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum you're on, or if you watch the news. I mean, they really kind of just, there's so much propaganda out there. And I know all of our, family members are affected by it. But yeah, I mean, there's a very much larger picture that all of us should be taking a look at.
It's interesting too that there isn't a huge government machine that's like NASA that is just specifically for exploring the ocean.
Sure. I mean,
why is that?
Well, especially this South Pacific, right? I mean, nobody ever goes there. So I'm talking about
You mean Point Nemo?
I'm talking about the extreme South Pacific. Right? I mean,
Well, Helio, what do you know about Point Nemo?
Point Nemo? I'm not sure I've heard of Point Nemo.
You're just fucking talking about it. God.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't
The
say
extreme South Pacific is Point Nemo.
You're gonna have to fill me in on this one, man.
The area that you're talking about, the area of ocean that you are
the
talking
area
about,
where nobody goes.
Yes, it's called Point Nemo.
Okay, I call it the place that nobody ever goes.
There's rocket ships there under the ocean.
There may be. I don't know.
No, there is. Look it up. Point Nemo. Look it up. It's South Pacific. It's called the NASA's graveyard.
I thought that was Bermuda Triangle, but that's in the Atlantic. But
Right. Well, this was like other launches. It wasn't Apollo missions.
Well, I'm not specifically talking about that, but that could
Canaveral hasn't been used to launch man for quite a while, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the only things that were
most of the rockets are coming from Fort Lauderdale now, right?
Right, but you have to remember too, most of the stuff that was at Point Nemo was from the shuttle craft.
I'm just
Point Nemo. Is that what you're saying? So that's like when they did all those rocket launches. That's where they went.
That's where they ended up. Like a lot of the recoveries and all that. Also, remember that movie Finding Nemo? Remember SpongeBob SquarePants? Finding Nemo, right? You got to find Nemo. Where's Nemo? We got to find Nemo. Think about
They had to go somewhere because they weren't going to space. Yeah. So it only leaves one spot left open for landing or for jumping off. It's on Earth somewhere.
That's for sure.
They say all those boosters are floating around, or all that shit's junk in space now. It's not true. It's in the ocean.
Well, actually, when I was bringing up South Pacific, I mean, as far as Earth traffic, like airplanes, ship traffic, nobody goes that way. You know why? Because it's very dangerous and it's a long trek.
And there's no resources.
Fuel. And there's no resources. I mean, there's not enough fuel to travel that way. So, but there could be, as far as we know, another continent, out there.
Yeah, on this side of the ring, on this side, there's so much land. You're right, Helio. There very well could be a landmass that we're not being told about because there's no shipping lanes. There's no flight paths that go over that area. There's really nothing. And anything that does go in that area below the 60th parallel has been highly controlled since when 1950, whenever 7, 8, whenever they did the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, it'd be like southwest of South Africa and like directly south of India. Like there could be a whole continent there that nobody knows about or we're not told about. I mean, it
Because
could
no
be.
one goes there. You're right. No one goes there. It's not a shipping lane. It's not an airline
So
pathways.
yeah,
Don't go over
the
the top of it either.
Point Nemo is the furthest point from all land points. So it's the furthest away from all land you can get.
And there's practical reasons, like Kilo was saying, why people don't go there in a ship, because when you get all the way over there, what if you need fuel? You know, carry enough fuel to go all the way there and all the way back. Most ships don't carry that kind of fuel capacity. There's no resource. That's what I mean by resources. You don't have a way to fill up your ship with gas. You don't have a way to fill up your food bank because you've been at sea for 2 months or whatever. Especially if you're going to go on a sailboat or whatever. There's no resources there to refuel, to re-up your food
check it out.
intake. Nothing.
Hey, God rockin'.
The pole of
you know what?
inaccessibility
That
is what it's
that
called.
no, it's called Tupac Island. That's where it's at.
Yeah, there's a little island out there.
No, it's not a little one. It's a big one.
No, it's a Dutch island.
It's Tupac.
It's about 28,000 miles from.
It's where all the dead celebrities go.
Well, this is 28,000 miles from that island, and it's another. All other land masses is further than that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just
28,000 miles. Wait a minute, doesn't that break the radius?
Looking at your thing now. I was just making a joke, but anyway. No, I'm thinking there could be an entire continent.
Yeah, there could.
That's at least as large as Australia.
Yeah, I'm thinking in between South America and Africa, the so-called remnant of Atlantis, and then Mu is supposed to be between.
No, that's South.
In the
South
Pacific.
Atlantic, though.
There's supposed to be one in the Pacific, right? That's Mu.
That's what I'm thinking, Pacific.
And then the Atlantic, right? In between South America, like where Brazil is, and Africa, is supposed to be.
That would be
Brazil,
the Atlantean.
or Brazil, Atlantis. In fact, Brazil was named Brazil because one of the towns or lands of Atlantis was called Brasil.
Yeah.
So they called it Brazil.
As well.
Kind of like California got its name because there was a tale about this island of Amazonians ruled by women, right?
Mm.
And they thought that's what it was, Khalifa. So they named it California, Calife.
Mm.
And it has nothing to do with the flower. That's Florida.
No, I haven't heard that one before, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, the Amazonian Nephilim giant queens.
Even with like the A map or Gleason's map or whatever, that's not what Earth looks like. I don't think that's what it looks like.
No, I know that. They had to do this artistry. And then, look at that. You can tell it's computerized because look at that, guys. You see that clear line? What the fuck is that blue line? And then, like, underground, what's that? You see, it looks like there was a fucking brown paper bag that got in the shot, and they tried to Photoshop that out the best they could, but it still got left behind. Help.
Reconor says Nemo means no name.
Oh.
Maybe it's no man's land.
Yeah, well, that's
No Man's Sky.
Do you guys think there's a reason why they lie about certain continents and their size on like the globe model? They make certain continents look way bigger than they actually are.
Yeah,
and
it's
other ones
all about how racist the English are.
That's so racist.
Oh, okay.
Well, like all of the nations that were a part of the English Empire were always represented as larger land masses compared to their neighbors because of the importance of it to the world at the time, which was centered around the crown. The
Well, we
king.
all know that the maps are
Queen.
stretched toward the North Pole for one thing, and so in order to stretch to cover up the landmass that is in the North Pole, which many of us believe is there.
Hey, if it was the white man, why did they make England look so small then? Come on.
Maybe it's
You said it,
maybe
white
it's
man,
twice
right?
as big as it really is. Who knows?
Who knows? I'm just playing. Go ahead.
As a white man. Hey, you said it, white man, right?
The most hated race on earth right now.
I didn't say white. I said English. Isn't like that spread pretty much everywhere around the world? The English language? Imperialism?
Where does the Rothschild family stem from? Do you know? Isn't that supposed to be like royalty from somewhere like in the England or UK area or something?
No.
No? Where do they come from then?
Comes from the Caucasus Mountains. Georgia.
And then Georgia.
Caucasus Mountains, in between the Caucasus Mountains and the mountains of Ararat. The Ararat Mountains. So the mountains of Ararat and the mountains of Caucasus. In between, there's a valley.
And that's where the Rothschilds come from.
That's where Noah landed. That's where the world was split up. Like, you will have this section, you will have that section, and you will have that section. You and your descendants will not cross over and occupy any of your brother's lands. To do that, there's a curse that follows. So what is America? Melting pot. It's a curse coming.
It's a curse just to be here, the way things are now.
But if you think about it, like the Rothschilds, the Khazars come from, Khazars from Khazaria, Rome.
Wait,
and
hold up.
then
So
you have Ashkenaz, which comes from like the area of.
And this is all. This is all.
Hang on, Helio.
Mainstream history.
No.
Yeah, they come from the same line that. Dang it, what's the heck is his name?
And this
Afghan
is
comes from. It's
is
one
this
of
mainstream history or what?
It's one of Afghan's nephews.
Is
The
this
land of
mainstream?
Afghanistan is named after that.
Is this mainstream history?
Well, they don't really know like everything. They know that like Assyria was many locations. It wasn't just one.
So you were saying, hold on, I just want to establish this as a point. You say that Noah's were he land, the ark was landed in the Caucasus area.
No,
Ararat.
In the mountains of Arat.
Right, which is near Turkey, right? Or it's like
Yeah.
in Turkey.
And,
Okay,
and there's a
I thought you were
valley
saying Caucasus,
north,
which is like way
north.
further
Hang
north.
on. North of the mountains of Ararat, of the Ararat mountain range, is the Caucasus mountain range.
Oh, okay,
And there's
never
a
mind.
valley
I
in
guess I
between,
missed part of
a
it.
very
Okay.
fertile valley.
I thought I was misunderstanding you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then like all around there too, there's all sorts of like monoliths that were set up and carved. It's crazy. I wish I could actually go there, check it out.
I don't think the word race. I think because in the past they used to call them people, right? And people were known by their practices or their beliefs, not by their your ethnicity was moving from your family slash the region or area you were from, right? This idea of racism, I think is eugenics. You know what I mean?
It's eugenics. It's low vibration.
Yeah, it's a cult. It's the idea. It's the theosophy.
Yeah, Japheth. That's what it is. They're all sons of Japheth.
Right.
But the
So
Hebrews are supposed to be sons of Shem.
yeah. Yeah, and the idea of aliens is the same idea racism and because because of the belief that certain races are better than others. You know what I mean?
Well,
And therefore,
racism comes from evolution.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, these people are inferior. They're less evolved. Yeah, that's
Yes.
fucking racism. That's evolutionism right there. So evolution is racism. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, that was my point. Thanks. Yep, exactly. Exactly.
I mean, we all come from the same. Yeah. Anyway.
It's another layer, for the deception. The globe model deception.
So why would they lie?
I'm racist as hell because I'm a drag racer. So I'm racist.
Yeah, but that's a quarter mile at a time.
Yeah, 180 miles an hour in 8 seconds.
Can I ask a question real quick about the flood?
Anyway, I'm racist. You could ask anything you want, I suppose.
I'm curious about what you were just saying about the flood, because I was thinking, so did the flood not wipe out all the bad blood, so to speak, that that the creator was trying to get rid of, and that there was still
It did. Right.
And did
everything that lived on the surface of the earth and flew in the air was dead. Anything that wasn't saved in the ark.
Noah took on a second wife that had tainted blood.
Okay, so that's where the extra corruption came from then after the flood, and okay, that makes sense. I didn't know that. Thank you for
Wasn't he 160 years old when he had his first child?
I'm not sure about that.
His wife is like 200 years older than him. That's interesting. Hey, I like older women too. Cool. But it also says that in Genesis that it happened again after the flood. So it's right there in the book.
Yeah,
but anyways,
I remember hearing somewhere that
even when
Noah was commanded to take this wife with him because there were certain people that belonged to these corrupt races that
check it out.
Deserved a chance to redeem themselves in some way, I guess.
Check it out.
So I'm not sure,
when you do like the mitochondria, or not mitochondria, I think it's mitochondrial DNA. They've done a study, and they were able to trace it all the way back to 3 people, like 3 separate lines, a family unit.
I used to wonder what would it take, right, for the earth to literally cry out to heaven, and for a creator God, right, that's all loving and slow to anger, to destroy his own creation. I try to imagine what it was like, right? And right now things are bad, but I don't think it's anywhere near as bad because like 200 of each species being, what I mean, like if you believe the story, angels came down and did their thing. You could call them aliens, I guess, right? Isn't that what's about to happen, right?
Fallen angels.
Yeah, isn't it happening again?
Maybe they're supposed to be still here, chained up underneath the earth in chains. They're supposed to be let loose.
Here's Elon Musk talking about AI is like summoning the demon, right? Like we have to incorporate. I mean, here they're talking about it, right? Then they're talking about how AI are kind of like how aliens are more like artificial intelligence, and that they'll be like gods compared to our intelligence. I mean, they're kind of putting the two together. Artificial intelligence, something from another dimension, and aliens.
I never understood why, if God casts Lucifer out of heaven, why would he send him to earth to rule over basically
Hang
us?
on. I want to interrupt this. I've been trying to interrupt it for a while now. Let's not talk about that. Like, I understand I got into it with genealogy, right? By a location, try to disprove racism. I didn't mean to open it up for a biblical debate. I mean, if we want to do that, we can go down to like the biblical room. Let's like not bring that stigma onto the flat earth. Thank you. And I apologize if it was misleading.
I think a world deluge. I think a lot of cultures have it, right? It's not necessarily Bible talk if we talk about it that way.
Exactly. That's what I was talking about. Like, you know, even mitochondrial goes back to like 3 people or 2 people, right?
I think you should let the moderators moderate the room. Is what I think.
Well, he was kind of going on what I posted in live stream. I mean, I'm not mad about it, but shit happens. It just we stray on the religion, but we really don't want religion in live stream.
Yeah, I understand. I apologize too. It's just I get curious talking about it because it seems so hand in hand sometimes. You know, when you're talking
Nobody's
about flat
mad.
Earth and
It does, because
yeah.
he was trying to lead it into, you know, no absolution on racism through mitochondria and science. So it just listen. You don't need to apologize. Nobody does. They go side to side. I'm just the one that's, you know, appointed to try and keep it off major religious topics. So we don't have
No, I
people in
understand.
here
Yeah, you got to steer the ship.
arguing doctrine, you know. We don't want to argue the 2,000-year-old religious argument in here. Which doctrine is right? We want to draw people to science and through a flat earth, hopefully lead them to a creator. Whatever belief you accept on that creator is fine with us, as long as we're all unified in the belief there is a God. The problem
And that the
is,
earth is a creation.
yeah, the problem is everybody else has their doctrines and they muddy that water with their doctrine. When we shouldn't be arguing doctrine. We should just be unified in the belief that there is a higher power.
But I have a feeling that a lot of Globers are atheists.
Yeah, I don't need no apologies though. No, you don't have to apologize to the server or nothing. We all know shit happens. And yeah, you got to be real atheistic to believe you're a star child, a speck of meaningless nothing. Everything in this world has a purpose. Why would I be the only thing in this world without a purpose? The sun has a purpose. The air has a purpose. The water has a purpose. Even the soil and the microorganisms in the soil, they have a purpose. It all works together. We're all symbionts in this ecosystem of life, this symphony of life and death. Everything's got
Right.
a
Even
purpose.
if you believe in evolution, yeah, exactly. Even if you believe in evolution, you have to believe that things evolve for a purpose, for a reason. It makes total sense.
Yeah, I think the evolutionists think they don't have a creation story.
I think Helio's right, though. He brings this over and over, brings it up over and over again. One day, we're just going to have to do a freaking live stream and dive deep into the religious bowels of this thing.
We may have to.
Amen, brother.
It's freaking crazy. But just like I was saying, they think they don't have a creation story. It's like everything just happened on accident, you know.
Oh, but they do.
That's their creation story.
So
I mean, it's
the ontological question, that's a religious question, right? How do we come into a state of being from nothingness? That's answered with the Big Bang. And if you do it on a naturalistic level, then there can never be a beginning without a cause. So everything that exists in this universe has to come from a microcosmetic universe, expand into the megacosm from the microcosm, each thing having to have a cause. But eventually you get to a point where there can be no cause. Right?
Yep.
And so they still haven't answered the ontological question. Where did the ontological beginning come from? The state of nothingness to something. Where did that come from?
Hey, and I'll tell you what, even in Christianity,
Can't answer it with nature.
Even in Christianity, modern Christianity, I would say the majority of Christians have a real issue in trying to understand where, because they're trying to balance creation with this quote unquote pseudoscience that they're believing. It's just like they say, oh, well, billions of years or however many years, and they're still trying to balance this like ball spinning around everywhere and all this kind of stuff, where we actually have a solution to it.
You can't answer all questions, though. I mean,
I know we can't. We're not here to answer questions. We're here to help people open their eyes and see the world for what it is.
I was curious as a child, and my mom said she was telling me about God or whatever. I'm like, well, who created God? It's a natural question a child would ask, like, well, God always was. What do you mean he always was? That doesn't make sense. Someone had to create him. So it's like you can't answer these questions. There's no answer to that.
Yeah, and I think the creator actually intended it that way.
Yeah, but to say, remember in the past, before science and religion were separated, right? They were one and the same thing because people believed that it was created. So the only reason why it's been separated is because of people who don't believe in a God, because they believed in a ball that came from nothing, right? But in a sense, it's the exact same thing. You're trying to come up with the origin story. And that's not science. It's not science to say
exactly.
something.
That's exactly what I was saying, Bong. Exactly.
Science
Yes.
requires phenomena or something, right? So to have to say it came from nothing is like you can't even try and describe the origin of the world. It's not science.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're just gonna make something up that's your origin story, just like the Big Bang. That's your origin story. I mean, it's just like, how's my origin story better than yours or worse than yours?
Well, it's the thing. There's two kinds of origin stories, right? There's this very, very special origin story that is because the Earth. People think the Earth is a ball, and all the other origin stories are exactly the same. It's a flat Earth. There's a dome. Blah blah blah. Right? So if this ball had never come about, people would never have separated science from the belief in the Creator and God. Science and religion. It would have still been the same thing because it's not a ball. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it's not even religion. A lot of people say, I know what you mean, but yeah, it's creation versus accident. Basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't.
There's a creator, or everything happened by accident. It's still a creation story, no matter how you draw it out.
You don't need a certain doctrine or a certain religious entity to realize that it is intelligently designed. So you can take the God of your choice, but it's still a creator. Whoever this God is obviously created this realm, this everything in it is created by something.
No,
and then we can disagree on doctrine.
That's our point of view, and then the other point of view is that it just spontaneously
self-assembled from a bomb.
made itself, which is ridiculous.
No, I'm not making the argument that I'm not saying we should, put together religion talk.
I know. No, you said religious. You said religious though, but I understand how you said it. I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead, Bong. I'm sorry, brother.
The creator.
It really is like a psychological warfare tactic too, to make people think that they're insignificant and not important and not the center of the universe, and just somehow a random accident, and that we're worthless and we're actually like a scourge on the planet that we're on, and we're bad for the planet, and everything else is good, and we're destroying it. It really is a psychological.
At the same time, though, I mean, and that may seem the case. That's more like modern political kind of thing or a satanic kind of weird. Well, that gets into another religious kind of thing. But as far as like the origin story, I guess it can lead, whether or not you believe in creation or spontaneous, thing. It can still lead to Satanism on both sides. But so anyway, go ahead.
What?
What are you saying that there's not? Dude, you don't think that Satanists know that Earth is created?
Well, they believe their God created it. Like their entity is the one they worship.
Okay, well they know actually. Well, we're not going to get into that. Let's not do it here.
Well, I'm just saying that the people who seem to be calling the shots have an evil entity they worship, and
okay, well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they know that the Earth is a creation.
Yeah, it's a sock puppet with lipstick on it.
Yeah.
It's evil because it's dirty.
Whatever,
right? That's
whatever
evil
they
means,
promote,
it's dirty.
Hey, whatever they promote,
Unclean.
it's lies.
Sure.
Lies help them along. So anyway, so they know the truth and they put forth lies. Anyway, that's a different. That's not what we're talking
that's
about.
immoral. That's an immoral stance.
Yes, I know that, Ron, but that's what we're trying to avoid. This
point is that they're deceiving humanity for their benefit, and it's greed. It's about greed. Their greed and their desire to control everyone else, to have a leg up.
Sure, but like I was going to say earlier, I know a lot of people that that are quote unquote atheists, even though there's no such thing. That are moral people, as far as like functioning in humanity. They're not like evil in the sense that whatever, but they hate religion, which so do I. I hate religion too. So it's kind of like I do kind of relate to some of the stuff that they're talking about, but they hate what we talk about also. So it's kind of like it's like, hey, you're a decent guy, but why do you freaking hate what I say so much?
Atheism requires the same amount of. Oh, sorry, I got cut off. Atheism requires the same amount of religious faith as anyone who believes in God.
Sure.
It does.
I agree.
You have to have faith that God doesn't exist. And most people are so willing, because the Christians have went around and said, you're going to hell for your sins. Most people are so willing to just throw away the very premise of God just so they, in their mind, don't have to pay for sins. So that can never be a truth. I mean, one guy that I argue with, he says, I believe it's this way, Mike, so it's true for me. And I'm like, well, and he's like, he quoted Bible verses on me. As you believe, so shall it be unto you. Well, all they could say was amen. All right. That's true.
It's like they start quoting Bible verses at you when you really get them in a corner.
Well, how can I argue with that? That's what you believe, so that's what's true to you. And that just proves that God was the author of everything. Science, psychology, philosophy, everything. So, whatever. If you're going to go all scientifically psychobabble philosophical on me like that, then yes, your belief systems do build your reality. This is true.
Yeah, and as far as all
you needed my God to know that.
Yeah, as far as this discussion goes, this like general discussion between creation and whatever ideas any atheists or agnostics have, I don't think that's outside of anything that should be involved with the flat Earth discussion, because this isn't about religion. It's about It's about, origins of our being, our consciousness, how we came about. So I don't think these type of discussions should be excluded from this chat. But when you want to talk about different aspects of belief and religion and like deeper discussions about the Bible, that's where like, maybe we should take that to biblical. I mean,
But we
my
do
opinion.
talk about the globe religion. The globe is a religion.
I know.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna
Ron.
say.
I know that. But
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
poke holes in it. We like poking holes in the globe religion.
I know, but they don't. They have their Bible. It's the mainstream media, right?
NASA is their Bible.
I know. Anyway, but hey, yeah, let's free reign on their religion, because this is a flat Earth server, But yeah, as far as like when we get into deep discussions about spirituality, when we're talking about creation versus their idea about the ball spinning around the universe, billions of years, creating life from nothing or from a primordial soup and all that kind of shit. That's free reign, bro.
You had suspended balls that grew a fungi, and that fungi on these sweaty balls gave forth life to man? Oh my God.
That's
you
what
better
I'm saying.
get rid of them crabs, bro, before they grow up and take over the world.
Well, they said lightning hit the primordial soup, right? So lightning, who is lightning? That's the devil.
Man, you
right?
ain't never had listen, you ain't never had static on the inside of your pant legs where you got these sweaty nads with this fungus starting to grow. I'm telling you, man, that shit'll evolve and take over you.
Especially when you wear certain types of sweatpants, man. You can hear the static. You're like,
that? Yeah, you get it.
all kinds of static on your balls.
It's the dielectric nature of that universe you're breaking down. Fungi on these hot, sweaty balls. Women get a yeast infection, right? That's like sea monkeys, right? You just add water.
Yeah.
Bada boom, bada bing.
That makes me think of that South Park where he's suck on my chocolate salty balls.
No. The one with the crab. My baby.
You guys
You're
ever
thinking
noticed?
of the chef from South Park.
Yeah, he's a suck on my chocolate salty
balls.
balls. Put him in your mouth and suck him
down and sweet love to him.
Hey, here's a good one. Have you guys ever noticed, like, on a lot of these Discovery channels, when they're talking about animals, right? How awesome they are. Instead of saying this animal was designed that way. Instead of this part of this animal was designed for this. Instead of just saying that, they say this. They say evolution, right? Right? As if evolution
every time,
was a god that was designing things. Like, wait. You meant to say designed, but you said evolved. What the hell?
Like it's intelligent. Like nature is intelligent enough to know which systems are preferred and which are not for an environmental reaction. Come on.
Accidentally, right? I was like, wait, this is illogical. Like, the function, right?
Hey, the one I never got was dictates. Why, when somebody speaks to you and tells you something you got to write down, is it dictating?
No, I think you're projecting there, Michael.
Dictate to me.
Selected, right? Selected, right?
I say dictating is a tainted subject.
Motherfucker.
You know Jim Panda?
That'll bring the house down.
You guys know that Jim Panda guy, right? Well, what about sexual harassment? Panda.
What gender would he be? You wouldn't know whether you want to.
A panda. That's it. He's sexual harassment panda.
Jim is a known. He's. I don't know what.
I'll tell you what.
Evolution.
Known gender. It looks like a gnome. Have you
seen that dude you would say he's a trisexual because anybody that's offering, he'll try. Okay. That.
Why we hitting
no
on Jim
offense
so
to
hard
him.
though? Because of it.
No
He
offense to
actually-
him, but I got 6 sisters, so I know about these things. I don't think he could get laid by another human. I've listened to women talk about, man, Christ, a pimple can keep him from getting laid. This dude's got fucking problems.
I think I got a picture of him
Jim's a
somewhere out here.
goblin.
Hold on.
I got a picture of that him with what's her name from the Globe Live tours. What the hell is her name?
Roxanne.
Yeah, Roxanne.
Yeah.
He's by Roxanne, and his head barely comes up past the height of her ass.
He's like 5'3".
Hell no, you got to be this tall to get a ride.
I was like, damn, that's a sexy butt, but this fucking troll is fucking the picture up. I told her that. She's like, Mike, I'm not single.
So you mean he's actually a troll?
Yeah,
Holy
he
shit!
looks like a fucking goblin. Not joking.
No, he doesn't look like a goblin. He is a troll.
Well,
I bet you won't see. I bet he had like SPF 5000 on and shit.
You're gonna make me fucking look for the goddamn picture.
I'm trying to
No,
find
I've
it right
seen.
now. I
I've
have
seen it, Mike. I've seen it. Please don't show me.
I say I have to go to Karen. I have to go through Karen's
I just ate
old server.
mac and cheese. Please don't show me.
And then fucking mac and cheese. That's not eating, man. What the fuck? Come here.
I don't want to throw it up, is what I'm saying, because I put some hot sauce on it. It wouldn't
Your
feel
real
good.
meal, bro. And
What are you?
no
A
homo.
pasta suit? Get it?
Yeah,
pasta.
Yeah, I've been to jail. You don't eat the fucking
He's a
candy bar that
apostate.
somebody leaves on your pillow.
Well, that's a wedding present, bro. I ain't trying to marry you. I've heard them jokes, man.
Yeah.
Come on. I got a brother-in-law that's a county sheriff. Sometimes he's got to be a turnkey, and I got a brother who's a prison guard. So we got this place in Michigan called Gladiator School, and what it is it's a Michigan reformatory, and it's just dormitories, big pole barns with nothing but bunk beds in them. And my brother says, I always warn the young kids when they go in there, if there's cupcakes on your bed when you get there, swipe them off onto the floor and get up there and say, I don't know what bitch left these here, but you better come get your shit, bitch, or you're married. I was like, what? What? Are you fucking serious? He's like, don't eat that cupcake, bro, if you ever go to prison. I was like,
Never.
That's fucked up. And he was dead serious. I've heard some prison stories I'd like to forget. He always gets drunk and he's like, you wouldn't believe this shit I seen last week in the prison full of gay guys. I don't want to believe it. Tell that shit.
Yeah.
He said, what do I do? Go home and talk to my wife about this shit, Mike? I was like,
no, put it on Facebook.
Well, I guess. Right.
Make a blog about it. That's what he ought to do. Just talk about the shit on his off days and fucking do like a podcast. Yeah.
Well, I get it. Therapists are for people
Get Sean
who
White
have
on there.
family that'll listen, but I say fuck it and I listen.
Should have been like, I was still trying to deal with shit from Desert Storm, bro.
Hey, is that why they call them cupcakes? Hey,
my
cupcake.
My brother's a combat vet too, Bong. So
It's just prison, man. Chill out. You're right.
I mean, I can't find that picture of Jim Panda. So,
I tried to tell him that, like, dude, you got more PTSD from prison than you did fucking combat, man. Get out of there. Go back to combat. What the fuck? He tells me, listen, I got to share this one. He says, okay, I'm the yard guard. I figured, yeah, I got the yard for the next 6 months. I'm straight. I can't see no fucked up shit on the yard. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. He's like, but then I go out there in the morning before they all get out there in the yard. And I'm wondering where the yard porter is. There's supposed to be a guy out there putting out the equipment. He says, I can't find him. But I see the box that all the equipment's in, and this bitch is moving around, and the lid's jumping open and shit. So I asked the other guard, I said, what the fuck's up with the box? He said, I don't know. Go over there and open it. So you know what he sees when he opens the box, right? Three gay guys just going at it. And he said, I don't even know how they I don't even know how they fit in the fucking box, Mike, but that's besides the point. You can't unsee this shit. I was like, man, that's fucked up. He said, yeah, imagine why I got to get this shit out. This isn't shit people should see in their life. I was like,
well,
what?
Where there's
I
a
asked
will,
him,
there's a way.
I said, what did you do? Did you get them all out there butt naked and write them up tickets? He said, fuck no, I shut the box. I acted like I didn't see it. The other guard said, well, what's going on? He said, nothing. I ain't writing tickets. If you want to write tickets, you go open the fucking box. I was like, yeah, I bet.
I ain't pulling him over. You pull him over.
Right. I'm not pulling that motherfucker out. He smells like shit.
Oh my god!
I feel
He smells like cordon bleu.
Right. I feel sorry for my brother when I'm up getting coffee every now and then. I think, damn, my bro got to go to that prison again today.
Or Dijon mustard, right?
Prisoners are like, it's all right. The guards are cool, man. We could just chill in the box.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They won't do shit, man. They'll be embarrassed. Keep going, bro. Don't stop. That's fucked up, man.
They put me in the box.
They'll probably all die in prison from AIDS or hepatitis, you know.
There's that picture of Gem Panda and Roxanne.
Oh, did you find it?
My bro says, I don't know how the fuck they play basketball with the basketballs. Like, damn, so two skinny guys and a fat guy fit in the equipment box with the equipment still in it? What the fuck?
That's Jim Panda guys right there. If you haven't
Oh,
seen
yeah,
them
that's
before.
it. Yeah, that's Crookneck. There's Roxanne Booty. What did you do? Steal that when I shared it, man?
And Roxanne put a cool picture out on Facebook yesterday. It was good stuff.
Shout out to Roxanne.
Shout out Roxanne Glenn in the house.
Man, she proves them flat earth girls are nothing but sexy.
But yeah, look at Jim Panda.
You know what disturbs me? Hang on.
Look at that dude, bro. Man, he's got turtleneck.
What fucks me up is he looks
She's
like
got the curvature. You're looking for the curvature.
He
there
looks
it is.
like he shouldn't be arguing with nobody about shit, don't he?
it looks like they pulled Neo out of the fucking Matrix and they're like, we made a mistake.
Let's put him back in. Put him back in.
The fucker looks like what are them slides called that you put under the microscope? He looks like he should be on one of them.
Spencer.
Neck so stiff it's stretching his face out.
He's part turtle.
Nobody's neck should work like that.
He's a fucking dinosaur, guys.
I swear, motherfucker is never gonna get wrinkles. Look at him. His neck stressing his chin.
Like an angry, grumpy rabbit.
I'm sorry if you're listening, Jim. I actually feel
I'm not sorry, Jim. You make fun of us all the time. Fuck off.
I am. I don't like your voice, but I won't make fun of you.
I actually like his voice. I like his voice, but
every time he opens it.
I think he looks like what he sounds like. I guess
his voice.
I would have never guessed, dude. He has like a proper English gentleman voice. He doesn't.
Yeah, I didn't think he looked like that either.
Yeah, but if you look in that face, you know that motherfucker's getting a couple 100 painkillers a month and he's eating them nonstop. Look at them dark rings under his eyes. Tell me that
he looks like he's fucking whacked on heroin, dude.
And that
dude is not out. Morphine. That motherfucker's on morphine pills.
Dude, the guy that's blocked. That guy that's blocked behind Roxanne is Cat Earth. You remember that guy, Cat Earth?
Yeah.
That's who was with him talking.
Yeah, he's cool.
What's up with the height? 5'4"?
That's funny. It took me a half hour to get it too, Helio. I'm glad you did it.
What did I do?
It took me a half hour to find that picture.
No, Ron posted that. I was looking for it.
You know, if his neck was straight, he'd be taller.
Yeah.
He'd probably
maybe if he wasn't hunched over at the computer all the time.
He's got osteoporosis.
Spina bifida. It's called spina bifida.
Fucking scoliosis, bro.
Yeah, that's what's causing him
scoliosis.
to see
No, it's not scoliosis.
No, I got a friend named Billy Carter that's got the same condition. It's spinal epididymis or something like that.
Yeah,
Spinal
Epiphysis. Yeah, scoliosis is a twisting of the spine, like from left to right or whatever. But yeah, but whatever.
Or a curvature, and obviously his spine curves from his shoulders out. Your neck is part of your spine. It's that clavicle.
And that's why the earth is curved.
Maybe
Isn't it? Couldn't it also be something called like ankylospondylitis or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
Are you saying that your spine has no measurable
Actually,
curve?
I think you're right. Spina bifidus is in the lombardic region, and what you just said is in the clavicle region.
Poor little angry bird.
Yeah, I had a
What's it-
roommate
Hey,
that
but
had that one time. He said
I
his
wouldn't be surprised
hold
if
on. He said
Jim's
his
listening to us make
all
fun
right,
of him right now. And he's
Helio, bro.
Shush. What is it?
His vertebrae, the cartilage between his vertebrae ends up deteriorating, so his vertebrae just ends up fusing together over time.
Yeah. What's it called?
It's like ankylospondylitis or something. I could be butchering the pronunciation, but it's something like that.
So you're saying it's from inbreeding?
Anglospondylitis.
Spondylitis.
Oh,
do they call it turtle? They call it turtle head syndrome.
Anti-collusing spinalitis.
God damn, that's a silver word, huh?
Yeah, it's hard to say, but it says what he said. Your discs are deteriorating. So he said cartilage, but those are discs. That's your disc in between your vertebrae. Those are what I have problem with is degenerative disc disease or
Me
worn
too,
disc.
man. I
It's
got a
called-
blown out disc.
Yeah, it's called spinal stenosis.
What did you just call me?
I got sciatica.
Spinodifidus.
Yeah. Ankylosing
Sounds like a flower.
spinalitis is an inflammatory disease where over time can cause bones in the spine vertebrae to fuse from loss of a disc.
All I know is Jim looked like he's got a turtle head poking out.
Some turtle soup.
A turtle head poking out. You guys don't know what that's from? That's from freaking Mike Myers movie.
Michael, I posted something about it.
Anyway, guess the joke is lost. Never mind.
It's ankylosing spondylitis.
Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. Ankylosing. Well, I was thinking of it like antikytherium, but yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Ankle neck?
Ankle neck spondylitis, turtle head poking
Well,
out.
if he's got an ankle neck, it's sprained. I done sprained his ankle neck, by God. I'll say that arthritis, damn old rheumatism, by God. You know what I mean? Dang old crook neck.
Crook neck.
Dang old, by God. Like you get to his shoulders and the neck takes a left turn.
Loose and spondylitius. Spondylitius. Spondylitius.
My God, dang old neck takes a left at the shoulders, you know what I'm saying? Dang old losing this and that and looking like a titty and shit.
Fucking goddamn Latin.
Losing spondytitis.
Well, titilus is like itis,
Yeah,
but
I know.
ilitis, right?
Yes.
Spo and yunti.
Spondylitis. Yeah.
then
ankylosing spondylitis.
Ankylosing spondylitis.
Well, it basically just
Ankle
means
neck.
your discs are wearing out to a point where it's causing inflammation. Then they fuse together, which is where your discs start stacking on each other. It's called compression, and that can cause nerve compression too. I feel sorry for him, man. He's probably in a lot of pain, dude.
Probably going numb.
It's probably
in
not
some
funny
extremities.
because we don't know all the effects of. I mean, they do acupuncture and shit, but we've all seen the kiss of death, where dude takes a needle and sticks it in his neck, and it cuts off blood returning flow from his head, so his head just fills up with blood until it bursts. So you don't know what hell he can go through with different focused pressures on different points of different nerves. It's the nerve system is like the delivery. It's like the mapping system for your car's computer, where it can make your ignition system fire while it's supposed to be telling your fan to turn on. So shit's not working right. You know what I mean? And honestly, I do feel sorry for him. I know he's in pain. I mean, I've only got a 2 millimeter bulge, and that nerve compression causes shit sometimes that normal people that don't deal with that wouldn't even fucking understand. My jaw can get stiff out of nowhere, and it's just because of the pressure that's getting put on my spine or my spinal cord from nerve compression. And if you don't know what that is, you got an orifice that your spinal cord rolls through. And your spine's supposed to be perfectly aligned for this cord to go down through there. But you move one of them discs 2 millimeters out of place, and it's now touching the spinal cord where it's not supposed to. And then you articulate, you move, you bend, and each time you bend, it applies more pressure or it releases pressure. So you can move it to a point to where all of a sudden you got to go shit. Or you can sit in a position where it feels like you can't even burp. You can't release the gas from your. It can affect your gag reflexes when it's in your neck. It can affect the muscles that flex your vocal cords and all that, dude. A lot of people don't know what it's like to have bulging discs in your neck. But I mean, how could you if you don't experience it, you know?
I know a lot of roofers get that. They get a fucked up disc. I got mine fucked up doing roofing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a motherfucker, so you wouldn't know it anyway hanging out with me because I just grit and take it, you know? I can smash my hand on your forehead and keep on fighting like there's not a fucking thing wrong with me. You know, I tell my kids though, because I got a reason, a purpose. The stretches I do now to build supporting muscle, I never did them when I worked out or when I jogged or when I was a Marine doing every push up in any position I could. But I wish I would have, because those small muscles never get developed and they don't support your spine properly from your neck all the way down to your lower back. So I teach them to my kids, and then I tell them what I go through to motivate them to do those so that they can promote spinal health and supporting muscle, if you understand, because I want to save my children what I suffered through.
Once you fuck your back up, it's a lingering thing, man. It just
yeah, my discs float, Ron. I can force them back into place. I do too. I crack my neck that make most grown men cringe. I'll crack my neck in the restaurant and motherfuckers go, ugh, yeah, bitch. That's because shit's powering, slamming right back into place. But if I don't do that, I'm dealing with nerve compression. So for me, it's a relief. It might sound painful to you, but it's not to me. It's actually a release of pain. And something I've learned to do over time, you know?
I see my dog would stretch like that. They put the paws out in front and stretch their back. They they know what they're doing.
They do.
But I mean, like once you wreck your back, yeah, there's really no way to fix it. I know my friend had 2 back surgeries. He did construction. Yeah, he's got used.
No, you say that about dogs, because I noticed one time my dog had a kink in his neck, right? And I kept rubbing and rubbing on it, and he fell asleep. And once he didn't relax, I grabbed the back of his head and put his chin in my hand. I started rolling his head around like I do mine until it cracked and popped. He woke up and looked at me all big-eyed. I was like, oh, shit, I hope I didn't hurt him. And then he leaned back and stretched his front paws way out, and he just went right
Yeah.
back to sleep. I was like, oh, man, I must have got it, you know? And that motherfucker was happy as hell with me for 3 days. Like, damn, Grandpa, you got it, Dad.
The dog chiropractor is like, let me fix your alignment. Come here, son.
Well,
Back
I
his
don't
neck.
know how. I wish I didn't know all I know about spinal disalignment. I wish I didn't, but I have to kind of be my own chiropractor with the teeter sit up and my tables and my stretches and stuff. So when I'm petting my dog, who I love and I love to pet, I can't help but notice an inflamed muscle. It's around the hip region, spinal region, shoulder regions. I can imagine it just clicks in my mind. You know, I start feeling other spots because I know how it can radiate down through there. And then when I see evidence it's radiating from the neck down to the shoulder all the way in, then I'm the one that wants to massage it till it relaxes. Maybe align your back for you, you know. I mean, I know how it is. I wish I didn't. I can
Yeah,
have people.
homeboy's probably suffering, man. That's all he does is sit around all day. He's got nothing else to do. He probably does have lots of aches and
Yeah,
pains. With that neck, it does look like he's in some pain.
yeah, it
He
does. I
probably got
feel
in a car wreck or something.
probably, or he had a harsh birth, you know, or it happened in labor, childbirth.
Sometimes you're better off to deal with it than get a surgery. Like my friend that had those 2 surgeries, he's worse off now.
Yeah. My buddy had 2 vertebrae fused in his neck and 1 in his lower back. And after about 3 years, you know, I popped mine. He's like, dude, don't get them in your neck fused. And I'm like, what? He said, they just weld them where they are. And if it's pushing on the spinal cord, then it'll stay pushing on it. They don't align it. They just fuse it. So you'll be stuck with it for the rest of your life. He said, and I popped got in my neck 3 times before I had it. Each time, eventually the muscles loosened up and the shit went back in, or a chiropractor realigned it. I got rid of it. It's like, but the one in the back,
I got my shit fixed by a chiropractor. Who's what's with the
shit? My chiropractors on my
whose microphone is doing that? Hold on, somebody's microphone is like
it's not me.
What is that?
Scratchy.
Yeah. It is you. It is you, Mike. It is you.
It's about time I get a new one.
No, it's all good. Anyway,
no, it is,
dude. In my early 20s and all the way up through my early 30s, I had some very serious back problems. Was it L4? If I was, you know, my lower back, it was very painful, like issues that I had, and I was on freaking narcotics for years and shit for the pain, and I don't know. It just doesn't. I found the right chiropractor. I wish he lived here because I'd go.
How did you do it, Helio? Like, how did you injure your back?
Listen,
no, I didn't injure it. I didn't injure my back. It just.
It's just from use, repetitive use,
dude. It happened when I was 22 years old.
Yeah,
it's that counter making culture. Yeah.
Listen, it took me like 15 months to. I got this osteopathic doctor, and they know everything about alternatives from surgery, and this is why I swear by them and I stick with them now. I was in pain, and the only thing they could do for me, MDs, mask it. You know, you go from Vicodin 750 to Percocet 10 over 325s, and when you're like, hey man, is there anything we can do that we can weld it in place? But people who've had the surgery, you see them going in the doctor, they're like, can't move their head left or right.
Yeah.
Don't have the surgery, man.
Yeah.
And you got to heed their warnings. Well, I go to the osteopathic doctor,
It's
and
like
he says, "Well,"
my
he
mom's
said,
had
"Hold
5
on."
back surgeries, man.
He said, "We'll do hot tub treatments, massage therapy, and physical therapy." So I go to one before the other and then the other, all in one day. And at first, it was too much because I had that fucking nerve compression, and seriously, in my neck, it's fucked up, dude. It put tension all down through your shoulders and everything. Give you muscle spasms, all that. But the third day, my upper body got exhausted from all this shit,
From all the treatments?
Yeah, and I took time off work to just focus on this. So the third time I went, the doctor said, the chiropractor, he said, "You're real loose today." I said, "Fuck, I'm fucking exhausted." He said, "Well, this is where I'm trying to get you. Now really relax, close your eyes." He's got my head and my chin in his hand, and he starts telling me this story. And in the middle of one of his sentences, he just says, "Snap!" one way and snap the other. And this shit's like, it's like, pow, 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 pow. And I was like, "Oh my God." And he said, "I didn't hurt you, Noah, did I?" And I'm like, "No. That's fucking relief. Do it again," So he moves your chin up farther and gets it to crack in other places. And at that moment right there, every bit of tension, I felt my upper body was gone. I mean, and everybody else was like, "Well, we can give you pain pills. I can give you some printouts on some stretches to do." You go to these physical therapies, they give you all this dumb shit to do. When all this dumb shit was designed, physical therapy was designed to help out with chiropractic. That's why it's called chiropractic physical therapy. You do the physical shit to wear out the muscles so the chiropractor can align your fucking shit. So if you're doing physical therapy without chiropractic, you're getting fucked. And I did physical therapy for like 12 fucking months and thought, at one point, when they were exhausted was when the chiropractor was supposed to go ba 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 ba, cracked every bone in my back, everything, dude. And I mean, when he did the one right between my shoulder blades and it popped back into place, it was a violent slam that shuddered through my whole back, dude. And it hurt, right? It sent some pains through my body until it was in place for a minute and I started to relax. And once he's done, he puts me on this fucking rice pillow, big ass body pillows. Gets 2 of them, puts them under me, and then gets one and puts it on top of me and has me hug it. He puts another one on top of my legs. I'm surrounded by like 90-degree temp. He says, "Here, so just relax for 15 minutes. Dude, it was so fucking hot, middle of the day, like 10 in the morning, I fell asleep. Like, fuck, I couldn't even stay awake. It was so fucking relaxing. And they got me on so the minute the pain was gone, the painkillers and the muscle relaxers wanted to put me to sleep. But when I was in pain, they didn't do a fucking thing for me, dude. They didn't make me drowsy at all. That's how I knew I was better. I was like, man, I better take a painkiller when I go home because I'm going to be in pain. I took the fucking painkiller and nodded out. Here, I could eat 5 a day before that. I was like, what the fuck is up with that? And I asked my doctor, and he said, here's the thing. When people in pain take a painkiller, it doesn't get them stoned. Just takes the edge off the pain, because the pain eats it up. But a motherfucker that ain't in pain takes them, they get blowed, and he was right. I go to the chiropractor now. I've only had it done once, but the yank, where they put the strap around your neck and yank your neck, yank your whole body, and it just pulls your head from it's hard to explain, but what it does is they put a strap around your head, you lay on your back, and they jerk it back real quick, and it pulls your vertebrae apart so they all just snap right back in. Dude, I thought the chiropractor had me aligned until I went to University of Michigan and this dude did that. And I swear to God, when he did it, I puked twice and I had to roll over and stick my face in that hole in the physical therapy bed because my nose drained for a fucking hour. And I was like, dude, what the fuck is up with this? And he's like, you had compression, nerve compression that put pressure on a point that made your sinuses contract. it pinches the muscles. It's making the muscles in your sinuses spasm. That pressure's no longer there, so it's just wide open. So all that shit that was supposed to come out that ain't came out is now coming out. And literally, I'm only supposed to spend 45 minutes there, and they just left me in that bed there for like an hour and 45 minutes. They were like, when your nose quits running and you're not going to puke no more, you can go ahead and leave, But literally, the release of pressure made me dizzy. The release of tension, I didn't even feel right. I'd been tense for so fucking long. I was like, man, I feel fucked up. And the next day I felt normal. But it was a transition from so much fucking tension that you got used to normal again. I mean, and instantly, the minute those fucking vertebrae align, you take that tension off the nerve. It's instantaneous. Before that, you thought there were a million different things wrong with you. My knees are going bad. My collarbone's fucked up. My rotary cuffs are blowed out in my shoulder. Lose that nerve compression. None of that shit was wrong with you. The only thing wrong with you was a vertebrae was pushing on a spinal cord nerve.
You've heard of the inversion tables, right? I mean, you might
That's
have
what
one.
my teeter sit-up is. Remember I said I use the teeter sit-up? It's an inversion table.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's the best money you could spend right there.
Yeah, dude, I've even been on them tables. They got these tables where you lay out like who drew the picture of the guy with his arms spread and his legs spread? But that picture where it shows you're all spread out like an X. You lay on a table that's got arm things and leg things like that. They strap your arm and legs in, and then it's got this moving part that your head sits on, and it comes in like a vice grip and grabs a hold of the two from the back of your neck while you're laying. The vice closes until it touches your jaw and it grips your jaw and your head tightly, and it stretches your head away from your shoulders. It's called contraction table.
Yeah, I was talking about the one where you lay on it. I mean, you keep it at your house, and then you pretty much just lay upside down for
that's
like
what
15
I got.
minutes.
A teeter sit up. You get
don't
in
need
it.
15.
You're standing up. You lay. No, when I first started using the teeter sit up, I could only stand about 4 minutes of it. Now I can do it for 25 minutes, and that's every morning, bro. I start my mornings out with a teeter sit up.
25 minutes upside down is a long time, man. Like even 5 minutes, your head, all the blood goes to your head, and
It is, but that I don't do the entire 25 minutes hanging down. I'll hang down till I can't stand it no more, and I start leaning up and touching my toes, and I'll hold it like that to do a stomach workout. But that's every morning. That's why my stomach's